Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns on the second night of a back-to-back went to Philly and got a 116-110 win for their third straight and moved to 27-17, 10 games above 500. And we saw the return of Suns guard Jaylen Green last night. He played 20 minutes, had 12 points. And here was Devin Booker on playing alongside Green.
I think we're going to help each other at the end of the day. I think it's going to get better day by day. We're halfway through a season, and he's just starting. So, we're going to get him up to speed.
The Suns will go for their fourth straight and a 4-2 road trip on Friday in Atlanta. As the Arizona Cardinals continue to try to find their next head coach, Bill's offensive coordinator Joe Brady was interviewed by the team yesterday. And ASU, U of A, and GCU all in action tonight on the hardwood, and you can hear the Sun Devils on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. How are y'all doing? I hope you're better and warmer than the Coyote that swam across San Francisco Bay yesterday. Did you see this video, ladies and gentlemen?
I did not see
Okay,
this.
so has anybody here been to Alcatraz Island?
I've been there, yes.
Okay, so have I. And you know
I did 10 long there.
Yeah, you and your girl Stephanie. You know that Alcatraz became a prison because it's impossible to swim off that island. Well, they do tours, obviously, from San Francisco to Alcatraz. And a tourist got off the boat yesterday and went up to one of the workers and said, "You're not going to believe this. There's a coyote swimming across the bay." And the guy's like, "Get out of here." Pulls out the cell phone, and sure enough, there's footage of it. The coyote did land on Alcatraz Island, swam 1.25 miles in 50-degree choppy ocean water.
That's unbelievable.
The thing was shivering. It looked but it made the swim.
Wow.
1.25 miles.
Wayward coyote stuns tourist by paddling ashore at Alcatraz.
It's I read the story yesterday. I'm like, this is impossible.
What were the sharks just taking the day off?
Well, that's it. That's my point. The coyote didn't even know the danger lurking beneath him.
The coyotes finally beat the sharks.
Now that's a punchline right there.
I was trying
that's
the whole
a
time I was trying
right
to think of some sort of coyote.
Right.
I didn't even know they had coyotes in
San Francisco.
Yeah,
oh yeah,
they
do.
so.
Lots.
Speaking of coyotes, I got here this morning, and I got out of the car, and there was a very nearby pack of coyotes just howling.
Ooh,
really?
Kind of laughing.
Well, that means they killed something. That means they got a rabbit.
It was, yeah. I was like, wow. I haven't heard that in a while.
Yeah, nothing's freakier than when a pack of coyotes make a kill. Because it's a weird howling, laughing kind of combination.
Like a hyena.
Kind of.
That was in the parking lot here?
It was not.
Or you just heard it in the distance?
It was in the distance, but it wasn't that far away either. It was just north of where we are. So
yeah,
between here and Northern Avenue. But
yeah,
they were on the move too.
Yeah, I see that stuff all the time up in my neck of the woods. So it's they're interesting. On Sunridge Canyon, Sammy, I showed up on the 10th hole, 9th hole. There's this big old coyote just sitting there. I got out of the golf cart. I was alone. He looked at me like he was sizing me up. He was like, "Am I bigger than that dude? Can I take that dude out?" I literally could feel it.
Did you puff your chest out and puff your hair out to look bigger?
I was gonna say, good thing you had 14 golf clubs.
Yes,
right
exactly. And then when I got out, he finally dissipated. But for a minute, because generally they're very skittish.
You're very skittish.
But not that dude was big enough where he was kind of looking at me going, "Hey, he's got some fat on him.
I think
he might be tasty."
I've been reading on this subject recently, as you know, Beck. They don't like light, they don't like loud noises, and they don't like size. So they just start yelling and puff your hair out. Like Jared said.
Vinny's a homeowner. He's getting all he's seeing all this stuff now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's like he's reading. What are you reading? Like, I read a book about dinosaurs.
No,
obviously, he's reading a book about coyotes.
I got this. I'm in this house, and it backs up right against a preserve, and the view
perfect.
The view is awesome, but I'm in the backyard, and I haven't seen anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm seeing all these like little wet spots around the yard of. I think visitors.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So I got to take some precautions.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
All you need to do
drunk punks that are partying outside your.
Like I said before, wolf urine takes care of it. So next time you see Ron, say, "Ron, can you piss in this cup for me?" Start the show.
Metaphorically
speaking.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Suns make it 3 in a row on their 6-game trek with a 116-110 win over the 76ers in Philadelphia. It wasn't pretty. Suns were sloppy with the ball all night long. They committed 22 turnovers, shot only 43% for the night. They did lead by as many as 17, but could not put Philly away. 76ers made things interesting late, getting it down to a 2-possession game, but Suns hang on. Devin Booker led the way with 27 points. Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin each had 16. And Jaylen Green returned from a 33-game absence with that hamstring injury, scored 12 points in just under 20 minutes, and came off the bench for the first time in his NBA career. Suns are now 27-17. They have reached the Bickley threshold.
It is, baby.
10 games over 500 for the first time this season. And the Suns' long 6-game trip comes to an end Friday night in Atlanta against the Hawks. So, with the win, mission accomplished, at least according to what we set out for at the beginning of this trip. And it didn't start out great with 2 heartbreaking losses. But they're break even at worst. If they can go to Atlanta, a place where they don't play well for whatever reason, and get a win against the Hawks, a 4-2 road trip going into this stretch would be huge.
Again, 10 games over 500. Yeah. That means they are a team to be taken seriously.
Yes. Tuesday night in the NBA, the Bulls slammed the Clippers 138-110. Chicago nailed 25 threes in the game, including 6 from Kobe White, who led the way with 27 points. Houston rallies in the fourth to beat San Antonio 111-106. Reed Shepherd had 12 of his 21 in the fourth quarter for the Rockets. By the way, every time I watch the Spurs play, when it's not against the Suns, Wemby sucks. I'm not saying he sucks as a player. It's just every time I watch him, I'm like, really? What's all the hype?
Yeah, it's funny.
And then I watch the highlights, and my
and
jaw
he's killing
drops.
people. Yeah.
Keontae George at 43. Utah surprised Minnesota 127-122. The Lakers' defense stifled Denver in the second half in a 115-107 win at Ball Arena. Luka Doncic 38-13-10 for the Lake Show, and Toronto ran it up on Golden State 145-127. Emmanuel quickly had 40 points and 10 assists. Not a good first offering without Jimmy Butler for Golden State. But
no.
Jonathan Kuminga played, scored 20 points. Did you see it?
No.
Cardinals added another name to their head coaching candidate list as Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady reportedly interviewed for the open position on Tuesday, according to NFL Network's Mike Garafolo. Brady is 36 years old. He likes guacamole and long walks on the beach. He spent the last 4 years in Buffalo on Sean McDermott's staff, with the last 2 as OC. Also spent 2 years with the Panthers as their OC, and made a huge mark at LSU, where he was the passing game coordinator and quarterbacks coach for the 2019 national champions in an offense that featured Joe Burrow, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So he had some weapons to work with. Mike McDaniel won't be a head coach in the NFL in 2026. The former Miami boss took his name out of consideration for the Cleveland opening. Instead, will join Jim Harbaugh's staff with the LA Chargers as the offensive coordinator for the chance to work with quarterback Justin Herbert. Interesting landing there. We're seeing some interesting coordinator hires.
Well, listen, it's exciting if you wanted Justin Herbert to become that guy, because now he's got the coach to get him to be that guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not that it matters much now since we have a playoff system, but the AP released its final top 25 college football rankings on Tuesday. Guess who was number 1? Undefeated national champion Indiana finished number 1, followed by Miami, Ole Miss, Oregon, and Ohio State. I wonder if that's the first time there's been 3 teams beginning with O in the top 5.
All right, so I got a trivia question for you about college sports. You want it right now, you want it later?
Ooh, give it to me now, and I'll let it marinate.
Michigan State is one of just 2 schools to have multiple national championships in football and basketball. Who's the other?
Ooh.
I think I got it.
All right, I'm going to plant the seed. We're going to come back to that.
Come back to it.
4 Big 12 teams ended up in the top 25. Texas Tech was 7th, BYU 11th. Actually, it was 5, I'm sorry. BYU 11th, Utah 14th, Houston 22nd, TCU 25th. Arizona dropped from number 21 to out of the rankings after they lost to SMU in the Holiday Bowl. Baseball Hall of Fame adding 2 members to the class of 2026. Andrew Jones, Carlos Beltran get the call from Cooperstown. Jones named on 78.4% of the ballots this year, finally crossing the threshold in his second to last year of eligibility. 10 gold gloves in his 17-year career, mostly with the Braves, but also spent time with the Dodgers, Rangers, White Sox, and Yankees. 434 career home runs.
Ridiculous that it took him this long with those stats.
Beltran got in on 84.2% of ballots in his 4th year of eligibility. 9-time All-Star in a 20-year career with 7 different teams. Here's the weird thing. He had 435 home runs. So these guys were born a day apart, and their home run totals for their careers were 1 home run apart. Wow. And they're both in the same Hall of Fame class.
Wow.
And the New York Mets acquired center fielder Luis Robert Jr. from the Chicago White Sox in exchange for Luis Angel Acuna and right-handed pitcher Truman Pauly. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday morning, January 21st. Coming up, Jaylen Green finally returned, and the Suns treated the game much like the lady in Billy Madison, the lunch lady in Billy Madison. They made it extra sloppy. We'll get into it next.
Oh, boy.
It's Bickley and Murata Morning. That's Jared early in the morning. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Royce O'Neal has the basketball, and the Suns are going to dribble out the clock as the Sixers say, no loss. Final 5 seconds in Philly as the clock hits 0 now. And the Phoenix Suns have their 3rd straight win on this 6-game, 12-day road trip, 116-110. The final is they win tonight in Philadelphia.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
You may be in the situation where you feel like you're drowning in private student loan debt, and you may feel like nobody is going to help you. Well, let me stop you right there, because Why Refi will. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Why Refi helps people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It's exactly what they do. They will work with you to build a low fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life, and they're not offering a Band-Aid. It's a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it either. There's no judgment in the process. There's no questions about how you got here or why you didn't fix it sooner. Why Refi knows life happens, and they just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that that's the end of the road. Why Refi was built for the people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. You can take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888 YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment, or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Jaylen Green's return affect the Phoenix Suns? We'll be reacting to his performance at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Good morning, early morning shout out, and a thank you to our audience in Peoria taking us in on radio, on YouTube, on video, or on the Arizona Sports app. We appreciate the support in Peoria this morning.
Yeah, we're going to stick to it. I mean, no one in the Suns uniform or on the staff liked how we started that third quarter, but the starters, they've figured it out. And they did it collectively. You know, we didn't have to say much in the timeout. They collectively figured it out on the fly, and then I thought that run back into the game was really helpful, and then the second unit being able to keep that thing going. Jalen's spot there at the end of the third, so good response. I think it was 13-2 when we took the timeout in the third, so just growth, and we'll talk why we went down 13 and then why we went on the run.
That's Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, following a 116-110 road win over the Philadelphia 76ers. Stop me if you've heard this before, but I think I'm breaking new verbiage here. Basketball's a game of runs.
Yeah.
Have you heard that before?
I have heard that before.
Oh, dang it. I thought I was
Nice try, though, Vinny.
Have you heard it's a make or miss league?
Yeah, I've heard that, too.
It was a weird game in terms of the runs. The Suns came out and could not make a basket. They missed their first 9 shots. They finally figured it out. They got within 3. Good second quarter when the three-pointer started falling. They came in waves. The third quarter that Jordan Ott was talking about there was up and down. They ended up scoring 40 points in the third quarter to have some comfort going into the fourth. Built a 17-point lead and turned off the engines, basically, at the end and had to hang on for dear life. It was a weird game.
It was a very weird game. There were a couple of stretches and patches in the game where the Suns looked very mid defensively with Jaylen Green on the floor.
I thought so, too.
The early part of the third quarter, it almost became a layup line or wide open threes for the 76ers. Mm-hmm. And then some of the possessions at the end of the game, stuff that you haven't seen from this team. Now, it's Jaylen Green's first game back in about 12 years, so I get it's going to take some time. You know what I mean?
He really pulled the hell out of that hamstring.
He's really been on leave for quite some time. So, but at the end of it all, what they did in the back half of the third quarter and what they did to just take out a good Philadelphia team on the road in Philly on a frigid night. We've all been to basketball games like that. If you've loved basketball for a long time, you've been in cold weather cities, walking into gyms that have that chill in them, and nobody can shoot the ball to begin the game. And that kind of was last night.
Well, because, the 76ers weren't exactly sinking buckets either.
No.
I totally agree with you. In fact, I in my notes, I had layup lines.
That's right here. Right there. Drive-bys, layup lines.
But I also, there was 2 back-to-back possessions where I thought Jaylen Green was spectacular defensively in key situations.
Yeah.
So we talked about that. What's Jaylen Green's insertion going to do? Because he's probably going to get closing minutes, and he was in that closing rotation last night. And that was not a great performance by the closing rotation. We'll get into that. But how is it going to affect the defense? And I think the pressure of the identity of the Phoenix Suns that was built in his 33-game absence, that's going to take precedent. And people are going to lean on him to exert that effort on the defensive end. So it was a little bit of good, a little bit of bad. Jaylen Green played under 20 minutes, scored 12 points, had a couple of highlight plays.
Yep.
Obviously, I like the way he distributed. I mean,
Me too.
His downhill driving to the basket is
It's special.
Unlike anything we've seen in a long time.
It's special.
He's able to bring to this Suns team what, quite frankly, no one else on this roster can bring. And you heard Jordan Ott talked a little bit about it last night, but his downhill ability, not only is that good for him, it's good for everyone else around him. And, we saw it in flashes last night, but just the athletic ability is unbelievable.
Yeah, here was Jaylen Green on how he felt in his first game back.
I felt solid. The minute restriction. It's hard to, get a rhythm a little bit, but, just trying to work my way back. Hopefully I get back all the way to where, there's no minute restriction and I'm just flowing. So, yeah, I felt good, though, overall.
Yeah, and Green, part of that bench unit that scored 58 points, the same number of points scored by the starting 5, which was interesting. This bench unit is becoming a real strength of the Phoenix Suns. In fact, over the last couple games, I've been thinking about this. They need to create a new award because of the way Jordan Goodwin is playing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not Sixth Man of the Year. It's not Bench Player of the Year. It's, my God, this guy's a pain in the butt award.
How about the Dan Marley Hustle Award?
Well, they do that for
that's what I'm saying.
They do that for the Suns.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And he's probably going to win. But why not a league-wide award for a guy who
How would you gauge it? I'm not arguing with you. He's unbelievable.
Have players vote for somebody not on their own team. Who's the most they were using this term on the postgame show.
Yeah.
Miserable to play against.
That's a good one.
Jordan Goodwin is miserable to play against because the dude plays at a different level. He is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, he's remarkable at finding little inside paths to get in front of defenders and get offensive rebounds. He's amazing like that.
Yeah.
I almost hope and wished that Jaylen Green would really embrace being that really great sixth man. And look, there's a lot of season to work him into the starting rotation. But because in a game like last night where Dylan Brooks had another one of those terrible shooting nights, and when he has terrible shooting nights, it's not like he shoots 2 times.
Yeah, it's just stinker.
And Devin Booker
He's got some ball hog in him, man.
And Devin Booker also, didn't shoot well. But because they have such great depth and they have so many interchangeable parts, they still beat, like you said, a good team on the road. And to have that other guy on the bench that could play consistently with the second unit as a scorer would be pretty cool.
A good team on the road on the second night of a back-to-back.
Yes.
How often do you see that?
It was the second night of a back-to-back for
both teams.
For Philly as well.
But Philly was at home the night before.
Very true.
And there's got to be something said about Jordan Ott and these superstars and his ability to kind of bottle them up. We saw it with Cade. We saw it really early with Wemby. We saw it last night with Maxey.
Yep.
I don't know what it was, whether it was actually the Suns' defense, whether it was Jordan Goodwin in his grill, 94 feet, but he was uncomfortable all night long.
Yeah, he was 7 for 25. He finished with 20 points, but he was He was not good
Listen,
last night.
I don't know if you ever heard this. They call it cutting off the head of a snake, Sammy. Which I've never understood. I just think you run it over with your car. I don't think you mess around with the blade.
That's what Jordan Goodwin was trying to do last night.
But the three guys that you mentioned that the Suns have been able to shut down this year, Sammy, those are three guys that were just named all-star starters. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. No, Sammy's right on the money about that. That's a hallmark of the Jordan Knott defense. That's item number one. How do we contain and bottle up the other team's best player?
Yeah.
They do it routinely.
Real quick, though, the bad part of last night was that is not how you're supposed to close out a game.
No.
They get up by 17, and I said shut the engines off, and they coasted because they couldn't take care of the basketball.
They couldn't get the ball inbounded.
They couldn't dribble. They couldn't pass. They did nothing right. From the time that they built the lead to 17, and then the starters came back in. 5 turnovers. If Philly made a couple more shots, they lose that game.
Yeah, listen, they really did mess around at the end, and it could have bitten them, and it didn't.
And they almost found out.
Yeah, and they almost found out. It could have bitten them, and it didn't.
But I was wondering, too, and I know it's first game with an expanded rotation now, and Jordan Knott has the luxury of full health, but that closing unit, not to have Colin Gillespie on the floor as a ball handler, not to have Jordan Goodwin on the floor as a defensive deterrent / ball handler. I wonder if that gets tweaked because with Allen and Booker and Green and Brooks out there, the ball handling was awful in the closing stages of that game.
It really was. It just seemed like the 76ers were disrupting every ball handler, and the Suns just could not. I don't know, where did they land in the turnover category? I know it was a big number.
22 for 28 Philadelphia points. Way too many turnovers. Yeah. The 38th annual Arizona Renaissance Festival storms back into the state on January 31st. Head on over to the contest page at KTAR.com and ArizonaSports.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets. Coming up next, we'll go through the latest from the NFL coaching carousel, including a giant introduction and a surprising decision in L.A. That's all straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Suddenly, Cardinal fans all over the place are clamoring for Sean McDermott. But a very interesting name popped from that firing, and that's Joe Brady.
Yes.
The offensive coordinator of the Bills, who's never been a head coach before. He's highly thought of as an offensive mind. Obviously, he's worked wonders with Josh Allen and that offense and what they've done. But I think a lot of Cardinal fans would like them to have an interview with Sean McDermott and are wondering if that is going to be something that will happen at any point in our future, or if they're going to have to, for lack of a better word, settle for Joe Brady instead of getting the interview with Sean McDermott.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Change Loan, and if you've got great credit, if you've got a credit score of 800 or better, congratulations. You should wear that like a badge of honor, and you should not finance your home the same way as somebody with average to poor credit would. How is that fair to you? Fortunately, there's a better way. Check out the Life Change Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income immediately goes to wiping out all of your debt. You're paying all principal first on your home, and you're going to wake up one day down the road and that mortgage is going to be gone. In fact, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer loan client to pay off their home, which is outstanding. It gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth, or if you're a little later on in life, it sets you up perfectly for retirement in your fixed income years where you probably don't want to have to deal with any kind of a mortgage payment. At Life Changer Loan, the key to this all is you have 24/7 access to your equity, so you don't worry about all your income going to paying off all your debt, because you could always borrow back from yourself from the equity that you have earned. Lots of great stuff with the Life Changer Loan. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844 online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hovick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. And the return of Jaylen Green, the Suns got a 116-110 win in Philly against the 76ers. Green only played 20 minutes, but had 12 points and somewhat looked the part. Devin Booker would lead the way with 27, and the Suns, after dropping the first 2 games of their road trip, have now won their last 3 and head to Atlanta looking for a 4-2 trip out east. Add Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady to the list of potential Cardinals head coaches as he interviewed with the team yesterday. For everything you need to know about the Cardinals coach search, head to arizonasports.com today. The Cats, Devils, and Lopes all in action tonight. The number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats welcome Cincinnati. San Diego State comes to GCU for a Mountain West game, and in Tempe tonight, ASU and West Virginia get together as Bobby Hurley and his team look for a win. Tip-off will be at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Wolf. Are we heading toward the Cardinals hiring Vance Joseph as their next head coach? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's impossible to say, but I'm planning on day one. So that's what we'll be shooting for. That's what we'll be working for, and fully expect it to happen.
John Harbaugh, the new head coach of the New York Giants, after days and days of finalization, they finally finalized it. And now he is the head coach, introduced at a press conference yesterday.
Finally.
And was asked there how quickly will the team start winning day one. Wow, what a novel concept. They want to start winning right away. So John Harbaugh finally introduced. He also talked about, there was a lot of hubbub and discussion about the hierarchy, and John Harbaugh went out of his way to say there's way too much focus on the hierarchy here. He said he's looking forward to working with Joe Shane as the general manager, presumably for about another year, I would imagine. Joe Shane bought himself some time with this hire, but he is not on the most comfortable seat as the GM of the New York Giants. Let's face it.
No, there's no way he could be. I wonder, as this went down yesterday, I wondered if the Buffalo Bills, John Harbaugh clearly was waiting a week to see if the Buffalo job opened up. But if you're the Buffalo Bills, you probably intuitively knew that, our head coach isn't safe just yet. If he goes to Denver and they lose this game, we're going somewhere else. They must not really have wanted John Harbaugh. Buffalo, I'm talking about. Because the idea to fire Sean McDermott, there wasn't anything really egregious the coach did against Denver other than lose the game. That was more a product of Josh Allen's turnovers and the officiating. You disagree with that?
There was, I thought they lost the game at the end of the second quarter and into the third.
Okay,
and turnovers were a factor.
Mm-hmm.
But, are you going to criticize Sean McDermott there and blame the loss on being aggressive at the end of the second quarter? They're going to be aggressive with Josh Allen as the quarterback, and he committed a terrible turnover. I agree with you. I'm kind of torn. I hear people say it was time. You got to get over the hump in 9 years with Josh Allen as the quarterback. But Josh Allen's also skating away from a lot of the responsibility of Buffalo not getting over the hump, too. He was not good in that game. And that game was there for the taking on several different occasions. But I on the Buffalo situation, I think you're right. I don't think there was probably any interest.
Because you would think that if Sean McDermott's status was that iffy going into the postseason, that John Harbaugh's availability might have had the Bills call him and say, hang tight.
Or the other way around. John Harbaugh gets the axe in Baltimore. You don't think his agent's calling around and saying, hey, Buffalo, we know what the reality of your situation is. Your coach is under a lot of pressure. Do you think that job's going to open up? If so, you got any interest in my guy? I think it might have been a two-way street where they're, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm real curious to see where the Bills go with this. This is really odd that all these lower jobs have been backfilled while the jobs that seem to be, you've got Lamar Jackson and a football team in Baltimore waiting for a head coach. You've got Josh Allen and the Bills. This is, and these ones have not been filled
and you
yet.
get the Steelers. You get that job, you have it for 15 years.
Right. But again, it's also, and you got to deal with maybe Aaron Rodgers, and who wants to do that? You ever listen to that guy?
What a hump.
What a hump.
Here was John Harbaugh also talking about how much Jackson Dart, his presence as the Giants quarterback, played into his decision to land in New York.
You build your team around your quarterback. You build your team around your players and what they do well. And I like the way he plays. I like his talent, skill set, all the things he's accomplished. But more than that, I like who he is and what he's about. To me, he's about football. This young guy loves football. He wants to talk football all the time, and that's kind of what I like doing too. So I think we're gonna have a lot of great conversations. And I can't wait to get started with him.
Yeah, so obviously that's a factor too, and it doesn't bode well when you hear a head coach and everybody saying you build your football team around the quarterback position, and the Arizona Cardinals with as much uncertainty at the quarterback position as any team in the league right now. So there you go. That's why this is going to drag on for quite some time. We'll get more into the Cardinals coaching search a little bit later on. Another announcement yesterday, a coach fired by one team, a head coach, and it was Mike McDaniel in Miami. An intriguing name to a lot of teams. He was interviewing for head coaching jobs, but not taking a head coaching job, pulling his name out of the Cleveland race and taking the offensive coordinator job in L.A. with the Chargers on Jim Harbaugh's staff.
And somebody said yesterday, that is where HBO should go for Hard Knocks. Make sure you record every single conversation between those two guys. How'd you describe it, Jarrett?
Interesting and awkward.
No. You can't even remember your own joke from a half an hour ago. Quirky meets awkward.
Yes, quirky meets awkward.
Yeah.
Well, it was early.
It's okay. But that was I thought that was very poignant. I'm trying to give you praise here.
Thank you.
That's exactly what it is. Quirky and Mike McDaniel meets awkward and Jim Harbaugh. Who's got it better than us?
Nobody. And McDaniel's getting credit from a lot of different avenues on making this decision, not going for the head coaching job, going for the fit that's right for him, including getting praise from Mark Zinno from ESPN Radio.
I think this is a really, really smart move by Mike McDaniel. I think so many times people who want coaching jobs in the NFL, and granted there's only 32 of them in the world, so when you get offered one, it's hard to say no. But taking a head coaching job is so much more about fit and a lot of other things that have to work out. Because the bottom line is that you're not going to be there long if you can't make improvements quickly. And for Mike McDaniel to take one of these other jobs with unstable quarterback, unstable ownership, things of that nature, he's going to find himself unemployed again in a couple of years. I think this is a smart move to rebuild his image, rebuild and refocus into what he's actually worth to teams as far as a head coach, and doing it under a guy who's as stable as the day is long.
Yeah, and look, McDaniel, the knock on him in Miami was, does he have the quarterback he needs? And we saw flashes of brilliance with Tua at quarterback, and then Tua took a downturn. The relationship was weird. The results weren't there.
Yeah.
I know there's different schools of thought on Justin Herbert. Some think he's the greatest quarterback since sliced bread. Others don't think so yet, but it's an intriguing fit there, and I fully expect this to work and Mike McDaniel to be a head coach somewhere else next year.
About sliced bread, Vinny, I love nothing more than taking a big hunk of like French or Italian and just pulling off a hunk and then tearing it apart with my hands and then backfilling it with like ham and Swiss.
So you would say
don't need the sliced bread.
Yeah, it's the greatest thing since torn bread.
I would just say there are plenty of other greater things that are not sliced bread. Sliced bread isn't that great to me. That's what I'm trying to say.
But at one time in American history,
boy, look whose attention we got.
The end
we
all
got
be all.
his rapt
Talk about
attention.
awkward and quirky.
Well, but see, the thing is, I agree with you in theory if you're eating like a baguette or something, but a loaf of bread, you can't, like a soft loaf of bread, you can't just pull off a hunk of it.
Yeah, but I tend not to like bread that's soft. I want some heft to it. I want something that is going to kind of destroy your mouth if you bite into it.
I'm the exact opposite.
Right, Jared? You can relate to that?
I'm exactly with him.
No, I don't like the hard bread. No, not good.
Oh, man, come on. Like a crunchy, crispy outside with a soft middle. But you need that baguette, that French, Italian.
Yeah.
I'm going to upset a lot of bread people when I say this. You can take your ciabatta and shove it.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's the worst.
Take that ciabatta and shove it where you oughta.
I'm with you, Vinny. Ciabatta is a little.
How about focaccia?
Like I have
focaccias.
I have 6 hours to just chew bread. Come on, I got stuff. I got stuff to do.
I'm with Jared on that. All right, so
sourdough.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sign me up for some.
Oh
sourdough.
yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I derailed the whole thing. Sorry about that. Where were we at?
I was going to go back because we didn't address. I've been thinking about your trivia question.
Yeah.
Michigan State is one school with multiple titles in college basketball and college football. Who's the other? Sammy said he thinks he had a beat on it.
Sammy probably knows. So we're not going to let him answer this.
No, it's okay.
Okay. I don't know if I have an answer though.
That's fine.
Can you name any other schools that have championships in both? First of all,
Ohio State,
Ohio State. Michigan.
Alabama.
Alabama doesn't have a basketball
title. Florida. Florida's the answer.
That's it.
Yes.
You just got it. You just got it.
Yes.
Arkansas did it. Cal did it. The Gators that we talk about. Indiana's done it.
Florida's weird that they're the answer because they are not consistently really good in basketball or football throughout their history as a program.
That is true.
Stanford did it.
And we say that as they are the defending
I
champions.
know, but
of
you know what I mean?
basketball.
Like they have these chunks, like a chunk of bread that you rip off. They have the chunks of their history where they're really good at football for a little while, really good at basketball for a little while.
You know what is good on ciabatta bread? Thinly sliced gator. Delicious.
Syracuse did it. UCLA did it. And your boys at Maryland did it, right?
Maryland? I don't know that they've ever won a national championship in football.
Isn't that Maryland's logo or no?
Yeah.
They had a championship in '53 in football, and they won the basketball championship in 02.
Jared,
Is that
I
right?
remember it in 02, yeah. Juan Dixon,
Lonnie Baxter,
Steve Blake.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Wilcox.
Everybody had an X in their name except for Steve Blake. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this very show, on Wolf and Luke, on Burns and Gambo all this week. When you hear that code word, text it to 620-620, and you will be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, we'll get into some more fallout from the Indiana Hoosiers winning a national championship and more college football straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
ACE. ACE.
Text the word
ACE
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open.
You're a weird guy, Ace. Weird guy.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season is going down Sunday, February 8th. Head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona.
Basketball and pizza, great combo. And when it comes to pizza and hoops, Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over 50 years. They've got you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Of course, Spinato's the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury. And it's back for its third year, the Spinato's Pizza Competition. How does the pizza competition work? It's just like the basketball contest horse. You can enter and show off your shooting skills for a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game, 1 shot on the court during a timeout to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. The next qualifying competition is coming up February 19th when the Suns are on the road in San Antonio against the Spurs. There's another one in March at the Central Phoenix location, and it all leads up to the championship event in Gilbert in April. That's where all the qualifying winners come together and show down for the title. All the events are Suns road game watch parties as well. So even if you're not shooting in the contest, come enjoy some great pizza, some great hoops action on TV, and hang out with fellow Suns fans. If you want more information on menus and on this year's pizza competition and to get entered, head right now to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply. Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Who are the best candidates available for the Cardinals to choose from as their next head coach? It's the Burnsy and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Finally, how are you going to celebrate, Coach?
I'm going to have beer. That was one of my favorite moments from Monday night's national championship game. Curt Cignetti always dialed in. You saw him let his guard down a little bit after the mission was accomplished for the Indiana Hoosiers, a 16-0 season, first ever national championship. And the final question on the field, you heard it right there. I'm going to have a beer.
Yeah.
Just one? You don't have to limit your beer intake now if you're Curt Cignetti.
No, you don't. Somebody said something funny. I don't know whether it's true or not, that when Curt Cignetti goes in to get that beer, on the rare occasion he gets that beer, he doesn't ask for a brand. He wants to know the ABV, the alcohol volume, because he wants just results.
Well, that's why he just wants a beer.
That's awesome.
That's just, you can do it.
Beer.
Right, just the results.
Because you get up into the double-digit ABV numbers.
Yeah, I don't recommend that stuff, but
I don't. To me, it doesn't even taste like beer.
Yeah,
so
and
it's a little much for me.
Yeah.
Barley wine.
See, I'm way more of quantity over quality when it comes to that.
Do you realize last segment we had two conversations going simultaneously yet parallel to themselves?
That's good radio.
We were talking football and bread at the same time.
So now let's talk football and beer.
I can do that.
Well, you're talking about him celebrating there. I was thinking about this when I was talking about my dad's friend who was 90 years old and finally got to see his favorite team win a championship. Little Jack.
Little Jack.
Yeah.
Jack, very popular name in his building.
Mm-hmm.
So my dad is Big Jack. Then was regular Jack, and then there's
Oh, okay, yeah.
Little Jack.
I was thinking Jackie. I was like, wait a minute.
Well, my dad's
Yeah.
Anyway,
okay.
because so if U of A ever won in basketball, how would I react if the Suns ever won a championship?
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever think how would you actually react to that? It's
yes, I have twice in my life.
Right.
I have, absolutely.
But it wouldn't be an improbable occurrence. This is where it's even trippier for Indiana fans or fans of Midwestern football, Big Ten fans, because Arizona's been close to a championship.
Right.
The Suns have been close to a championship. Suns have been good for a long time. The Cats have been good for a long time. Indiana football has come out of nowhere.
True.
Obscurity.
And the people who have been longtime fans never thought they'd see the day.
No.
I'm sure even after last year, they thought it was a fluke, or they thought it was a one-year wonder, or that was very nice, but we're never going to get there again.
So Upland Brewing Company in Indiana has rewarded Curt Cignetti with a lifetime supply of Hoosier Game Day Lager. So he's got free beer for life. Gotta like that, right?
Yeah, they said in a statement, Coach Cignetti and his staff have ignited IU football and brought so much joy and energy to Bloomington and the state of Arizona. We are excited to continue providing beer for the Hoosiers as they celebrate the national championship. Also announcing a lifetime supply of Upland beer for Coach Sig as a thank you for the post-game comments.
So check this out. So the blue chip ratio is a statistic I dove into yesterday. It's the amount of 4- and 5-star recruits a college football program has. Since 2011, when they began charting this stuff, no champion has always had well over 50%, and the top 5 heavyweights in college football, they were all in the 70s. Like Georgia was number 1 at 74%, Ohio State, Alabama, you know what I mean? Do you know what Indiana's blue chip ratio was? Keep in mind now, the top of the sport, 70 to 75%.
Go ahead, take your
I was
guess.
going to say, I won't spoil this because I
think
saw
it's
the same thing.
like 15%.
7%.
Wow.
7%.
Also, which goes back to the alcohol level in the beer
that he's ordering. Right. And Kenny Dillingham is, I believe, at 6%. So it shows you the job he's
4-
doing.
and 5-star recruits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arizona this past year, to Brent Brennan, what did you once call him, Jarrett? What a loser.
Coach Gump?
Coach Gump. He only had 3% on the blue chip ratio. Those are signs of good coaching jobs.
Oh, I turned around on
great coaching
Brennan.
jobs, but I don't know if you heard of Nick Saban's comments recently either. When he a guy who had that high ratio when he coached at Alabama, obviously, and LSU back in the day, for that matter. He's like, I don't pay attention to that stuff because who's giving the stars out?
Okay,
it's these morons that don't know what they're talking about. So
here's another fun.
It is still an amazing fact that when you're not that high on the recruiting rankings, at least, that you can have that much success.
A lot of people in college football are wondering, did Curt Cignetti not kiss Nick Saban's ring enough? Because Nick hasn't been exactly celebratory of Indiana football and a former protege of his, especially taking Miami to win the title game and putting on a Miami hat.
Yeah.
A lot of people speculating that there's some jealousy going on there.
Well, Cignetti was not on the staff very long, was he?
1 year.
1 year or 2 years?
1 year.
Yeah.
But Cignetti has come out and said it was the most impactful year I've ever had in coaching. So it's not like he's dissed Nick Saban.
No, but is it the fact that Cignetti left, or is it the fact that now as an analyst, Nick Saban has to be an SEC honk like everybody else on that network?
Ah, good point. Very good point.
Another good Indiana stat. They beat 6 top 10 teams this year. 6 teams that were ranked in the top 10 when they played them. In the entire history of Indiana football, they had beaten 6 top 10 teams ever.
That's insane.
That is insane.
Look, we might, I mean, we might not ever see a story like this ever again. And everybody,
or we might.
The flood, yes, but the flood of stories just like that. If Indiana did it, why can't fill in the blank do it?
Right.
And obviously, we're living in one of those cities right now with Arizona State, sleeping giant, terminology being used there. But it doesn't guarantee anything.
I talked to my buddy who lives in Indianapolis. He's a columnist out there, and he said that when Curt Cignetti came out with that Google Me press conference, his first reaction was, "What an insufferable jerk."
That's how the whole nation thought of him.
I was reading the Freezing Cold
Not just your
Takes
buddy.
Twitter account was unearthing all of those tweets from.
Uh-huh.
There wasn't a lot. It was Curt Cignetti going to Indiana. Talk about not moving the needle.
Yeah.
Curt Cignetti is a con artist if he believes what he's selling at his press conference.
Hey, there's probably 60 major college football programs that wishes they would have Googled Curt Cignetti before they hired their coach. Like, it's still, he finally got it. It took him so long to get an opportunity, and it's at Indiana, and he did it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing with those guys is if you make those claims or those statements at those schools like Indiana, it is always kind of looked frowned upon until you reach the mountaintop.
Pat Knight, the son of late Bobby Knight, famous Indiana basketball coach, told the Indianapolis Star that he wishes his dad was alive to see it because he would have adored Curt Cignetti.
Yeah. That's a good point. I mean, Bobby Knight was Indiana for a long time. It's such a tremendous story. Coming up next, we are a few months away from the NCAA Women's Final Four coming to the Valley for the first time. How is the planning going? We will get all the updates and the latest from the president and CEO of the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance. Jay Perry joins us in studio next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Oh, Sean McDermott.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. You know what's fascinating about this is most people believe that now the Buffalo Bill job is the best job that is out there. They also believe that Sean McDermott is the best coach out there now.
Sean McDermott doesn't have a Super Bowl, but his winning percentage is .662. He's 98-50 as a head coach
Just
in the NFL.
Ridiculous.
So if you want to make the playoffs every year, now he's had Josh Allen for most of those years.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You may be in the situation where you feel like you're drowning in private student loan debt, and you may feel like nobody is going to help you. Well, let me stop you right there, because Why Refi will. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Why Refi helps people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It's exactly what they do. They will work with you to build a low fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life, and they're not offering a Band-Aid. It's a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it either. There's no judgment in the process. There's no questions about how you got here or why you didn't fix it sooner. Why Refi knows life happens, and they just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that that's the end of the road. Why Refi was built for the people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. You can take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888 YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Jewelrygram. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, with over 100 in stock. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $33,995 offer on 2025 Ford F-150 regular cab, stock number 255986. Offers expire January 31st, 2026.
Sanderson Ford.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
In today's buyer's market, home sellers face more competition than ever. That's why it is crucial to understand all of your options before making a move. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty offers her guaranteed multiple cash offer program where you receive up to 10 cash offers plus her guaranteed sale offer. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at a price acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Call Carol Royce today to review your offers. Call 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns on the second night of a back-to-back went to Philly and got a 116-110 win for their third straight and moved to 27-17, 10 games above 500. And we saw the return of Suns guard Jaylen Green last night. He played 20 minutes, had 12 points, and here was Devin Booker on playing alongside Green.
I think we're going to help each other at the end of the day. I think it's going to get better day by day. We're halfway through a season, and he's just starting. So, we're going to get him up to speed.
The Suns will go for their fourth straight and a 4-2 road trip on Friday in Atlanta against the Hawks. As the Arizona Cardinals continue to find their next head coach, Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady was interviewed by the team yesterday. And ASU, U of A, and GCU all in action tonight. And you can hear the Sun Devils on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot, ready to freshen up your home in 2026. Come visit the Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices. TheWindowDepot.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Jaylen Green's return affect the Phoenix Suns? We'll be reacting to his performance at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. We are just a few months away, believe it or not, from the wrap-up of college basketball season, and for the first time ever, the women's Final Four hosted right here in the Valley. It'll be in downtown Phoenix. April 2nd through the 5th is the weekend of the event. PhoenixFinal4.com for all the information on that. And joining us now to give us an update is the president and CEO, Arizona Sports and Events Alliance. Jay Perry joins us in studio here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Jay, good to see you again.
Hello, Jay.
Good morning. It's great to be here with you all.
So give us the update. And this is nothing new for you. You plan big events. You've done Super Bowls. You've done men's Final Four. The women's Final Four coming here for the first time. How much is similar to what you've done in the past? How much is different this time around with the women's Final Four coming here for the first time?
Sure. Well, first, hosting these major events in Arizona is just a huge win for our community, right?
Absolutely.
And as you said, our ability to host the women's Final Four for the first time, we are so excited. The community is so excited. There's a ton of interest in what are we going to do over the next 71 days before tip-off. And this one is a little bit different because we're going to have a completely downtown Phoenix footprint, right? The games will be played at Mortgage Matchup Center. What an amazing arena. And all the events are free and in downtown Phoenix. Family friendly. There are going to be so many things to do. So there's really something for everyone in the women's Final Four.
What I love about this is, with all due respect to State Farm Stadium and the plethora of big events that building has housed, nothing bothers me more than Final Four basketball in giant domes because it affects the players. They don't shoot well in domes, and to have this in a basketball arena is huge, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really is. And, just what's going on with ASU women's basketball right now, what's going on with Phoenix Mercury basketball, there's a lot of interest in the game. And all the surrounding events really make this a special opportunity.
Yeah, I was just going to go down that road, Jay. To have this event in a market like Phoenix that has had this love affair with women's basketball. The Mercury and the support that they've got since they started in the WNBA at its inception has been exemplary. You just had the WNBA All-Star Game here last summer. The WNBA Finals made their way here. How much easier is it from your chair to do this in a market that loves women's basketball as much as it does?
Yeah, leaning into that momentum is a real opportunity for us. And at the same time, planning, hosting these events is an amazing amount of detail, right? We work on this for over 18 months. It takes the entire community and stakeholders coming to the table. And so there's a lot of planning that goes into it. And I think that, as you said, the fans here are really going to embrace it. But also, this is a global event, right? It is watched globally. It is also attended globally. In Tampa last year when we were there, they hosted in 2025. There were visitors from 50 states and 23 countries. So we're going to have a big onslaught of fans coming to watch this event.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to ask you about, because it's a great time for women's basketball in general, whether it's in the WNBA and Caitlin Clark or in college basketball. What kind of engagement, what kind of numbers does this event attract now?
It's tens of thousands of fans that come to visit, but it also, we'll see fans come from around Arizona, from Southern California, from Las Vegas. It'll be a regional event as well. And, what you said is the Caitlin Clark effect is real, right?
No doubt.
She has taken this game to a new level in interest and excitement. So we're certainly grateful for her. We're grateful for all the players that came before her and all the work that they did. But we continue to see growth. That was not just a moment, right? This continues to grow in TV viewership and social engagement and just general fandom.
Jay Perry, the president and CEO of the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance, joining us in studio talking women's Final Four, which is coming to the Valley for the first time in April. In terms of the community events and the impact, and I know there's something really cool that's going on, read to the Final Four. Tell us about this program that's going on right now.
With all the major events we host here, we do want to make sure there's a positive and lasting impact on the community. Read to the Final Four is a program with Women's Final Four. We've got third graders around the state in a reading competition, bracket style, and they will read through March, and then the final top schools will come down to Phoenix, and we'll recognize them as the Final Four schools and crown a champion reading school. And what's so great about that is reading at the third grade level is really important for future success in your studies, in your life. And so we're really able to kind of create this connection between the power of sport, the interest in sport, and then the importance of reading. So we've got over 12,000 third graders reading in this competition right now, and they are so excited about the women's Final Four.
Yeah, one of the great things that I think we saw this with a recent NBA All-Star game. Maybe I'm mistaken, but when you guys run the dribbling parade through downtown Phoenix, when all the little shorties can get out there with the basketball, that's pretty cool.
Oh my gosh, it is so cool. We will again do bounce, and so that is for 18 years of age and younger, free basketball, free t-shirt. Come to downtown Phoenix on Final Four weekend, and as you said, dribble a basketball through Phoenix into Tourney Town.
Nice.
It's a good time for all.
Yeah, well, we're speaking with Jay Perry, the president and CEO of the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance. That's one of the events, and you mentioned it right at the top of our conversation, Jay. Everything around the women's Final Four this year is based in downtown Phoenix. We've seen big events where it's scattered a little bit. And look, Phoenix does that well too, but to have it centralized, tell us about some of the other events that fans can take part in downtown Phoenix in early April.
Yeah, there's going to just be this great campus in downtown Phoenix, and starting on April 2nd and running through Sunday, April 5th, all the events are free. They're all family friendly. So there's Tourney Town, right, at the Phoenix Convention Center. That's going to be a fantastic fan fest. There's a new event right outside that. It's called For It All Fest. And that's going to be more music and food and, again, entertainment and just a way to participate in the championship week. And then on Saturday, open practice at Mortgage Matchup Center. You'll be able to see the two championship teams before they go on the court on Sunday. So free practice. And then on Saturday night, there's a free concert at Hans Park.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Come on down.
Yeah,
it's going to be.
So now the women's Final Four gets added to the men's Final Four. How many Super Bowls have we staged now? 4 total, or is it 3 total?
I think it's 4 total.
3 in Glendale, 1 in Sun Devil Stadium.
Yeah.
Right? What am I missing here? There's
well, 4
college football playoff national championship, all sorts of Fiesta Bowls.
In 2016, 2 men's Final Fours.
We're a big event town.
We are a sports town. We are a major events town. And the goal is let's keep the momentum going because it does so much for our communities, so much for our residents, and it puts us on this global stage so that everybody can see what we love about Arizona.
Yeah,
and that's
no doubt. Well, Bick said
important.
it, and you said it. We're a big event town, and that's because we do it well, and you're behind all of it, Jay. So thank you so much.
Yeah, it's all because of you, Jay. You're the one.
Jay knows what she's doing with these big events.
You all are kind. I have to give a shout out to the whole Arizona team. I mean, this is Team Arizona.
Yes.
From the governor, to all the business leaders, to the tourism industry. It takes all of us.
Well, it's exciting stuff, Jay.
Well,
Thanks so
congrats,
much
Jay.
for coming in and giving us the update. Jay Perry, the president and CEO of the Arizona Sports and Events Alliance, in studio with us. Coming up next, we'll give you the latest on the Cardinals coaching search. That is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
So you're in the toughest division. You have uncertainty at quarterback. You've got a franchise that has a history of losing. It's a tough sell.
It is a tough sell.
It's like, it's a tough sell to anybody. Hey, come take the why. Why should I take this job? Now, if you don't have any options, if you're Robert Saleh and you've got options, okay, you're not going to take this job. I would say to you that I would expect that the guy who takes the Cardinals job does not have other options.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products. In a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home, lessen your energy bills considerably. Let me tell you about my friends at Advanced Window Products. By the way, they are celebrating their 40th year in business, which means they are obviously here to stay. Most home windows and doors can be installed in one day. Sales and installation all done in-house, no middleman markups. At Advanced Window Products, they build the windows, they install the windows, then they guarantee them for life. And that lifetime warranty, serviced by a local team, includes labor, glass, and parts included. It's transferable to the next homeowner, which is great if you ever sell your home. And they're going to give you the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state from their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. Currently running a special. Highly recommend. I took advantage of it. Highly recommend this company. You can get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows, $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hovick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season goes down Sunday, February the 8th. So head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona on Sunday, February the 8th.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hi, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, what makes starting the new year with service at Liberty GMC such a smart move?
Glad you asked, Dave. We respect your time all year long. Drop off your vehicle by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next morning. Plus, right now, get 25% off your entire bill for the month of January.
And to start the year strong, you can lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $279 a month for 39 months. Buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Bickley and Murata.
Send an early morning Wednesday shout out to our audience and followers in Carefree. We appreciate you up in Carefree this morning.
We talked about it during the year. This NFC best might be a real problem. We wondered, could all 4 make it? Well, Cardinals.
Clearly not.
So, Cardinals, what a terrible position they're in.
They tried. Wonderful city.
Who's
taking that job?
I wouldn't be signing up for it, okay, right now. I wouldn't be signing up for it.
Well, a snippet of the Pat McAfee show talking about the Cardinals' situation. Terrible situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, everything is temporary in sports and in life, but right now, this temporary is not great for the Arizona Cardinals because they are in the jungle when it comes to competition.
What is up? Welcome.
Welcome to the jungle.
Have a take. Do not suck.
Have a team. Do not suck.
Petty and Modesto.
Cardinals win 3 games this year. The other 3 teams in the division make the playoffs. 2 of those teams playing for the NFC Championship on Sunday in the Rams and the Seattle Seahawks. That's the reality of the situation. But when you talk about what's next and what the Cardinals are looking for, and we are among those. Look, a big splash hire doesn't solve anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think it eases the anxiety of a lot of Cardinals fans who don't want to see this go down the same road again.
Mm-hmm.
A first-time head coach, the hot coordinator who, oh, by the way, wasn't their first choice necessarily, or the last team in the cycle to hire a coach.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of talk because of the sheer number of openings. 10 teams looking for coaches. Many of those jobs have been filled already. Many have not. But there's so much talk on this subject and very little nationally about what's happening with the Arizona Cardinals. It seems like this is considered the least interesting of the job openings,
well,
at least as we gauge it.
Not only least interesting, it's as if the Cardinals are not even in existence. That to me is what really has been grinding me on for some time. As somebody who lived the Bill Bidwell years, who covered the Bill Bidwell years, there was nothing more deflating than the realization that the NFL was 31 teams in the Arizona Cardinals. And the rest of the league didn't care because why? Why would you care? Why would you care that there's this outlier at the bottom of the league that never really was a threat to anybody at any point or any time? And that's what it feels like now when you're getting nothing but wall-to-wall, round-the-clock discussions about NFL head coaching vacancies, and the Cardinals don't even merit a mention.
Like nobody's saying like who would be the best fit. Nobody's talking about who they've interviewed. Like nothing.
Kyle Odegaard quoted Jake Plummer and asked him, I guess, what he thought about the next head coach. And Jake's response to Kyle Odegaard, who once worked for Michael Bidwell, quote, "It really won't matter who gets picked. It's organizationally. From top down, they've got to spend the money. If it happens from the top down, then they can win. But we'll see." So that's a Cardinal and Arizona State legend casting doubt on how committed the Cardinals are to winning. Now, keep in mind, there are some mitigating factors here. As a mom-and-pop shop in the NFL, this is the Bidwell family source of income. The NFL revenue-sharing check every year, I think it's about $440 million now. That's not licensing. That's not merchandise. That's not ticket sales. That's not local corporate partnerships. That's none of it. It's just the check the NFL cuts you as a equal partner in the NFL. What the Bidwell family have to do then is they have to take money from the top of that as their compensation. And it's not just Michael. He's got siblings. So by definition, there's a deficit situation happening here financially. Then it's exacerbated by the fact that there have been all these other expenditures and projects and the funding of this new team headquarters. You know my greatest fear, that NFLPA report card has set this franchise back further than we even realize. Because it's basically meant no one's going to consider this team as a destination city until you get all those amenities in place. And I even used a blast not that long ago thanking all those jerkish Cardinal players who just couldn't deal with the weight room in Tempe and had to give them F-minuses across the board. And I'm not mad at them, but I'm mad. I'm just mad, period.
That's how stuff gets done when it's been neglected to a degree. And when you have grades like that, there was neglect. Let's make no mistake about it. So credit to those players for making it known. Credit to the Cardinals for pivoting and making changes and getting up to speed, even though they're behind the 8 ball on that. But look, let's face it. You mentioned it. Mom and pop shops, family-owned organizations in the NFL. There's a few of them left. The Cardinals are the oldest of the bunch. But there are levels to the ultra-rich. And I'm going down the list of Super Bowl champions, and I think the last family-owned, sole... I mean, I don't know what the Mara and the Tish's situation. That's an old family-run business with the Giants. It's in New York. They won the Super Bowl in the 2011 season. I think that's the last time that happened. Everybody else has got all these other interests, all these other verticals that they can draw from because the income is so great. The Arizona Cardinals don't have that particular luxury.
And again, it's also something fans are pleading with the Bidwells to sell the team. Do you think in any world Michael Bidwell wants to give up the juice of being an NFL owner?
I wouldn't. No, and so he definitely wouldn't.
No. He's a very competitive, ambitious man. So
I'm downright shocked whenever somebody does come to that conclusion. When it's not under pressure to sell because of litigation. When they just
to
come
voluntarily,
just say, you know what, I'm done printing.
You know
money.
what, I suck. You're right. I'm going to sell the team.
It almost never, ever happens. Unless it's somebody who needs the money, who doesn't, we've seen that with the Coyotes time and time again. The Mark Cuban thing was the last and only.
It happened with the Robbie family with the Dolphins because they did not estate plan properly. So when Joe Robbie died as the owner of the Dolphins, he had a gaggle full of kids who didn't get along. And they just didn't plan this properly, so they just had to sell it.
They only knew their daughter Margot would become a big superstar.
She would have been
only they would have waited.
A good NFL owner.
She would have been my favorite NFL
Wow.
owner.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
What a nightmare as a parent. Your kids can't get along or plan enough.
Can't take care of the family business, and the family business happens to be an NFL team.
They grow up being just rich snots.
Unbelievable.
We've seen similar kind of things a little bit with the Lakers. You saw it, and a little bit with the Yankees.
Well, let's go back to not so distant history in Major League Baseball. Before the current ownership of the Los Angeles Dodgers, they were owned by Frank and Jamie McCourt, who were so inept and hated each other so much during their divorce. The Dodgers they didn't know how to make money with the Dodgers.
Right.
And all of their efforts went to spiting the other one.
It was the War of the Roses, is what it was.
It absolutely was. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. And it's like,
now you look at where the Dodgers are, and everybody, did you see the story in The Athletic today?
No.
Oh, no.
That Major League Baseball owners are so pissed over the Kyle Tucker signing that they're absolutely going to push 100% for a salary.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. But again, keep in mind the other side of that story. These are owners who are claiming to be pissed when they could be doing the same thing. Not all of them, but a good handful.
They don't want to. They don't want to spend that money.
That's it.
Right.
And
the majority of them are going to vote.
So they're going to rally around this. This is not competitive balance.
Well, why spend $60 million a year on Kyle Tucker when you could have Lourdes Gurriel Jr. for like 1/6 of that?
I know. Well, yeah. So, so as it relates to the Cardinals, I don't know where they're going to land with this head coaching thing. I don't think anybody knows.
They haven't had, as far as I know, they haven't had a second interview with anyone yet, correct?
I just wish, listen, I think Michael Bidwill is profoundly different than his father when it comes to wanting to win. And I've credited him so numerous times in print. I just wish he could find the right guy to give some serious power to. I think he felt it was Steve Keim, but Steve Keim didn't have the skill set. Steve Keim burned hot for a few years, but then it was,
He got sunburned. After he burned
right.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're tied up at 51, 135 to play. Jaylen Green finds a cutting Oso, who hammers it down.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and reputations matter. They just do. Trust matters. That's especially when true when making a big purchase like buying a new car. Reputation and trust, two foundational reasons you shop with my friends at Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance in Arizona. Talking about a great reputation for elite service and handling from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage. You feel the difference the minute you walk into either of the two locations at Chapman BMW. And speaking of those two great locations, that gives you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. Brand new BMWs, beautiful high-end inventory, used BMWs, high-quality used cars, whatever you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW. Also a great reputation for making luxury attainable. As an automaker, BMW vowed to never forget the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the next level. They have got something for the price range of everybody everybody in the Valley. I happen to be proof, and remember this. You've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Pick a location, take a test drive, find what you like, get your hookup by asking for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Great dude. He is going to hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. In the return of Jaylen Green, the Suns got a 116-110 win in Philly against the 76ers. Green only played 20 minutes but had 12 points and somewhat looked the part. Devin Booker would lead the way with 27, and the Suns, after dropping the first 2 games of their road trip, have now won their last 3 and head to Atlanta, looking for a 4-2 trip out east. And you can add Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady to the list of potential Cardinal head coaches, as he interviewed with the team yesterday. For everything you need to know about the Cardinals coach search, head to arizonasports.com today. The Cats, Devils, and Lopes all in action tonight on the hardwood. The number 1 ranked Wildcats will welcome Cincinnati. San Diego State comes to GCU for a Mountain West showdown, and in Tempe tonight, ASU and West Virginia get together as Bobby Hurley and his team look for a win. Tip-off will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Legacy Green Solutions. Go green with Legacy. The grass may be artificial, but the guys are the real deal.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Dorado Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:32 on this Hump Day Wednesday. It's time for the Rush Hour reboot. I'm Sammy Cebulka, going to give you guys the biggest stories in sports, and we'll start locally here with the Phoenix Suns. Jaylen Green was back last night in the 116-110 win. What'd you see from him, and what'd you like from Jaylen Green?
Sammy.
Oh, he was timing it.
I was trying. I knew Jared had the finger on the button. Just the downhill ability, the athleticism. I think he facilitated on a couple of nice plays. The step back three was a thing of beauty. Yep. An individual defensive play on Tyrese Maxey at the end of the game.
Yeah,
that's what I liked. Defensively, though, you can tell that the rotations were not nearly as crisp or as fast as they need to be. It's pretty obvious to me, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bick hit it right on the head. You saw glimpses. It wasn't like the game that he came back, the first game he started against the Clippers, where he just blew up for 29 points or whatever it was. But to see him, what I liked beyond the stat line and the contributions was to see him on a couple of drives really go, and even a failed alley-oop that got deflected out of bounds. He didn't hesitate. There was trust in the hamstring, and that's a big part of coming back from any injury. And that was new territory for Jaylen Green. He has been really healthy in his entire NBA career until this injury, and 33 games is a long time. But you have to have that trust in the body part to come back as effectively as you can, and the trust is there at least.
I'm glad you brought that up because you could also tell that he was not letting it go full bore.
Yeah,
he wasn't moving. He was not moving as fast as he can. That will come.
And I think too, only in 20 minutes, he talked about it post game. The ability to get in a rhythm with more minutes, I think, will only benefit him. So now the Suns have a chance to go 4-2 on a road trip. They started 0-2. They're 10 games above 500. Dan Bickley's little stat there, and they have the best record in the last month. But even now, do you think the rest of the league and its media are still somewhat sleeping on the Suns? They're the 6th seed in the West.
No, I don't think so. Listen, if your job is to pay attention to the association full time, then you can't be sleeping on this team.
Yeah, I don't think
they've been too good.
I think fans maybe.
There you go. Okay.
Casual to a little bit more than casual fans are probably going like, well, what's going on in Phoenix right now? The media. We talked to, I have the same block you do. Trying to remember the insiders that we talked to.
Tim McMahon last week.
Tim McMahon, yes. When he gave his reaction, I thought it was a pretty good synopsis of what people are thinking. Now, what I think is going to happen, let's get this out there.
Yes.
And I've kind of hinted at it. When this road trip ends on Friday in Atlanta, especially if the Suns come back 4-2 on this trip with a win against Atlanta, 16 of 19 games at home, and it's not exactly a murderer's row of teams coming to Phoenix. I mean, Oklahoma City is in there. They got a road game at San Antonio. I think Minnesota's in there once, but it's a pretty manageable stretch.
Yes.
And if the Suns take care of business at home, there could be a time in the not-so-distant future in early March where we're talking about the Phoenix Suns maybe being a 3 seed in the West, which would be remarkable.
And so one of the main reasons for that, Devin Booker, the All-Star starters were named. He wasn't one of them, but the reserves coming this week. Will Book or should Book be an All-Star this year?
I believe so, and I think it's been an up-and-down season, admittedly, for Devin Booker, but I think he has also done some things that this team needed him to do to get to where they are. And I also think, he's the best candidate they have right now to be an All-Star, and I think it would be a travesty if this team wasn't rewarded with an All-Star.
I do land there myself. Now, I would say 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, I would argue that Dillon Brooks would have been the All-Star on this team. But his plays kind of gone a little sideways, and Book's kind of done a lot of leadership-oriented things. He's still got the 25 points per game. I land where Vinny does.
Yeah, I would still like to see Dillon Brooks get included just for this reason. Now, I don't think I've ever seen anybody get a technical foul in the All-Star.
That would be fantastic.
It's possible. It is possible because, like you said, somebody needs to get rewarded from the Suns.
Yes.
Are there 12 better international players than Dillon Brooks this year?
I don't know.
So he might get on
That's
that.
one thing to consider, too.
I would love to see Colin Gillespie and/or Grayson Allen in the three-point shooting contest.
Or the skills, maybe? Okay, let's move to the NFL. What does it say that Mike McDaniel took an offensive coordinating job over another head coaching job? And not so specifically the Cardinals, but just what's it say in general?
I think what it says is Mike McDaniel learned some hard lessons about what it's like working for a bad owner with a bad quarterback.
Yeah, sure.
And I think he realized that when I do this the next time, it's going to be the perfect situation. And I think he went to a place with a quarterback that has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I think it showed a lot of restraint, but let's face it, Mike McDaniel is going to get some compensation from the Miami Dolphins on his way out the door.
He is.
It's a chance to recharge your batteries. It's a chance to flex offensively, maybe with a talented quarterback. And if this goes well in L.A., Mike McDaniel will have his pick of jobs next year. Because there's going to be – the speculation is that this is going to be the norm moving forward. 8 to 10 every year in the cycle because patience just does not exist in the NFL. I think it was a pretty interesting move. Now, I am, like what we talked about earlier, between the awkward and quirky –
yeah,
I'm very, very curious to see how that works out.
And him in L.A. What goes from Miami to L.A.
He doesn't have to buy socks still.
Hey, you can keep the same wardrobe. Okay,
win-win.
So our 11th candidate on the for and against until the Cardinals hire a head coach. We've ran out of actual candidates.
But how about the fact that they're still adding names to the list?
Still, yes, and we talked about Joe Brady yesterday. But Brian Flores, a name that he's had coaching experience, a great defensive mind. What would be the case for and against Brian Flores in Arizona?
Okay, I would say the case for is he's known to be a fantastic defensive-minded, hardcore head coach. The case against is I don't know how we would feel about working here for a franchise that gave Steve Wilkes 1 year before he fired him. Remember, he's part of that lawsuit against the Dolphins and the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, there's been no connection between the two sides. Brian Flores checks the box. He's been a head coach. He checks the box that he has won, although he has not coached a playoff team, but won 10 games and 9 games in his last 2 years in Miami before it went south. The case against is, I think, like, I'm not saying Tua was perfect in that situation in Miami, but Brian Flores had a lot of learning to do on how to deal with players in terms of that aspect of coaching. And I wonder, I mean, that would still be a question mark. And that'll be a question mark anywhere he goes as a head coach. Can he deal with high-profile players the way that he needs to for them to be successful?
Yeah, and a real quick NFL question. So 4 teams left. Do you enjoy the parody and somewhat unknown of this NFL season more than the dynasty type of the Brady Patriots, the Mahomes Chiefs? Which one do you enjoy more?
I got fatigue for those two organizations, and I think I'm not alone. I think I'm in the majority when I say that. So, yeah, I like this. It's a little rough to see 2 NFC West teams playing each other to go to the Super Bowl because it reminds you of the reality of what we're in Arizona. But, yeah,
I don't mind that. I mind what's happening in the AFC. I look at that game, and I'm like, I do not want to see. With all due respect to all the people who say, Jared, stop rubbing your eyes, Jared. Jarrett Stidham.
He didn't stop.
And he didn't. That Jarrett Stidham is a reasonable replacement for Bo Nix.
Yeah, it's
backup quarter. Championship games are not the spot for backup.
It's a tough scene.
But what do they say about the good backup quarterbacks? What do we say about?
They can win one
Jacoby
game.
Brissett? If you need to win 1 or 2 games, you can do it. And Sean Payton is probably the guy you would task to getting a quarterback up to speed to play one big game. We'll see. I don't necessarily. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll say that much because he's been around, but he doesn't have a lot of experience.
It almost feels like the 2 best teams are playing in the NFC Championship game this weekend.
I would agree, and I think the overwhelming best team is hosting the NFC Championship game this week in Seattle. Thank you, Sammy. We're all rebooted on this Wednesday morning. Want to remind you, we're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this show, on Wolf and Luke, on Burns and Gambo, all this week. When you hear that code word, just text that word to 620-620, and you will be entered to win tickets, Greenskeeper tickets, to the greatest show on grass. Coming up next, could the Ravens rebuild not only involve a new coach, but also a new quarterback? Those possibilities straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
ACE. ACE.
Text the word
ACE
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open.
You're a weird guy, Ace. Weird guy.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating the ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen and the home. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Southwest Gas helps business succeed. Many of the large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Since 1929, Shane Company has helped millions of customers find their dream engagement ring. I still hand-select every ruby and sapphire center stone, choosing each one for its unique color and life. We're proud to offer the widest selection of beautiful colored gemstones for your engagement ring and fine jewelry, because a friend wants you to have nothing but the best. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment, or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Yep, heading into championship weekend in the NFL, both the AFC and NFC. We'll have a lot more preview of those games coming up on the Thursday and Friday editions of Bickley and Murata Mornings. But in cities like Phoenix, Arizona, we're wondering what the offseason looks like, and lots of questions about the offseason. In fact, big question still looming is who's going to coach the Arizona Cardinals? What does that staff look like? But Around the league, there's also some bold questions that are being asked and some bold predictions being linked to them. Jeremy Fowler on ESPN.com had a piece that was published yesterday about bold predictions. And these are predictions coming from NFL executives. It's one of those anonymous, what do you think is going to happen pieces. And there's a couple of things on here that are pretty juicy. And the first one, he comes out of the gate roaring on this piece, does Jeremy Fowler. The first bold prediction, the Baltimore Ravens trading Lamar Jackson to the Las Vegas Raiders. Fowler wrote, this potential pairing has made its way through the rumor mill, and multiple people I spoke with who track such things used their one bold prediction in this exercise to designate Jackson a Raider. To take Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti at his word to assume Jackson will remain in Baltimore, Bisciotti was clear he wants a contract extension for Jackson by March. But if we're going bold, one personnel evaluator said it just seems like there's been some consternation there with Lamar and the Ravens, and this would be the ultimate Mark Davis move.
Yeah, okay, but the question becomes, did they fire John Harbaugh to pacify Lamar Jackson? And if that has happened, is Lamar Jackson still not happy in Baltimore?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the first blush reaction to the Harbaugh firing. Hey, the guy was there for 18 years, had a lot of success, but if it comes down to coach or star quarterback, you know who's going to win those battles.
Yeah.
But there's also these reports that, it wasn't all John Harbaugh. Was it Lamar Jackson having a problem with the head coach?
Yeah.
Did it go beyond that? Because there's a lot of reports about Lamar Jackson maybe not being the same level of professional that he has been.
There has been that
during his time in Baltimore, which has been highly successful.
If you're a head coaching candidate, and say you're looking to maybe possibly make that move, would you rather take on Lamar Jackson at this point in time in his career, or would you love to start over with Fernando Mendoza? Because that's basically what they're doing here.
And they have that power. I think from the Raiders' standpoint, I think they would bypass on the number one pick to get a two-time MVP.
100%.
Absolutely.
That should answer your question then. I mean, that should answer your question. The Raiders would 100% do that trade.
Yeah, in a heartbeat. Like, I love Fernando Mendoza, tough kid.
But I think the question that Bickley just asked and what Sammy's hitting on right now is the Baltimore side of things. Has there been so much damage done? Is there so much strife in the relationship between the Ravens, the ownership, and Lamar Jackson that you have a chance to start fresh with the best, easily the best quarterback in this class?
The only one worth drafting, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. But also
I think it's a big question.
But it's not a generational quarterback. You know what I mean?
We
don't know that.
We don't know that.
You're right.
He just did incredibly special things at Indiana University.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, but it's Lamar Jackson we're talking about.
It seems crazy that they would move on from Harbaugh and Lamar both separately. And that's a total rebuild for a franchise who just doesn't do that.
Look, we just use the Buffalo example, and I know it's a coach we're talking about. Why did Sean McDermott get fired? Mostly because he couldn't get the Buffalo Bills over the hump. What hump has Lamar Jackson ever quarterbacked the Baltimore Ravens over?
That's a great point. In fact, there have been more humps that he hasn't been able to get over.
Yes.
It's true, but the biggest hump, other than Aaron Rodgers, the biggest hump in their conference might not be a hump anymore if you feel like the Chiefs' sort of window is closing, and it's going to be one of those years now where every year could be a different team. It seems crazy to have one of the teams that can compete and just blow it up.
Like, I read that at first, and I was like, there's no way. And I went exactly to where you went first, Bick. They got rid of Harbaugh. Why would they get rid of Jackson?
Yeah.
But the more I think about it, the more I think it could make sense for both teams.
See, with the Raiders, they haven't named a head coach, correct?
They've not.
So does this rumor mill, I mean, they have the number one overall pick. That's attractive. It's going to be Mendoza. But does that make a coach out there not think twice, but want to go to Vegas more if they're maybe getting Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, you wonder how much rumbling there is, or how prevalent that would be in any talks with any potential head coach. I see what you're saying. It would certainly make it more attractive because you're taking a lot of the mystery out of the quarterback position on day one of a new job.
But if you're the Raiders, and people are saying Fernando Mendoza looks like the next Tom Brady, and Tom Brady's the one making the decision, would you trade for Lamar Jackson and forego an entire career of Fernando Mendoza? On the spec that this kid is smart enough, sincere enough, obviously he'd do anything for his football team.
He said that several times.
Several times.
I saw him do the same interview at the end of the Cal Stanford game last year.
Well, here's the other
verbatim.
What were you watching that game for?
The interview popped up on social media. I didn't watch it.
Here's the other problem. If you're the Ravens, the number 2 pick in this year's draft, the number 3 pick in this year's draft would also absolutely make that trade for Lamar Jackson. But as you said, it's a 1 quarterback draft.
Okay, that's interesting. That's really interesting. That would, if you could catch Baltimore in the mood to really kind of just restart everything.
Well, especially if you're willing to give up a 2027.
You give them Kyler,
round.
you give them Marvin Harrison, you give them number 3.
Next year's first.
Why not? We talked about this in relation, maybe a month ago when the whole Joe Burrow stuff started. To me, Lamar is still that good. Look, how old is he? Anybody know off the top?
Young enough.
29, 30?
I mean, he's because of the way he plays, you never know about his long-lasting durability. But we see quarterbacks play till they're in their late 30s now. It's not like he's at the tail end of his prime or anything.
Yeah, I love Lamar Jackson.
I do. There's a lot to love about him, but going back to 2021, he's never had long-term injury stuff, but played 12 games in 2021, 12 in 2022, healthy in 23 and 24, played 13 this year. So, I mean, he's not playing every week, but he's playing relatively healthy.
Although we talk about guys who need to change the scenery, he might be of that mind because he has been blamed for a lot of this when I'm not sure all of it's his fault. And I've seen every playoff game the Ravens have ever played with Lamar Jackson.
Although I will say, though, the offense, when you have Lamar Jackson, the offense is so built around him that even if he only misses, like you said, 3 or 4 or 5 games, that could derail a season like it did with the Ravens this year.
I don't necessarily agree. I mean,
depends who your backup is.
Well, I mean, the Ravens have traditionally been a run-based football team too, and yeah, he's part of it. But it's not like Derrick Henry's getting the ball 5 times a game.
Right.
I mean,
well, they haven't had Derrick Henry only for the last couple of years.
Sure.
So this could also right or wrong. If I'm not mistaken, Lamar Jackson, was he drafted the same year as
Josh Rosen?
He was.
that he was.
He was drafted.
Cardinals could have had him.
Yes, a lot of teams.
That's the one.
22 spots after Josh Rosen.
Josh Rosen.
That is now.
Joke.
Rosen is now the last one of that class that hasn't made it. Right.
Yeah.
Like Darnold.
Yeah,
was in that class, right? And he's had the renaissance. Baker Mayfield, as we said, has had the renaissance.
Yep.
Would you rather coach the Bills or the Ravens?
Stay tuned till 9 a.m. for that answer.
Yes.
That's a good question.
Wow, that's quite the.
Thanks for the heads up.
The lengthy tease. Appreciate that. Coming up next, the 8 o'clock hour is upon us. The halfway point of the Wednesday show.
Oh, boy.
That means it's time for
Fire!
The Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, and there's an assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at the big box stores, and that happens because people walk into the big box stores, you see a TV at the front of the store, it's super cheap, and you say to yourself, wow, next time I need a television, I have to shop here. What people don't realize, those TVs in the front of the store of those big box stores, they're hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience. It's why you shop at Waltz. Here's what they'll do for you. They'll give you great selection. All the major name brands you're looking for. Big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Great selection of outdoor televisions. Great selection of audio components from speakers to soundbars. Inventory you will not find anywhere else in the valley. And for all that expertise and for all that great experience, they also offer great pricing. In fact, they'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Plus, they're local. local, and shopping local really matters. While you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get added incentive, 10% off installation, or a 3-year warranty for free just by dropping my name. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. You can shop online at waltz.com.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable. And I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisier, my grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns on the second night of a back-to-back went to Philly and got a 116-110 win for their 3rd straight and moved to 27-17, 10 games above 500 on the year. And we saw the return of Suns guard Jaylen Green last night. He played 20 minutes, had 12 points, and here was Devin Booker on playing alongside Green.
I think we're going to help each other at the end of the day. I think it's going to get better day by day. We're halfway through a season, and he's just starting. So, we're going to get him up to speed.
The Suns will go for their 4th straight and a 4-2 road trip on Friday in Atlanta against the Hawks. As the Arizona Cardinals continue to try and find their next head coach, Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady was interviewed by the team yesterday. And ASU, U of A, and GCU all in action tonight. And you can hear the Sun Devils tip at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
We are not even a month into 2026, and I have already seen things I never thought I'd see in my lifetime, like Indiana winning a championship in football, like the city of Chicago celebrating a franchise quarterback who can pull off late-game miracles, and much closer to home, I never thought I'd see Devin Booker smiling the way he did Tuesday night in Philadelphia. During that game, two very important things happened. The Suns are now 10 games over 500, my benchmark for a team that must be taken seriously. And in one glorious epiphany, I realized why I love basketball more than any other sport in the world. Because chemistry experiments are real in the NBA. Because teams like the Suns can change overnight. And last night, with the team at full strength for the very first time, the vibes were beyond incredible. They were immaculate, almost like the Bubble Suns, but different. And it proves that anything is possible with this team, and I'm upgrading their ceiling personally to the Western Conference Finals. They are that connected. They are that well coached. And so, in the year of the improbable, what could be better than the Suns eliminating Luka and the Lakers, KD and the Rockets before a showdown with the Thunder? After all, they're 10 games over 500, and in my world, that means anything is possible. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I'm excited for him. We've been here. Well, he's been with us, through the whole process. So we've been watching him grind. He looked good to me. He's fast. He can make plays for other people, and he gives us another presence in the paint. And yeah, the speed is there.
Look, we talked about Devin Booker, the smile on Devin Booker's face, going all the way back to the preseason games in Macau.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when he and Dylan Brooks were answering Labubu questions on the podium?
I do.
And it both stood out to us independently. Like, wow, where have those teeth been? We only see them on that commercial for the dentist.
All right.
Last night, to see Devin Booker dapping up and loving up on Jaylen Green with the biggest smile on his face
that I've seen in years.
Yes,
yep.
that was telling.
Yeah, he's the guy. He's the stoic. He's the guy that kind of doesn't really emote. He was I love that you brought up that exchange with Jaylen Green, because that was just real camaraderie. That was real fellowship. It was really great stuff. How about this for proof of what the Phoenix Suns might be doing this year? We know Kenny Dillingham, the great ASU head coach who took his team to the college football playoff in 2024 and almost won. He has said repeatedly that is the 6th best underdog story in sports, and we got the story, and it's basically what team succeeded with the longest odds. Mm-hmm. So basically the Sun Devils that year in 2024 had just super long odds to win the Big 12 because they were picked to finish last. They were the 6th biggest underdog from a betting perspective in sports history. Mm-hmm. The Phoenix Suns going into this year were plus 50,000 to win an NBA championship.
Oh, believe me, I looked at it for a little bit.
Of course you did. Right? Now,
Yes.
I'm not predicting a championship parade here, but I'm telling you, the way this basketball team is conducting themselves against good teams, the way they're conducting themselves against bad teams, I'm not putting anything past them.
Well, and the way that they conduct themselves from an effort standpoint each and every night.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, it wasn't clean. It was, quite honestly, it was frustrating and gross down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
And if that game was 2 minutes longer, they might have found a way to kick that one away.
Maybe.
But I've said on numerous occasions, I'm going to stop doing this, but it's just too good not to do it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's to compare this group to last year's team. Last year's team going into this, you mentioned the Suns plus 50,000 to win a title at the beginning of this year. Last year, there were prominent NBA experts that were picking the Suns to win an NBA championship. Bobby Marks did it on this very show, and I'm not throwing Bobby under the bus. He would have a good laugh about it now as well. He was wrong. We were all wrong.
Mm-hmm.
but they had elements. They had boxes that you could check. And the belief is, hey, you need 2 superstars to win a title. Well, they had 2 plus Bradley Beal, and if things went right, who knows what the ceiling was. So they checked that box. They didn't check any other box of what is necessary for a team to win a title. They didn't have the effort. They didn't have the coaching. They didn't have the desire. They didn't have any of that
That's a great point.
The chemistry, the toughness.
Yes. This year, do they have the talent box checked? Probably not. But they check so many of the other things that a champion needs to check off.
And when you talk about connectivity, this is really big for me in basketball. Take a look at the way Royce O'Neal looks this year. One of the better catch-and-shoot three-point shooters in the league. Look at the way Grayson Allen looks this year. Look at the way Jordan Goodwin looks this year. As Vinny gleefully points out, the Lakers kicked him to the curb so they could indulge Bronny James. And this guy is one of the better rebounding guards you're ever going to see. And I'm just mentioning fringe players. I'm mentioning role players. Mark Williams, healthy for the first time in his career. Why is that? Right?
Although there was a time last night, early on, where I was asking the question to myself, is it a good thing that Mark Williams is playing back-to-back games?
I know. Listen, he's trying to handle Andre Drummond, who's a load.
But to that point, Oso's been awesome.
He has.
Like, to keep rattling off who's looked good and the players that have taken the next step.
Ryan Dunn's been a little late to come around.
But he's been way better than last year.
They've all been good.
Then Colin Gillespie. Eddie Johnson brought it up on the broadcast last night. This is a Philly boy, and he mentioned this dude has been in Phoenix now for a year plus, and he still doesn't have a tan, which is the sign of a gym rat. It is.
It is.
And you've been in Phoenix a year plus, and you're from Philly, and you don't have a tan.
I've been in Phoenix since I'm 7, and I don't have one.
That would
I
require going outside.
In the world.
That would require going outside.
This year's Suns, though, they're just a good team. They've repeatedly won games this year when Dylan Brooks has had a bad game, when Devin Booker has had mediocre games, and they win anyway.
They've beaten the Spurs twice. They've beaten the Lakers twice. They've beaten the Thunder once. They've played them hard twice.
Beaten Minnesota twice.
Beaten Minnesota twice. There's nothing to suggest that this thing can't even get better now that they're full strength for the very first time.
They might not have a lot of great players like a super team, but they have so many good players that they have, even when one of them or two of them have an off night, the rest of them can pick each other up.
Well, we talked about what it takes to win a championship, and I have a friend he's a very smart basketball fan, and he was texting me during the game last night because I just texted him at a certain point. The Suns made a run, and they stretched out the lead, and I'm watching Jordan Goodwin play, and it just brings me joy to watch somebody play that hard. And I just texted him, I kind of love this team. And I didn't say anything close to that last year or the year before that. And he said, credit to the front office. They got a lot of crap, but they realized they completely pivoted. We mentioned, okay, star power. Last year they had 2+ superstars, right? But by having that much top heaviness on the roster, they couldn't, and this is 2 years of this, they couldn't fill the rest of the roster with guys who could consistently contribute. And that's actually what you need more than the star power, is you got to go 8 to 10 deep now to win a championship. The Suns go 8 to 10 deep easily.
Dave says this reminds him of the 04 Pistons team.
That's a good comp. It's a very good comp.
Well, look at last year's Pacers team. Since January, they were the second best team in the NBA. The Suns so far, again, it's only 21 days. They're the best team in the new year. And there's something to be said about that.
And I said this before, and I'm going to say it again because I think it's pertinent enough to bring it up. The doubt that it was accompanying this basketball team and the way that skeptical, jaded, cynical people, myself included, reacted to Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia and how they were going to find alignment. Said it 19 times in a press conference. How they swore they were going to deliver a basketball team we were all going to like. How they swore the next team was going to play hard on both ends of the floor. They made all these promises that sounded like nothing but gaslighting in words because to jaded, cynical basketball people and to people who spend their lives watching basketball, we all thought it doesn't happen like that. It's got to happen organically. And sure enough, by taking a unique approach by going out and looking for something other than high-end talent, for looking for these intangibles and this collegiate kind of let's be true and sincere to the sport. Let's find the joy in basketball. They've done it, and I'm blown away by it.
Yeah, it's one of the pleasant surprises of recent memory, no doubt.
No doubt.
Coming up next, as the coaching carousel continues to spin, why can't the Cardinals get a seat or even a zebra to sit on the ride? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Royce O'Neal has the basketball, and the Suns are going to dribble out the clock as the Sixers say, no loss. Final 5 seconds in Philly as the clock hits 0 now. And the Phoenix Suns have their 3rd straight win on this 6-game, 12-day road trip, 116-110. The final is they win tonight in Philadelphia.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you're ever injured in an accident, you've got some big decisions to make. I'm going to tell you why you pick up the phone and call the accident attorneys at Sweet James. A lot of reasons. Number one, Sweet James has been serving injured accident victims for over 25 years. Number two, they take every single case seriously to ensure every client's voice is heard and that their needs are met in the process. Their experience in over 500 trials with a 98% winning percentage means that insurance companies know Sweet James will not back down. They have a serious reputation, and when the law firm that represents you is taken seriously, that means you are taken seriously. Sweet James, trusted by thousands of injured accident victims in Arizona and the official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. And you know, there are a million accident and injury law firms out there, but very few deliver the results that Sweet James does. There is only one firm to call. Having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you are ever injured in an accident, don't take it alone. Call the firm that is a heavy-hitting firm that will deliver the results you need. That is Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 five-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, with over 100 in stock. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $33,995 offer on 2025 Ford F-150 regular cab, stock number 255986. Offers expire January 31st, 2026.
Sanderson Ford.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis.
Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
I want to send a early morning shout out on this Wednesday to our audience in Sun Lakes. Appreciate you listening and watching in Sun Lakes this morning.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. The funny thing, every time there's one of these coaching searches that come up for the Cardinals, it seems that, we're one of the last ones to make the final decision. And for me, it's not just about picking the right head coach. I love these teams that are jumping on it and making a move early because there's 15 to 20 assistant coaches that still have to be hired too. Yes. So the longer you wait, not only are you losing out on your guy as a head coach, but you're losing out on all the quality assistants too.
That is two. Was the word he said. Thank you, Shipley.
Is this carousel
Monday.
music,
Carousel,
Jarrett?
Just bring you back. Do you feel like you're going up in a circle right now?
Oh, I thought Jarrett had a song. That's what I was waiting for.
Oh, no. I found it.
Up and down on the horses.
You can find anything on the internet now. I have a whole album here of Come to the Fair, old-time Wurlitzer carousel music. This one's called Little Annie Rooney.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, man, that brings back some old memories. The carousel is spinning, the Cardinals on it. AQ Shipley from our show on Monday, talking about the Cardinals and their propensity to be pretty thorough in this search, thorough and patient, and, well, usually last or near the last. A couple of these spots have been filled. Big names. John Harbaugh announced as the head coach of the Giants. He was introduced. A lot of people, and I'm raising my hand, wanted the Cardinals to get Robert Saleh. They did not get Robert Saleh in this process. He is the next head coach of the Tennessee Titans. And apparently, according to Teron Davenport, who covers the Titans, Saleh absolutely blew the Titans away in the interview process.
Robert Saleh, he has a charm to him, from what I've been told. And it's a charm to where he knows how to push buttons and appeal to people, and that's pretty much what happened. And like I said, he wooed him. It was a really good first date, and you know what happens if you have a good first date, how it ends.
Was he batting his eyes?
Flipping his hair? He didn't have any of that.
Giggling like they said something really funny. Look, imagine that. Robert Saleh turning on the personality and the charm.
Yeah, and again, that's if I were drawing up a perfect candidate for the Arizona Cardinals, that's an important component. I just don't think that they have any real leverage to get picky. I think they're going to get lucky to find a guy that is moderately inspiring. I hope I'm wrong.
Yep, the Sean McDermott possibility is out there, although it seems like a very, very big long shot.
There was reporting yesterday, I don't know who it was, Tom Pelissero?
Tom Pelissero, I've got the sound here.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we talk about where could Sean McDermott potentially land next, it doesn't make a ton of sense for him to go into a total rebuild. He's 51 years old. He's been there every year, been in the playoffs, every season here in recent years. I don't really see him I'm going to go to Arizona or I'm going to go to Las Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Las Vegas.
And that makes sense.
Las Vegas. Out cues are a thing. Sorry, Bick. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. No.
That makes sense. Now, I know Cardinals fans are frustrated. Why not call Sean McDermott? There's got to be an air of realism to it. If there's no possibility, and look, even though conversations don't happen, I think questions are asked by people in camps. Hey, does Coach McDermott have any interest in the Cardinals? No? Okay, we'll move on. We won't put him on the list. We won't request an interview. We won't waste our time. We won't waste his time. Maybe that's the case, but every day that passes, it looks more and more like the Cardinals are going to be tasked with a very hard sell to their fan base. And that might be Vance Joseph, who we know the Vance Joseph experience to a degree here as the defensive coordinator. He has not been a successful head coach. He has engineered a tremendous turnaround. And I was looking it up because the first year that Vance Joseph was in Denver, as the DC under Sean Payton, they wanted to run him out of town. He gave up 70 points to the Miami Dolphins. The defense was terrible. Largely with the same playmakers he has on that defense now.
Okay, a couple things about this. And I know that there are a lot of angry Cardinal fans out there. I am certainly one of them. And I'm certainly, I've been more than hypercritical of the spending or lack thereof of this football team. And people have pointed out that, well, there's a lot of other teams in the NFC, including a couple in your own division that have a lot of unused salary cap space. Yeah, it's because they have good teams. They don't need to spend the money. But I will say this. So there's a lot of natural compulsion to say this is all on the owner. This is all reputational. It's more than that. Because if it were all reputational, Vance Joseph wouldn't even be thinking of coming back here. It's a bigger issue, the fact that they don't have a quarterback and that they play in the NFC West. Now, the money is certainly a factor. There's a lot of factors. The ownership component is not what you would call ideal, but there are other things that I think are more recent and relative to why really good candidates aren't coming here right now.
What's the harder sell to the fan base? Bringing in a Vance Joseph or Matt Nagy, someone that has been a head coach and didn't have success, or a young buck coordinator again? What's the harder sell?
To me, it's the retread. It would be the Vance Joseph. If you bring in the right coordinator with the right personality, with a real discernible skill set, something that makes him special, like a Ben Johnson or a Liam Cohn, something where you're like, yeah, that guy is amazing at this.
The unknown gives people hope and excitement.
I mean, even if it's not the sexiest hire, I agree. Retread, we've all been talking about, hey, they need to hire an experienced head coach. But there's a difference between experienced head coach who excites the fan base and somebody who's labeled as a retread.
Right.
And I think Vance Joseph, even though his success in Denver is very well chronicled, and they're playing for an AFC championship this weekend, it would be considered a retread, especially because he's already been here and he's walked those sidelines at State Farm Stadium.
And that would be the hire that would signal to me, fairly or not, accurately or not, that this team is just biding time. Because this team is targeting 2028 as their coming back out party. In a new headquarters, you know what I mean? I just think that, for a team
that's 2 years away.
I know, coach. Dude. But you hire Vance Joseph, you're going to get a guy who's competent, who's not going to embarrass you. But you're right. That would be crushing for me. I know. Listen, I'm right there with you.
Then when you bring that up, I mean, it does make a lot of sense because I think, and I'll say this again, I said it earlier this week, I think the Cardinals were hoping, maybe against hope, that Jonathan Gannon would notch a couple wins at the last part of the season, so they'd have something.
That's the thing.
To justify bringing him back, and then they could chalk it up to injury, but losing 14 of 15, Vince Lombardi wouldn't survive that.
It would give him license to tank next year.
Yeah.
And then get a quarterback, and then now you can hire a new coach because you've got a avenue to get that quarterback.
We'll get into this because we got time to get into it. Not necessarily today, but I'll just plant the seed and we'll come back to it. There are some very smart NFL people now in the media circle who are starting to talk about maybe it makes sense for the Arizona Cardinals to bring Kyler Murray back for another year. I'm just saying.
I can't believe you're saying that.
I'm not saying it. I'm saying that there's smart people saying it. People that I trust their knowledge of NFL football. We'll get back into that at a different time. Coming up next, we'll continue talking NFL. Our weekly visit with Mark Schlerth is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know my stance. The Cardinals need to go heavy on the offensive line in this draft, and I think if the right opportunity presents itself, not the third pick at this point. And I go into these games, these Miami games, thinking that, and every time I'm like, or Ruben Bain. You can go ahead and draft Ruben Bain if you want. I know it doesn't really fit anything you need, but go ahead and draft Ruben Bain.
Yes. Okay, so that was your number one takeaway from what you saw last night was draft Ruben Bain.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and we all know the anxiety that comes with the big question, the one we all ask at a certain point in our lives. Do I have enough to retire? Will my money last? Will I end up having to take a job in retirement to supplement my income? Am I missing something? If any of that sounds familiar, highly recommend you call my friends at Trajan Wealth, because if you're like most people, you may not have the peace of mind you need, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another thing to know and feel totally prepared. That's what you're going to get from Trajan Wealth. They're veteran-owned. They're locally operated. They are fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. They can review your current portfolio to see if there are any gaps, and they will give you personalized strategies, tailor-made plans that are built around your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships. Call them today. Get your plan started. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it, and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype, M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery, because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And the return of Jaylen Green, the Suns got a 116-110 win in Philly against the 76ers. Green only played 20 minutes, but had 12 points and somewhat looked the part. Devin Booker would lead the way with 27. And the Suns, after dropping the first 2 games of the road trip, have now won their last 3 and head to Atlanta looking for a 4-2 trip out east. You can add Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady to the list of potential Cardinals head coaches as he interviewed with the team yesterday. For everything you need to know about the Cardinals coach search, head to arizonasports.com today. The Cats, Devils, and Lopes are all in action tonight. The number 1 ranked Wildcats welcome Cincinnati. San Diego State comes to GCU for a Mountain West showdown, and in Tempe tonight, ASU and West Virginia get together as Bobby Hurley and his team look for a win. Tip-off will be at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlerth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford and Chandler. Shop local. Shop EarnhardtFord.com.
It is Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Wednesday, and we get the chance every Wednesday to talk NFL football with the one and only Mark Schlerth from NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. And we got a lot to talk about with Mark this week. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. Let's start with the range of emotions in your neck of the woods, Denver, Colorado. Obviously, a huge win over Buffalo, an overtime win, tremendous football game. Immediately met with the reality of Bo Nix's injury. I mean, just kind of paint the picture of the range of emotion that people in Denver are feeling after that, Mark.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I mean, I don't know if you guys know this, but I was in Peyton Manning's suite along with a bunch of Ring of Famers. Myself, I'm not there yet, but I probably after the video was released with me and DeMarcus Ware and Shannon Sharp and Terrell Davis and Peyton, they'll probably understand the error of their ways, and I'll instantly go into the Ring of Fame, I would imagine.
Instantly.
Instantly you should, because they're like, wait, how is this guy not in? He's up there in Peyton's suite.
Right.
So, I'll be honest with you guys. I thought Adam Schefter's, I saw his X account got hacked. I'm like, come on. And so you went from this elation to going, oh my God, you feel bad for Bo Nix, and obviously getting them all the way to here and 15-3 and winning the divisional round against the mighty Buffalo Bills. And how are you gonna ever overcome Josh Allen? And Josh Allen doesn't have to face Mahomes, or he doesn't have to face Lamar, he doesn't have to face Joe Burrow. It's a straight path to the Super Bowl. And all that emotion and excitement to going, oh gosh, now you're out, you're starting quarterback. And I think one of the things that's really interesting for me is how, the issues that I watched, and I went back and dug through all the coaches' tape, man, they ran roughshod. This defense created 5 turnovers, but the running game of the Buffalo Bills, they manhandled the Broncos defense. Mm-hmm. And, there's big concerns there. And I'm telling you, Josh Allen played probably his worst playoff game I've ever seen him play.
Yes.
He missed 3 or 4 throws that should have been touchdowns. He had the fumble with 16 seconds left in the second quarter. I mean, it was as bad a game as I've ever witnessed him play, and they turned it over 5 times. The Broncos were +4. Honestly, the Bills should have hung 50. They should have scored 50 points.
Yeah.
And yet, obviously they made the plays. They made enough plays, but that's been overshadowed. The lack of defense and the mistakes that were made over the course of that game kind of were overshadowed because of the Bo Nix injury, and it's something they're going to have to, they're going to have to tighten up. Otherwise, they'll get beat by New England.
And listen, as you being the head of the DOJ, dispensers of justice, you got a couple of guys on that defense that can lay a hat on you, and that forced fumble of James Cook seemed to turn the game right around. But let's move past that. Jarrett Stidham, I wouldn't put anything past Sean Payton, but Jarrett Stidham in a AFC Championship game, what y'all feeling about that?
I think people look at the past history of Sean, when he won 5 games with Teddy Bridgewater as a backup, when all of a sudden, Jameis Winston became his starting quarterback. And I remember talking to Sean because I was doing a game. It was against the Patriots, and Sean going, hey, listen, man, the 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions, you go, that would never happen. While I'm coaching, that'll never happen because I'll never put him in that position. And I remember talking to Sean when I first started doing games. I was like, hey, man, just from a game planning standpoint, if you're in my position, how would you go about this? And we got into this conversation about game planning things. And he goes, as a young coach, I used to see a weakness on a defense, and I'd be like, oh, man, we're going to attack that come hell or high water regardless. And you end up, making a couple plays, but then you end up making having a screw up that costs you the game. And he goes, so my first rule of game planning as I've gotten older is, hey, man, I want to attack a weakness unless it exposes one of mine. So the first order of business
is to mitigate my own weaknesses. And I may see something that is like, oh my gosh, this is great. It's juicy and man, we got to get to this. But if it exposes me and I'm like, well, I'm going to put this one-on-one situation with my right tackle who can't block this guy, he goes, I'll just walk away from it and go, I'll find something else that's juicy, but I'm not going to hurt my team. And in regards to Jared Stidham, like, he'll put Jared in an opportunity, in a position to have success doing the things that he is good at and the things he likes. Remember, he's been here 2 contracts now, and Sean went out and got him. That was one of the first guys he went out and got, and then he's been here for 3 years. So he knows this offense, and this is a guy that Sean has a lot of faith in, and I don't think the offense is going to change dramatically. Obviously, Bo's a little bit better athlete scrambling around us, but I don't think it'll change dramatically from the divisional round to the AFC Championship round.
Talking football with Mark Schlerth, as we do every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I know some franchises get to the point where it's Super Bowl or bust, and Buffalo apparently felt like they were there. That being said, was it the right maneuver in your mind for the Bills to move on from Sean McDermott after that loss?
Yeah, I think for me, I look at this and I understand the way the business operates, right? It's a production business. And at some point, you've got to get beyond this point. And, and the whole narrative out there, as we talked about earlier, no Mahomes, no Lamar, no Burrow, you've got this thing, the skids are greased, so to speak, for you to get all the way to the Super Bowl. And, you can say whatever you want about the pass interferences or the Jaquan McMillan interception and all that stuff. But the most egregious mistake in my mind is you got 16 seconds left in the second quarter. The Broncos just drove and scored a touchdown. And then you don't kneel on it and go into the locker room. You're going to scramble around with your quarterback and put the ball on the ground and give them another 3 points.
Great point.
I thought that was the game.
That to me was just an egregious coaching mistake. And part of the deal, and this is one of the things I've always said about Buffalo and having Josh Allen as your quarterback. There are so many times from a coaching standpoint over the course of the playoffs over the last several years where I feel like they get into a situation where it's almost panic-stricken from a coaching staff standpoint, and it's like, Josh, just go out and win the game. Just go. And almost like they quit coaching and just say, put it in our quarterback's hands and let him deal with it. And that stuff, that 16 seconds left in the second quarter, you tell Josh, you don't call a play. You say, take a knee, and we're going in at halftime. And if your offensive coordinator calls a play, you supersede that and you override that, and you say, no, that's not what we're going to do here. Because what are the odds? Like in a day and age where analytics rules the world, what are the odds that you're going to score a 75-yard touchdown with 16 seconds left, or get yourself 40 yards to get into field goal range with 16 seconds left, versus something bad happening to you? It just makes no sense.
Yeah, that was kind of brain dead. I totally agree with you. All right, so what did you think of the Caleb Williams moment on that fourth down pass, Mark? Was that something that even though the Bears yacked up that game, you can look at that guy and go, okay, we may finally have a quarterback in Chicago?
Yeah, I was screaming at the television set when he dropped back 25 yards. I'm like, what are you doing, you idiot?
Right.
And then he threw it. I was like, oh, my God, that was awesome. Way to go.
Way to go.
That was one of the most remarkable plays I've ever witnessed. The bottom line with Caleb Williams is, on schedule, he's got to be better. He's got to continue to progress. And that's what – and one of the things they worked on extensively this year in the offseason and everything else. And that he's still got to get better. And I think he's gotten exponentially better in that aspect of it. Off schedule, he's one of the most dynamic players I've ever watched. I mean, he is ridiculous. But this is what we talked about in regards to Kyler Williams, Kyler Murray all these years, is you can't live in a 50-50 world off schedule, on schedule, because you're going to lose. Ultimately you'll make more mistakes than you make big plays. And the big plays are going to be big-time SportsCenter highlights, and it's going to wow everybody but eventually you'll lose games because of it. And so as he progresses and continues to grow, and I've talked to Ben Johnson about this, he's got to just be better and better and better at doing the boring. And that's one of the things that they, was a point of emphasis and something they've worked on. But, man, spectacular when things break down. Just absolutely spectacular.
Well, Mark, we think it's very big of you. You spent the weekend in Peyton's suite, and you still have time to come on with us two schlubs. We appreciate it.
Well, I tell you what, next year is going to be a different story for you guys. As once I get, put into my proper place in the Ring of Fame, and and I'm just hobnobbing with. I'll probably become part of Omaha Productions, and the next thing you guys will never hear from me again.
Our joyride's over. Yep, gotcha. We understand, Mark.
We'll enjoy it while it lasts. We'll talk to you next week, and hey, maybe the Cardinals will have a head coach next time we talk.
I doubt it. All right, see you guys.
See you, Mark. Mark Schlerth, NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stinkin' Truth podcast. He joins us every Wednesday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
ACE. ACE.
Text the word
ACE
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open.
You're a weird guy, Ace. Weird guy.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, it's Vince Murata with big news, and that news is you can kick off the new year with huge savings going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, you can discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Or step into the future with a 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, or pickup model offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or again, choose 0% APR financing on approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end February 2nd, 2026. But you want it, they got it at Earnhardt Buick GMC, and they've got a price to move right now. You can find them in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard, or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home, you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Well, that sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal, so buy it. now. Sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No showings, no waiting around, no double moves. You ever try to do a double move before? You don't want to do a double move. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades for you. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy. That's Orchard.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
I think that's exactly what Kevin Stefanski brings to the Falcons as a head coach, a sense of accountability and a sense of, hey, we've done this before. We have processes that work. We understand what it takes to get to the top. And if you are able to bring the Cleveland Browns to 2 playoff appearances and win a playoff game for the Cleveland Browns as Kevin Stefanski did just a couple of years ago, I think it's a great hire for the Falcons.
Drew Butler on Game Day talking about Stefanski landing in Atlanta with the Falcons. Will it turn out to be a great fit? We shall see. But they were aggressive. They got the guy that they wanted to get. Didn't let him get out of town once they brought him in for the interview. There's another story going on with Kevin Stefanski, which is quite interesting. D. Orlando Ledbetter, who's covered the Atlanta Falcons for the Journal-Constitution for a very, very long time. He tweeted out yesterday, Falcons Kevin Stefanski had a dumpster fire at quarterback in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield and Deshaun Watson failed, which started a chain reaction to 11 other starters. Quarterback Shedeur Sanders closed out last season with 7 starts. That got a reaction from somebody mentioned in that tweet. The reaction from Baker Mayfield himself,
clap back.
Who quote tweeted D. Orlando Ledbetter and said, failed is quite the reach, pal. Still waiting on a text/call from him, meaning Stefanski, after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach.
Wow.
Now, a lot of people have clapped back on Baker saying, dude, you asked for a trade, which he did. I mean, that's factual at a certain point, but the relationship was so frayed at that point that I don't think there was any other maneuver for Baker Mayfield really to make at that point. But this is, sign me up for this kind of stuff.
Well,
I love this.
So do I. Listen, so Baker Mayfield, he likes all that smoke, and I did not know that this whole thing with Kevin Stefanski was actually a thing. Now, it's not inaccurate to call Baker Mayfield's time in Cleveland. Well, failure might be a little strong.
He got hurt.
Yeah, he got hurt.
There's a guy I follow who's like the unofficial voice of Cleveland sports. He tweets under the name of Reflog, but he knows everything about Cleveland sports. And he says it comes down to one play. It was one play where Anthony Schwartz didn't run the right route. Baker Mayfield ended up getting hurt on the play. And Baker Mayfield, being who he is and how he is built, tried to play through the injury, and he was never the same. And it was a rough go at that point, but he never recaptured that magic of, look, he got the Browns to the playoffs. And then, early on in his tenure, after being the number 1 overall pick, that's not a small feat. They got crushed in that playoff game, but he got them there. But he was never the same after that injury, and he did get shipped off to Carolina at that point. But Baker's got a long memory.
Yeah.
And he keeps receipts on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and that's interesting. So you could almost imagine being Arthur Blank, right? And going, hey, Kev, can I talk to you a little bit? We're real excited to have you, but what's this all about?
Somehow, Tampa Bay versus Atlanta twice a year just might have become must-see TV. At least the first time
interesting.
At least the first time they play each other.
It just got interesting.
Sign me up for that.
Well, and then Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen now we get twice a year.
Yeah, because, look, Liam Cohen went to Jacksonville, and they beat the 49ers this year. And that was one of the early signature wins for the Jaguars. But before and after that game, the San Francisco coaching staff, namely Robert Saleh, was saying, that staff's really good at stealing signals. And it was relayed through Kyle Shanahan. It went top to bottom. And now with Robert Saleh in Tennessee versus Jacksonville.
Oh, boy.
Did that become must-see TV?
Okay, so Robert Saleh, Liam Cohen, there's all the smoke there. Kevin Stefanski, Baker Mayfield, all the smoke there. Ben Johnson with everybody in the Mike Shanahan coaching tree, which is Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan. There's a third. Who is it?
The LaFleurs, I think.
Yeah, the LaFleurs, exactly.
And everybody in Green Bay at this point.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Because the Bears ripped their hearts out twice.
Bears. So this is welcome to the NFL. Huh?
I'd say this is good for the league.
Of course it is.
There's a story that's brewing today from Buffalo in the aftermath of the firing of Sean McDermott in Buffalo. Terry Pagula, who is the billionaire owner of the Buffalo Bills, had a press conference today. And there's stories about how ownership and management was not happy with Sean McDermott constantly talking about the lack of talent on the roster. And that was one of the reasons he got let go, despite, in addition to all the playoff failures. But Keon Coleman has been a disappointment as a highly drafted wide receiver for the Bills. Even though he had a touchdown in the game Saturday against the Broncos, I think most people would say has not lived up to the billing, especially for a team that needed wide receiver play late in the season with all the injuries they had. Here's Terry Pagula offering what he says is the real story on the Buffalo drafting of Keon Coleman.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
All right.
Let me Keon Coleman feels right now.
Let me just say how Bush League that is.
I totally agree.
If you have a general manager who cedes his job and allows somebody else to make your pick, you forfeit the right to complain about it.
Yes.
Period. End of story.
Yes.
End of stories. See Steve Keim and Andy Isabella.
Ceded the power.
Cede the power, you live with the results.
Completely swung
That's
and
right.
missed.
If your job is
Keon Coleman is like Jerry Rice compared to Andy Isabella.
Well, exactly.
And they were both drafted in the second round.
But if your job is to assemble and scout talent and add talent, you don't give that to a guy whose job is to coach the team. And if you do, you forfeit the right to ever complain about it.
Well,
that's such Bush.
I wonder if Brandon Beane says to Terry Pagula, why did you do that?
Well, that's it.
Why did you say that out loud?
And Pagula, I guess, trying to make things better, he did an unprecedented throwing 3 different people under the bus.
Keon Coleman's still on the team.
Keon Coleman, who's still on the team.
Yes.
He blamed everything on the coaching staff that they just fired, and then he threw the GM under the bus for not having power.
Like, that's something you go into that press conference before telling, being like, hey, I can fall on some swords. Like, what do you want me to say?
Well, he was about to. He cut him off.
Exactly.
You can hear the very beginning of it. He cuts him off. He was about to give an answer. Also, in that press conference, they said that it was losing to Denver. That's why they fired McDermott. That was the reason they gave. They asked them why. They said losing to Denver was why.
So, I wonder, let's say they found a way to win that game in overtime, and they go on and they beat New England in the AFC champ, or they lose to New England in the AFC championship game. Was it just waiting for the next loss? It kind of had that feel to it. Everybody talked about Buffalo, the pressure on Buffalo going into Jacksonville in the wild card round.
Well, look, as you heard Mark Schlerth tell you, I felt the same way watching that game. Buffalo should have trounced Denver early and put them to bed night.
Yeah, for that powerhouse defense that Denver had.
Yep.
Buffalo sure didn't have any trouble moving the ball against them.
And now I'm really curious if Cleveland is going to turn to Deion Sanders.
Oh.
I mean, what else are they going to do at quarterback?
Just similarly to the Cardinals, where 2027 is you draft your guy then.
Deshaun Watson's still going to be on the team next year, too.
Get snaps next year.
Well, He hasn't snapped his Achilles yet this offseason.
No, it's the only snap he might
That happens at least
Keep your
once
eye
a
out
year.
for Dion in Cleveland.
Wow.
That's all I got to say.
Ooh, dropping bombs.
Yes.
Signetti to the Raiders, Dion to Cleveland. That's
No,
good interesting.
Kenny Dillingham to the Cardinals.
Kenny Dillingham to the Cardinals.
Right, that's
Let's
right.
go.
That's right.
College coaches.
The invasion of the Big
And
12.
no, Kurt Signetti needs to be named head coach of the Ryder Cup team is what he needs. Right, Sammy?
Yes.
Yeah.
They need
Let's
something.
go.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Wednesday morning. It's Bickley and Murata mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. It's up to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, so I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain that might be holding you back from all the things you want to do in your life. And I say that because QC Kinetics has a patient satisfaction rate of 92% nationwide, which is staggering. I say that because I've leaned on them twice. They once helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus about 5 years ago. I just came out of a 4-round treatment for a really bad case of tennis elbow. I am markedly better. And I say that because Emmitt Smith, the NFL's all-time leading rusher, raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage and deal with the joint pain he has accumulated from a long career in the NFL. This is an all-natural, all-organic treatment. It is advanced regenerative medicine, and these treatments happen right in the office. You get your treatment, you walk out the door, you go about your day. They're simple procedures, but they deliver life-changing results. Go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. Skip the invasive surgery, move better, get stronger, stop managing your pain, start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, January is when smart buyers make their moves, and when it comes to a new vehicle, I trust Tim Hovick and his team at Santan Ford. Listen, I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150 or family rigs like Explorer and the all-new Expedition. If you need a little more, then Bronco or Mustang is for you. Find them all, plus great people at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, you lose that belly fat, because don't be fooled, nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty, and with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment, or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourney Town, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns, on the second night of a back-to-back, went to Philly and got a 116-110 win for their third straight and moved to 27-17, 10 games above 500. And we saw the return of Suns guard Jaylen Green last night. He played 20 minutes, had 12 points. And here was Devin Booker on playing alongside Green.
I think we're going to help each other at the end of the day. I think it's going to get better day by day. We're halfway through a season, and he's just starting. So, we're going to get him up to speed.
The Suns will go for their fourth straight in a 4-2 road trip on Friday night in Atlanta as the Arizona Cardinals continue to try and find their next head coach. Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady was interviewed by the team yesterday, and ASU, U of A, and GCU all in action tonight on the hardwood, and you can hear the Sun Devils at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock means it's time for Social Studies. You can find us on X at Bickley_Murata, on Instagram and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports every single day. We've got 4 questions for you guys today, so let's jump right into it. And we start with the Phoenix Suns. So we talked about a Jordan Goodwin. What type of award could we create for him? So we asked, what award would you give the following players on the Suns? Dillon Brooks, Jordan Goodwin, and Devin Booker.
Dillon Brooks, Villain of the Year. Nice. Jordan Goodwin. I'd love to name it after a player, but nothing comes to mind. So we'll focus on the word miserable. The Mr. Miserable Award or
nice.
something.
The Miserable Experience Award.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, you say he's like a pain in the tuchus there, right?
Yeah.
So instead of the Dan Marley Award, maybe the Danny Ainge Award.
That's good.
There you go.
That's good.
I like that. Devin Booker. I got to think about that one for a sec.
Bick, anything?
I'm trying to think of one for Devin Booker. It would have something to do with being rewarded for loyalty.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would be a good award for that? The Redemption Award?
Yeah.
Well,
the
see,
Salute
Brian,
to Service Award.
not
Shane Doan Loyalty Award.
That's a good one, the Shane Doan.
There you go.
There you go.
Brian has not necessarily for the loyalty, but for the perseverance to stick through the tough times, the Andy Dufresne Award, named after Shawshank Redemption.
Let's see if he comes out on the other side.
Yes. Ross Vegas had a good one for each of them. He said Dillon Brooks, the Ron Wolfley Award. He listens to death metal and rakes his face before each game. Jordan Goodwin, the Hannibal Lecter Award. He's deadly and he wears a mask. And then
that's good. That's really good.
That's really good. And then Devin Booker is the Elmer's Glue Award. He's the glue that keeps the team together, which I think is pretty fair.
Real quick, and not necessarily totally related to this, but you mentioned pregame music.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Nigel Hayes Davis's pregame listening?
I am
habit?
not, no.
Because everybody that's at the arena very early, I get there very early before the games, and he is always one of the first guys out shooting. And over the PA system, when you walk into Mortgage Matchup Center when he's on the court, doesn't matter if other players from the other team are shooting, there's classical music throughout the arena.
So he's in charge. He plays that.
He's in charge of it. He plays it. In fact, I forget what team it was Minnesota. Minnesota came in, and they did something I've never seen before. Julius Randle was out shooting on the other end of the floor, and they brought a portable Bluetooth speaker so he could play his music on that side of the court.
Right.
I'm gonna next time I shoot around, I'm gonna try that. See if
it works.
Yeah, I will. All right, so. See, this is kind of like
this is not classical.
Yeah,
I'm talking the old.
This is opera.
Musical, like
You're
Mozart.
talking about Bach and Mozart and Beethoven.
And Chopin.
Okay. So we teased this, I think, at like 7:45 of what is the best head coaching job remaining and why? Is it the Bills, the Steelers, or the Ravens? I had essentially asked, would you rather coach the Bills or the Ravens?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Bick.
No, I think it depends on what quarterback you like the most and you trust the most. I think Buffalo is the answer.
Okay.
Because it's a great football city. Baltimore is too.
Although Terry Pagula knocked him down a couple pegs this
He's
morning.
about like a loony bird.
Seriously. And I mean, if you want job security, maybe Pittsburgh's the way to go, but you don't have a quarterback.
And you're going into a brand new stadium in Buffalo, so I don't know.
Look,
It's
I mean,
kind of where I'm vibing.
Look, there's still pressure in Pittsburgh. It's not like that you get the job and, here's a
Right.
20-year employment. You still have to perform. You still have to win.
Just because it's how it was doesn't mean that's how it is.
Yeah. But I would still rank, because of the presence of Josh Allen, I would still rank the Bills. And look, we don't know what Lamar Jackson's mindset going back to Baltimore is. So I think that separates Buffalo on that one.
Yeah, Buffalo received 67% of the vote, and then the Ravens and Steelers tied at 16% of the vote there. And then a couple of responses. Daylight Films says Bills and Ravens have their quarterback and running back combos, but if you want a long-term gig, it's obviously the Steelers. You know you'll be there at least 10 to 15 years. Stephanie said, despite a less than stellar performance in his last playoff game, the answer is Josh Allen, and that's where I would have voted as well. I think he's the most attractive piece out of those three teams. All right. Not shockingly, the topic of food and bread came up on this show, and so
not for me.
No,
that is true.
That is true.
And how did we veer off into that, by the way? Do we remember?
You said something about it's the best thing since sliced bread.
Oh, that's right.
Dan said sliced bread. Is that really?
Bread is better than sliced bread. That's right.
So
okay, now I remember.
We've probably asked this question, but what is the best type of bread?
Oh boy, we have asked this
for sure
hundreds of times. But you know what? I think Jarrett likes bread.
I love bread.
Yeah.
Have you ever made any homemade bread?
Never have. I never fell in, even during the pandemic when that became like
a thing?
The thing to do. I'm not a baker. I do all the cooking. I love to cook, but I'm not a baker.
You were not.
It's too much.
When you got married, you weren't gifted a bread maker?
No, I wasn't.
Everybody was.
We got a food dehydrator. We got a. But there's too much like kneading and then waiting and kneading and then you're just put it in the oven and you're waiting. It's not like fun.
I'm with you there, very much. So what is your favorite type of bread?
I'm not a big bread guy.
Oh, listen. It would. I'm with Jared on this one. I love bread.
It's phenomenal.
It is phenomenal.
I've been trying to weed it out. It's just impossible. But we may have found someone. I don't know if anyone can be as big of a foodie as Jarrett, but our man Eddie V on social media might have him rivaled. He said any bread with soup in it, and then he parentheses sourdough and clam chowder shown below somewhere in Northern California.
That's
and then
good.
Number 2, he said homemade fresh French bread from my home. I make this often. And then the third, bagels. He took a picture from the London market. And he said bread is one of the most versatile foods ever. And then in the Bills, Ravens, Steelers question, he just replied with a picture of wings and crab.
Yeah, I've literally been staring at that picture for the last.
Jared, how about a good rustic loaf of bread, real crisp, dark crust?
The best. I love
really
that.
airy on the inside.
We have very similar bread taste, it sounds like.
Where would you put marble rye on the list? If I'm having a sandwich on marble rye, it's a treat.
Oh, really?
If it's fresh.
I like all sorts of rye bread. Jewish rye, marble rye.
Yeah.
We've had
Russian
maybe
rye?
Russian
this
rye.
Same discussion. I do not like rye bread.
Really?
Oh no,
Why not?
Why not, right? And our last
Jared loves it so much he's like a rhinoceros.
Our last question, I think, is best served in Off the Grid. There's some really good responses. But to tease it, it's what is your craziest story about an encounter with a wild animal? There's some really good responses.
We got to wait till Off the Grid.
Craziest encounter with bread.
Ask Jarrett.
All right, we'll hit the wild animal portion of the show in Off the Grid today. Thank you, Sammy.
Yes.
That is social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. Also want to remind you, we're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on this show, on Wolf and Luke, on Burns and Gambo all week. When you hear it, just text that word to 620-620, and you will be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. We will talk Phoenix Suns and NBA with one of our favorites, Frank Isola, Sirius XM NBA radio host. Joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Suddenly, Cardinal fans all over the place are clamoring for Sean McDermott. But a very interesting name popped from that firing, and that's Joe Brady.
Yes.
The offensive coordinator of the Bills, who's never been a head coach before. He's highly thought of as an offensive mind. Obviously, he's worked wonders with Josh Allen and that offense and what they've done. But I think a lot of Cardinal fans would like them to have an interview with Sean McDermott and are wondering if that is going to be something that will happen at any point in our future, or if they're going to have to, for lack of a better word, settle for Joe Brady instead of getting the interview with Sean McDermott.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons. Got a call from my daughter the other day. She turned on her heat for the first time and said, Dad, it really smells bad. If that sounds familiar, folks, highly recommend at this time of the year an HVAC tune-up from Parker & Sons. Is fast, it's affordable, it can save you from that chilly surprise, can save you from those terrible odors from a system that really does need an HVAC tune-up. You can get that done at Parker & Sons. Also, cooler weather means open windows, which is fantastic. But what about the air quality in your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. Their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your home 24/7. Great idea with the cold and flu season upon us. Remember, Parker & Sons is the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. They've been serving the Valley for over 50 years, and all their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com, design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-YREFI-85. That's 888-YREFI-85. Or visit YREFI.com.
Not available in all states.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Luke. How did Jaylen Green's return affect the Phoenix Suns? We'll be reacting to his performance at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'll send a shout out, a thank you for the support coming from the town of Tolleson in the West Valley. We appreciate the listenership in Tolleson this and every morning.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of the guys in our second group, Jordan Goodwin, Colin, them guys get up in pressure regardless of the speed. And then we have a defense built in behind them, to give them that confidence. I've been watching Tyrese all season. He's a tough coverage. You can say, he just missed some shots today also, but, them guys definitely made it tough.
That is Devin Booker talking about how the Phoenix Suns slowed down Tyrese Maxey last night. And credit to Maxey, even on an off night, that's what the great ones do. He still ended up with 20 points and got going a little bit later on, but the Suns made things very difficult on him. 7 of 25 from the floor, 2 of 8 from three-point range. Had 7 assists, 2 turnovers, finished with the 20 points, but the Suns finished with a 6-point win, 116-110. And I thought Sammy brought up a great point earlier in the show. Going back this year, when you got 3 marquee scoring forces in the league that the Suns have just put into hellish situations, and 2 on this road trip already. That was my big takeaway from the Detroit game is if you force Cade Cunningham to be that off his game, you need to win that game. That one hurt a little bit, not winning in Detroit. But they did it to Wemby, they did it to Cunningham, they did it to Maxey last night. That's the sign of a very good, connected defensive team. And it wasn't 48 minutes of great defense, by the way, either. You brought it up earlier in the show, Bick. There was a layup line going for Philly at a certain point of that game where they were getting whatever they wanted, depending on the personnel that was on the floor. But to buckle down in big-time situations when needed. And Jaylen Green did it a couple times himself with individual outstanding defensive efforts. I thought that was pretty impressive last night by the Suns.
Yeah, listen, and I think some of that's to be expected. I hope this is not a pattern because there were stretches in the first half, particularly in the second quarter before the Suns got caught fire from the three-point line, when it was a layup line and when the rotations were just not crisp and there were a lot of open threes, a lot of open looks, and they didn't convert on a ton of them, and so whatever. I think the first point is something I want to riff on because I had a conversation with Bryce Drew, head coach at Grand Canyon University not that long ago, and he told me that when you watch basketball, the first sign of a team that you know is truly connected is the quality of help defense that they play. So when you see guys not only guarding their man, but keeping an eye out for you and having your back and kind of seeing the game and not just kind of floating in space and thinking about the next time you touch the ball, that's the sign of a truly connected team. And you see the Suns do this at their best defensively. It's amazing how they flash out to help and then get back. And they just disrupt everything. And it's great coaching and it's great desire from the basketball team. So There you go. And so right now, as I said before, the Suns are 10 games over 500. They've got a winning record on the road. They've got a 3-game winning streak. They've got 27 victories, which is still astounding to me. Yeah, it's and so, but it's going to be a struggle because I know that as the season goes on, our attitudes about this team and our expectations about this team, they're going to change, and it will be a severe disappointment if the Suns have to deal with some sort of play-in situation, which is very possible. You're dealing with the teams right in your vicinity, the Rockets and the Lakers, and right behind you are the Timberwolves.
Yeah, and last night, if things shook out right, and they didn't for the Suns in terms of the day-to-day, watching and scoping of the Western Conference standings, they would have risen. But, the Rockets came back and they won a game, and the Lakers came back after a shaky first half, and they beat the Nuggets last night. But this is the territory that they're playing in. And I think it's interesting, too, that, in getting Jaylen Green back, and they were very, very, they limited his minutes. He played under 20 minutes last night. He did make contributions, and that uptick in minutes will come. But if you go back to the second time Jaylen, when he re-aggravated the hamstring injury, he missed the first 8 games of the season. He came back for the one game in Phoenix against the Clippers and played lights out. And then he lasted 7 minutes in the next game, which was also on the road against the Clippers. And that, to me, was the start of the Suns' identity building.
Yeah.
Because the Clippers were in a different spot there. The Clippers had already blown them out once earlier in the season. Remember, they played the Clippers 3 times in the first 10 games of the year. But Jaylen Green left, and it was a bummer. I remember watching the game thinking, oh, here we go again. How is this team going to respond? And they responded, and they got that win on the road. And to me, that evened their record at 5-5. So since that time, in their last X number of games, they're 10 games over 500. That is when it kicked in. And now you're adding Jaylen Green to this mix, this established identity. And it sounds weird to say that it's this established, still this early on in Jordan Knott's tenure with a brand new roster. But there's no doubt in my mind. You talked about connectivity with help defense. I mean, there's connectivity just coursing through the veins of this team in every single way. And I think the first sample from Jaylen Green in blending in with everybody on the court for the first time in a while was a really positive one.
Yeah. No, listen, I agree with you on that. So I think that in a lot of ways that everything about you mentioned the bummer of losing that game in Detroit. It's hard for me to look at any of this in the whole and feel bad about any individual loss the way this team is arcing. And last night was another example. The defense wasn't always the best, but it was good enough when it had to be. Yeah. And the Suns a couple times just put that game in a headlock. So there you go.
And now they've reached that mark of 3 wins on this road trip. They got a chance to make it a winning road trip, but worst case scenario is they come back 3-3. Jordan Knott shared his thoughts on the trip so far.
I just think we just continue to get better. Even when it doesn't feel great, we find ways to win. We're implementing a big piece on the fly here. And I thought even, at the end of the game didn't feel great, but we'll learn from that. And we need to be in those spots because we only have half the season left. So those first 2 nights, I think, helped us too. We're in competitive dogfights on the road, 2 good teams. And then the turning around, it shows a lot about our competitive grit.
Yeah, and if you really want to be optimistic about this, we mentioned the Detroit game. This trip started in Miami, a game that was also winnable. Suns are a couple plays from being 5-0 on this 6-game road trip going into
Isn't
Atlanta.
That crazy?
Yeah. It's just, man. Unfortunately, we couldn't hook up with Frank Isola.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, we'll get him again.
Maybe another day this week, hopefully. It'll work out.
Yeah, hopefully. Coming up next, we will roll out another edition of Mock My World. Can Dan Bickley continue his dominance? We'll find out. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're tied up at 51, 135 to play. Jaylen Green finds a cutting Oso, who hammers it down.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Turf Monsters, and if your backyard is kind of cringy, if it keeps you from having company on the weekends, don't worry, my friends at Turf Monsters can come to your rescue. They're just a phone call away. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, and their range is absolutely unbelievable. Whatever you're looking for, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from shading structures like pergolas to hardscapes like patios, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their turfs are of the premium, highest quality. I've seen them myself. They are gorgeous. They can give you that beautiful green lawn without the hassles, without the mess of installing real sod. And pro tip, you save a ton of time and a lot of money with artificial turf when you do not have to hire landscapers or pick weeds on the weekend. If you're a pickleball player, they can build you a pickleball court. And if you're a golfer, they are sensational at custom-built putting greens. What could be better than working on your short game in the comfort of your own home? Highly recommend you go online. You can schedule a free estimate, check out samples of their work, and while you're there, they're near 1,000 five-star reviews. turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Jewelry Gram. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And the return of Jaylen Green, the Suns got a 116-110 win in Philly against the 76ers. Green only played 20 minutes, but had 12 points and somewhat looked the part. Devin Booker would lead the way for the Suns with 27 points. And after dropping their first 2 games of the road trip, they now have a chance to win 4 straight and go to 4-2 on the trip out east. And you can add Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady to the list of potential Cardinals head coaching candidates as he interviewed with the team yesterday. And reports this morning say they'll be bringing in Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for a second interview. For everything you need to know about the Cardinals coach search, though, head to ArizonaSports.com today. The Cats, Devils, and Lopes are all in action tonight. The number 1 ranked Wildcats welcome Cincinnati. San Diego State comes to GCU for a Mountain West showdown, and in Tempe tonight, ASU and West Virginia get together as Bobby Hurley and his team look for a win. Tip-off there will be at 7, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is now that Jaylen Green is back, which Sun should be third in shot attempts on an average night after Jaylen Green and Devin Booker? Is it Dylan Brooks, Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, Mark Williams, or other?
Wait a minute. Are we really asking a question on who should have the third most attempts?
I guess.
I hate this phrase,
again,
but I'm going to say this phrase to whoever wrote that question. Go touch some grass.
Again,
should we just go to Mark My
What
World?
is the relevance of that question? All right. Not hating. Vote, Vinny.
Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, 48% of the vote, Dylan. 33 Grayson. 13 Colin Gillespie. 5 Mark. 1% voted other. Maybe it's Jamare Bouye.
Maybe. If you'd like to, you can vote on that question right now. It's the Sanderson Ford poll question on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Real quick before we get to Mock My World. It's
Yeah.
not breaking news, but a breaking development. Anthony Campanelli, the defensive coordinator of the Jacksonville Jaguars, coming in for a second interview with the Arizona Cardinals. Did nobody hear about the first one?
I didn't even know they had a first one.
I've not seen him connected to the job at all.
That's funny.
And you know what I'm going to say about this? Anthony Campanelli!
Oh!
The Jaguars defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Has he been connected to any other teams?
I haven't seen his name once.
Baltimore. He interviewed in Baltimore. He interviewed with the Dolphins before Hafley got the job. And apparently was mentioned as a candidate in Tennessee, but never interviewed. All right. So we're on to Mock My World. Last week, I mentioned Dan Bickley's dominance. It has been a trend. Not so much last week. We did our favorite bad movies. Best bad movies last week. And Sammy blew us all out of the water with 52% of the vote. He picked Borat, an Oscar-nominated film. Napoleon Dynamite, Roadhouse, and Nacho Libre. Jarrett finished second, 20.3%. I was a distant third, 20.1%. Bick came in 7.5%. The voting was
7.5. Whoa.
The voting was weird last week, quite honestly, because I thought we all had really good teams.
Yeah.
Anyway, in celebration of the Indiana Hoosiers winning a national title for the first time after being a doormat in college football for a century, we're going with the best Cinderella stories in sports and pop culture in reverse order of last week's Mock My World results. Bick will have the first pick. I will go second. Jarrett third. Sammy fourth. 4-round snake-style draft. Bick, you get the first pick.
All right, the Miracle on Ice 1980 U.S. Olympic hockey team.
See, I think it's over.
It's
a hard one.
I wouldn't
because
say that. There's a lot of great stories.
Some good
yeah,
ones
there's
for
a
sure.
lot of great ones.
Yeah. With my first pick, where'd my list go here? I'm going to go... I'm going to go with one of my favorite college basketball teams of all time. NC State Wolfpack.
Ooh.
Wow.
1983.
Lorenzo Charles. Derek Whittenburg. Sidney Loeb.
Jimmy V.
Tyree Gannon.
All right, I got to go with Rocky Balboa.
I forgot about the fictional part of it.
Yo, Adrian.
That was my first one.
Well,
all right. I'll take Buster Douglas.
Good pick.
What did he do?
What did he do?
And then
Ate a lot of food.
Then with my second pick,
he followed that up very
Can I tell
strongly,
you,
by
young
the way.
kids, that back in the day, they used to have a thing, Vinny would know this, they used to have a thing called Sports Line or Sports
Yes,
Phone. And you would call a number late at night to get results.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't find them anywhere else.
That's what Sammy would have done back in the day. If he
Between
was 30 years older.
so this was like before you could get your morning newspaper and sports section to see what happened.
That's it.
I've heard the Sports Line.
Yeah.
Yes. My second pick, little local, but I'm going to take Kurt Warner.
Very good
Oh, that's
pick.
a very good one. I didn't even think of that.
They made a movie about that one,
They
too.
did.
All right. I'm going with the original underdog, David,
Dang it! I know that was one of mine.
the king of sling.
I love it.
David, who defeated Goliath in biblical times.
What a biblical upset it was.
Absolutely.
That's funny. That's a good pick.
Thank you.
All right, since we're going, I'm going to go to the origin of the word.
Oh,
Is there a
man.
better Cinderella story than Cinderella?
I thought I was going to get that at the end. I had that one on my list.
That's pretty funny.
It's good. It's good.
All right, you got 2 picks, Dan.
I've got 2 picks.
Yes, you do.
All right, give me Rudy.
Big booty Rudy.
Big booty Rudy. And give me Anthony Robles of ASU fame.
Oh, what a good one.
Man.
Now it's over.
He's got a movie.
Yeah, this one's wrapped up.
He's got a movie coming out, right?
Yeah.
Did
Is
it
it
come
a movie
out?
or a show?
I don't. J-Lo's in it. I remember that
It's
much.
It's a movie.
Talk about
J-Lo
Big
plays
Booty
his mom.
Rudy.
It's been out for
Whoa.
several.
Oh, it came out already?
It's been out for several. We had Anthony Robles on the
I know.
show.
I thought that was when they were filming it. Did anyone see it?
I did not see it. My son saw it. He said it was very well done.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
See, things come and go.
Things coming. What is this?
Mostly go with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right,
My
Vince.
next pick, I'm going to go with Joe Dirt. No, well, that was last week.
Yeah, right.
Hey, that
Kind of a Cinderella
could work,
story.
yeah.
He did land Brandy at the end of
Right.
the movie, and that was quite the pull. I'm going to go with the real-life story of Hoosiers.
Very
Nice,
good.
okay.
Milan High School.
Milan High School, 1954 state champs in Indiana.
Nice.
All right, I am going to go with Luke Skywalker and the Rebel Alliance that defeated the Empire.
Huh. Okay. I'm going to take... I have 2 picks. Yeah.
Nerd alert!
Hey, nerds vote in polls too.
They do. I'm going to take... The Karate Kid.
Oh, no!
Come on.
That was on my list.
Daniel
on.
Very well
LaRusso's
done.
gonna fight.
Yes.
I can recite every word of
I
that
know you
movie, and I didn't even pick it.
And
Sammy,
then-
one time we were able to interview Ralph Macchio, who played the Karate Kid.
Yeah.
Vinny was dorking out, man.
Was at
my
Comic-Con.
goodness. Yes.
They ran lines with each other.
No
Yes.
way.
We did, yeah.
Vinny was Mr. Miyagi.
While dressed as Han Solo.
Yeah, that wow.
And you know
Talk about a nerd
And,
alert.
it was 118 degrees. I showed up in a Chewbacca outfit.
I was
Promptly ditched the mask, and Jarrett was dressed up as Princess Leia. It's fantastic.
4-pound wig on.
The visuals. the
Fantastic.
visuals.
Princess Leia's neck was really hairy that day.
And then my last pick, I already took one. I'll take Leicester City.
Who's that?
They won.
Who's that fella?
They won the Premier League.
Yes.
Came out of nowhere to win the Premier
Leicester.
League.
The biggest odds-wise upset of all time.
It is, yeah, because Bick mentioned earlier in the show
Yep.
ASU being the 6th biggest.
Yep.
Leicester City,
But-
500 to 1, won the Premier League.
But I mean, to me, and I know I'm gonna piss off the soccer fans.
yeah, no,
when I
that's
say
totally
this.
fair.
There's no playoffs. It was a regular season thing, and it was still a tremendous story, and the odds against them were tremendous. but they didn't have to back it up with a postseason performance.
But that's the thing with that is that's the way that season has been since it started.
I know.
But, yeah.
All right, my last pick. I'm going to go with another fictional one, but the subtitle of this film is a true underdog story. So I will pick the members of Average Joe's Gym in Dodgeball.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
The odds against them were astronomical, when facing the Globo Gym purple.
Exactly. A true underdog story. Vince, right? Your last pick?
My last pick. I'm going to go with another figure who had a movie made about him. American distance runner, Native American Billy Mills.
Billy Mills?
Yes. Won a gold medal and was on nobody's radar.
Interesting. Billy Mills.
Billy Mills. That's your all right, well.
Dan, you got the last
pick for me, Villanova 1985.
Good one.
On my list.
The classic Cinderella story in college basketball.
I'm surprised.
It actually came through and won.
I'm surprised nobody picked Tom Brady.
It's hard to even envision him like that. I was thinking about that original Patriots team versus the greatest show on turf. What an underdog they were. Nobody picked Indiana.
I know. I thought that too.
But it doesn't fit underdog. The story is underdog,
exactly.
but it doesn't fit the team.
Right. It's a 2-year story.
Nobody picked Vince Papale.
No.
Or I had Jim Abbott.
The Continental Army that won the Revolutionary War.
The Boise State team in the Fiesta Bowl.
That's true. Nobody picked Sparta against Persia.
That's it.
They
the
lost.
Jamaican bobsledders.
Sparta lost, though.
Cool Runnings, I know. It's one of my favorite movies. I almost...
Feel the rhythm. Feel the rhyme.
Get on up. It's bobsled time. It's one of my favorite movies ever.
It's fantastic.
I've never seen that movie.
Oh, my...
It's so entertaining. Come on.
I've never seen it. All right, Cinderella stories in sports and pop culture. Beck's got Miracle on... What'd you forget?
Bill Murray's character in Caddyshack.
Cinderella story.
About to become the Masters champion.
But he didn't really become the Masters.
No, he didn't.
He just ruined the flowers.
He did.
That's all he did.
That was fantastic.
Bick's got the Miracle on Ice, Rudy Rudiger, Anthony Robles, and Villanova 85. I've got the 83 NC State team. Cinderella herself, the Milan High School 1954 Indiana champs, and Billy Mills. Jarrett's got Rocky Balboa, David, Luke Skywalker, and the Rebel Alliance, and Average Joe's Gym. That's quite the blend.
That
there.
really is.
And Sammy's got Buster Douglas, Kurt Warner, the Karate Kid, Daniel LaRusso, and Leicester City. We'll get this up on X, and you vote who's got the best Cinderella stories in Mock My Worlds and final thoughts. Next on this Wednesday, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. So, home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch at LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch at LundMortgage.com and start saving.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
Full admission, I was not familiar with this song until earlier today.
All right.
But a phrase you used in the Bickley Blast today on the Suns, anything is possible.
Oh, okay.
This is Bryan Adams from the original motion picture soundtrack of the movie Charlie the Wonder Dog. Has anybody seen it? Apparently it just came out. So,
starring Jennifer Lopez.
First again with your new music here on Bickley and Murata.
That's right.
Today's song, what do you think about Bryan Adams?
Not this song.
Not too long ago, he was in town, and I heard he put on a tremendous show.
Is that right?
At Mortgage Matchup Center. Yeah.
Okay.
They still like that Robin Hood song. Oh, Robin Hood, that's a good underdog we didn't pick. But yeah.
Oh, we could have had 20 rounds of draft picks today. Bryan Adams, anything is possible. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, we mentioned it right before we rolled out the Mock by World draft that Anthony Campanelli, the Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator, who somehow fell through the cracks and was not connected to the Cardinals job at all, coming in for an in-person second interview with the Arizona Cardinals, apparently flying in today.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, are his arms tired.
Oh,
okay.
I tell you, I've been flying all night.
Do anything for you, Anthony Campanelli?
I don't know much about him, to be honest.
No.
The only thing, the Jags had the #1 rush defense in the NFL.
And again, you're going down a slippery slope when you try to take
100%.
one overarching stat and apply it to a guy. See, that's the guy.
Yeah.
I'm going to do some research on him, though. I'll tell you that much.
He is literally, he is one day older than me.
Wow.
He was born August 18th, 1982.
Speaking of that, I had a weird experience. I was picking up prescriptions over the weekend, and they always ask you your date of birth. Mm-hmm. And there was a young female employee that was taking the information, and I gave my date of birth, and she looked at me weird, and she just said, "That's the exact same birthday as my mom."
Wow.
And I said, "Even the same year?" And she said, "Yes." She said, "You're like twins."
You should have said, "Is she hot?"
Is she single?
And then she gave me my prescription, and I left.
People who are married on the same day feel some sort of kinetic attraction, like we are meant to be together.
Born on the same day?
Yeah.
That's, I had not heard that before.
So are we going to get into some of these strange animal encounters?
We totally can.
Or do you got other things we got to cover, Vinny?
I was going to throw a college basketball coach under the bus.
You go ahead. Yeah, that's probably better.
Is it Mick Cronin?
It's Mick Cronin, who last night UCLA upsets the number 4 team in the country. They beat Purdue. And Mick Cronin, who just seems like he'd be so much fun at parties.
Yeah.
On the press conference podium afterwards, had this to say.
And I want to thank the Big Ten for giving us 5 of our first 7 on the road, bringing Purdue here on Thursday night, where we don't get back in LA till Saturday night, and giving us the team pick to win the league on a 2 days rest after 5 of our first 7 on the road. I want to thank the Big Ten for that.
Anybody want to tell Mick Cronin, first of all, last night was Tuesday, not Thursday.
Right, first of all.
They have a bunch of days off before they play Northwestern on Saturday.
Right.
And take it up with your administration.
Yeah, there you go.
Instead of complaining about it in the public when you just pulled a big upset win.
There you go.
He's a good coach, but my God.
I thought you were going to say, hey, Dr. Schmuckman, your school is the reason that you no longer play in a regional conference and that you have these long road trips.
That just goes to show you, though, if underneath the surface, they made that decision, and that was an administrative decision and a money-chasing decision only. They didn't consult with the coaches. They certainly didn't consult with the athletes and the families of the athletes.
Absolutely
It's a disaster. And we're 2 years into it, and there's already this much complaining. All right, real quick. Now go to the animal encounters.
Yeah, so there are a couple. I want to read Eddie V's. He said, So we asked, what is the craziest story about an encounter with a wild animal? Eddie V says, I was a teenage kid driving about 90 miles an hour on a back road at 3 a.m. Dumb, I know. I hit a deer. It meat grenaded everywhere.
Oh, no.
Totaled my car.
Gross.
Totaled my car. Carcass flew into a cemetery fence and knocked it down, all less than a mile from my home. So there's that one. Sun Devil Doug says, I was sleeping at a travel station from driving across the country. I had awoken to an unfamiliar screeching and screaming sound. I moved the sheet that was covering my windows and saw a pack of coyotes sitting outside and pacing around my car. I have nightmares about it to this day. Stephen Ruiz, I was fishing for salmon on the Columbian River. I was reeling in one, and just as it got to the boat, a sea lion stole it and almost capsized us in the process. Ross Vegas, playing golf with some buddies in Goodyear. A rattlesnake was in the cart path. He drove past it. The snake strikes through the cart seats, tries to bite him, turns to the side, and he misses him, goes out the other side. I watched that all happen. So a rattlesnake tried to jump into, and then J-Dub said, I walked past Sean Penn and caught an odor of anger, insanity, and a lung dart. That one was
Man alive.
Are they calling Sean Penn an animal?
In one battle after another.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my God!
That character.
One of the most unseemly.
Oh, I thought it was he was
I gotta watch the movie.
Oh, it's
you haven't watched it?
out there,
I haven't
man.
seen it yet. It's on my list.
Have you seen the new Game of Thrones series, Jared? There's a new
A Night
in the Seven Kingdoms. It's fabulous.
It's already out?
No. Try this.
I gave up on the other spinoff after one season.
No, this is you got to try this.
It's out?
One episode.
Okay, sweet.
See you tomorrow, folks. Thanks to Mark Schlerth and Jay Perry. We'll see you tomorrow.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
ACE. ACE.
Text the word
ACE
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open.
You're a weird guy, Ace. Weird guy. Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Progressive's Accident Response can detect and send help when you need it most after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's Accident Response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and you're kicking off the new year with some serious savings.
What's up, Dave? There's no better way to start the year off with a brand new Hummer EV. For a limited time, get up to $8,000 off the all-new 2026 Hummer EV, SUV, or lease for just $799 a month. It's a new year, a new ride, a new opportunity you don't want to miss.
So shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to elevate your game in 2026 with the Bunker to Bunker Club membership. Get an official USGA handicap, subscription to the AZ Golf Insider magazine, invitations to Bunker's 2-person scramble golf events, and incredible rewards promotions throughout the year. Get in before January 31st and save $5 off your membership, and you're automatically entered for a chance to win VIP hospitality to the 2026 WM Phoenix Open. It's the best value in golf since the Mulligan. For more info, go to bunkergolf.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns on the second night of a back-to-back went to Philly and got a 116-110 win for their third straight and moved to 27-17, 10 games above 500. And we saw the return of Suns guard Jaylen Green last night. He played 20 minutes, had 12 points, and here was Devin Booker on playing alongside Green.
I think we're going to help each other at the end of the day. I think it's going to get better day by day. We're halfway through a season, and he's just starting. So, we're going to get him up to speed.
The Suns will go for their fourth straight and a 4-2 road trip on Friday night in Atlanta against the Hawks. As the Arizona Cardinals continue to try and find their next head coach, Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady was interviewed by the team yesterday, and they'll be bringing in Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for an in-person second interview today. And ASU, U of A, and GCU all in action tonight, and you can hear the Sun Devils on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Yeah, what is up? What is going on? Basinonians, gather on the transistor and press the air. We got ourselves a real good show coming up for you on a Wednesday.
We're going to talk to Bobby Marks here shortly. About 10 minutes, talk about the
You know
Suns.
what, honestly, I just want to say this quickly, too. I have no idea where the hump day came from right there, hump day.
I thought it was that camel in that commercial.
Well, no, I think everyone used to walk around and say hump day, and I think that's the reason why they did the Campbell.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, because of the hump day. Somebody just said it, and there are guys who used to love to work here. They'd walk around and they'd always, hey, it's hump day. I don't know. I really didn't get into that. Every day was a hump day.
It's the middle of the whatever. It's fine.
I just wanted to say that because I don't typically. I'm not the guy who walks around and says hump day. Well, I'm not that guy.
So far on the show today, you're the only one who said it. I don't hear command
I started
and
the show that way. That
Sammy's
was weird.
Not saying
I did say it in my reboot. So.
Oh, you did?
Oh, Sammy, you had a chance.
I know. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right, Sammy. If you said it, you didn't say hump day, did you? You just read it like hump day.
We may have to go.
Oh,
to the
no,
tape.
you did,
we may have to go to the tape.
Oh, my goodness. All right, Sammy.
Sammy is too honest.
Luke, what were you saying?
There's
You were
no
saying
way
something?
Wolf was up that early. I was going to say we're going to have Bobby Marks on shortly, unless he's heard the open of the show, and maybe he's like, forget it. Max Starks is going to join us in the second half of the show. We got a lot to talk about with Max in the second half of the show. But, Wolf, why don't we just start right here with the Phoenix Suns winning last night, Jaylen Green playing. I love the fact he came off the bench. I know we had this conversation a couple weeks ago, and I was like, bring him off the bench. And then we looked, and he had never come off the bench in a game.
Yeah.
Well, he came off the bench last night, which I think says a lot about him and the Suns. And he played well, and they handled the 76ers. I get that Philadelphia didn't have Embiid or Paul George, even as it turned out. But this is the NBA in 2026. You beat the team in front of you.
Yeah, you know what's amazing about this, too, Basinonians? You know how big I am on plus minus. I'm big. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, okay? Hear me well on that. I'm not saying, the plus minus is the end. No, I'm not. But it is kind of interesting to me when you look at last night in particular, where of the starters, there was only one starter that actually was in the plus last night. That was Colin Gillespie with a +7. Mm-hmm. Every guy that came off the bench for the Phoenix Suns was in the plus. Mm-hmm. That is, that is something to me. I think the Phoenix Suns won this game because of their bench.
They got 58 points from the bench, 58 from the starters too, but 58 from the bench. Like I said, I love the idea of bringing Jaylen Green in off the bench to start. I mean, look, if he plays to the potential of Jaylen Green, he's going to be starting soon enough. But I'm just saying,
Luke Lipinski reporting.
My sources. As he works his way back, though, I mean, the guy has played 30 minutes all season prior to last night. Why does he have to start right out of the gate? Why is it like, all right, Jaylen, you're back while you're starting and everybody else's minutes are disrupted? And on some level, that shows like, okay, we can't do this without you, Jaylen. Whereas this, to me, shows we ease you in off the bench, 20 minutes. He was impactful. He was plus 10. He had 12 points. Here we go. Now you feel better about him playing on Friday and just continuing to build it. And I think it says a lot about Jaylen Green, where he's been sitting there watching this team move into a top 6 spot all season, basically without him.
Yeah.
He had never come off the bench in an NBA game to start a game, and he's good with it. I think it just says a lot about the chemistry and the culture of this team.
You know what, Luke, this is a shining moment for Luke Lipinski right now based on it. Because of that, we're just going to go ahead and we're just going to give him
Oh, wow.
You get the wolf howl.
Got one of these in a long time.
You know what you brought up in your diatribe on Jaylen Green? I'm just kidding.
Let me look up a diatribe. I know it means something long.
Diatribe on Jaylen Green, of course.
Oh, it's time for
You brought up the fact it says an awful lot about him.
It does.
That he would come off the bench. That he would be willing to do. I mean, listen, Jaylen Green, for the most part, we all know this guy is wildly talented and worthy of being a starter for the Phoenix Suns.
And he will be a starter.
Yeah, and he will be for the Phoenix Suns. Ron Wolfley reporting this time. He will be a starter for the Suns. Yet at the same time, they're easing him into the rotation right now. I love the fact they're easing him into the rotation. But it says even more to Luke's point, ladies and gentlemen, and why he got the wolf howl as well, because it was spot on. It says a lot about Jaylen Green, that he's not throwing some kind of hissy fit, right?
Last night.
Right? Yeah, of course it is, right?
Last night was Jaylen Green's 310th NBA game, and he had started the first 309. It's the first time he came off the bench in his NBA career. This is not a guy that comes off the bench. And nobody looks at him and says he's a bench player, but did it not help to have him coming off the bench last night? It didn't disrupt the starting lineup that's playing very well for the Suns. What are they now, 12-4 in their last 16?
Yeah.
So you don't need to disrupt the starting lineup. It made the bench that much stronger, although he was not the only one that contributed by any means. Also, Jordan Goodwin again.
Loved it. Jordan Goodwin, are you kidding me? The mask, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we call him.
He can't ever take that thing off.
The mask.
He can't ever take it off.
Yes.
I mean, he can take it off after games, but I'm saying, like, for games now, he's just going to have to wear it.
We used to call Greg Popovich the mask. We used to call him that.
Well, not anymore.
But we don't call him that.
Why was he the mask?
Well, don't worry about it. Okay.
Well, now I'm a little worried about it.
Well, I'll tell you later,
All right.
based on audience. You know, maybe we'll X that thing out or something like that, or maybe not.
Exclusive content.
We used to call him the mask. But you know what? I think Goody right now deserves that. The mask. I love what this guy, just watching him play. First of all, he shows up on the offensive glass. I just want to say this quickly. And you can see the shock of guys that are much bigger than he is when all of a sudden he shows up and gets the rebound.
Yeah.
The look on their face when you see Goody get positioned down low on the offensive end of the glass and you see him rebound. Look at the look on the guys' faces that are around him. The shock and awe of, what are you doing? It's a surprise to them, a shock, and I love it. This guy works so hard. He works so hard, and it's not just on the offensive end of the glass, is it? He works all the time. This guy is the mask, is the beating heart, to me, of this team because of how he comes off the bench and brings all sorts of intensity and energy. I love that, man. You need that. Dylan Brooks, we all know what Dylan Brooks is, and he sets the tone, and he's a starter. Goody is not.
Isn't it that much better, though, that he's wearing the mask, too? Like, that he's wearing that specific mask? I mean, yeah.
Looks great.
When are they the Suns are going to have a Jordan Goodwin, like, mask giveaway at some point in the second half of the season?
That would
How
be
could you
awesome,
not do
wouldn't
it?
it?
Yeah. You can put whatever brand on it you want, but just that black mask right there.
I just think, too, you'd wear it all the time. Just wear the mask all the time.
To interviews and stuff, too?
Not all the time, I guess. Strike that based on it. But even when he's healthy.
We should
listen, I wear a mask when I play the game of basketball.
Can we get a... No, he has to. 100% I agree with you. He needs to keep wearing it, even when he's good. Yeah, now. We need to get a couple we can wear during the show, like when they're in the playoffs.
Oh man, that'd be
great.
so cool.
We
The Suns need to do that. Just market that thing.
They should give it out to all the fans, and then that will like totally freak out the opponent. An entire crowd wearing those masks.
Right.
That would be such like a weird.
That would be weird.
It's like when I worked at the movie theater and I walked and I had to go like deal with a situation in a 3D movie,
and everybody's just wearing the glasses.
and everyone's just wearing it, and I like look. I was in the front of the theater, and it is freaky.
Yeah.
But that would be how it would feel for the players.
We gotta like if you're thinking about doing a Jordan Goodwin bobblehead night, forget it. Just give out the masks to everybody to wear. Do that instead of the bobblehead.
Oh my goodness, that'd be so cool. The mask.
Devin Booker had 27 last night, but he and Dylan Brooks combined to go 11 for 36 from the field, and they still won by 16 anyway.
Yes.
So I mean, points from Book. Not as many from Dylan Brooks, just had the 6 points, but the efficiency was not there, but the bench was. And it's another way this team can win basketball games now. All right, Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. That is 1 month from today, Wolf. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
That's going to be so cool. Come on out. February 21st, Rick and I are going to be out there. Jamal, you're not going to be out there? I can't even believe it. Rick and I are going to be out there. Luke's not going to be out there, but I'm going to be out there February 21st.
You don't want me out there
You
right
can actually walk with Rick and myself. We'll be out there walking around, man. You know what? Join us February 21st for the Cardinals Climb.
What are you going to do if I show up?
Ding!
Now? You've told people I'm not going to be there. Now I feel like I'm not allowed to show.
Yeah. Are you going to show up?
But I may have to crawl up the steps the way I'm walking right now. But I could still show up and cheer people on.
That's right.
All right. When we come back, what could the Suns do at the trade deadline, or do they even need to do anything? We're going to talk to ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Royce O'Neal has the basketball, and the Suns are going to dribble out the clock as the Sixers say, no loss. Final 5 seconds in Philly as the clock hits 0 now. And the Phoenix Suns have their 3rd straight win on this 6-game, 12-day road trip, 116-110. The final is they win tonight in Philadelphia.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It is 2026 now. Hopefully you knew that. Maybe you're looking to do something big this year. Maybe you're buying a new home. Well, picture this. You find the new place. It's your dream house, and you just move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing it again. If you've done it, you don't want to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers, because Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from Amco.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $17.52 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Don't you open up that window.
Quick shout out to New River. What's going on, New River?
Love New River. Drive through New River on a Friday night, Basin Onions.
And this song will just start playing.
Kind of cool.
Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now to talk about the Suns and the NBA. Bobby, thank you so much for the time. As always, what's going on?
I'm good, guys. How we doing?
Doing good, Bobby. Good. Appreciate your time, buddy.
Bobby, let's just start here. I mean, we've talked to you a few times this season, and each time the Suns are not moving down the standings, they're moving up the standings. Now they're in a top 6 spot, and they just got Jaylen Green back.
Sure.
How realistic is it in your mind that this team could not just be in the postseason and the play-in, but actually finish in a top 6 spot in the West?
Oh, I think it's real. It's really realistic. I think, listen, you can go, a couple of games separate them from 2, but you could make the case that they could be 8. You know, it's so fluid as far as where they are. I think at the very worst, I think you'd be hosting a play-in game, and certainly I think you want more than that. But yeah, I mean, they're got a couple favorable games coming up here. I think they can go into Atlanta and get a win there against a Hawks team that's reeling a little bit, and a couple really nice wins on the road of late here. But yeah, the biggest thing is when you're trying to contend for a playoff spot is just kind of string along games and wins 7 out of 10 or 6 out of 10, and not go on prolonged losing streaks. But you get, as you mentioned, you get Jaylen back last night in Philadelphia, and you've gotten really good contributions when we've talked about what Colin's done, and certainly Dillon's offensively, probably something we didn't really expect, and then Devin and and some of the role players here. But yeah, I do think this team can finish in the top 6 of the West.
So, Bobby, when you think of the Phoenix Suns and the style of play that they bring to the floor, what do you think of first in terms of them going out and actually competing?
Yeah, it's fun. You watch. There was a stretch last night. I think it was in the third quarter where basically the ability to make threes kind of separated that game and everything like that. But I do think they have the identity of I think their defense will keep them in games. Maybe some games they might not be the most talented on paper, but I do think when I think of Phoenix, I think of more of a kind of a blue. Hard hat, blue collar type team that can defend. I think they have an identity. Certainly, the Phoenix trade with Houston. When you get Dillon, I think Dillon is kind of I don't want to say cultural setter, but he has certainly set the tone there and allows Devin to kind of be who he is and everything. But yeah, I mean, I think that's when I think of Phoenix, I think it's a lot different than it was probably the last couple of years here. I do think it's a team that has more of a defensive identity.
Talking to Bobby Marks, Bobby, it almost feels weird to ask this because he's been here for 44 games, but he's only played 50 total minutes as a Sun. We've seen him play for Houston, but in your mind, what can Jaylen Green do specifically for this team now going forward?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting as far as what role he'll be. I mean, even if he comes off the bench, which he did last night, I really don't look at it that it's kind of how you can contribute and who finishes games and everything like that. I just think he's it's almost like you're acquiring a player in the middle of the year and you're not giving up anything. I mean, they made a trade, he's part of the Durant trade here, but a guy that can score the basket, can get to the rim. We'll see consistently as far as the ability to make shots. I think that kind of comes and goes a little bit here, but I think, health-wise, if he can hold up, and he looked pretty good last night, it just gives you kind of an explosive scoring option off your bench, another guy that can handle the ball if needed. But I'm looking forward to watch Jaylen integrate with this group.
Bobby, what do you think about the trade deadline coming up for the Phoenix Suns? I as a general manager, I'd be really, really careful what kind of pieces you might actually bring into this team, knowing that the chemistry is so good right now. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. It's almost like I kind of equate Phoenix as a guy who's sitting at, if you like to play blackjack or poker, I guess, who's on a little bit of a hot streak, and it's kind of just a time to walk away from the table. Just kind of pick up your chips and just kind of be content where you are. I mean, I'm not saying that, there's not moves to be made, but I think, you guys have seen it the last couple of years, like even if, when you go out and make something, splash, whether it been Durant or the Beal deal, those all of don't work out all of a sudden. And I do think you do have to be careful because I think it's one thing how you view a player on the court and how he can mesh with his teammates and stuff. But I think there is a dynamic within that locker room. I've seen a lot of times teams have made trades in the past and they get, we write about them and then we give them an A and all of a sudden, maybe that player is not a good teammate or maybe he doesn't fit within the locker room here. So I do think I agree. I think you have to be careful as far as what you want to do. I know you're sitting on, Nick Richards, who hasn't been part of the rotation. He's on an expiring contract. He's right on $5 million. We'll see if they want to get under the luxury tax. I think you can do that without impacting your roster. I know, I think the distribution is like $14-15 million. I know that's probably not the first agenda and everything like that, but I do think that's something that if you want to do, there's a move out there to do. But yeah, I agree with you. I'd be careful as far as what you can do. I think it's, it's similar. Like there's such a newness with this. I know Devin has been there, but it's similar to kind of like what Houston went through last year and probably what San Antonio will go through this year. It's like let's get them through. Let's put this group in a playoff and see where they are. And then let's get into the offseason and then figure out kind of what we need to add.
That was kind of my next question. I mean, you mentioned the tax. How important is it that they get under the tax and out of the aprons and acquire some picks? And I guess the bigger part of that is that something they can just do in the offseason or even next year?
No, well, I mean, getting at the tax, you basically have to do it by the trade deadline here, because once you get past the trade deadline, unless there's some bonuses here, your rosters are essentially frozen as far as dropping below. So if there's I think they're like 260,000 below above the tax. Listen, if you're that close, you're gonna. I don't care if you're the wealthiest owner in the NBA. Right. An extra $14-15 million is something nice to have to use, whether it be building out, maybe adding some more staff into your department or doing some other things with it here. So I do think that's something that you can look at. I think where they are with the aprons, we haven't talked about it. With Phoenix, feels like that was tied with them for the last couple of years. I think they're in a really good spot. To have some flexibility and the ability to aggregate. It's nice to aggregate contracts and take back more money, and that's something that they, as we said, they haven't been able to do the last couple of years.
So, Bobby, the Phoenix Suns, as you know, 27-17 right now. Jordan Ott, is he the NBA Coach of the Year?
I think he has to be, and there's a lot of guys out there. I mean, we could put it. I'm sure J.B. Bickerstaff in Detroit, the best record in the NBA. With the coaching staff in San Antonio, there's a lot of great ones out there. But I think we have to look at it I don't vote for these awards and stuff like that. I think you have to look at it based on what the expectations were coming into the year, where your roster, where you're projected. Like, I think it was like one of these gambling sites, I don't even know which one, had him as the worst odds, right? Or as far as with the wins loss, I think it was like 30 wins and stuff like that. And he's almost close to surpassing that here. I mean, I'm writing my trade guide and stuff, and shit, we had him last in, I think, future power rankings for looking at the next 3 years here. So I would think so. I mean, I don't know what else. I don't know what the criteria sometimes is with these awards. I really don't. I guess it's kind of based on the voter, but I think what he's been able to do, and I don't want to say, overachieved and everything like that, because it's probably unfair to the group on the court here. But yeah, I would think he would be, at least for right now, the favorite for Coach of the Year.
Bobby, thanks again for your time.
Bobby,
it's always
thank
good
you,
talking
buddy.
to you.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
All right, you too. That's Bobby Marks joining us right there. Of course, the ESPN NBA front office insider joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. It's a good time to talk about the Phoenix Suns.
No doubt, man.
All right, when we come back over to football, Sean McDermott seemed like a real interesting name for the Cardinals, but is that just a dream at this point? Is that already over, too? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
So you're in the toughest division. You have uncertainty at quarterback. You've got a franchise that has a history of losing. It's a tough sell.
It is a tough sell.
It's like, it's a tough sell to anybody. Hey, come take the why. Why should I take this shot? Now, if you don't have any options, if you're Robert Saleh and you've got options, okay, you're not going to take this shot. I would say to you that I would expect that the guy who takes the Cardinals job does not have other options.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. I can tell you, Basinonians, 8 years ago, we had Presidential Pools and Spas. They came over to the Wolfley compound, and they put a pool in our backyard, and it's one of the best things that we have ever done. There are perks to using Presidential Pools and Spas. Number one, they're a 5-year warranty. Yeah, how about that? A 5-year warranty, which is the industry leader. And not only that, they also are Arizona's most trusted pool builder in the market, and they build more pools than anyone. And guess what? They have the awards to back that up. They also have amazing financing for any pool options that you may want. You know what? You want to be swimming by spring, then now is a great time to start that. And Presidential Pools are not just here in the Basin. They do pools across the state. They've got a location down in Tucson as well. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Is it experience? Yep. Earnhardt's been a name that Arizonans trust for the last 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has exactly what you're looking for, with nearly 500 new Fords to choose from. Is it incredible offers? You bet. Right now, get $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or low 2.9% APR financing also available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. In Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The 2026 football schedules for Arizona and Arizona State have been released. You can check them out now on arizonasports.com. Speaking of the Sun Devils, Bobby Hurley's squad takes on West Virginia tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are bringing in Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for a second interview. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Ready to freshen up your home in 2026? Come visit The Window Depot today. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, and more at the best prices. TheWindowDepot.com.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Yeah, it's getting kind of quiet on the Cardinals coaching front. I mean, you hear the occasional name thrown out there, like Joe Brady yesterday. There's a lot of names out there. A lot of them came out within the first week after the Cardinals fired Jonathan Gannon. But, you know, other teams are hiring coaches.
Can I interest you guys in Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli, who is reportedly having a second interview with the Cardinals today?
We're talking to Vinny here between the shows. It's a great Italian name.
It is. Lipinski.
Campanelli.
Gambadoro. You guys could all
we could all go
get
to
together.
some Italian restaurant.
Yeah.
What's the place in St. Louis you always tell us to go, Wolf, even though we don't live in St. Louis?
Yes. Canetto's on the hill.
Okay. I'll Uber over there right now.
That's right.
But I don't want another unproven defensive coordinator. We're at a point here now where I'm going to be like, if you do that, why didn't you just keep Gannon and see this through? This is Tom Pelissero, because there is a name out there that I think we would all like still, and that would be Sean McDermott. But Tom Pelissero on the Rich Eisen show quickly shot that down.
If we talk about where could Sean McDermott potentially land next, it doesn't make a ton of sense for him to go into a total rebuild. He's 51 years old. He's been there every year, been in the playoffs, every season here in recent years. I don't really see him I'm going to go to Arizona or I'm going to go to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense
it does.
For Sean McDermott.
Yeah. The other thing, too, we were just going back to Robert Saleh for a second, because we were talking about this on Friday when John Lund was in here and just talking about if you're a head coach, and this doesn't apply to McDermott, though, that's kind of what I'm saying. If you're a head coach that was seen as having failed in your first gig, you got to be really selective with what your second job is, your second head coaching job. Like if Robert Saleh came to wherever, if he fails in Tennessee, he's probably not getting a third head coaching opportunity. Sean McDermott, I don't think, unless correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think his time in Buffalo was seen as a failure. He was 98-50. They were in the playoffs pretty much every year. Like
how?
I understand in Buffalo it was viewed as man, we just couldn't get over the hump. But overall, if Sean McDermott got hired here and failed, I still think he'd get another job somewhere else.
Yeah, for me, it's amazing because a good buddy of mine once told me, you can't fire all the players. You can't do it. But you can fire the head coach. And I think that's where they're at. I think that is where Buffalo is at this point in time. They have tried everything else. The paradigm, I talk about it all the time. The paradigm, you've got all these variables inside the paradigm. And the Buffalo Bills have been an excellent organization over the last 7 years. An excellent organization. They've won an awful lot of games. They got Josh Allen as their quarterback right now. Okay, so you've got all these variables inside your paradigm. It hasn't worked. So now what do? You get rid of all the variables inside the paradigm? You have any idea how difficult that is going to be?
Yeah.
And you've already accomplished so much. But you know what you can do? Fire one guy, bring a whole new coaching staff in, and say, reset. What does this do? Once again, it's an act of desperation, if you ask me.
Yeah. You can also just blame your coach for everything like Terry Pegula did. This is from earlier today, talking about the Buffalo situation. Because you got to remember, Buffalo's general manager got promoted this week, too.
Brandon Beane.
So, obviously, you're keeping Josh Allen. I mean, certainly, he's maybe the best quarterback in the NFL, and I hear what you're saying. You can't change all the players. So, you fire the coach, okay, and then you promote the GM. I mean, did you see the list of receivers that Josh Allen has had to throw to over the last 3 years? They flashed it during the broadcast the other day, and it's like, you guys can't just, find one good receiver? Here's Terry Pegula.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
Well, you did say a word about it, though. You know what I mean, Terry?
And he's probably taking heat over it because he's the general manager of the team.
Yeah, once again, this is something that I think is important, especially when you have a relationship like Brandon Beane had with Sean McDermott. Honestly, are you going to take some input from the head coach? Of course you're going to take some input. So, again, okay, so that wasn't on Brandon Beane.
That one pick, which, by the way, Keon Coleman, this is who they were talking about. I know he just said Keon, but it's Keon Coleman. He's still on the team. He must feel great right now.
I know. Can you imagine? I do. As soon as I heard that, too, I thought of him first. Seriously. I really did. How he must feel at this point in time. Now, once again, I don't know what kind of team player he is, Keon Coleman, yet at the same time, I definitely do feel for him. But once again, I think this is an act of desperation by the Buffalo Bills of saying, we have to change something. Hey, Sean McDermott, you're fired. We're gonna bring a whole new coaching staff in here because we have all these contracts that are in place right now, and we're gonna see what you could do. And honestly, again, I get it. I do. It's an act of desperation. Yeah. Sean McDermott is one of the best coaches in the National Football League. But what else are you going to do if you think you're at your rope's end?
Yeah. No, I understand. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the move, but at the same time, the Bills keep getting to the exact same spot and losing. So, we've been saying this with the Cardinals. Like, you're in the same spot. You keep hiring a coordinator and then going through them in a couple of years. You got to do something different. Otherwise, you can't expect different results. It's different in Buffalo. I get that. But they keep getting to the divisional round and losing. And so I understand as an owner or GM or whoever, you look at that and you're like, okay, keep running into Patrick Mahomes. And, I mean, he's putting together 13-second drives to beat us at the end of games. That's one thing. That's just bad luck. We just lost to Denver, and Denver's good and everything, but who was scoring the touchdowns? It was Lil Jordan Humphrey and Frank Crum had the touchdowns for Denver. Frank Crum had a touchdown. Like, at a certain point, you got to mix things up a little bit. It's just, that was an interesting way to go about it. Keon Coleman just got drafted in the Marv draft. I mean, it's not like he's been on the team for 7 years dragging them down. He's played 2 seasons there. Here's Pat McAfee going back to the Cardinals side of things, though, because a guy like Sean McDermott probably shouldn't be available. And here you are. Yeah. He can't go back to Buffalo. The Giants already hired their coach. Maybe you go after somebody like that. But Pat McAfee kind of summing up the position the Cardinals are in overall.
We talked about it during the year. This NFC best might be a real problem. We wondered, could all four make it? Well, Cardinals.
Clearly not.
So, Cardinals, what a terrible position they're in.
They tried.
Wonderful city. Who's taking that job?
I wouldn't be signing up for it, okay, right now. I wouldn't be signing up for it.
Hey, it is a wonderful city, though. Whoever said that, good call.
It's a tough situation. It is for the Arizona Cardinals, and you got to wear it, man. You got to wear it until you actually do it, until you actually go out and change things and win games. You have to wear it.
But you have exactly, and you have to change it. It's not going to change for you. It's not like some team. It's not like the Rams are going to win the Super Bowl and be like, you know who I feel bad for? The Cardinals. Here, you can have Sean McVay. Here, and you need how about a running back? You can have Kyron Williams. We feel bad for you. If you sit here and be like, well, we'll just take the last coach available, then you're going to be in last again next year. You're going to be in last again the year after that because you don't even have the luxury of being in a division like the Patriots were in this year where the Dolphins were and the Jets are the Jets. You're in a division. 2 of the teams in your division are still playing in the playoffs. There's only 4 teams left.
Yeah, and listen, I love my Big Red Basinonians, and Michael Bidwell is a friend of the Wu Fang clan. I can tell you that right now. Having said that, this is a situation where, again, you have to wear what is true. It has not worked. You are in a really tough spot right now. The only way you're going to get out of it is to acknowledge that you're in that spot and get over it. You got to wear it. And if that makes you do things that you're not comfortable doing, so be it.
This is the definition of walk through it right here. Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Burns on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event, February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. All right, the schedules are out. ASU football's 2026 schedule is here. We knew most of the opponents already, but now we have the actual schedule. There's a couple parts that really stand out. We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
swing. Swing!
Text the word
swing
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. That's right, Santan Ford. Time for you to jump into your vehicle and drive on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. You can always go to santanford.com and you'll see all the deals they have going on right now. January is when smart buyers, when they make their move for the most part, and when it comes to new vehicles, it's one of the reasons why I trust Tim Hovick and his team over at Santan Ford. Newer pre-owned Fords, go to Santan Ford. I'm all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. And I can tell you, Tim Hovick, the owner of Santan Ford, is all about no gimmicks and no nonsense. Just great Fords and great Ford people who do business the right way. Try out the world-famous Ford F-150. That's what I drive, Basinonians. Or the family rigs like the Explorer or the all-new Expedition. That's what the Warrior Queen loves. If you need a little more than Bronco or Mustang is for you, find them all. Plus great people at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. 866-2620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved and dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599.fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
They're gonna go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Who are the best candidates available for the Cardinals to choose from as their next head coach? It's the Bernsey and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning here. Wolf, I'm holding the 2026 ASU football schedule in my right hand.
Okay.
As are you. It's over there somewhere.
Yeah, I put it into digital, Luke, because I'm
wow.
so digital. That's what
You
I
are.
am.
That's
I'm not about the hardcore.
You're not
paper.
about holding things. Okay, well,
No,
I'm
just
not going
digitized.
I'll try and. What's this internet thing you're always talking about? I'll give it a
Right.
shot. All right, so we have ASU schedule. What jumps out to you since you have it on the computer in front of you right there? What is there a part of the schedule that jumps out to you? Because there's a huge part that jumps out to me.
Yeah, first of all, to me, based on these 12 games, Ron Wolfley reporting 7 games are home, 5 games away.
Home-ish. I mean, one of them's in London, but yeah.
Well, still,
But yeah.
you're considered the home team 7 times, and that to me is very interesting as well. I would have to say that Texas A&M in week 2 at Texas A&M, after Morgan State, of course, after playing Morgan State, that's going to be a frying pan to the face, I would imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, that to me is the part that starts this off because, okay, Morgan State in week 1. All right.
Yep.
Hoping that's a win. I'm going to go ahead and write that down as a
I
W.
think we can do that.
But then, yeah, in week 2, 3, and 4, although there's a bye week in there, so I guess it's really 2, 3, and 5, you go to Texas A&M, who was great this year. Then you go to London the next weekend, next Saturday. And then you have a week off to come back from London. And then you open, I guess technically you open Big 12 play in London against Kansas, but you have a home game against Baylor. That 3-game stretch where you go to Texas A&M, then to London to play Kansas, then a bye week, and then host Baylor, that's for that to be so early in the season. And we already, I mean, obviously that's when it's going to be. You're not going to play Texas A&M in November, and we already knew the London game was September 19th. But for that to be that early in the season, when you are working in a new starting quarterback, you're working in a lot of new weapons on offense.
Yeah.
You're just working in a lot of new pieces because that's college football in 2026, and the ASU's having a lot of guys, you know, fortunately go on to the NFL draft now. But that's quite the test in games 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because it's a little bit different. Morgan State, beware, ladies and gentlemen, once again, because human beings play the game of football, and ASU also is subject, like anybody else, because they have human beings playing the game of football. They might overlook Morgan State. They might, especially when you have Texas A&M on the road after this game. So it's human nature to look almost past Morgan State and look at Texas A&M coming up. And it's also, too, and who knows what's going on with this broadcast. Yeah, sometimes it's a situation where you've got a game, a tough game against Texas A&M. That's what I don't like about playing Texas A&M. Distractions. Morgan State to me, a team that everyone knows you should beat. That is a distraction. When everyone knows you should beat this team. That's number one. And then after Texas A&M, you've got Kansas and London. And then the bye. Yeah, I don't like that. Texas A&M, who started this season 11-0 before they lost to Texas on November 28th by 10, and they lost to Miami in the college football playoffs. This is not just you're playing an SEC team. You're playing, this year at least, one of the best SEC teams, and you're playing them on the road again. It's very early. I'm assuming Cardinals is going to be the starting quarterback now, and you really hope that because he's got a limit job. It's not him, it's Jake Fetty or somebody else who has a starter for ASU. And then your second game, and you're starting Texas A&M, and then you're playing game for London. The Bully is not starting against Texas A&M. That's going to be tough. That'll be a tough situation. I think Cardinals is going to start against Texas A&M. It's going to be his second start ever for ASU. Exactly. I think we can say that with certainty. So he doesn't. So that's Texas A&M, and then going to London to play Kansas. Home for Baylor on October 3rd, and then how about this? Home for Hawaii, October 10th. That's another weird game of the game. That's not a Big 12 game.
Hawaii games are always, at least it's here. I mean, you don't want to be going like, hey, we went to London and then we went to Hawaii for a game.
Well, you're sure about that? Honestly, right now,
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess.
Might be a great thing to go out there. I don't know. Might be a lot of alumni like, hey, they're at Hawaii
Well,
this
maybe
year.
we'll check that out.
Yeah, might want to go check that out. For me right now, Texas Tech just jumps right off the schedule as well. October 17th, ladies and gentlemen, October 17th, in the wake of October 14th, of course. Wonder whose birthday that might be on October 14th. It really doesn't matter,
Some
ladies
savage.
and gentlemen. Yet some savage, just an absolute savage, I might add. Yet at the same time, at Texas Tech, that looms, doesn't it?
But that's the game. I mean, on the schedule, Texas A&M.
Why do you say that, Luke? Why do you say that's the game on the schedule?
Okay, well, set Texas A&M aside for a second because that team was 11-0 and they're an SEC team. That's
right.
Probably going to be their toughest opponent. But Texas Tech is a conference game.
Yes.
It's a no-brainer. I mean, Texas Tech just won the conference this year, went to the playoff. Last year, ASU won the conference, went to the playoff. Here you go.
Last year ASU won the conference, and now all of a sudden you're telling me Texas Tech won it this year.
Yeah. So
it's
here you
the
go.
Rubber match? Is that what you're saying?
Since they have revamped the Big 12, these are your two champions. Right now, the road to the Big 12 championship, well, it, to be fair, runs through Lubbock, but then it secondarily runs through Tempe. Those are your two cities that it's been in so far. And so, yeah, that's right in the middle of the season. Again, Texas Tech's going to have a bunch of new players too, but you figure by October 17th, your guys should be pretty well established. That's week 7. It's game 6 for ASU. And that's partially why I was saying you don't want to be going to Hawaii because it's the week before. I just thinking about it from a coach's perspective, you don't want your team, hey, we're in London, and now we're home. Now we're in Hawaii. Okay, now we're going to play Texas Tech. Like, probably not going to beat Texas Tech at that point, but that's not the way it works out. You got a home game against Hawaii October 10th, and then on the road October 17th against Texas Tech. That's right now the game of the Big 12 schedule until we know more.
Also, too, what jumps out next after at Texas Tech to me in terms of the conference is at BYU on Halloween night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that just seems a little bit weird right there, doesn't it? They're going to be at BYU on Halloween night. I always wanted to play on Halloween as a player. I always wanted to play.
Did you?
I think once.
Okay.
once on Halloween, as a matter of fact, and always wanted to play on Halloween, to go out there and just hammer some dude. And then as you were helping him up, go, boom! You know.
I mean, you could do that.
How'd that feel?
September 5th if you wanted to.
Yeah, I could. But I think that is interesting as well. BYU and Texas Tech. BYU is interesting because I do believe they have more retention than most teams that are out there. There's so many guys that are in the portal. It's just part of what you do in college football at this point in time. Even if you're going to come back, you just go out of the portal and say, hey, you know, is somebody going to give me something? Is somebody interested? It seems like a lot of stuff to go through, and a lot of people, I would say, a lot of players, they don't do it if they've got a little bit of merit to them. They don't typically do it. But BYU, I think, has more retention. It's just going to be a very difficult game on the road for the Sun Devils.
If they can make it through those first 8 games, and there's some real twists and turns that are unique to next season that you don't typically see. I mean, ASU's not typically going to play Texas A&M, an SEC team that started 11-0 last year. You're not typically going to play in London. Then you've got Texas Tech in Week 7, Game 6. And then BYU, I mean, to your point, BYU's been right around it each of the first 2 years of this new version of the Big 12. If they can somehow make it through those first 8 games and be in a good spot, their final 4 are home Colorado, road UCF, home Oklahoma State, road U of A. So, again, it's always such an unknown from year to year. I'm not saying that those are going to be easy games, but Colorado has struggled recently. UCF's just kind of been there. Oklahoma State has struggled, but they had actually a really good class in the portal, like one of the best in all of college football. So, and then obviously U of A, I mean, that's always the Territorial Cup's always the Territorial Cup. But you get through those first 8, and you could be in position to maybe do some stuff. All right, when we come back, Jaylen Green made it felt like his debut, but it was technically his return last night for the Suns. So what did you make of what you saw? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
The new year brings new health goals and wealth goals. Protecting your identity is an important step. Your info is in endless places that could expose you to identity theft, leading to lost funds. LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and it's time to shout it loud. Ready, set, Ford. Why are more car buyers than ever choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler? Is it experience? Yep. Earnhardt's been a name that Arizonans trust for the last 75 years. Is it selection? Absolutely. Earnhardt Ford has exactly what you're looking for, with nearly 500 new Fords to choose from. Is it incredible offers? You bet. Right now, get $2,000 in retail customer cash on select models with approved credit, or low 2.9% APR financing also available. As founder Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, it still holds true. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. In Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The 2026 football schedules for Arizona and Arizona State have been released. You can check them out now on arizonasports.com. Speaking of the Sun Devils, Bobby Hurley's squad takes on West Virginia tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are bringing in Anthony Campanelli, the Jaguars defensive coordinator, for a second interview for head coach. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted #1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Jaylen Green's return to the court fare in last night's Suns game? We'll react starting at straight up 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. I love how that TV up there said Jarrett Stidham expected to start this weekend. Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
They've got no other options. They're going to bring back Elway? Like, they're starting Stidham this weekend.
That's going to be fascinating to watch, just to see how Jarrett Stidham reacts to that situation. Again, I've said this many times over the years, Basinonians, but there are 2 times when your head will snap up in the huddle. Number 1, when a legend steps into the huddle, a guy that is really, really proclaimed nationally, of course. This is something that my older brother Craig experienced playing with Terry Bradshaw. Your head would snap up immediately when Brad would step into that huddle. And then, of course, when the backup steps into the huddle, everybody's looking at him like, okay, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready to go? Okay, please don't let your voice crack when you call the first play. Don't ever do that, okay? Don't ever do that if you're a backup. Coming into a game. And, it's a situation where Jarrett Stidham has played before, obviously. This is not going to be his first rodeo. but it will be in terms of playing and starting in a playoff game.
It sort of feels like when Phillip Rivers made that first start in 5 years against Seattle earlier this season. And I hope the result is not the same. Like, I really hope either the Patriots just dominate and you feel like, okay, maybe they would have won anyway. What I don't want is to come in here Monday and be like, well, you know what, though? Stidham really did his best. He was, 6 of 17 for 84 yards, but he only turned it over once, and that's why they were in it. They lost 17-13. Like, that to me is the worst case scenario. Either Denver needs to win or New England needs to dominate. I don't want this garbage where it's like the Patriots made it, but it's only because Bo Nix got hurt. Like, either win or don't. Anyway, that's not the point of this conversation right now. The point of this conversation is that Jaylen Green returned last night and made his presence felt, but made his presence felt from the bench. It really, with the NBA trade deadline on February 5th, what is that, 2 weeks from today, right?
Yeah.
The Suns basically got their guy at the deadline. It's better than most teams are going to get, and they didn't have to give anything up recently. I mean, they had to give up KD in the offseason, but right now, in the middle of the season, when you are a top 6 team, you get to just add Jaylen Green.
What did you think of Jaylen Green, just watching him? What did you think of Basin Orleans? For me, I can tell you, it is electric to watch him compete athletically. His first step is, and we've known this about him, but again, to actually see it, because we haven't seen it. His first step, there's nobody on the Phoenix Suns that has a first step like Jaylen Green. There just isn't. It is electric. It is explosive. It is everything that you want to throw in there and add to explosive and electric. It is in your face quick. And that is something that, again, I think the Phoenix Suns offensively can really take advantage of.
I mean, this guy was the 2nd overall pick in the draft just a couple of years ago. He's only 23, and he was the 2nd overall pick in the draft for a reason. And sometimes you would say that and be like, okay, 2nd overall pick, was he like a bust? Is this like a, okay, he's a top 5 pick, or is it like Jonathan Kuminga? Is it like somebody who's just hasn't panned? No, he led the number 2 team in the Western Conference in scoring last year. He led Houston in scoring.
Right.
In his first 4 years, I'm not going to count this year yet because he's played 50 minutes, but in his first 4 years, he has averaged 17.3 points, 22.1, 19.6, and 21.0. So he is, for his career so far, an above 20 points per game scorer and the number 2 overall pick in the draft a couple years ago. You have an offensive weapon here. We've all been waiting so long to see it that it's kind of like we're all waking back up here right now.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, too, that I cannot deny. When I saw him on the offensive end of the floor and saw the explosion and the quickness, I was thinking to myself, oh, my goodness, he'd be awesome on the defensive end of the floor as well with that kind of explosion and quickness and getting a base underneath him. DeAndre Ayton, please don't get me started. Getting a base underneath him and competing on the defensive end of the floor. And I liked what I saw from him as well on the defensive end of the floor. He was plus 10 overall and the plus minus.
He's going to have to fit in on that end of the floor on this team.
He's going to have to. And that I'm so glad to hear you say that, Luke, because that is who the Phoenix Suns are. You're not going to compete with the Suns if you're not willing to compete on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah, now we're 40-plus games into the season. I mean, we've all seen, there are other guys that if you can't get the job done defensively, it's not like they're going to bench Jaylen Green, but it's going to cut into his minutes because there's other guys. They were winning without him. I mean, that's the craziest thing about this entire season is not that Jaylen Green missed all these games for the first time in his career or that the Suns are winning. It's that they were winning and Jaylen Green missed all these games.
Yes.
He talked after the game about how important it was to still be around the team even when he was hurt.
Helped a lot, especially like camaraderie and everything. We bond together so well. The guys supported me so much through all of this. And, it was a lot, but it was a fun process. Just being a part of the team and being on that sideline. Being able to talk to guys, tell them what I see, and being able to come out right now and implement a little bit of so. It feels good.
Do you remember what the narrative was surrounding Jaylen Green when the Suns acquired him? Do you remember what it was?
It's still out there. I mean, I was hearing it last night from people that he can score, but that he will disappear in big games, not play defense, and isn't always efficient as a shooter.
Yes, exactly. Is it possible, Basin Orleans, that this young guy who's still developing as far as I'm concerned. He's still developing, this young guy. Suddenly, is this the best thing that could have happened to him with this team? To be able to sit there for half the season and watch the Phoenix Suns come together as a team because of their culture and who they are and their identity and how they play. Is it possible this was the best thing that could have happened? That the Phoenix Suns would go out and be 26-17 without Jaylen Green. And you could say 27-17. Wasn't like he dominated last night. Is it possible that this was the best way to introduce this hyper-talented, ultra-talented dude into the Suns culture?
Well,
that he could see it and
very
watch
possible.
it and learn from it.
I mean, now that moment, now that the hard part has passed, assuming he's good now the rest of the season, yeah, it's very possible that this ended up working out for the better. It's almost like you draft a quarterback, you draft Jordan Love, and all of a sudden he's on the bench for 2 years behind Aaron Rodgers. But when he gets in there, it's like, oh wait, this guy isn't brand new. Like, he's been here for 2 years.
Same thing happened to Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. And same thing happened to Patrick Mahomes. I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's absolutely possible. It's a great point. Going forward now, this could end up being a fantastic thing that it worked out this way. It sucked in the moment, but they kept winning.
Yes.
So it really didn't even suck in the moment. I'm sure it was rough for Jaylen Green to just be sitting there like, dude, I'm never hurt. And I've been hurt for 3 months. He was out 3 months.
Yes.
Right? He's been hurt for 3 months.
Yes.
So, but yeah, big
With
picture.
a ham.
Big picture, it could end up working out even better than anybody could have thought when they first traded for him. The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. So listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo all this week. And then when you hear it, text that word to 620-620. That way you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. When we come back, Drew Petzing's already got a job. Are you surprised? Because it's actually a pretty good job. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Suddenly, Cardinal fans all over the place are clamoring for Sean McDermott. But a very interesting name popped from that firing, and that's Joe Brady.
Yes.
The offensive coordinator of the Bills, who's never been a head coach before. He's highly thought of as an offensive mind. Obviously, he's worked wonders with Josh Allen and that offense and what they've done. But I think a lot of Cardinal fans would like them to have an interview with Sean McDermott and are wondering if that is going to be something that will happen at any point in our future, or if they're going to have to, for lack of a better word, settle for Joe Brady instead of getting the interview with Sean McDermott.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basin Onions, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com. What up, Robert? Going to be hanging out with Robert, of course, later in the day here. Listen, All Pro Shades, Basin Onions, they want to heat some things up for you right about now. You have heard me talk about this in the past, but right now when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you're going to get a patio heater absolutely free, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts. Now listen, these shades aren't just for summer. Now they're great in the summertime, of course, as you can imagine, to keep that sun off you. But they'll stop that winter wind as well and hold the warmth in from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. You can get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer still lasts. Go to allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable. And I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Casa Grande. What is going on, Casa Grande?
Yeah, say hello to Kevin White down there in Casa Grande. Basinonians. Still part of the basin.
Is it really?
Yeah. Not really.
Is it really? Yeah, not really.
It's part of the valley.
Ah, so it is a valley.
Well, there's a massive valley.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And then
it's
the
not
basin
your
within
typical.
the valley.
Yes, the basin is within the valley.
I feel like we've had at least 3 or 4 rookies. I don't know if Marv was one of them, but a couple guys where we've had them. They'll be on the show, and Wolf will say, "Welcome to the basin."
Yeah.
Some people will tell you it's a valley, but don't listen to them.
Yeah, don't.
That's like how you introduce some of these guys, like Dylan
You
Brooks.
can call it a valley. That's fine. Just get off the tractor and scratch your butt.
That's the prerequisite. All right. As far as coaching news, Jonathan Gannon is getting an interview with Green Bay for the defensive coordinator position.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of DC interviews already with the Cowboys and the Commanders. I know Rick was like, I really want JG in Washington. He was like constantly. He's got that JG tattoo on his arm, and he can't hear me right now, so this is great. And then you've got Drew Petzing, got the OC job, not even an interview, the OC job with Detroit, which is pretty good offense to have
perfect
at your command.
It is, honestly, for Drew Petzing right now. I'm very, very happy for this guy, Basinonians. An excellent offensive mind that is going to be inserted into an offense that already cherishes a lot of 12 personnel, 13 personnel, and runs the ball very, very well and considers running the ball integral to them winning games. So it's going to be really interesting. This is going to fit like a glove for the most part. I cannot wait to see Drew Petzing as the offensive coordinator with the Detroit Lions. Congratulations, Drew. You deserve it.
That's a pretty good spot to land if you're going to be an offensive coordinator. This is Amon-Ra St. Brown from the St. Brown podcast talking about the hire and the fact that fans, I'm assuming these are Lions fans, are already upset about the hire.
Bro, I see crazy Lions fans talking crazy like, oh, why would we do this? Like, bro, do you guys, like, have no trust in Dan? Like, in the Lions? Like, you think they would just hire a random dude? Like, be for real. Like, you think they don't know what they're doing? They don't do their research. They don't interview. Like, most of you guys don't know really much about anything, about any ball.
Wow. Wow.
And you're tweeting about a coach that was hired that you guys don't like because of XYZ. Like, it's just funny to me to see. Don't get me wrong, I love all Lions fans, but they are so quick to make, judgments about who we hired, who we did this. Like, bro, just relax. Calm down. Like, let the whole thing play out. Like, you guys, just let it play out. Just relax. That's all I got to say. Relax, man. Relax.
Well, he went full Aaron Rodgers there at the end. Relax.
I love that. Again, why didn't Dan Campbell call all the people that thought Drew Petzing sucked buttermilk? Why didn't they call him? They should have.
Are you suggesting that Dan Campbell didn't do his due diligence? Is that what's that's what's been put out there?
Yeah, once again, it's just a thing that it's part of being a fan. It is, and I understand that. Dan Campbell, to me, and the Detroit Lions, they did their research on Drew Petzing. And I think that includes an awful lot of film work as well, and watching tape and talking to people within the industry, calling around and doing their due diligence. And they found out they couldn't hire anyone better than Drew Petzing.
Well, I strongly disagree.
Rick, please don't do it.
What?
Don't do it.
He looks like he's about to do it.
Yeah, I know.
I think I'm going to do it.
Okay, what are you going to do?
I'm just going to say.
Disagree with the Detroit Lions and Dan Campbell.
Yes,
they don't know what they're doing. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that they don't know what they're doing.
Okay, then what?
I think his offense could work there, but again, the Cardinals were 16-35 with him as the offensive coordinator.
Okay, yes.
He had
16-35. The record is all his fault.
Marvin Harrison Jr. hasn't developed the way he wanted to, and then last year,
don't do it.
As
Rick.
soon as Clayton Adams went to the Cowboys, the best part of Drew Petzing's offense kind of disappeared, the run game. So I think it could work because I do think that they have the personnel for a Drew Petzing offense.
Yeah.
But I'm just very skeptical after what we saw here in Arizona.
So what I'm hearing right now is Dan Campbell should have called you. And asked him about Drew Petzing and what was wrong with Drew Petzing.
I mean, Dan Campbell can do what he wants.
Just once again, I just admit the fact, hey, it didn't work here for Drew Petzing. It did not work here for Drew Petzing, but he's a good coach and knows what he's doing. And you know what? In the fact that Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, of all the teams, looked at him and said, "You're our guy." You don't feel a little stupid at all doing that? You don't feel a little strange saying what you just said?
Not really, because
you don't understand. You don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
I do,
yeah. Okay. You think you do?
I think I do.
That's
maybe
that's
I'm wrong.
fine. No, you think you do.
I think this is going to be.
You had a guy that was literally going through a paradigm shift at quarterbacks in Kyler Murray. That was not his quarterback, was it? It was just, hey, this is the quarterback you're going to have to work with, Kyler Murray, who was literally going from a new age offense and making the shift to an old school offense and blending the two. He had to do that. He had to oversee that with Kyler Murray. Then all of a sudden he had a backup quarterback, a career backup quarterback as well. And then James Conner goes down to start this season in year 3, the critical year 3. And then all of a sudden, what happened to the offensive line was devastating for the Arizona Cardinals. Think about this. The Cardinals started 13 offensive linemen this year. That was the most in the National Football League. 13 offensive linemen this year. They had 8 different starting offensive line combinations in 2025. 8.
Not great.
They had 50-plus man games missed by the offensive line in 2025. This guy had absolutely very little to work with. Fans don't want to hear about it. They don't want to hear about the why. They don't. And it's okay. You're a fan. You've got that mentality.
So
that's what you have. You're just wrong.
What's going to make everybody is everybody going to feel worse if he goes to Detroit and thrives? Because when I look at Detroit, we all watched the Eagles this year. None of us care about the Eagles. We all watched the Eagles this year, and we watched this team that has Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert and all these weapons do nothing on offense. And I would argue, and it was frustrating, and I didn't even care if the Eagles won. I would argue Detroit has even more talent on offense. So what if he goes there and thrives? That's going to make us all feel even worse.
Yeah, for me, I'm not going to judge him either way. I'm not. Because you know what? He's got a lot of talent up there in Detroit.
He's got a lot.
He's got a lot of talent. I think he's going to go up there and do really, really well because of their mentality, their culture. Isn't that right, Chris Spielman? How you think football ought to be played, Dan Campbell.
It's either going to be Lions fans being livid if Detroit's offense doesn't get going, because it wasn't really going with Dan Campbell calling the plays. It really wasn't going this year. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't like Eagles bad, but it wasn't as good as it was last year with Ben Johnson.
Not.
So on some level, if you're Drew Petzing, you're in Ben Johnson's shadow this year. So it's either going to be Lions fans being really upset or it's going to be Cardinals fans being really upset because it's going to be like Rick just pointed out, your offensive line coach goes to the Cowboys and all of a sudden the Cowboys offense is really good.
Yeah.
Drew Petzing struggles, the offense struggles here. He goes to Detroit and he's really good. Like that's not going to be great. And it's going to be another referendum on Kyler Murray, but he might go somewhere else and be really good.
Yeah, it's what I talk about all the time, my brothers. I'm sorry. It just is. It's a situation where so much is put on the coach. So much is put on coaching. Fans love to think it's the coach when it's the players. It's the players that win games. Okay, coaching does matter. Don't get me wrong. It does matter. But fans put so much emphasis on coaching because they can point to that and say, aha, there it is. It's the coach. No. Players need to make plays. Players need to execute. Players need to do it. And I'm a grown man, and I'm not going to point my finger to another grown man and say, that's the reason why I failed at my job. And you know what? If you feel that way, don't line up next to me, bro. Get off the field.
I had two things I wanted to hit in this segment. We're going to have to hit later on. But one real quick. Drew Petzing immediately gets hired. And I would say this is one of the best offensive coordinator positions to be in all of football. When you Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, if they bring him back, and Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Jamison Williams, and Jared Goff, and good offensive line. I mean, that is a great spot. What happens to Nick Rawlis? Why does Drew Petzing get one of the best jobs at that level he could get? And Nick Rawlis is is he just gone? I understand the defense struggled in the second half this year, but it was pretty good last year with no pieces. I don't know. I mean, it's life as an NFL coach. I get that, but it's interesting that the offensive coordinator landed in one of the best spots in the league, and the defensive coordinator is just kind of I don't know where he is now. When we come back, who are the most important players left in the NFL playoffs? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're just wrong.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're tied up at 51, 135 to play. Jaylen Green finds a cutting Oso, who hammers it down.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com, especially if you want a smile that you can go ahead at family gatherings and you can put your arm around somebody and smile real nice. Listen, Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. This is your health, brothers. Go experience the Aria difference. You're going to be glad that you did. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. Yeah, healthy mouth, healthy life. At least that's the way I think it goes. Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care at their state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team, man, I can tell you they're going to deliver results for you. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxis. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Dan Bickley here, and a new year is a great time to get moving. And if joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that help your body repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you are hurting. And these treatments happen right in the office, and you go about your day. Simple procedures that deliver life-changing results. So skip the invasive surgery and the 3 to 6 months of pain, recovery, and rehab. Plan the upcoming year on your terms. Move better, get stronger by taking care of your pain the smart way with game-changing regenerative treatments. Stop managing your pain. Start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now to schedule your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The 2026 football schedules for Arizona and Arizona State have been released. You can check them out now on arizonasports.com. Speaking of the Sun Devils, Bobby Hurley's squad takes on West Virginia tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are bringing in Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for a second interview for head coach. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Ready to replace your windows or doors? Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Promptu.
Oh, you're so clever.
Power poll.
All right, well, let's go impromptu power poll here. Let's go very impromptu power poll because I didn't rank my players, even though this was my idea originally. So we're going to do the top 5 players, most important players in these playoffs left. So 4 teams left, Wolf, who are the most important players remaining. I'm really struggling with where to put one player in particular.
Okay. Yeah.
You want to start if I hit number 5 here?
No, you start.
Okay, well then hold on. I need one more second to figure out where to put this guy. Okay, number 5.
I know exactly who you're talking about as well.
Number 5 I can do easily. Here we go.
Number 5.
Number 5, and I'm trying to do this in a way where it's not all just quarterbacks. Number 5, I have Kenneth Walker of the Seattle Seahawks. If you look at Seattle, I don't trust Sam Darnold if you put too much on his shoulders. and they didn't have to put anything on his shoulders really against San Francisco. I think that they're going to have to lean on him a little bit more against the Rams. But clearly their plan is to have Sam Darnold, make a couple plays, but not be the reason Seattle wins or loses. So that would lean on the defense. Well, that's not one player. So then it would lean on the running game because they can't really say Jackson Smith and Jigba because he needs Sam Darnold to throw him the ball.
Yeah.
Zach Charbonnet's hurt, so I'm going to go with Kenneth Walker here because now all of a sudden he's shouldering most of the load in the running game.
Yeah. Man, that is a good one right there. That is really, really good. Okay, give me number 1.
Well, I'm giving you number 5. You don't get to jump to number 1.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Number 5.
I meant the first number.
Oh,
okay,
well,
there we go. Can I say Puka Nacua? I'm going to take Puka Nacua at number 5 right now. I think this is a wide receiver that dictates what a defense is actually going to do to you. You're going to have to call coverages based on your ability to guard Puka Nacua and cover him. And because of that, especially with Matthew Stafford, this experienced, hyper-experienced quarterback that has already won the whole thing, I think Puka Nacua is going to be somebody that the Seattle Seahawks have absolutely got to stop or they have no chance of winning this game, and that's why he's number 5.
All right, on to number 4.
Number 4.
Number 4, I'm going to go to the Rams, and I cannot just ignore what their defense did to Sam Darnold the last time they met in the playoffs because that was only a year ago. Now, again, we're picking players, not like groups of players, so I can't take all of them. So I'm going to take who I kind of consider the face of that pass rush, and I'm going to go with Jared Verse at number 4. He was such a problem, and he wasn't the only one that was such a problem for Sam Darnold last year. Rams destroyed the Vikings. What was that, 9 sacks for the Rams in that game? I just think so much of that game is Seattle trying to not have it hinge on Sam Darnold. And if they can minimize his impact, I'm talking about Sam Darnold like he's a terrible quarterback. I'm not saying that, but they're trying to do it in such a way. Seattle's strength is their defense and then their running game. And they don't want to deal with Sam Darnold facing that specific pass rush that has owned him recently. And if you're the Rams, well, you want to replicate it. So give me Jared Verse at number 4.
Okay, Jared Verse for number 4. Okay, give it to me.
Number 4.
I'm going to go with JSN. I'm going to go with JSN at number 4. Yeah. I think Seattle is also, for all the reasons that I said, Puka Nacua is going to make a massive difference. You could flip that over and say the exact same thing about JSN. This is somebody that has got to show up. Jackson Smith and Jigba has got to show up and produce in a big way. He's the best wide receiver in the National Football League. And because of that, I believe that these 2 wide receivers are going to dictate who's going to win this game.
On to I can't wait for that game. I really can't. It's just like Rams Seahawks part 3.
Number 3.
All right, this is where it gets a little tough. Give me Drake May at number 3. I hate the way this game is setting up with Bo Nix out because I think this could have been a great game, but I don't want to overstate it and pretend like the Patriots don't have to show up to win the game. Drake May is going to be going up against a really good defense. Now, he just went up against a really good defense in Houston. C.J. Stroud left that defense out to hang so many times that there was only so much the Texans defense could do. But even in a game where Drake May kept fumbling and had an interception, he still threw 3 touchdowns. And I don't know that he's going to need 3 touchdowns, but he's going to need to make some plays against that Denver defense. So he's definitely on this list. I have him at number 3.
Okay, that's good, Luke. Okay, hit me with number 3.
Number 3.
I was ready.
Okay, Zach Allen.
Zach Gallen?
Zach Allen. Zach Allen, as a matter of fact, the Denver Broncos, they've got to shut down the ability of the New England Patriots to run the football. And because of that, Zach Allen is going to be really, really big, both in terms of getting interior push and shutting down the run. And I don't know if he's nicked up right now, Basinonians, but he has not really reared his head as far as I'm concerned and played up to the level that I expected from Zach Allen. Having said that, I think that it's time for him to make his presence felt, and I think that he will. That Denver Broncos defense is spearheaded by him. Because of that, he's number 3.
I was trying to figure out who to take from Denver's defense, but I'm just going to let you do that because at number 2...
Number 2.
It's got to be Jarrett Stidham, doesn't it? I mean, at some point, you want to talk about trying to hide your quarterback. Denver's going to be trying to hide their quarterback. Seattle's not going to be trying to hide Darnold. They're just going to – they don't want the game completely in his hands.
Yes.
Jarrett Stidham's last complete pass in the NFL came in the 2023 season. January 7th, so it was technically 2024. But over 2 years ago against the Raiders, he has not thrown a pass in the NFL in 2 years, and now he's starting the AFC Championship game. And by the way, the Patriots have a good defense, too. It might not quite be as good as Denver or Houston, but the Patriots have a good defense. I read you the list of quarterbacks they've faced this season.
Yeah.
They haven't faced much in terms of opposing quarterbacks. They've caught a lot of teams when they are benching a guy or a guy's injured, and they played the fourth-place schedule to beat all fourth-place schedules. But Jarrett Stidham's going to have to make some plays. There's no way Denver can just run the ball all game and expect to win. So I've got Stidham, unfortunately, at number 2. Whereas if you made this list last week, you would have had to go 2,000 players deep before you would have gotten to Jarrett Stidham.
Okay, give it to me.
Number 2.
Boy, number 2 is R.J. Harvey, the running back for the Denver Broncos. R.J. Harvey, especially behind that offensive line, Basinonians, of the Broncos. This is, once again, a team that is built on the line of scrimmage, both offensively and defensively. They've got an awesome offensive line. How about that? I combined awesome with awful.
It's like, wait, are they awful?
That
or
is
awesome?
so good right there. Offense with awesome. And because of that offensive line with Quinn Miners, of course, and Garrett Bowles, these guys are special. A great offensive line. And because of that, I think R.J. Harvey's going to have a massive impact.
I sincerely hope you're right, Wolf. I know you're a big fantasy football guy. I'm doing a fantasy football playoff pool, and I win the whole thing if R.J. Harvey does anything.
Is that right?
But he's got to do something. And they've got, I think J.K. Dobbins might even be back, so I'm not feeling great
That's
about
awesome.
All right, number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
All right, number 1, I think you got to go with Matthew Stafford. I tried not to have a ton of quarterbacks on my list, but when you get to the top
That's all you had was quarterbacks.
Well, I said pre-show, maybe we exclude the quarterbacks, and you guys were like, no, quarterbacks are people too. So Matthew Stafford I have as number 1. Let's not pretend he's not facing a brutal defense in Seattle on the road. Stafford, I mean, both these Rams games have come down to basically the final play. They have been far from convincing in a win in a couple months now, really. But they do keep winning in these playoffs. And there's a very good chance Matthew Stafford's going to have to lead this team on a big drive in the closing seconds in Seattle against that defense.
You know, that's interesting because give me number 1.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable. Drake May.
Oh, you've May number 1. Okay.
Drake May, number 1. Yeah, he's my only quarterback that I have on my list, but Drake May. I'm going to go with him because he's going to need to be ice water in his veins, just like what we saw last week watching him play. He's going to need to protect the ball and not try to do too much as well. He's got to be in a balanced offense for him to succeed. I think Drake May is going to be the difference for the Patriots, whether or not they win or lose a game.
I have a theory here. Which one of these 2 games are you more fired up to see this weekend?
There's no doubt. It's the NFC West.
It's the NFC, okay. I was just making sure. Because I feel like you like this AFC game with
I
these
do
2
like
defenses.
It. Yeah,
okay.
I do, but still, for a third time.
For a third time.
Are you kidding me?
And I was trying to pull up Stafford's numbers against Seattle this year because they've played him twice, but he's been pretty solid against
and
Seattle.
And what were the 2 games these guys played? Seattle and the Rams?
It was 21-19 Rams, and then the Seahawks won, 38-37? I'm doing this off memory.
Yes.
In a game where Zach Charbonnet just picked up the ball in the end zone, and they're like, 2 points. Yeah, Stafford this year against that Seattle defense, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, which means nothing when they take the field on Sunday. I get it, but We'll see. Hear ye, good people. The 38th Annual Arizona Renaissance Festival storms back into Arizona January 31st. Joust on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the royal details and your chance to win tickets. When we come back, this road trip for the Suns did not start very promisingly. But you could argue it's already been a successful road trip, even with that poor start. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
swing. Swing.
Text the word
swing
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. For over 25 years now, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin. While other companies come and go, Basinonians, Legacy stands by their work, and they're going to do that today, they're going to do it tomorrow, and for years to come. From design to certified installation, no shortcuts, just quality craftsmanship and the best warranties in the Valley. Whether it's a backyard retreat, pro-grade putting green, or any type of hardscape project, they do it all, and they're going to stay within budget as well. They've been voted best of the Valley, Basinonians, and after seeing their 5-star work firsthand over at the Wolfley compound, I know exactly why they have. So don't spend another day with high-maintenance lawn. Text GREEN to 620-620 right now, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com and transform your outdoor space today.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Jaylen Green's return to the court fare in last night's Suns game? We'll react starting at straight up 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. All right, Suns have 1 game left on this 6-game East Coast road trip. It's in Atlanta. It's not till Friday. Kind of weird to have a couple days off at the end of your 6-game East Coast road trip. So, hey, guys, just hang out in Atlanta for a few days.
Yeah. Interesting.
But Wolf, I told you I was going to do this during the break. Now we're going to see if I can actually make it make sense.
Okay.
I would argue this road trip right now is a microcosm of this season.
Wow.
So they go into Miami, they lose. All right.
Okay.
Devin Booker gets hurt. So early adversity in the season. Oh, great. Okay, a loss and Book's hurt. Okay, so at that point, it's like, whatever. It's 1 game, but you don't know when Devin Booker's coming back. And at that point, we still don't know when Jaylen Green's coming back. And you're starting a 6-game road trip that's going to be, up to this point, your longest of the year. Like, this is a little bit of adversity. And they go out there and lose to Detroit, play really well, but lose to Detroit. So now you're 0-2. Again, at that point, you don't know when Devin Booker's coming back or Jaylen Green's coming back. Dylan Brooks just racking up the technicals, even when they rescind them. He just goes out and racks up another one. It felt, again, within the context of the road trip, kind of like the start of the season when the Suns started 1-4 and there was some adversity.
I like
and Jaylen
it.
Green's hurt, and okay, what are we going to do? Now, we knew more about this team last week, obviously, so it wasn't like that dire. But you were staring at a potentially very bad road trip. You know, you got New York coming up. Those 2 guys, you're looking at a road trip that might go like 1-5. And since then, they've rattled off 3 straight wins. Booker's back, and Jaylen Green's back now.
You know what is amazing about this? First of all, I like your analogy. It is kind of cool right there. I don't know if I agree, but yet at the same time, it's okay. It was really, really good.
Made me feel good.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, I think you made some valid points as well. They are 1 game away right now from having a successful road trip, of course, going 4-2. I think we said that, actually, before the road trip, this 6-game road trip back east. If they could win 4 games, you'd be like, okay.
Yeah, but that was before all the twists and turns of starting 0-2 and Booker getting hurt.
Yes, but once again, I would also say this. Imagine if they would have beaten the Pistons. Imagine if, again, I don't like doing the what if, be shoulda, woulda, coulda, and all that stuff. I don't like doing that, but think about that. If you would have told me the Phoenix Suns were going to win 5 of this 6-game road trip, and they were going to beat the Knicks, and they were going to beat the Pistons on the road, you would have been like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is a playoff caliber team right now.
You would have thought Jaylen Green came back before the Detroit game, and obviously Booker never got hurt. Now, Booker only ended up missing 1 game, but in the moment, it was like, I mean, you go back to last Thursday, and even if you want to say going into the game, I mean, this is not even a week ago. That was the first time since the very beginning of the season that I was like, the Suns are facing some real adversity here. Like, this could go a little sideways. Not that their season was going to unravel, but you could be looking at a really bad road trip, and then you're trying to regroup here at the end of the month back in Phoenix. But they have completely put a stop to that.
So, once again, Basinonians, they've got to finish. And that's why I'm very, very interested in seeing this Hawks game coming up. They have to finish and go out and finish the job and go out and play and compete. But guess what? That's my expectation for this team. I think that's all of our This is something you can bank on with the Phoenix Suns. They're going to go out and they're going to be prepared to play and to give. Man, to me, when I say that, I hear coaching and I think of players. I think of coaching and I think of players. Are they prepared? Do the Phoenix Suns look like a team that is prepared to play? Yes, prepared by their coach and the coaching staff, Jordan Ott and his staff, prepared to play, and a team that is going to give what they have. That's on the players. So they're prepared to play, and yet they're ready to go, and they give what they've got. Man, they're going to compete. This is who they are, and we can bank on it. That's the thing I love about it. We can bank on it.
Every night, win or lose, they do look prepared.
Yes.
Which is remarkable.
And more times than not, Luke, to finish what you just said, they also look like they are giving what they've got.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's not good enough. Sometimes they're going to lose, of course.
I find myself, look, if you fall into this trap and you think back to last year, it makes last year even more infuriating because you're like, this is the complete opposite of last year. But what I find myself doing is just watching other NBA games that don't involve the Suns and being like, you know what? That team doesn't look prepared tonight. You know, they don't look like they're at 100% tonight. They look like they're kind of not coasting through the game, but they're like, hey, it's a Tuesday night in January, just to make me feel better about it and to reinforce it's rare for a team to look this prepared every single night and this locked in every single night. Well, even when they lose, like let's just go back here on the schedule. What if they've lost 4 of their last 16? Okay, against Detroit, they didn't have Booker or Jaylen Green. They almost won that game in Detroit. Against Miami, Booker was hurt late. They nearly won that game. That was a very contested game. They fell way behind early, but they came all the way back. Then you have to go back to January 5th in Houston, nearly won that game. It took a KD buzzer beater. The last time they lost a game where it was like, okay, yeah, they just got beat was December 31st in Cleveland, and that was in the middle of a stretch where they won 6 of 7. So it's hard for me to get too down on them in that game. And even that game, they showed up for a while. They just didn't look right.
I mean, this is, again, there are 2 things you've got to be able to do. You've got to strategically be able to go out and say, this is what we want to do. And then you have to tactically go out and say, this is how we're going to do it. And this is where, to your point, going all the way back to December, is that what you said?
Yeah.
December.
We're going back to December.
Think about that. This team, strategically, you know what they're going to do, and that is compete. And then how they're going to do it? They're going to do it with a bunch of guys that are going to execute it, like Goody, by way of example. To see the Dylan Brooks, to go out and compete the way that they are on the defensive end of the floor specifically. Royce O'Neal, watch him do it. Grayson Allen. These guys, once again, the effort that they're giving. Ryan Dunn, the effort that they're giving. Oso. Boy, do you see Oso growing?
Oso's just
Is he
steady.
thriving?
Like when you need Oso, he makes
Man,
plays.
I'm telling you.
That if you go back to the Oklahoma City game, the one that was NBA Cup, that middle meeting with Oklahoma City, the one that went horribly for the Suns, right? They lost that game on December 10th by 49 points.
Yes.
Since December 10th, the Suns have lost 1 game by double digits. Even Oklahoma City has lost 3 games by double digits since that point. Like all of these games have been contested and winnable at the end, except the Cleveland game on New Year's Eve.
That is amazing.
And most of them have been wins. It's not like I'm trying to sugarcoat like, a bunch of losses, but they've all been close. No, the vast majority have been wins. They are, whatever metric you want to use since the middle of December or the last 30 days, they're the best team in basketball or one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the NBA.
It is just incredible, for lack of a better way of saying it.
I'll tell you what's incredible, and I was looking at this last night, and we talked about this kind of briefly with Bobby Marks. They're currently in 6th. But they're really in a 3-way tie for 5th, the Suns. They're a half game out of 4th, and they just added Jaylen Green.
Man.
I mean, they could be hosting a playoff series. And like Minnesota is dropping. I think they're going to finish ahead of Minnesota. That's how I think they're going to get into the top 6. I'm not saying they're going to get 5 or 4, but they're right there. They're tied for 5th, and they're a half game out of 4th. When we come back, we'll take you through all the top sports stories of the day in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Anybody here been to Alcatraz Island? Well, they do tours, obviously, from San Francisco to Alcatraz, and a tourist got off the boat yesterday and went up to one of the workers and said, "You're not going to believe this. There's a coyote swimming across the bay." The coyote did land on Alcatraz Island, swam 1.25 miles in 50-degree, choppy ocean water.
The sharks just taking the day off.
Well, that's it. That's my point. The coyote didn't even know the danger lurking beneath him.
The Coyotes finally beat the Sharks.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. Go to Desert Institute for Spine Care, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got a problem, you got a problem with your back or your spine, you need the good doctors over at DISC. That's right. I can tell you, DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend warrior to those just trying to get their life back, trying to live their life all over again. DISC, They are the ones that can help you do this. Disc is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world, Basinonians, they come right here to the Basin because of Disc. They come here to get treated by Disc. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for Disc.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze with mobile service plus pickup and delivery. Your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, with over 100 in stock. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $33,995 offer on 2025 Ford F-150 regular cab, stock number 255986. Offers expire January 31st, 2026.
Sanderson Ford.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to see why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt's been a name Arizonans trust with the experience, selection, and offers to prove it. Right now, score a $1,000 trade bonus on a remaining 2025 Ford Ranger on approved credit. Or get $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle. Or get an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing on approved credit. Their founder, Tex Earnhardt, used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Includes Jeep Conquest Cash or Toyota Conquest Cash for qualified customers. $0 security deposit APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, $599 top fee. See dealer details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The 2026 football schedules for Arizona and Arizona State have been released. You can check them out now on arizonasports.com. Speaking of the Sun Devils, Bobby Hurley's squad takes on West Virginia tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are bringing in Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for a second interview for head coach. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Catch the big game on massive screens with specials, prizes, and more only at Casino Arizona. Doors open at 3:30, so get to Talking Stick Resort early.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Wednesday. We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
What's up, guys? The Phoenix Suns beat the Philadelphia 76ers 116-110 yesterday in the city of brotherly love. Jaylen Green returned after missing 33 games with a hamstring strain and had 12 points in 20 minutes off the bench. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, if it loads...
It's an interesting question for it to ask.
Now that Jaylen Green is back, which Sun should be third in shot attempts on an average night after Green and Devin Booker? Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, Grayson Allen, Colin Gillespie, or other?
Okay, I'm still going to say Dylan Brooks, knowing full well this could change over the course of the season. But if you're saying right now, Dylan Brooks has done too much for this team to drop too far in the pecking order. Now, I know he has nights where he goes 2 for 13 from the field, so he doesn't need to force it with Jaylen Green out there. But if you're asking, I'm reading this as like, who's your third most important offensive weapon right now? It's still Dylan Brooks to me.
Yeah, no, I would agree with what Luke just said. Dylan Brooks has proved that he is that guy. Now, again, we have to wait and see how it's going to play out going forward. But, man, Dylan Brooks has already proved that he deserves that right.
I'm going to go with Dylan Brooks because I also agree with you guys. Dylan Brooks leads 46%, Grayson Allen second, 34%, Colin Gillespie third, 14%, Mark Williams 5%, and other is at 1%. So I would say that's pretty predictable there.
Yeah, because I don't know who other would even be in this conversation.
The Arizona State football schedule was released this morning and is quite the doozy. I'm not going to list the entire schedule. You can go check it out on arizonasports.com. But what stretch do you guys think will be the most difficult for the Sun Devils this season?
There's a couple on here, but I just think that stretch, it's basically week 2 through week 5, but it's game 2 through 4. Just because you're going to Texas A&M. That was one of the best teams in the nation this year. They were 11-0. They ended up going 11-1 and losing to Miami in the first round of the playoff. So you're going there. That's not somewhere ASU typically goes. Then you're going to London the next week. Like, should ASU be better than Kansas? Yeah. Kansas is never bad, though, and it's just the uniqueness of going from College Station to London. And then you come back, you get a bye week, and then you play a home game against Baylor. Maybe you don't even need to put Baylor in there, but I just think because there's 2 conference games mixed in there, and it's so early in the season, that's the stretch that I'm looking at.
Yeah, for me, Basinonians, I'm looking at a 3-game stretch that starts with at Texas Tech, October 17th, and then they're home against Kansas State, and then at BYU. I think that 3-game stretch right there, because of those 2 away games specifically, and because of who they're playing as well, I think that's going to be very difficult.
Rick, is your boy back at Kansas State again?
He is,
year?
Avery Johnson.
I'm going to get you an Avery Johnson jersey, except they don't make them.
You know, he could probably have a good year this year. At some point, you got to turn a corner, right?
He did. He turned a corner the wrong direction last year.
I know, but like at some point, he's got to figure it out, right?
Well, ideally not on October 24th of 2026.
Yes, that's hopefully not when he does that. The Arizona Cardinals are reportedly holding a second interview with Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for their head coach opening. Here is a snippet of what the Cardinals might be getting if they went ahead and hired Campanelli.
Go out there and honor the people you love. Play as hard as you can. Attack the ball like it's some guy running down the street or your mother, your father. I don't know who my kids, whatever. Like, that would make me out of my mind. There ain't no way that guy's getting away from me. And there certainly ain't anybody getting in my path to block me, to stop me from bringing them back in my life. That ain't gonna happen. Okay? But if you treat it like that all the time, you practice like that, you commit to practicing like that with each other, you're unstoppable. Don't know who the is going to stop you from doing what you want to do.
I thought you were going to play a snippet of their interview somehow, but that's
No. After hearing that soundbite, how would you guys feel about the Cardinals hiring Anthony Campanelli?
I'm
more interested now.
Once again, minus the profanity based on audience. I mean,
the yelling Italian accent like that is yes. Yeah.
Listen, this is a guy. This is from a guy that I played with based on audience. He texted me back on Anthony Campanelli. He says this, great dude, great energy, very knowledgeable. It's in his blood. His two brothers are high school coaches in New Jersey, great programs. His dad was a high school coach forever in New Jersey. He's a great family dude.
I want the yelling, angry Italian. I can relate to that a lot more. If you're gonna hire an unproven head coach, I want Anthony Campanelli now.
So is he top on our board now? Like on the Wolf and Luke show consensus?
No, but he moved up after that.
Okay. I think he is my top unproven coordinator.
Yeah, I'm still interested in Kubiak. He's my top unproven defensive coordinator right now.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I'm going to say, for me, top unproven coordinator.
First of all, I mean, the Gambo interviewing that guy would be, that alone.
Yeah.
I mean,
that would be.
Sold.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Just go ahead and sit on the dump button.
Yeah, well, that's
just
true.
Don't ever.
Right.
Yeah. Anytime we ever have him on the show, you're going to just
ready
have
for that.
to, and then regenerate more. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
What's he going to sound like if they tell him he doesn't get the job?
You know what I would love to know? Context. Like, what fired him up so much that he was talking about that?
If he's like any of my Italian relatives, somebody messed up his calzone.
Listen, Basin Orleans, I played with a guy named Jim Hannafin. He was my first head coach in the National Football League. Jim Hannafin was a guy that was a big, tall guy, and he smoked his Pall Malls, and he used the F word like it was a conjunction. He once told me
grammar is important.
The effing F out of me. That's what he said. He literally said that to me. He literally said that to me.
Well,
I was like looking at him like, Coach, who are you?
You don't see that in a Hallmark card very often.
All right, last one for you guys. Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones were elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame yesterday. Do you guys think those two players deserve to get in?
Man, baseball's so numbers based. I would have to, and it's gotten so weird with some of the guys who aren't in the Hall of Fame.
Man, yes, they deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean they were both really good players. I'd have to look at their numbers compared to everybody who's not in. Like, it's weird that Barry Bonds isn't in. You know, it's just weird.
Well, we all know why Barry Bonds is not in the Hall of Fame.
But when you don't have him in, but then you have other guys in who maybe had done the same stuff that he did, I don't know. I'm so not totally out, but so much more out on the Baseball Hall of Fame than other sports because I just don't feel like it's as complete as it should be. Yes, I feel like those two guys have resumes to get in, to answer your question.
Yes.
Yeah, what I don't like about it is it seems like the writers like to go with who was nice to them because there's definitely clear steroid users that are in.
Yes, exactly.
And so if you're going to put one in, you should probably just put all of them in and not factor if they were nice to you at an interview. Like, not everyone's nice to you.
Yeah.
That's well done by you.
And that's kind of, I think you just hit it right there. That's kind of why I've lost interest in the Baseball Hall of Fame because on some level it's supposed to tell the story of the history of the sport.
Right.
And if you had proof, hey, Barry Bonds used steroids and nobody else did and we're keeping him out, okay, then fine. You're telling me he cheated and nobody else did. But I think you just hit it, Rick. It's more like, well, these guys were nicer to me than Barry, so they get in and he doesn't.
Yeah, also,
I don't care who was nice to you.
Carlos Beltran was a 2017 Houston Astro.
Yeah, well.
If you want to talk about cheating.
Exactly. That's kind of why I was hesitating on him, but his numbers would indicate he should be in the Hall of Fame. All right, that was Wolf and Danny Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, What specifically could the Phoenix Suns do at the trade deadline, or do they need to do anything? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
So you're in the toughest division. You have uncertainty at quarterback. You've got a franchise that has a history of losing. It's a tough sell.
It is a tough sell.
It's like, it's a tough sell to anybody. Hey, come take the why. Why should I take this shot? Now, if you don't have any options, if you're Robert Saleh and you've got options, okay, you're not going to take this job. I would say to you that I would expect that the guy who takes the Cardinals job does not have other options.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Thursday. We'll start getting into the AFC and NFC championship matchups. That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Maricopa. What is going on, Maricopa?
Yeah, Maricopa. What up from the Wolf and Luke show, Maricopa?
I just want to play more cuts of Anthony Campanelli talking to his team.
Oh, my goodness.
Just play that for the next hour and 40 minutes. You want a guy who's fired up? You want a guy... If they hired Anthony Campanelli, we would never hear, he just doesn't show enough emotion.
Yeah.
He doesn't yell.
Right.
We just played that cut, and all he was doing was yelling. And I don't think the cut ended because he stopped yelling. I think they just stopped recording. He was still yelling.
Luke,
they just stopped recording.
You might be onto something right there. You just stumbled onto something. I mean, honestly, the one thing that everyone had a problem with, the Red Sea out there, was, what, JG never emoted.
Well, this guy does.
This guy, man, he embraces the emotion.
I don't know anything about his other qualifications because at the end of all of this, he's still an unproven defensive coordinator, unproven at the head coach level. But if we're going to go down that path, I would prefer the yelling Italian guy.
Okay.
That's
the guy that yells.
Yeah, but it's got to be Italian too. You got to have the yelling Italian guy.
As long as he's doing it for a reason. Once again.
Yeah, we don't know what the reason was in that clip, but
you just start yelling. Suddenly, what happens is dudes they tune you out.
Yeah, but you just said that you talked to somebody who knew him that said he's a great dude.
Yeah,
family
great
guy.
dude.
So maybe he just yells about football.
Great dude and family guy.
Yeah,
doesn't make you a great coach though.
Well, no, it doesn't. But
we all agree.
All the ones I've wanted them to hire as the head coach are already coaching other teams, or they're Sean McDermott, who doesn't sound like he's coming here.
Okay.
As far as the Phoenix Suns, the NBA trade deadline is in just a couple weeks. I believe it is 2 weeks from today, actually. So, this is a pressure point in the season, whether the Suns make a move or not. Aren't you kind of interested in what the Lakers or the Timberwolves or some of these teams around them potentially do?
Not really.
Really? Oh, I really am.
Not really, man.
For
me, it's all about the Phoenix Suns. I am absolutely fascinated with what we are seeing right now. And the fact that I believe they don't need to do anything. To do anything would be actually counterintuitive to what we're seeing right now. Again, some minor trades of maybe getting rid of some people that are not getting a lot of minutes right now, like Nick Richards and a guy who's got a, expiring contract, and maybe you could get something of value back. I mean, yeah, I can see that happening, but I'm fascinated with the fact that this team, the chemistry of this team, 27-17 right now, 10 games. That's the first time they're 10 games over 500, correct?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah, the first time they actually got to 10
they've been at 9
games over.
Yeah,
right. So, again, I am fascinated with what we are seeing. And even Bobby Marks, a guy who was a former front office guy, for Bobby Marks to come on and say, you know what, you really might be messing with the chemistry by adding somebody else, bringing somebody in. It could actually work in a negative kind of way. And now you're trying to massage Jaylen Green into the rotation. And this is what's got to happen. He's got to be in the rotation. We all know that. How's it going to impact this team and their mentality and their chemistry and their culture going forward? We're all going to watch and see.
You know how many times they were 10 games above 500 last year?
How many? Never. Are you serious? Oh, wow.
And I'm actually going back.
Yeah, well, again, think about it.
February 8th of the 23-24 season, they were 10 games above 500. But, you're going back 2 years.
Wow, Luke. There you go. Once again, you just blew me away with that stat.
I guess the whole second half of that season, because they did finish with 49 wins. But we're going back. They've already done a lot of things this year that they never did last year. But in terms of just last year's team was expected, whatever they did in the playoffs, to basically get 10 games above 500 within the first 2 months and then just always be 10 games or more above 500. You're expected to win 45, 50 or more games last year. Yeah, it's night and day from last year to this year. I don't think you can make a move for anything of significance. And I'm not saying, if they identify, hey, we need this, or we can make a smaller move, but think about how much we were all not worried about, but just kind of like, hey, this is a real thing when you're introducing Jaylen Green into this team whose biggest strength is probably their chemistry and their identity. It probably is their chemistry, honestly. If you had to identify what the Suns' biggest strength is, it probably is their chemistry. If you have that, you don't want to mess with it too much. If you have just a perfect combination, you don't necessarily want to mess with it. If you have to add like a small piece, like the 8th guy or whatever, your three or four guys off the bench or whatever, that deep, then maybe. But I really think your only moves that I care about this team making are to add some picks down the line. And you don't have to do it this year.
Yeah. You know what's interesting as well, what is going on right now with Oso Ighodaro and Mark Williams. When you think about this, you're shaking your head, Rick. Are we in agreement? Once again, interesting. Oso is a much more physical, would you say he's a much more physical player than Mark Williams? Maybe a much more aggressive mindset. I think desperate also comes to mind from Oso Ighodaro and watching him play. And I think because of that, it's the one thing with the starters right now. You look at Mark Williams, and Mark Williams, Basinonians, is hyper talented, is he not? We've seen him, especially on the offensive end. He is really, really talented. Mark Williams has made his mark, and it's been a positive mark on the Phoenix Suns. Yet, having said that, are the Suns more productive? Does Oso Ighodaro fit the Suns' culture better than Mark Williams? Interesting to me. I mean, for me, it's up in the air. It's a question mark.
It's nice to have them both. I mean, it's why we never see Come On Malwatch, because we don't need to right now. I guess the only hesitation I have with Mark Williams, and this is maybe not even fair to say right now because he has been available every time the Suns have needed him this season.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to get into a position in the second half of the season where you're just completely dependent on him, and if he had to miss a few games, you wouldn't have anything. You know what I mean? Because his career up to this point has been riddled with injuries. Now, he has done everything he can to prevent them this year, and it's working. The only games he's missed essentially have just been management to keep him on the floor. He's already played in 39 games this year. He's 5 off his career high, and we're not even to the trade deadline yet. But I wouldn't want to be in a position where it's like, well, if Mark Williams got hurt, our season would be over, you know?
Yeah.
So that's why Oso has been vital.
Yeah, it's amazing, too. You think about it. Oso Ighodaro and what he did last night, 29 minutes, of course, 12 points. Not only that, but he had 5 rebounds. And just watching him go about his business and play in the paint, he's a presence that you feel, especially on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, when we come back, we'll get back into football, and I got a question for you, all of you guys, actually. Command and Control can answer this, too, about the Cardinals coaching search. It's a very specific question. I haven't heard any of you answer it yet, and I'm not even going to ask it until we come back. That's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Royce O'Neal has the basketball, and the Suns are going to dribble out the clock as the Sixers say, no mas. Final 5 seconds in Philly as the clock hits 0 now. And the Phoenix Suns have their 3rd straight win on this 6-game, 12-day road trip, 116-110. The final is they win tonight in Philadelphia.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply. For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The 2026 football schedules for ASU and Arizona have been released. You can check them out now on arizonasports.com. Speaking of the Sun Devils, Bobby Hurley's ASU men's basketball team takes on West Virginia tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are bringing in Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for a second interview for head coach. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Well, eventually the Arizona Cardinals are going to hire a head coach. I can almost guarantee that. Because they are going to need one for next season. There are, 6 teams right now that don't have one. Steelers, Raiders, Browns, Bills, Ravens, and Cardinals. With some of those teams. Ravens never need a head coach. The Bills rarely need a head coach. And the Steelers, I'm not sure they ever have needed a new coach. Cleveland and the Raiders, you figure, yeah, okay, that's pretty standard. And the Dolphins have Jeff Hafley. I don't know why he's not listed on here. But I'll ask all you guys this, including Command and Control. Do you care if the Cardinals are the last team to hire a head coach?
No.
Okay. Command?
No.
Control?
No, but I would be a little worried.
Yeah, I would. I don't want him to be the last.
Yeah, for me, I don't care about the PR. I really don't. What I care about is you get it right.
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as you get the right. If they were the last team to hire a head coach and they got Sean McDermott, I'd be like, okay, that's take as long as you need.
Yeah.
But if all these other teams get the established coaches and then the Cardinals are the last team behind Cleveland and they have to take another unproven defensive coordinator, ultimately the PR doesn't matter if you win games. The problem is I don't know if there's anybody they could hire that would immediately win them 11 games next year. So you don't rush to make the decision. It's not like the timing is not enough to drive. It wouldn't be for me to drive me to go hire somebody just so I'm not last. But man, it wouldn't look great with all the stuff that everybody's been saying, with the stuff that you were saying before, and just the perception here. And, I mean, it's just, if there are 10 teams that need head coaches and 9 of them get theirs and you're last and you end up, even if you weren't stuck with everybody's leftovers, it looks like you're stuck with everybody's leftovers at that point.
Absolutely. It is the perception of it all. And, in this business, we all know perception is reality for the most part until you alter that reality. And that's the reason why there's only one way out of this room. Win. Period. Forget about the PR. Forget about everyone, the narrative that would be surrounding the Arizona. Forget about all of that. There's one way out of this thing. Win. And that's it.
Or hire Mike Tomlin, which would probably lead to win.
You know what's interesting about that? Hiring Mike Tomlin. Yeah. That would do away with all of that. It'd still be about winning or losing, wouldn't it, Mike Tomlin? It'd still be about that. And you know what, to me, once again, it's not a guarantee that if you hire Mike Tomlin, you're going to win. Of course it's not a guarantee.
Not a guarantee, but it is guaranteed to end the perception of
it is
you are the last.
To end the perception that you don't know what you're doing.
That you're not willing to pay, or you can't get a big name coach.
Right.
Yeah. Because, I mean, look, they're not getting Mike Tomlin. If they did, they wouldn't need a coach in 3 years. But if you hire one of these guys who is unproven and it doesn't work and you're back here in 3 years, I would much rather have that reputation among other coaches or assistants in the league. I'd rather that is gone, because at a certain point, if you're in this position again in a couple years and there is the equivalent to Ben Johnson who feels like he's a can't miss coordinator like it was last year, or, whatever, there's a Kevin Stefanski, or I'm not going to say as high as John Harbaugh, but somebody like that that's out there, they're not going to care that you couldn't get the right coaches or you weren't putting up the right money 30 years ago.
Yeah.
But they are going to care if it's continued. You know what I mean? Like, if you hired Mike Tomlin and it didn't work and Tomlin was out in 5 years, none of the coaches the prospective coaches are going to look at you and say, yeah, you're just not going to pay up, or you can't get a big name. They must, even if I don't know, they must know something that I don't know. So I'm going to go to Tennessee instead or whatever. You could change the perception instantly. The only other way you can change the perception is to win, but you can't talk people into, we got this unproven guy.
Can't do it, man.
You just don't know him the way we do. You got to win games now.
This is exactly why, once again, the Phoenix Suns are a great example. They are a great example of this right here. Think about it. Think of the narrative that was surrounding Jordan Ott and the hiring of Jordan Ott, Brian Gregory, think of all the narrative that was surrounding the Phoenix Suns and what all of the experts that were out there were saying about the Phoenix Suns and us as well.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that for a minute. And yet you hired the right guy and you brought in the right players. And then suddenly, what happened? You started winning. That is the only way out of that narrative. The only way. And man, did the Suns take heat. They did. They took a ton of heat. And guess what? They're doing exactly what you have to do in order to blow that narrative out of the water. And they proved it. That's what the Cardinals have got to do as well.
I'm not going to pretend that I thought the Suns were going to win 48 games back in July, because I didn't. But I don't know. If you had told me in July, hey, you know what? The Suns got this Jordan Ott guy. Yeah, everybody's laughing. He's from Michigan State, and the GM's from Michigan State. But there was at least some buzz around the league that Jordan Ott might be the guy that would get hired by somebody in a year or something. If you told me back then, hey, the Suns are going to win 48 games or the Cardinals are going to win 11 or 12 games next season, I just don't see a path to the Cardinals winning those games next season. So the only reason I'm saying that is because the Suns...
Did you really see a path for the Phoenix Suns this season?
No, I didn't. But I'm saying if you could go back...
Because I don't remember you saying that.
No, but I absolutely, in the NBA, it's a lot, I don't want to say easier, but the path to the Suns winning 40-plus games or whatever, I would have given that like a 10% chance. The Cardinals winning 11 games next year, I give like a 1% chance. You know what I mean? And so the Suns... Not that it's easy, not that anybody thought this, I don't know anybody thought this was going to happen. I had them at 35 or 36 wins. But they were able to prove it so quickly that narrative has been gone for 2 months. I don't know that the Cardinals are in a position, no matter who they hire, to go out there and bury that narrative with wins. Because I just don't know how you're going to win 11 games in this division next season. You would, even with Harbaugh, I don't think you would have done it. I think it would have taken time.
Yeah, my point was the fact that this is how you do it. This is the only way you do it. You can hire somebody like Jordan Ott. You can hire somebody that really isn't a big name, an established name. You can do it if you win, and you'll blow the narrative out of the water. If not, guess what? Hey, listen, if the Phoenix Suns were struggling, if you flip their record right now and they were 17-27 as opposed to being 27-17, there'd be some people out there that'd be whispering right now, this is exactly who we thought you were going to be, period. Take your alignment and go.
Yeah. And it wouldn't just be local. It'd be national, too.
Yes, it would.
But whoever comes in and takes this job, like they have to get this right. I mean, that's what this all comes back to. They have to get this right. Because I guess the better way to say it is I didn't feel great about where the Suns were in June.
Yeah.
But I felt better about them than I do where the Cardinals are right now.
See, for me, coming into this season for the Arizona Cardinals, I thought they were going to take that next step.
So did I.
I did. Year 3, I thought they were going to win double-digit games. I did. I was wrong. I was flat out wrong. But I didn't see the Kyler Murray situation getting worse. I actually thought he was going to get better. Based on what I saw the year before and how he developed in the pocket, I thought he was going to get better. He got worse from the pocket. And that surprised me. And the offensive line from the very beginning as well. But going in, did I think they had the players to actually win 10 games? I did.
See, I think the bigger development for me personally, it's not even the wins because I had him at 8. So, because it's just the NFL. And it's the fact that you got no answers on Marv. I guess your answer on Kyler is that he's gone. I never thought, back in August, you'd be in a position where you fired your coach. And I didn't think that we'd be in a position where, like, if the Niners played, we were this close to having 3 teams in the Final Four from the NFC West if the Niners didn't play Seattle, basically. You know what I mean? It's just the division got so much better and the Cardinals got so much worse. And that's whoever takes this job, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough out of the gate. It doesn't mean you can't turn it around within a couple years, but right out of the gate, if you don't have a big name, you're going to be scrutinized more. And whoever you are, you're not in a position to come in here and win double-digit games.
But once again, it's just about, okay, you're going to hire a Jordan Ott type to be your head coach? Better win.
That might be the way to do it, except you have to get it right. I mean, look at ASU with Kenny Dillingham. He hadn't been a head coach. Look at Jordan Ott. Kenny had a lot of buzz, but still, he hadn't been a head coach at the college level. Jordan Ott had a little bit of buzz, but again, it was for a year from now. But you have to get it right. You can't just tell people it's going to work.
You have to win.
That's getting it right.
Have to win.
All right, when we come back, we'll continue this with Max Starks, who's going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on what exactly the Cardinals can do at the head coaching position at this point. The 2-time Super Bowl champions walking in here next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're tied up at 51, 135 to play. Jaylen Green finds a cutting Oso, who hammers it down.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved and dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
NFL offseason loading. NFL offseason loading. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision. With Wolf and Luke.
Well, the other part of this is what are the Cardinals going to do in the draft? I told you I saw that thing on X earlier where it's Dolph Kleiman too. It's not like some person that doesn't cover football. He's like, hey, look out for the Cardinals maybe going after Carson Beck in the draft.
Wow. Saying at number 3?
No,
Okay,
he didn't
specify number. I was going to say
not at number 3.
Yes. Okay.
That feels like like paying like 3 times as much as you need to for a car or something.
Yes.
Like, hey, this car's worth $45,000. I'll give you $200,000 for it. Like,
okay. Would you be okay in the second round?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of been my stance on this all along. Is this front office is going to be judged on if they can find the next quarterback. Like JG was basically judged on the fact that he couldn't get Kyler Murray to the next level. Okay, Well, this front office, if they can't find the replacement for Kyler Murray, then they're not going to be here all that long. I mean, that's what JG said. The clock's ticking on everybody, right?
Yep.
That's almost any front office. Like, you have to find your quarterback. So if it were me, I would be looking long and hard at somebody in the second round.
Yeah.
Just because you're not committed to them forever. There's a lot of guys in the second round. You can throw Carson Beck in there. He wouldn't be my first choice, but I'll leave this up to the professionals on this one. Scout this out, figure out who the best guy is. I think you can get decent value in the second round if you see. I feel like you'd be buying high on Carson Beck, but I think there are guys you could buy low on because they either were injured like Drew Aller or just had kind of an off season in college football. College football changes so much now from year to year that I think there's still some quarterback talent in this draft.
Yeah, you know, I really didn't give it much thought until you brought this up the other day, talking about the possibility of drafting a quarterback in the second round. I really didn't think about that. I was thinking to myself, okay, there might be two quarterbacks that would be worthy of being taken at number 3. Okay, Dante Moore, of course, and Fernando Mendoza. Those two guys. I never thought about maybe drafting a quarterback in the second round just to say, you know what, let's see what we got. Here's a guy who's got some talent, got some skills. I never thought about that, and yet it makes a lot of sense, Luke, that maybe that could be the possibility. And would you draft Carson Beck at number 38?
He
or
would
35. Sorry,
he wouldn't be. He wouldn't
once again.
He wouldn't be my first choice of them. But again, this is where I'm assuming the front office. This has to be like priority number 1, doesn't it? I mean, you have to draw the distinction between going into mock draft season and a bunch of writers saying, "Oh, there's only one good quarterback in this draft." And then how many drafts do we look back on and we're like, yeah, there was only 1 or 2 with all the hype. But now you look back 3 years later, there were 3 or 4 good quarterbacks. Like, I just want an NFL quarterback out of all this. Here's one right now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That is a big man, ladies and gentlemen.
More than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
What is up, Max? How we doing?
Oh, how are we doing today, fellas? Boa tarde to everybody. Boa tarde.
Oh, well, yes, that's what we were all thinking.
Boa tarde?
Yeah.
Boa tarde.
Is that a quarterback that the Cardinals could take in the second round?
You know,
like
right?
Bo Prabiola or whatever his name is?
I mean, you know, just like, you know, Trinidad Chambliss. Yeah, same thing, Boa tarde.
How was the trip?
It was good. It was good. So that was my foray at speaking to you guys in Portuguese.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
obviously,
so that was as close as it got.
Okay.
No, good to be back stateside. Good to be back home and back right in the middle of all of it. You know,
right in the middle of the chaos.
Yeah, just messes all around. Right.
Okay.
You know?
So on a scale of 1 to 10, like Portugal, what would you say?
Beautiful. 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10.
Ooh, 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10. The
Okay.
only 10 out of 10 that I can give is probably Maldives. Probably the only one.
Wow.
That place was magical.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the most
Cool.
magical place I've ever been in my life. So, but Portugal is beautiful. I mean, the coast is really nice. I was in Lisbon mainly, which is southern.
Yes.
You know, right there, you got the mouth of the sea and the ocean. So, you know, right
Isn't
where
that
they
the
meet.
biggest city in Portugal?
That is their capital city. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, capital city. Porto's another one up north. That's a really nice city. My wife's cousins live up there, so that's the next trip. Next trip will be to see the northern side. But no, it was a fantastic trip. I know when I talked to you guys, it's an 8-hour time difference too. So that the jet lag was like real.
Yeah.
I was like, oh god, because I flew back and went straight to girls volleyball weekend with the daughters. You know, first 3-day tournament out here, and my youngest. Their team took the championship.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Worth the flight back from
Worth the
Portugal.
flight back home. So, yeah.
A little shout out. Who are they?
Quincy and Arizona Storm Elite. The 12 Lightning team.
There we go.
Did you tell
12
them
Thunder.
before they went out there, I flew halfway around the world to watch this, so you better win?
No, I did not do that. I didn't want to add the additional pressure.
It was implied already.
It was understated. It's like your dad's here and he's staring at y'all the entire time. So please, we don't want to hear anything.
Get it
And
done.
Quincy's
Make it
probably
work.
like, I don't want to hear it in the car later. So But no, I'm proud of them. They played fantastic. It was a fantastic weekend. So it was worth the jet lag to be there for her and her teammates.
World traveler.
It was good. It was good. So
it's
yeah,
good to see.
So it was fun. Good to be in studio. I mean, it's been what? It's been like what 3, 4, almost a month.
Yeah.
I feel like the last time I was in studio,
the Cardinals didn't have a coach or a quarterback.
They still don't.
Yeah.
So yeah. So really nothing has changed.
You've just gone around the
you
world.
guys got vacation time.
Yeah, pretty much. I stupidly didn't even get that vacation time. For
no,
some
you
reason.
stayed here the whole time.
Yeah. I was like, someday they're going to hire a coach. Let me ask you this, Max. We were just having this conversation. You've watched and covered a lot of college football this season. Are there any quarterbacks not named Fernando Mendoza that you look at and say, not that you would take with the third pick, but are there guys that you saw this year where you're like, that guy could have a future in the NFL? It's just he's going to have to land in the right place or develop or whatever.
Well, I think that was the one, Trinidad Chambliss. I mean, the Ole Miss quarterback, I thought showed a lot of guts and was a really good quarterback. I don't know how I feel about Carson Beck. I think about
that's where I'm at. So.
The year before, why he left Georgia, right?
Yeah.
He had issues with interceptions. It looked like he cured them, but then in the most critical moment of all the times not to throw an interception downfield, it was a horrible decision pick. And that was a decision one.
And
it's different when it gets
that does
tipped
to your teammate, right?
Yeah, it's one of those where you're like, really?
Yeah.
That throw?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like if I'm Maui Noah, the right tackle, is going to be probably the first tackle off the board. High dollar. I'm looking at him like,
yeah.
I blocked for what? I blocked for what? For that? For that play?
I could have just stepped aside.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I'd rather you've gotten a hit. At least we probably would have kept the ball.
It's so true. All picks are not created
They
equal.
are not created equal.
And they have an impact sometimes when, especially a bad pick, where you look at your team like, did I just see that? What was he thinking?
Like a tip you can justify, right?
Yeah,
hits the receiver in the hands, flies in the air.
Even a guy who makes
incidental.
a great play breaking on the ball. Or
he jumps
that.
the route. You had a quick route called, and the cornerback undercuts it, or they have some type of bracketed coverage, and it's a safety that flies out of nowhere and makes a play. But you can't, the 50-50 ball, bad underthrown ball. Yeah. Anyways, all that to say, Carson, I don't necessarily trust. I think it's probably smart that what's the kid from Oregon, Dante Moore?
Yeah.
Oof.
Not ready.
No, not ready at all. Not ready at all.
I thought that was really wise of him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
To actually
very smart.
Look at himself and say, I got to get better.
Yeah, I need to actually show that I can't wuss out in some of those moments.
He also was probably like, I'm going to end up on the Jets, and maybe I'll spin the wheel next year and not end up on the Jets.
No, you'll probably still end up on the Jets.
Probably,
They're not picking in the top 5 next year.
The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name or giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. So listen for the code word on Bickley, Murata, Wolf, and Luke and Burns and Gambo all this week. And then when you hear it, text that word to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. When we come back...
I need that code. No, sorry.
You're going to have to listen closely during the break. What were Max's thoughts on the national championship, and what does that do for a program like ASU or any other program that might be on the rise? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO. Transmissions and a whole lot more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, with over 100 in stock. When you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. $33,995 offer on 2025 Ford F-150 regular cab, stock number 255986. Offers expire January 31st, 2026.
Sanderson Ford. If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will help you. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt is exactly what they do. Why Refi works with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life. Not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to make you feel bad about it. There's no judgment, no endless questions about how you got here. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for people who've been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. Take back control today. Call Why Refi at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The 2026 football schedules for ASU and Arizona have been released. You can check them out now on arizonasports.com. ASU men's basketball is in action tonight against West Virginia in Tempe. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are bringing in Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for a second interview for head coach. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. It's the biggest game of the season, so grab your crew and be where the action is. The big game watch party only at Casino Arizona.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, final hour of the show. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon. Max Starks is in studio, flew all the way back from Portugal a few days ago to be here for this.
Incredible.
Right here.
That's right.
That's
Just for this.
Just for this, and then he's flying right back right after.
Only this.
Yeah,
He told me in the not so beautiful part of the program, he told me what his itinerary was. You cannot even imagine. This man, he's awake right now. I can't believe it.
Oh, are you like somebody who plans everything out on a trip? Like you have it?
Well, it's just you kind of have to, and I had to have contingencies because, it's playoff season. And when I booked my ticket to go.
That's true.
Playoffs?
Yeah, exactly. It was before that had been cleared. So I was like, let me just book this because I have to be there for these certain dates. So it's like when I booked my ticket in advance, I booked like just a regular main cabin ticket because I was like, I might have to change this. So I didn't want to put it in a non-refundable at the higher grade one and then I lose all that money and only get part of it back as a trip credit. So I was like, well, this is fully refundable, main. And then once I know I can upgrade, did not realize the amount of Americans that fly from the U.S. to Portugal to go on cruise ships.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's a big cruise ship capital of the world.
Don't mind if I do.
It was definitely.
And Wolf is gone.
It was definitely a lot of blue plate specials on the plane. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of 5 o'clock dinner crowd was on that plane.
Okay, now I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not happy hour. It's like almost closing time for that crowd.
Got to get that eating in early.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's like no heartburn over here. No acid reflux for me.
Max, the national championship game. I know we were just talking about Carson Beck, but just in general, how about just before we even get into like the potential ramifications for the Cardinals or whatever, just your thoughts on Indiana, a team that was traditionally like not even like an afterthought. Was
the worst team in the Big Ten.
Yeah,
history.
Like barely a Big Ten team, and then the turnaround to go from that to making the playoff last year, but losing. And I don't think totally taken seriously last year. It was kind of like, yeah, this is nice, but that was a flash in the pit. To basically not even do what ASU did last year. I mean, they made the playoff, but I think anybody watching ASU looked better than them last year.
Yeah.
To then go 16-0 and basically dominate everybody, with the exception of Miami in the championship game, but still beat Miami.
Still beat Miami comfortably. I mean, at one point that was a 10-0 game, right, going into half. And you're like, uh-oh. This is bad. And then, of course, Miami woke up and threw a couple haymakers themselves. I
gave them a lot of credit for, honestly. This is who they've been the whole season for the most part, coming back and not quitting and being tough and being physical on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, being the better trench team in the entire country.
Yes.
Yeah. When you look at, their DNs, Bain and Mesidor are, those are grown men.
Oh, my goodness.
The way, if you watch that Ohio State game, because I called that Ohio State game in the Cotton Bowl, and they made Ohio State look like a high school team. Like, they beat the brakes off of them. And, poor Julian Sayin, that kid... That kid was getting walloped. He's going to be seeing ghosts, orange and green ghosts for the next couple of weeks. And like you said, in the offensive line, just a big physical throwback, early 2000s offensive line, college offensive line, back when they were winning championships. That was the physicality and the brand. Mark Fletcher, their running back, which is a big physical back, and he broke a 57-yarder off.
Yeah, he did.
And it looked like Indiana did not want to tackle him, even though they were trying to tackle him. And so you knew there was resiliency there. You knew it wasn't going to be a cakewalk, and they were at home. Like, that's the other thing in their home crowd. But did we know that Kurt Cignetti could do this? Well, we don't have to Google him anymore because I think we kind of know who he is without Google. But that mentality and really their identity was based on whoever they played. They said, you pick the parameters of the fight, and I'm going to beat you at it. You're a passing team? Cool. We got good secondaries. We can defend against that. Oh, your D-line's really massive? We're still going to run the football, guys.
Killing block.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
I love that kid.
Yeah, they are – so – they had an offense and they had a defense, and their mentality never changed. It didn't matter who they were going against. And you just think about the way they just handled Oregon twice. I know Maloney doesn't want to hear that on these airwaves.
No, she doesn't.
But it's the reality. It's the reality of it. So I look at Indiana and I say, man, that is a complete team. I mean, literally this season is what movies are made off of. Remember the Titans, Invincible, Rudy, whatever you want to, any given Sunday. I don't even care what the sports movie is. That's this team. Because it wasn't built
Somebody's going to do it.
So, they have to.
Somebody's going to do it.
I mean, they have to. Because this team was not built on 4 and 5 stars. It wasn't like, oh, man, we transformed this team through the portal and made all these big splash
plays.
They
have? 2? 4 stars?
Between 4 and 5 stars, I think they had 8 total. 8 total on the roster.
Right.
Now, who actually played, probably about 4. Miami had 44.
Oh, my goodness. That's stunning.
Let me ask you this, Max.
Yeah. It's a great reminder as to why this game is great. Is it not, Max?
Yes. And if you have the right mentality, it doesn't matter the athleticism of individuals. It matters collective. I always say this. What hurts worse, Wolf and Luke, and you both can answer this, a smack or a punch?
Punch.
Right.
Punch.
That's what that team was. They were a closed fist the whole year.
Yes.
And you can have all these 5 stars and everything else, and it's great. But if it doesn't come together and make a fist, you got no shot.
And
that team was a fist the whole year to everybody.
If you could take one player from that game, so you can go Indiana too, but a lot of Miami guys are being mocked pretty high in these drafts. You take one player from Miami or Indiana and you put them on the Cardinals. Give me your first 2 choices in order.
Okay, and I have carte blanche at all of them. I'm not worried about draft position.
Not Mendoza.
Yeah, okay, not Mendoza.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Mesidor or Bain.
Really?
Easily.
Ruben Bain Jr. Oh, my goodness.
Ruben Bain.
Even though the Cardinals have no offensive line, you'd still go Bain? Because that was kind of what Wolf and I were talking about the other day.
Maui Noah would be right behind him for Miami. But, no, if you have a pass rush, you have a chance. I mean, have we not seen when you look at the teams that are in the AFC and NFC championships, respectively?
They all have defense.
They all have defense.
Yeah.
And 2 of those teams happen to be in what division?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what's your point?
Yeah. So it's like I could go find a guy to block against those guys, but if I can dictate the terms, and I still haven't seen what Walter Nolan can do healthy.
Yes.
So you pair one of those guys with a young Walter Nolan on the same side, it becomes hell in a handbasket.
It's LT.
Yeah. Oh.
And
easily.
In Leonard Marshall.
Yeah.
Can
exactly.
you imagine those 2 guys?
Yeah. I mean that's what you're trying to get, or Alden Smith, Justin Smith in San Francisco when they were cooking, right? If you can develop that and get a tough nose defense.
Who do you like better though, in terms of the edge? See, for me, it's Ruben Bain.
I would say Bain is the more polished pass rusher.
Okay.
But Akeem Mesidor, I feel like, plays the run a little bit better.
Okay.
And he's still a good pass rusher.
Is one of them a sure thing? Because we need the Cardinals to take a sure thing at number 3.
Right.
Yeah. No, I honestly think Ruben Bain will probably be the sure thing.
Okay.
But it's like 1A, 1B with him and Mesidor. I feel like Mesidor is not that far behind him, and he's complete, whereas Bain is polished, if that makes sense.
I just can't get over the fact that he is 270 pounds, and it looks like 200 of those pounds comes from the butt down. He is so thick.
I like big.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
dude is thick.
But listen, it's walking on the field pregame. I could not pick him out of the lineup with the linebackers and everybody else. Like, he fit in. Like, he's there's no fat. He's not a fat dude at all. Like, when I talk about, like, the lowest possible body fat percentage you could have for a guy at a position might be him.
Yeah, okay.
He is, I mean, when he is
270,
lean,
right?
Physical. Yeah, he's every bit, I would say 265-ish, 265, 270.
Now I want him to draft him just so Wolf can ask him what his weight's at.
Yeah, because you look at him and you're just like, oh, shoot, that's his number? Like I had to find his number and do a double take. I'm like, dude, that is just solid human being right there, because there is no fat to trim.
We come back. Mac's going to stick around. We'll look ahead to these conference championship games coming up this weekend. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Royce O'Neal has the basketball, and the Suns are going to dribble out the clock as the Sixers say, no loss. Final 5 seconds in Philly as the clock hits 0.
go now. And the Phoenix Suns have their third straight win on this 6-game, 12-day road trip, 116-110. The final is they win tonight in Philadelphia.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. That's TrajanWealth.com. Listen, I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth. They gave my plan a second look, and it turns out, Basinonians, there were some big opportunities that I was missing. Now I've got a clear path to retirement, no doubt, and way more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they're going to put your needs first, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what? That's exactly what they did. Choosing the right financial advisor is going to be one of the best investments you're ever going to make for your financial future. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters most. That's right. Listen, Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger. 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC. SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you know what's a great New Year's resolution for sports fans? Watching sports in high resolution with a new entertainment system from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They have great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. They'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Plus, they're local, and shopping local really matters. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. Shop online at waltz.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
Quick shout out to Anthem. What's going on, Anthem?
Man, I once knew the mayor of Anthem. It's interesting.
Oh, name dropper.
Anthem. What up?
Has anybody in Anthem seen Max Starks, who wandered out of the studio during the break and is not back.
Something tells me that a suit grabbed him.
Oh,
and you know what I mean? And when you talk to the suits and all of a sudden you have to sit there and nod your head and say yes, and you have to be cordial, of course, Basinonians.
Oh, he's back.
Can't ignore them.
Max just
when a
walked away.
suit
Wait, so
grabs you.
did you just implied that when management's talking to you and you're nodding your head and smiling, Wolf, it's all just an act?
Yeah, well, it's not an act at all. It's just something you have to do.
You don't have a choice. Okay.
Yes.
I feel like when people are talking to Wolf and he's not interested in talking to you, I feel like I see like the Looney Tune, like Tweety Bird flying around his head, and he's like chasing it, and it just looks like a head nod.
That's because I was a wedge buster.
Yeah.
Or he just looks right through you.
Yes.
Thank you to all wedge busters.
That's right. You know what?
Busters.
I'm just going to hit you right in the face.
And now that will be historical context because there are no more wedge busters with the dynamic kickoff.
They got to bring it back. They got to bring it back.
That's why we brought you in here today, Max, is to figure out a way to bring back the wedge. No, the Cardinals still don't have a coach, and so my question to you is like, when are they getting one? What are you going after at this point? What's the plan if Max Starks is running the Arizona Cardinals right now?
I mean, I'm not sure if you guys are used to like neo soul music, the genre. There's a group called Flowetry.
Okay. I have no idea.
And they had a song, Say Yes.
Okay.
You just need someone to say yes.
Oh, no.
My goodness.
Yeah, well, I mean, because you think about it, jobs that have already been filled, right? John Harbaugh, New York Giants.
Okay.
And if you look at any of the polls when they were ranking the desirability of jobs, that was one of the top ones, right? Because you have Jackson Dart there, you have Malik Neighbors, you have a young defense, you have all these things that you can work off of. Tyrone Tracy.
I can accept that. I can accept that the Giants is a better job right now.
It's a better job. Atlanta was another one that was floated out there, right? Number 2 job because you have Michael
Stefanski.
Yeah, Stefanski gets that one because there's a lot of weapons there. Now you look at it and you say, okay, Jeff Hafley took the Miami job. That was an interesting hire in and of itself.
Yeah.
But I get you have that and you still got to figure out a GM, right? So that was one where we just needed somebody that was older, veteran, reset the culture, defensive-minded coach. I get it.
Get to it. Tomlin. I mean,
Coach Tomlin,
whom I
Mike
love.
T.
And you know I love Mike T.
I think he's going to take the year off.
You think he's going to do it? You think that's what he's going to do?
Because one of the things that Mike T values a whole lot is his family.
Yes.
He loves his kids. And his daughter's a gymnast at University of Georgia. He's already been down to a couple matches. The happiness on his face.
That's what everyone says.
The relief, right? I mean, because he hasn't had this freedom. Because every time this time of year, what's the next thing you're doing? You're trying to figure out, hey, who's my coaching staff going to be? Okay, we have to get ready for combine, and then we have to get ready for free agency, right? It's a never-ending cycle, especially as a head coach.
And he could sit out 2 years and pick his job in 2 years.
And still be a younger candidate. I mean, but
Yep.
19 years as a head coach.
Can you imagine?
With no off season really. And he talked about it. And he has a lot of varied interests as well. And so, I mean, he was sitting there. He wanted to learn boating one year and did a crash course and just went all in on learning how to dock boats and everything, so he could navigate a boat.
He seems like an overachiever.
Yeah, just a smidge. You think?
Yeah, just a little bit.
So I don't think he's on the deck for available coaches. And he's everybody's tried to request it. He's denied everything, and I really think he's taking that time off. And I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't coach again.
You know what was amazing?
Ever?
Yeah.
Wow. I
was wondering about that.
Because a lot of coaches that go, there's something that's missing, or you were unceremoniously let go. Like, why does John Harbaugh want to do? He got fired. He didn't get to walk away on his own terms.
Yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong, because you were playing for him at the time when Cowher left. Wasn't the thought, okay, he's going to take a year off? It's been 19 years. I don't think he's coming back.
He's not coming back, and he did it because of personal reasons. Right, his wife was sick, and she eventually passed away.
Yeah,
and he just after that time, you mourn, you grieve, and he was like, man, he's like, and I asked Coach Cowher because we had our 40th Super Bowl 40 anniversary this year. I said, BC, I said, why? He was like, Max, when you've done it for as long as I did, and what else is there to come back for? And he's like, I don't have any stress in the studio. I'm having fun.
Yeah.
I get to walk away. I don't absorb any of these losses.
Yes.
I don't absorb the stress.
He
He's
gets
like,
to still be around it, though.
I'm around the
and
game
talk
as
about
close
it.
as I want to be. He's already made the Hall of Fame, right? He's got his yellow jacket. So it's like, if you come back, what's the point of coming back? And for Mike Tomlin does not coach another down in his career. Guess what? He's a Hall of Fame coach. He's a Hall of Fame coach, and he lasted longer than most. We were talking about the last time there were 10 coaching openings was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you know how many of those coaching positions are left? 2.
Okay.
8 got fired from 4 years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Sure, he could choose happiness and a calm
not
life.
for
Yeah.
long.
Or he could rebuild the Cardinals, though.
think
about the options
or
here.
he could just take a full rebuild.
Yeah.
How'd that work for Pete Carroll?
Okay. Sean McDermott.
I think.
What are your thoughts on Sean McDermott?
I love Coach McDermott. I mean, he would probably be the most desirable coach right now of all the coaches available that you could choose from.
Because Mike T is not available.
Sean McDermott.
Can I write that down? Can I just eliminate Mike T?
Just eliminate him from the list.
There's no way Max starts, and Mike T.
This year, nope.
No way. Okay, I'm taking that off
It
the board.
just feels like, I don't know Mike T, but just in that position, it feels like, honestly, if he wanted to coach again, he could look right now and say, yeah, I like these 3 jobs, whatever they are to him. He could, with Tampa, whatever, the Rams, Chargers, he could just pick and then just sit for a couple years and see if one of them opens. And if it does, then he can decide if he wants to go then. Because like you said, he doesn't have anything else he has to do. And it didn't seem – you don't typically walk away if you really want to coach right now.
Yeah, and also, the trade clause, right? I mean, because also you're going to have to trade for him to get his rights. So that's another thing that a team has to weigh. Like, if I want Mike T, I'm going to have to give something up. And it's going to have to be something of significance to get him to get him open to even being a part of our team. That's the first barrier you have to cross. And, like I said, I mean, he's happy. He's content. He was tired this season. You could see it in his face at times. And, let's face it. I mean, we've had more U.S. presidents since he's been a head coach, right?
That's right.
And more presidents have been elected since 1969 than there have been Steeler head coaches.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of those things, like, it's a longevity position, and guys, after they've gone through their tenure, don't. Chuck Noll didn't go anywhere else after he was done. Bill Cowher didn't go anywhere after he was done. And so that's where I'm like, what else is there for Mike T outside of saying, you know what, I want to prove that I can get to a Super Bowl again, would be the only thing. Because he has one, and he's been to another one, so he's been to 2.
Yeah.
He's been to 3 AFC championship games. So he's done everything on the resume there is to do. He finished one game shy of Chuck Noll's record.
Yeah.
So what else do you want?
I thought maybe it was largely PR that he walked away from it and said, you know what, I don't think I'm going to coach next year. He left it open. He didn't say, I'm not coaching.
Yeah.
He just said, I don't think. I don't think.
Because once
I'm
again,
gonna coach.
something can always come up and change your mind, right? I mean, that's just life. You always leave that room for 10%, right? But I think the 90% is pretty looming pretty large. And he hasn't taken any of these interviews. And like you said, the desirable jobs of this circuit are dwindling down.
So where are the Cardinals now? Because there's 6 teams left that need a head coach, but 3 of them are Buffalo, Baltimore, and Pittsburgh, 3 teams that are never looking for a head coach. So now, I mean, I'm assuming those 3 are going to get their pick of whoever they want. So then you're looking at the Cardinals competing with the Browns and the Raiders. Please tell me they're at least ahead of the Browns.
I was going to say, at least they're ahead of the Raiders. What are you talking about? The Raiders are a dumpster fire.
I would figure, but the Raiders have that first pick. I mean, they should be ahead of both those teams.
It is Vegas,
yeah,
baby.
It is. Yeah. But, I mean, I think the Cardinals probably fit like 5th. I think Cleveland and Cardinals are probably right about equal there because questions at the quarterback position are what's going to loom large, right? Yeah. And for the Raiders, they have no quarterback. And like you said, the number 1 overall pick. So it's like you have to be in love with Mendoza if you're going to take that Vegas job.
That's true. And not everybody is.
Yeah, and not everybody is. So that's where I feel like they're in front of Vegas from that perspective. But you look at the weapons, it's very comparable with the only thing you say is better defense, right, in Cleveland. and you have the reigning defensive MVP and also single season sack leader and Myles Garrett, who doesn't look like to be slowing down.
Yeah.
So you have that, and I feel like that's the little edge that puts them in front of Arizona as far as desirability.
All right, we come back. Let's talk about the 4 teams that are left. Max sticks around for one more segment. We'll look ahead to the conference championship games next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Suddenly, Cardinal fans all over the place are clamoring for Sean McDermott. But a very interesting name popped from that firing, and that's Joe Brady.
Yes.
The offensive coordinator of the Bills, who's never been a head coach before. He's highly thought of as an offensive mind. Obviously, he's worked wonders with Josh Allen and that offense and what they've done. But I think a lot of Cardinal fans would like them to have an interview with Sean McDermott and are wondering if that is going to be something that will happen at any point in our future, or if they're going to have to, for lack of a better word, settle for Joe Brady instead of getting the interview with Sean McDermott.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and a new year's a great time for new windows, a great time to beautify your home and reduce your energy bills by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. This is a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work. And I know because they replace my windows, and they look outstanding. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, and then they'll guarantee them for life. And during their New Year's sale, you'll get $1,250 off the purchase of 5 or more windows and $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. That's 480-764-2110 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medications absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Listen, just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Get more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The 2026 football schedules for Arizona and Arizona State have been released. You can check them out now on arizonasports.com. Speaking of the Sun Devils, Bobby Hurley's ASU men's basketball squad takes on West Virginia tonight in Tempe. Tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And according to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Arizona Cardinals are bringing in Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli for a second interview for head coach. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. It's the biggest game of the season, so grab your crew and be where the action is. The big game watch party only at Casino Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
In case you guys were wondering, what? This is it right here. This is the song.
This is the song you were talking
about. The Cardinals just need somebody to walk in and just
say yes.
Just say yes.
I'm just gonna look at Wolf.
I'm trying to think of getting jacked up to play a football game, and
no.
We're talking about the blood sport or
Wolf's
what?
Like, this
what
is
are we talking
ringtone.
about?
What are you doing?
Different activity, Wolf.
Okay.
When this song comes on.
I don't know what you're talking about, Max. You're just so weird.
Oh, you have kids. Let's stop.
Stop it. You're just so weird. My goodness.
Oh, I'm not even going to try and transition to the playoffs
Luke,
now.
Do we got a town to shout out or what?
He's driving. No, we've shouted everybody out. It's right there.
Hello, Casa Grande. Maricopa, Gilbert, Tempe, everybody.
That might be that's our official shouting out music from now on, though. We'll play 5 seconds of that and then shout out a city.
Okay.
What's up, Sedona?
All right.
We never talked to Sedona.
No, we don't.
Max, there are 4 teams left in the NFL playoffs.
Yes, there are.
Let's start in what is scheduled as and being billed as the undercard, which is the New England Patriots versus Jarrett Stidham and the Denver Broncos.
Go Fighting Stidhams.
I'm trying, and we got a few more days for me to try and talk myself into Denver having a legitimate chance in this game.
Here we go. Here, you want me to lie to you right now?
Lie right to my face, yes.
Super Bowl 50, because Wolf, we just talked about it.
Yeah,
Super Bowl 50. Peyton Manning was Noodle Arm Manning.
Yeah.
Brock Osweiler was not the answer, and there was a back and forth between the two, right?
But they were both playing. Stidham hasn't picked up a football.
He hasn't picked up, but the defense led the way.
Yes.
Von Miller was your Super Bowl MVP.
Yep.
And that defense was lights out. What is that
this
defense right now?
That good?
It is lights out. It sacks the quarterback at a high rate, did it #1 in the league. They're stingy against the run. And for New England, what does New England do well? They run the ball and they play action, and Drake May's durable.
Yes.
This is going to put a lot of stress on New England's offense. And defensively, this team is good and solid and making plays. I love Bobby Spillane in the middle. Robert Spillane's a hell of a middle backer for them. And their defense very opportunistic. But you don't know what you're going to get as long as you tell Jarrett Stidham, do not give the ball away.
Right.
If we got to run the ball 3 downs in a row just to chew time off the clock to get our defense a break, that's what you do. I need you to make the short, safe throw. I don't need you to make haymakers over the top. It can happen. Hell, I mean, Denver's won a game with Tim Tebow at quarterback, right, in the playoffs. I mean, anything's possible for one game. And that's what I think is
I respect you for being able
to
bring that game up.
So there's my one lie to you.
For me, it's a
reality.
Oh, that was a lie. I forgot.
Right. I look at this game, the AFC Championship game, and there are so many things that have to go right for the Broncos to win this game. And I once again, I love how they play. This is a team that is built on the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Their offensive line is really, really good.
Nasty,
Their
physical.
defensive front, that front seven is really, really good. I look at these guys. I love the fact they're built on the line of scrimmage.
R.I.P. Zach Allen was a Cardinal. Anyways, sorry.
Okay.
Keep going. Sorry.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Right.
Why? Why bring that up?
Because I'm looking at it. I'm just like, man, if we
Could have used that.
Yeah, could have used that.
Yeah.
Could have used that. Most quarterback hits in the NFL this season.
Pretty good his last year here, too.
Yeah, and he's good against the run as well.
And he's almost unstoppable when they go into sub and he bumps down. He kicks down to that D tackle 3 technique.
Thank you.
And then his crossface nose slant is just ridiculous. So, yeah. So I'm saying there is a shot defensively for the Broncos in this game.
They have to come out. They have to be able to run the ball.
They have to. And they haven't been able to do it this season.
Exactly.
R.J. Harvey is not. Since J.K. Dobbins got injured, it's been tough sledding.
Yes, and their defense can't make a lot of mistakes. You just cannot do it.
No, their defense has to be,
buttoned up.
Better than Houston's was.
I was going to say, their defense actually has to score points for them.
Yeah, they probably are going to have to.
You're right.
Yeah, not just prevent
Crazy
points.
Carl's got to show up with a pick
That's
six.
the problem is, like, I'm going to read you this list, Max, and it's going to diminish what the Patriots have done this year, but the Patriots are good. So I just don't know that you can beat a good team without a quarterback. But here, I want to get your reaction, okay? I did the math yesterday. These are the quarterbacks the Patriots have faced this year from week 1 on. They lost to a couple of these. Geno Smith, Tua, Aaron Rodgers, Bryce Young, Josh Allen, Spencer Rattler, Cam Ward, Dylan Gabriel, Michael Penix, Baker Mayfield, Justin Fields, Joe Flacco, Jackson Dart, Josh Allen again, Snoop Huntley, Brady Cook, Quinn Ewers, an injured Justin Herbert, whatever that was calling itself C.J. Stroud last week, and Jarrett Stidham. Is that, if they win, is that the easiest path ever to the Super Bowl in terms of quarterbacks you have faced?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, because like you said, you got Snoop Huntley instead of Lamar. You split with Josh Allen. You beat him at home. This is a team that's 8-0 on the road.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the other thing. They travel better than they play at home.
Yeah.
So that's the scary part when you're talking about going to Denver. It's like, okay, all right, I like the Rockies. I like snow. Elevation, lighter air is cleaner. I mean, they're not intimidated by the proposition of traveling because their defense travels.
Yes.
Would
you go in early? Would you go in early?
No, I didn't. We didn't go in early when we played them in the AFC Championship game. We flew in Saturday. And, you run in that stadium, you take that first lap around the field like I used to, you're like,
man, I was on the oxygen machine big time.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I came on the field, and I hit the straightaway. That's a 120, right? End zone to end zone, 120. Afterwards, I was like, yeah, I'm going to walk the rest of the way.
You're like, I'm retiring.
I'm like, I'm not running anymore because I need to save all of the oxygen that's in my blood right now because I'm going to lose it on the field. And that's how we did it. Because that was my first AFC Championship game was in Denver against Jake Plummer and them in the 05-06 season. So I know this field. I know what the atmosphere is going to be. It's going to be loud. It's going to be intimidating. It's crazy. And at the height of that, it's a different level. But as long as you don't give it any more credence than it needs to be, you're fine.
Real quick before we hit the break, the main event, Rams Seahawks. What in your mind makes the difference in this? Because both the first 2 games were classics, and I'm assuming we're going to get a classic on Sunday.
Matt Stafford just has to be Matt Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
Don't devolve here at this point. Go back to the interceptions and the lack of throw. He does, and that 4th down throw was scary last week to Devontae Adams. Let's not talk. Far hash, throwing it out to the opposite hash in double coverage. That's C.O. Jones at his finest right there. So, as long as he is in the place to be able to make those plays, that's what's going to put pressure on them. And Sam Darnold just has to not be the old Sam Darnold. As long as he's efficient with the ball, their run game is cooking, that he can hit the short curl flats, he can hit those screen games because they're really good. Now, I will say Seattle, really good screen team. They run the screen. They run the screen to perfection. So if you have that cooking, it's going to be tough, even for as good as that Rams defense is.
I'm fascinated with Sam Darnold. And watching, here it is. Yeah. This is it. NFC Championship game. Here we go. Sam, have you got that big game moniker? Have you got that? Would you like to wave that thing around?
Will we be able to hear Roger Goodell scream from here if the Super Bowl is Sam Darnold versus Jarrett Stidham?
Listen. You would have the largest collective sigh across this country in the world because you'd be like, okay, so this is how New England's going to get to their 7th championship and take the NFL lead.
Then take out Darnold.
Take out the fighting Darnolds.
Max, thanks for coming all the way back from Portugal.
Hey, my pleasure, guys. As always, great seeing you guys.
You too.
Great seeing you, man.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event February 21st. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. All right, when we come back, just how big did the Suns bench step up? That feels like weird grammar. Last night. And how big has it been for this team all season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
swing. Swing.
Text the word
swing
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Listen, they have a deep knowledge of Phoenix, of course, and Arizona for smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress on you, Basinonians. That's right. They also have a brand new Mesa facility that is now open, proudly serving the East Valley. Basinonians, they have a full-service solution for you. Local and long-distance moves, residential and commercial moves, professional packing services. You know what, Moving Team 6, they will show up and they'll pack your closet. How does that sound to you? They'll pack everything. Professional packing services just for you. Secure climate-controlled storage as well now in Phoenix and Mesa. The move isn't done until the job is done. Honest, trustworthy, and experienced. Family-owned and operated. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did Jaylen Green's return to the court fare in last night's Suns game? We'll react starting at straight up 2 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Well, the bench came up big for the Suns last night. Well, 58 of their 116 points. None of us won the Jaylen Green bet that we made on the air yesterday. We all went over. I mean, I had no chance after you prices righted me in there with your 18 prediction after I took 17, and Jamal had 16. But I think by and large, pretty good. Jamal looked like you were about to say something.
I was going to ask who the closest was.
It's irrelevant if we all go over, but it was. You were the closest for sure.
Yeah.
A win is a win.
But once again, you went over. Okay.
A win is a win.
Went over.
I was the closest to winning.
You just lost less than the rest of us.
What do they say? Close is only good in horseshoes and hand grenades or something?
And picking score predictions.
Somebody says that. And picking Jaylen Green scoring.
No, Jamal, you don't get a win for being close.
The biggest thing on this show, and this is the highest compliment I can give you, is on this show you lost the least. That's the goal right there.
That's the biggest compliment I've ever had. Like, that's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
You lost less than me and Wolf and Rick on that one. But it wasn't just Jaylen Green. Jaylen Green had 12, but Jordan Goodwin, another just solid performance. 16 points, 16 from Grayson Allen, 12 from Oso. Look, this isn't going to be the bench all season because eventually Jaylen Green's going to be a starter. But I said this at the start of the show. I said this about a week or so ago. I really like that Jaylen Green came off the bench last night. I think it says a lot about him. It's the first time in his NBA career he didn't start a game. It was his 310th NBA game regular season, and the first one that he didn't start. But I also think it's smart. I mean, you play him 20 minutes. This is a guy that had played 30 total minutes all season. He had come back and gotten re-injured earlier this season. So ease him in. It's the least disruptive way to bring him back because it doesn't mess with your main starters yet. And he's going to play his way into the starting lineup.
Yeah, once again, the bench, and he was part of the bench. There's no doubt about it. I love the fact, I want to get to that momentarily, but I love the fact you brought that up earlier in regard to Jaylen Green and the fact that the Suns were okay bringing him off the bench. And Jaylen Green was okay with the plan, down with the plan in regard to bringing him off the bench. Now, once again, I think this is only temporary, but it still says something about a guy. When how many games has he played in? How many times has he come off the bench before?
Prior to last night, he had played in 309 games, and he had started all 309.
All 309. Stop and think about that, base earnings. That is actually saying something. But the bench was special last night. As a matter of fact, I thought it was a big reason why they did indeed win the game. Think about this. 58 points, bench points for the Phoenix Suns. Guess how many the 76ers had? 28.
Oops.
Okay? 58 to 28.
That feels like a difference maker.
Oh, my goodness. When you talk about why the Phoenix Suns actually won this game on the road against the 76ers, you have to start with their bench and the job that they did. And I love the fact that Jaylen Green was part of that bench. We finally got to see him play. And by the way, man, was it good to see that first step of Jaylen Green. I talked about it earlier on the broadcast, but it is the truth, man. Explosive. The definition of explosive is watching him get to the rack and all the possibilities that can come off of this in this offense, I think is big, especially if you're going to shoot 42% from three the way the Suns did.
Jaylen Green after the game talking about his first experience in the NBA coming off the bench.
Jaylen, when was the last time you ever came off the bench?
Never.
I didn't think so.
Never. My first time ever coming off the bench. I mean, it's all part of the process. You gotta trust the process. Hopefully I get back out there.
Here's Jordan Ott on the decision to use Jaylen Green in the rotation with the second unit.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea, Dwayne, when we get fully going. That second unit has been so good. But yeah, Jaylen will come out and go back in. That's kind of the thinking when we get there, fully healthy. But just his speed and then playing through Oso a little bit, he can cut. And the way those guys move it in that second unit, I think that's something that we'll definitely take a look at.
And then Devin Booker, Wolf on the bench, and the starters each putting up 58 last night.
Yeah, that's what you need to, go far in this league. We've seen it a lot in the playoffs last year. A team with depth can get you through a regular season. You're definitely going to need everybody, to get through a playoff series. So, those guys have been picking us up all year.
You know what I think? They have been picking them up all year, but what a bunch of dogs. I don't know. Jaylen Green, I don't look at Jaylen Green and think, what a dog. I don't think that yet.
Not yet.
Okay? All right.
But
now,
you might soon.
Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Let's see how he develops within this team and the culture of this team. But, man, Oso Ighodaro, Ryan Dunn, Grayson Allen, Jordan Goodwin. I mean, think of those four guys right there. What a pack of dogs. It's one of the reasons why I love watching this team play the game of basketball and watch them develop the way that they have. Because when they do go to their bench, they're bringing off dogs. And their culture only increases, it seems to me, when they come off the bench.
Devin Booker brought it up right there. He said playoff series. And we got a lot of time, obviously, between now and then. But this, and I'll circle back to this. We started to have this conversation earlier. The reason I'm so interested in the trade deadline really has nothing to do with anything the Suns may do. But I think if you told me right now there was a roster freeze or the trade deadline was yesterday and this is it, okay, these are the teams going forward, I feel unreasonably confident that the Suns are a top 6 team in the West. That's why I'm so interested in the trade deadline, because I want to see, is Minnesota going to do something? Are the Lakers going to do something? I don't really know what more the Rockets can do as far as trades, but is somebody going to do something? Like, we haven't even talked about Golden State. Jimmy Butler out for the year, and Jonathan Kuminga's demanding a trade. And, if you just look at, to me, I'm looking at 7 teams with the Suns as one of the 7. Can they be in the top 6 of those 7? They are right now tied with the Lakers and T-Wolves for 5th. I think they stay ahead of the Timberwolves. Like, it might go back and forth, but I think at the end of this season, the end of the regular season, they're going to be ahead of the Timberwolves, which that alone would put them in the top 6, unless Minnesota or the Lakers or whoever makes some crazy move and adds, I can't add Giannis, but somebody like somebody big.
There's so much of that is going to be dictated by how this bench does play. For the Phoenix Suns going forward.
But they added somebody last night. I mean, the Suns essentially added Jaylen Green. They went out, and I know
But you expect him to be in the rotation as a starter.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
But in terms of, like, they're hanging right there with the Lakers and the Rockets and the Timberwolves anyway, and they've added a player. Those other teams have 2 weeks to add a player, because basically the Suns just said, okay, we're all basically even right now. We're all separated by a half game. We're going to go ahead and add Jaylen Green and that explosive first step and the number 2 pick in the draft a couple years ago and 20-plus points a game.
We don't need no stinking trade deadline.
Don't. All right, that is it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
The new year brings new health goals and wealth goals. Protecting your identity is an important step. Your info is in endless places that could expose you to identity theft, leading to lost funds. LifeLock monitors millions of data points per second. If your identity is stolen, our restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Resolve to make identity health and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to see why more car buyers than ever before are choosing Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. For 75 years, Earnhardt's been a name Arizonans trust with the experience, selection, and offers to prove it. Right now, score a $1,000 trade bonus on a remaining 2025 Ford Ranger on approved credit. Or get $1,000 in bonus cash on a remaining 2025 Ford Bronco or Bronco Sport when you trade in a competing vehicle. Or get an awesome low payment on a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $289 a month on a 36-month lease with $33.69 due at signing on approved credit. Their founder, Tex Earnhardt, used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. And after 75 years, that still holds true. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include mobile protection packages and added benefits. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models, exclusions apply. Includes Jeep Conquest Cash or Toyota Conquest Cash. For qualified customers, $0 security deposit APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, $599 top fee. See dealer details offers in February 2nd, 2026.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. As the Cardinals continue their search for their next head coach, another name has entered the fray, although that itself is kind of contradictory. Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli is set to make an in-person interview on Thursday. Per the reports, this is his second interview with the team. The first interview was not publicly reported. You can read more about Campanelli and the latest with the Cardinals coaching search right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. While you're there, the Big 12 announced the schedules for the upcoming football season.
so you can see the upcoming opponents for both Arizona State and Arizona. More schedule news. You can stay there. Don't go anywhere. We've got all the schedules, including the Phoenix Mercury, whose schedule was also announced today. And then tonight, we got a triple header of local college hoops. Starting in Tucson, the #1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten against Cincinnati. Tip-off is at 7. Also at 7, Arizona State hosts West Virginia at Desert Financial Arena. You can hear coverage of that game starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And then later tonight, Grand Canyon hosts San Diego State in Phoenix. Tip-off is at 9. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambador. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
You worried about a little angry Italian competition coming in town? You a little worried about that, Gambo?
So funny. I just got this email. Hardcore Italians get 10% off your first order. Like, seriously.
Are you worried? You worried that they're coming for you? Because we might have found the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, and he sounds
I love it.
He sounds something. I
love it.
Go out there and honor the people you love. Play as f***ing hard as you can. Attack the f***ing ball like it's some guy running down the street, or your mother, your father. I don't know who my kids, whatever. Like, that would make me out of my f***ing mind. There ain't no f***ing way that guy's getting away from me.
Your mother, your father, your sister, your brother. My guy talks like I do.
I would like to give a shout out to Jamal who bleeped that for
Oh,
us.
okay, Jamal.
That's a tough job.
Bravo, Jamal.
Yes, there's a lot of curse words.
It's a lot
in
of work. There's about 1:50 worth of audio, and there's probably about 30 bleeps in there.
Listen, best coach in college football, Curt Cignetti, undefeated. I mean, Italian, right? I mean, most of the best athletes in all sports were Italian. NFL was Joe Montana. Baseball was Joe DiMaggio. Hockey, Dino Ciccarelli.
Score. It was all too much. I had to take like an Advil, and I got like a headache almost. You should get some Italians on your team.
One of my favorite movies, Kicking and Screaming. You got to get some Italians on your. You got to get some Italians on your team.
We'll talk about Anthony Campanelli coming up in the next segment because surprise, he's having a second interview.
He's got my vote. Let's go.
Can you just for a second imagine the weekly Anthony Campanelli
Anthony and Gambo.
Appearance?
Let's go.
I'm just gonna leave.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure will make a lot of people happy. But for 15 minutes, I'll just go get a cup of coffee. I'll go in and talk to you guys.
My mother's lasagna recipe or the chicken cacciatore?
There's no reason for me to be a part of that interview. None. I will never get even an ounce of oxygen in that conversation. None.
You're going to love that my friends are Rocco, Frankie, Carmine, Joey, Bacala,
We'll talk about Campanelli coming up in the next segment, we promise, because his name has moved to the front. In the meantime, we got to talk about the return of Jaylen Green and the Phoenix Suns with yet another win. It's our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Now Royce O'Neal has the basketball, and the Suns are going to dribble out the clock as the Sixers say, no mas. Final 5 seconds in Philly as the clock hits 0 now. And the Phoenix Suns have their third straight win on this 6-game, 12-day road trip, 116-110. The final is they win tonight in Philadelphia.
10 games above 500 for the first time since the 2023-24 season when they finished 49-33.
Let's go! Let's go!
They won on the second night of a back-to-back. Philly was playing on the second night of a back-to-back. There were a lot of things about last night's game to talk about. There's no doubt.
A lot to not like.
And there was lots of not like that. Boy, the last 4 minutes of that game were painful minutes in all of our lives, but
I got the last 8 minutes being painful, but all right, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But let's talk about Jaylen.
The number one story is Jaylen Green, 4 of 11 shooting. He had 12 points, 3 assists in 20 minutes. He was 2-4 from deep, and he was a lot of what we expected last night, I thought.
Yeah, there was some really great, I think you called it flashes. There was some really great Jaylen Green moments to where you watch, you're like, oh, okay, this is what he can give you. This is what he could give this team. And to me, there was a little stretch there that I really liked. I watched the whole game, and when he came in, when he came out, I paid a lot of attention to that. He was under the 15 points. We had a little thing yesterday. Is he going to go under? He didn't get enough minutes, right? He didn't even get 20 minutes in the game. He got 19 minutes and 56 seconds, so almost 20. 12 points, 4 of 11 shooting. Didn't shoot it great. 2 of 4 from deep, 3 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 turnovers. Those 2 turnovers came late in the game, and that's when the Suns were really sloppy. But there was a point where he hit a 3 in the second quarter that tied it at 49. But I liked the one where he went coast to coast and then hit the 3. It was in about a minute and a half stretch. There was a rebound by the Suns. He got the ball, and he went coast to coast for a driving layup. And then about a minute later, he knocked down a 3. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Was that in the third quarter?
That was the third.
Okay, yeah, that was the third. I was thinking of exactly the same sequence. And it stood out to me because
end of the third.
It showed, okay, so he's got that burst, that quick first step, and that great athleticism that allows him to get to the rim as easily as he does.
Easily.
And then the next possession, he's able to play off of that burst by committing the defender to going to the rim and then taking one step back and draining a wide open 3. And it's the ability that athleticism brings with it to give himself that open shot that I thought was, okay, that's Jaylen Green, right? Like he's able to do some things that certainly nobody else on this roster can do. Nobody else on this team
can get to the basket
has
like
the
that.
ability to get to the basket like that or get themselves an open shot to that extent based off of their athleticism. And then honestly, I thought at the end, even though he had the turnovers, as you mentioned, he had one defensive sequence after Booker hits the midi.
Yes.
Where he just completely athletically kept his guy in front of him and played fade. They credited him on the.
It was edge
on
come,
the
edge come on
he just
the drive.
Kept edge come right in front of him the whole time.
And then he forced a missed shot by Maxey. So it was 2 defensive plays there where I thought he looked really good. I'm very pleased that he's back in the lineup. I'm curious to see how it plays out over a few games. Everybody's got to get used to playing with each other. The guys are happy to have him. You see Royce bump him after the game on the post-game interview that he did. He's getting bumped on that. So, they like him. He fits in really well. There was some good, like you said, there was some flashes. It wasn't consistency. It wasn't a great game, but there were flashes of what he could do. And what he can do is he can get downhill. He's got that ability. He's different from Booker's more efficient. Green is a lot more athletic. So Green's more athletic than Booker, and they're different. Everybody's, can these guys play together? Yeah, they can play together because Jaylen Green is different. Like, he is going to drive. There was a point where Booker took a shot, and I think on the broadcast, they're like, why didn't he drive? It was late in the game. Like, it was like a 2-on-1. It's like, drive the basket, get to the free throw line. But he popped the 3 instead. Jaylen's going to drive. Jaylen's going to drive on that every time. He's not going to look at a situation like that and take the 3. He's going to get to the basket because he's very good at going downhill.
Yeah, and I thought the other thing I liked about when he came into the game, and I know it's going to change with his minutes when they start to go up, but watching him with that second unit, especially at the end of the third quarter when they had that nice little run and they were kind of able to give themselves, a 13-point lead going into the fourth quarter. I think it's and there's been a lot of talk of this the last couple of weeks about Green's ability to kind of be the first guy out, but then to be the first guy back in to play with the second unit again and kind of lead that second unit and give Devin Booker a blow. And I thought him, and in particular, I know Kellen, we'll talk with him at 3 o'clock. He's pointed this out. The 2-man game he had going with Oso Ighodaro, I thought they worked really well off each other. They played really well off each other. Before we get to the things we didn't like about last night.
Yeah.
One last thing on what we did like, well, at least I liked from last night.
Okay, tell me.
Oh, Jordan. Good.
Oh, yeah.
God.
Do you think the Lakers just are kicking themselves all day, every day? How did we let this guy go?
What did we do wrong?
How did we? Although they had a thrilling win last night with a big game by Luka. But they've got to be thinking how much Jordan Goodwin can help them because he's been terrific. Listen, I don't want to see his minutes go away. He's too valuable for this basketball team.
Yeah, Jordan Ott after the game on getting Jaylen Green back.
Feel his instant ability to get downhill into the rim, into the paint. Thought he made a lot of good downhill drives, whether he finished or he tried to find a teammate. Just good to have him out there. It's like his joy is back. He's a basketball player, so it's good to see him out there.
His energy, how did you see that displayed?
Yeah, you could feel it. I think it was the end of the third quarter where, even on the road, you could really feel Him just got to take over the game. So, again, big picture, just having him out there is a good thing. Anything we get on the court from him at this point, knowing that we're going to have some grace is a positive.
I'll be curious to see how much longer he continues to come off the bench. I'm sure it won't be long, but I'm sure they'll be careful too. But Gillespie still started. Royce O'Neal still started. And when he does start, we assume it's Grayson Allen, but we don't know for sure. I don't know how much longer that's going to go. They have a little bit of a break until their next game. They don't play again until Friday.
Against the
so
Hawks,
you got a chance for him to really recoup after last night. So I'll be curious to see how long that lasts before he's in the starting lineup for the team.
I think they played it the right way, too, right? Sitting him against the Nets, playing him against the 76ers. They got the win in both games, so you're happy about that. And now he gets, wasn't going to play in back-to-back. They feel comfortable. They got him 19 minutes, and we'll see. That'll start increasing probably after the first few games.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, a new name in the Cardinals coaching candidate mix. And if you haven't already heard, he's a favorite of Gambo's. Yeah, that's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're tied up at 51, 135 to play. Jaylen Green finds a cutting Oso, who hammers it down.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
One of the first clients that ever took a chance on me and came on board many, many years ago, I'm talking 25 years ago, was Sanderson Ford. And I've been a Sanderson Ford customer my entire life, my entire family. We buy all our vehicles from Sanderson Ford or Sanderson Lincoln. And I've been doing their commercials for about 25 years. Thanks to a great guy named Max Searstens. Max was the marketing director for Sanderson Ford for 25 years, and he will be retiring this week. He's known for the iconic Sanderson Ford country jingle that is fondly sung by so many, including myself and Luis Gonzalez. He's the father of Operation Santa Claus, the biggest charity effort that Sanderson Ford has. It's raised over $15 million for the Valley. Those things have defined Sanderson Ford. And Max is around 70 now, and he's going to hang it up. He's going to retire. The marketing director for Sanderson Ford for all those years. He took a chance on me 25 years ago, and all my vehicles are always bought at Sanderson Ford. I drive a Mustang Mach-E. My wife drives a Lincoln Navigator. My daughter, Gabriella, I bought her a Mustang for her 16th birthday. She'll be 30 in April. She still drives the same car. Kaylee and Allie, we bought their vehicles at Sanderson Ford. We always purchase from Sanderson Ford and have always for 25 years. And I want to thank Max for bringing me on board 25 years ago to represent Sanderson Ford and do all the great commercials. Max is a great guy, is a great family. Sanderson Ford, David Kimberly, they're an incredible family. We're going to miss you, Max. We're going to miss you. 25 years as the marketing director of Sanderson Ford. Have a great retirement, my friend, and we will see you soon.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The coaching carousel continues to spin in the NFL. We'll be all over the latest developments. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Speaking of Dan Bickley, shouting out Fountain Hills.
That's where the Bick still lives, right? Fountain Hills.
That is where Dan Bickley lives. He's the unofficial mayor of Fountain Hills, I believe. So shout out to Fountain Hills for joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show as I believe, if my count is correct, and it could be wrong, that now makes 15 different names that have been attached one way or another to the Arizona Cardinals coaching search, because number 15 was revealed today. Anthony Campanelli, the defensive coordinator of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who's young, hasn't been a coach very long in the National Football League, has done exceptional work in the years that he has been in the National Football League in his variety of stops. And here's what's interesting to me about this, and this is probably me like nerding out a little bit media-wise here. He was not a name that was previously reported to be attached to the Cardinals at all.
No.
He already had his first interview, to nobody's knowledge, at least it wasn't reported by anybody in the media, and reportedly is on his way to Arizona for a second interview. So it just makes me wonder, and I said this to you before the show, like, are there any other names out there that haven't been reported that have talked to the – and I know I'm asking a rhetorical question that you can't answer, but it does make me wonder if there are other guys who have spoken to the Cardinals that just haven't been reported on, because this one came out of nowhere.
They're very buttoned up. There's a lot of people in that organization that didn't even know that he had interviewed. Like in the organization, didn't even know that guy interviewed. So they're trying to keep everything very close to the vest until they make a hire. They're not trying not to let out any leaks. You notice they're not posting a lot of stuff. Hey, we interviewed this guy. We interviewed that guy. Here's a picture of him. And that thing. I think there's a lot of pressure on the Arizona Cardinals to get this hire right. There's a lot of pressure on them to get the right guy. There's so many openings in the NFL. Over 33% of the jobs were open. 30%, whatever it was. This is an interesting name, but it lacks a lot of experience as far as, in the NFL. Like, he's only been a defensive coordinator this past year. Now, he's been with the Miami Dolphins. He was with the Dolphins for 3 years as a linebacker coach, the Packers for a year as a linebacker coach and run game coordinator, but only 1 year with the Jaguars. And the defense was very good. The defense was very good with him in Jacksonville. So I think that's probably let's see what you got in this guy. Maybe you find a diamond in the rough. There's a lack of experience as far as interviewed for the Ravens head coach opening, for what it's worth, according to reports I've seen. Jeff Hafley, who just got hired by the Dolphins. Hafley was the DC in Green Bay.
to block me, to stop me from bringing them back in my life. That ain't gonna happen, okay? But if you treat it like that all the time, you practice like that, you commit to practicing like that with each other, you're unstoppable. Don't know who the is gonna stop you from doing what you want to do.
I almost felt like we were wasting that soundbite because of technical difficulties.
For what it's worth, that's how Gambo sounds all the time. Screaming mad Italian through
I
static.
do. I was looking at this guy, just doing, don't know a lot about him. A proud Italian American, growing up in Jersey. He's got a brother named Vito, a brother named Nunzio. I'm like, that's my life. Like that's
pretty much.
I mean, that's much. In New York, when I grew up, there were neighborhoods. There was an Italian neighborhood, an Irish neighborhood, a German neighborhood, a Jewish neighborhood, a Puerto Rican neighborhood, a black neighborhood. Everybody's kind of stayed in their own neighborhoods. Like I didn't have a lot of different people. Like I never went to school with Mitch, Jamal, Lauren, and you. It never happened when I grew up. It just that didn't exist.
You would have
back
gone
in
to
those
school
days.
with Gambo, and Gambo.
No, Rocco, Carmine, Frankie, Joey,
and Anthony Campanelli.
like all of these guys. That was so. That's what he says. He's a proud Italian American. Listen, I don't care about that. I just care. Can the guy coach? Like, would I love to have another Italian out here? Absolutely. I mean, there is that pride. I would love for this guy to be the coach from that perspective of how fun the interviews could be and things like that. But if this guy's the best guy for the job, hire him. We have to admit that he does have a lack of experience, but then also admit that the job he's done with the defenses he had, it stands out. They're outstanding. He's done a great job with the defense.
And we joke aside, we have fun with it. I don't care whether he's Italian or not. I do care that he runs a little hot. And I think that is an interesting part of his background. Okay, whether he's Italian or not, whether his name is Campanelli or whether his name is Johnson, he clearly has an edge to him, a volume to him, right? Like a way of talking in front of people that what was one of the knocks on Jonathan Gannon, how stoic he was on the sideline, how calm he always was, how he never really said anything or never really called anybody out or never really showed any emotion.
This guy will have a little Bobby Hurley in him.
Yeah, this guy will have a little something different to him, right?
Yeah,
and if that's what the team needs, if that's where we're at right now, look, I'm not trying to compare him to Dan Campbell because I have no idea if he would be the quote-unquote next Dan Campbell. But think about the first time Dan Campbell took the job as the Lions head coach. You're like, who the hell is this guy? Right? Like, he ran hot.
Yes.
And you could tell he just brought a different attitude about the job to the job. And just in that 36-second clip of Campanella speaking to the Miami Dolphins, you can tell he runs hot. And if that's what you want out of a head coach, I agree with you about his qualifications. You'd love to see a little bit more there. But it's just he's already into the second. As far as we know, he's the only guy to get a second interview for the Cardinals.
Saleh never came.
Saleh never came. Hafley never came. He was supposed to. The others, I don't know if Weaver did or not. The others, you're kind of waiting on, like Vance Joseph for the Broncos to get eliminated or things like that. Speaking of that, there are a couple other news and notes from the coaching search today, and that came from Anthony Weaver. Who
was on the Cardinals list.
Who was on the Cardinals
list.
The Ravens and the Steelers continue to show strong interest in the Dolphins' defensive coordinator as a head coaching candidate.
Ravens also very interested in Jesse Minter, who's on the Cardinals list.
Yes.
The Chargers defensive coordinator. Some people, executives, think that he could be the coach for the Ravens.
Raheem Morris is waiting out head coaching chances. If he doesn't get one, he's expected to be in high demand as a defensive coordinator. That includes the Arizona Cardinals as one that he might be waiting on. And the Joe Brady talk from yesterday, the Bills are scheduled to interview their own offensive coordinator, Joe Brady, for the job there. So we'll talk more about the job opening a little bit later, but there are still very good jobs out there, and the Cardinals are still at the back of the line when it comes to the list.
If they're going to hire a guy like Campanelli, who doesn't have a lot of experience, you're going to hope that they hit the jackpot the way the Suns did with Jordan Ott.
Amen to that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you about our current giveaway, it's the loudest hole in golf, and it could be calling your name. We're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets into the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, on Wolf and Luke, and on Burns and Gambo all this week. And when you hear it, text the code word to 620-620, and you'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. All right, so Jaylen Green made his comeback, and the Suns got their third straight win. But it was not a pretty basketball game last night in Philly. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morada mornings. There's a new name here. Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady.
Okay. It's an interesting name. Up-and-comer.
Guys, just tossing out the thought. You get Joe Brady, you rekindle him and Joe Burrow here.
Oh, jeez. Yes, I would be in favor of that.
Just build your entire organization around Joe B's.
Joe B's.
Yes. Can we think of another prominent Joe B?
Joe Montana.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
House prices are coming down. This could be a great time to buy. Interest rates are down. House prices are down. There was a house around the block from me that was purchased just 3 years ago for like $850, just sold for $7. So like the price houses, you're seeing prices come down quite a bit. And the interest rates are down. If you are thinking about buying a home, I want you to call the Lund Mortgage team and get pre-approved for free. Just for free. It doesn't cost you anything. What they're going to do is they're going to go through everything, get you pre-approved for free. Doesn't take a long time. And then you'll know exactly what type of house you can afford. So you're not going to look for a house that's out of your price range. You're going to look for houses that are in your price range because you know you've been pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage team has been around for over 35 years. They do a great job right here in Arizona, helping people with the mortgage situation. They don't lend anywhere else, only here in Arizona. And as a mortgage broker, they will get you the best rate. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Varell, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Cardinals continue their search for their next head coach, another name has entered the fray, although that being a new name is contradictory. Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli is set to make an in-person interview on Thursday. Per the reporting, this is his second interview with the team. That first interview was not publicly reported. You can read more about Campanelli and the latest with the Cardinals head coach search right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. While you're there, we've got schedules that you can look at. In the Big 12, you got the 2 football teams with their schedules. So Arizona State and Arizona schedules have dropped. And then also the Phoenix Mercury schedule has dropped for the upcoming WNBA season. And we've got a triple header of college hoops tonight. Starting in Tucson, the number 1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten. They're taking on Cincinnati. Tip-off will be at 7. Also at 7, Arizona State hosts West Virginia down in Tempe. You can hear coverage of that game starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And then later tonight, Grand Canyon will host San Diego State in Phoenix. Tip-off for that game is at 9. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Wolf. Should the Arizona Cardinals follow the Phoenix Suns blueprint when rebuilding their team? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Baby, give it up. Give it up, baby. Little Casey and the Sunshine Band.
I wasn't expecting a tip jar for this one. Was not expecting a tip jar for this.
I can get down with a little disco music.
Oh,
back in the day.
I can see you
rocking out at the roller rink, USA roller rink.
And all your friends are like, would you please stop that? You're embarrassing us.
Skating around with Joe Marie.
We listen to Black Sabbath. We listen to Led Zeppelin.
Oh, yeah, they hated my music.
We don't listen to your disco.
I used to get punched in the face for the music I listened to. No, I mean it seriously. Punched in the face.
Believe it.
I don't think I don't think anybody in my friend group has not punched me in the face.
Wow.
It's true.
Wow.
Yes.
I'll have to ask them all the next time they're in town.
Every single one of them.
Have you all punched Gambo in the face?
Every single one. I've been punched in the face by every friend.
It's the price of admission to be one of Gambo's friends. You have to punch him in the face.
We just punched each other all the time. But yeah, I think every single one of them has punched me in the face.
All right, so enough of the Jaylen Green. Yeah, it's great to have him back. It's great to have Jaylen Green back. There's a lot we need to talk about from last night's game. That was a win. They won. Second night of a back-to-back.
I know.
They're 3-2 on the road trip. So even if they lose to Atlanta on Friday, it's still a successful road trip.
Why did I walk away from that game so unsatisfied? Why? It's just a feeling, right? It's not like I'm happy they won. They went on the road to Philly. They won back-to-back games. Like, they're 10 games over 500. There's a lot to like. But I walked out of that game like.
Tell me why. Answer your question. Why did you?
That's the sloppiest I've seen them play at the end of a basketball game.
Okay.
The sloppiest I've seen them play. And I'm going to take it. I know you said 4 minutes, and I understand that.
Picked a random number. It can be wherever.
They were up by 17 early in the fourth quarter after an alley-oop dunk by Mark Williams from Royce O'Neal. I've never seen them play sloppier after that. From that point on, they made 4 baskets in the final 9 minutes. 4. That's it. Goodwin, Oso, Allen from 3, and Booker were the only baskets they made in 9 minutes. The lead dwindled to 6 at one point. And I went back and I looked at it because I was so unsatisfied with the game, and I don't know why. I was just so mad. But they had 6 turnovers in those 9 minutes, 2 by Book, 2 by Green, 1 by Mark, and 1 by Royce. They missed 14 shots. Now, back-to-back, legs, all of that. I walked away happy they won, 10 games over. Damn, did they play freaking sloppy. In 9 minutes, they made 4 shots. They missed 14. They turned it over 6 times. That's as bad as you could play. Like, I almost felt like they kind of got lucky that the 76ers didn't steal the game from them.
Yeah, they did get lucky. 22 turnovers were the second most of the season. Philly scored 28 points off of those 22 turnovers. As you mentioned, a lot of them happened in that last stretch. No, I only picked the 4 minutes because Allen hits the 3, and they're up, 11 at that point? And you feel pretty good. Okay, this is comfortable. They're there. And even then, when Booker hits the shot that gives them the 9-point lead with under 2 minutes to go, you feel like, oh, okay, they're there. They're fine. They'll be able to cruise on into this one. And it was just turnover after turnover. It was Devin Booker. It was Jaylen Green. It was Mark Williams. It was so messy and so sloppy. And so, yeah, I mean, but I guess I looked at it more as like the bigger picture issues from the game. You reintegrated Jaylen Green. That went pretty well. You won on the second night of a back-to-back, which on the road is hard. I mean, I know you're playing a team that was also playing on the second night of a back-to-back, and I know that Joel Embiid didn't play and Paul George didn't play, and the defense did, I thought, a really good job for the most part on Tyrese Maxey in that game. Like, there were, at the end of the day, you take it, you don't apologize for it. You look at it and say it's a 3-2 road trip with the possibility of it being a 4-2 road trip. And you win in spite of those bad things. And I think that's more of a win than it is a disappointment. And I know you're not
right.
disappointed, but I understand what you're saying.
I just walked away like, damn, I think you're almost lucky to win that game. You're lucky the 76ers didn't play a little bit better because you were almost handing them the game. You had it won, close them out. The Suns have been good at closing out teams. They're good down the stretch. And maybe it was the back-to-back and they were tired and integrating Jaylen Green. I get it. But and trust me, I'm so happy they won 10 games over 500. But there was a part they played so ugly down the stretch. It was so ugly.
You're 10 wins away from an expensive free lunch. You're 10 wins away. We're not even. It's January 21st, and you got 10 wins to go. I don't know. What are you complaining about over there? Some people are only.
I told my wife about the bet. She goes, I would be pissed at you if you lost that bet and have to spend $400 on lunch. She goes, and I hope Carissa's pissed at Dave. I go, she doesn't know. He didn't tell her. My wife said, I would be pissed at you if you bet $400 and lost it. And then she goes, I hope Carissa's pissed at Dave. I go, I'm winning. She goes, why did you make a bet like that without even asking me? I go, because I knew I was going to win. Like, I knew I was going to win. She goes, I would be so mad at you if you lost that bet and had to spend $400 of our money on a freaking lunch.
Yeah, I still haven't.
I know.
I haven't told her.
She goes, I hope Carissa's mad at Dave. She said that. She goes, I hope she's pissed at him.
Jordan Ott, he was not pissed at his basketball team.
I mean, no one in the Suns uniform or on the staff liked how we started that third quarter, but the starters then figured it out, and they did it collectively. We didn't have to say much in the timeout. They collectively figured it out on the fly, and then I thought that run back into the game was really helpful. And then the second unit being able to keep that thing going, Jalen's spot there at the end of the third. So good response. I think it was 13-2 when we took the timeout in the third. So just growth, and we'll talk why we went down 13 and then why we went on the run.
Look, and this is going to be, we've talked about this a lot, I feel like. This re-entry of Jaylen Green into this, not that was the reason why they played sloppy last night. I'm not trying to say that I'm blaming Jaylen Green or blaming his return.
It's not going to be perfect.
But it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be awkward.
Growing pains.
They kind of have to figure out a new way to play basketball to a certain extent.
I agree.
And so we have to expect, and so if you can win while you're still doing things like that, I mean, all the power to you, right? And besides, I do think, as we hinted at when we were talking about Jaylen Green earlier, there was a lot to like about last night, too. I thought Jordan Goodwin played really well. I thought Oso Ighodaro continues to really carve out a role for himself on that team. I mean, this is one of the true surprises, I think, of the 2025-26 Suns.
They developed a player.
It's how Oso Ighodaro in the year of Mark Williams And in the year of come on Malawatch,
it's Oso.
The center we're talking about almost every single night is Oso Ighodaro.
Yeah, there's
and
no
the way
question.
he's playing.
Yeah, I give credit to the coaching staff developing him. Mike Budenholzer and his staff was awful. Just like they were awful. Mainly Budenholzer. But now you're seeing what happens when guys take a player like this and say, we're going to work with you. We're going to try to get you better. Beginning of the year, I honestly didn't know if Oso Ighodaro was an NBA player. I really questioned whether he was even an NBA player. And I'm watching him now and how valuable he is. Credit to him, credit to the staff.
And one last thing real quick. That team is, when they're fully healthy, they are crazy deep. They are crazy, crazy deep. There are some really good players who were not in there in the last 5 minutes of that game. Now, I know they didn't play well in the last 5 minutes of that game, but there are really good players who are sitting over on that bench while the five were on the floor in the last 5 minutes of the game, which gives Jordan Ott options if he wants to, hey, Dylan, you're not shooting the ball great. Let's try something else. Hey, you're not doing okay. Let's try. Like you've got so many different options you could go to at the end of these games with how deep you are.
They're going to trade Nick Richards probably for a second-round pick. I don't think they're going to do much else besides that. And the way Oso's played, you're almost okay. You could trade Nick now. Oso's done. If Oso has to play 30 minutes a game, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're fine.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the ASU football schedule is out, and the road to a Big 12 title runs right straight through the last two teams that played for a Big 12 title. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Scotty. Scotty.
Text the word
Scotty
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shader awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta with big news. Kick off the new year with huge savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, discover serious value on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab with savings of up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or take advantage of 0% APR financing on select models with approved credit for current eligible Buick and GMC owners. Step into the future with the 2025 GMC Hummer EV, SUV, and pickup models, offering up to $18,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% APR financing with approved credit. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC has a price to move right now. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com.
We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bill protection package, unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges approved from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. Images for illustration only. See dealer for details. Offers in February 2nd, 2026.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. So here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. I'm not doing it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, and still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren. She has our social media poll question of the day. Saw it earlier. Can't remember what it is. So as soon as you say it, I'll go, oh, yeah, that. But I can't remember what it is.
Okay, well, then we'll...
Age. I know.
Memory goes...
He's just losing it over there.
No,
next
like,
to you, Gambo.
I was having a conversation with somebody today, and there was an actor's name that I couldn't remember, and it was driving me crazy. And I thought, oh, God, is this it? Like, is it starting to happen?
At least you don't call people in the office by their wrong name.
No, that's you. That's your domain. Especially the guy down at the end of the hall.
Steve!
With the corner office.
Yeah, Greg.
And the name painted on the door.
I called him Steve.
Yeah.
His name's Greg.
That's right there on the door.
I called Morgan Meg.
It's painted on the window.
I know.
Says Greg.
It's almost over for me.
At least
Easy.
Morgan and Meg were close.
Yeah, there's an M, there's a G.
Steve and Greg, I don't know how you did that
I don't
one.
know either. Yeah, so for a second I thought, oh no, is this like the first sign?
My
I can't
thing
remember
is
Rachel Brosnahan's name, and it's driving me crazy.
That's who you were
That's
trying
who
to
it
come
was.
up
I couldn't
with.
remember Rachel Brosnahan's name. It was driving me nuts.
Who is the redhead in Succession?
Sarah Snook.
She's in a Peacock show. Me and my wife are watching that. She absolutely loves with the kid getting kidnapped. And have you know what?
I know what you're talking about.
It's
I
a
have not seen it.
phenomenal show.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And every time I see somebody, I'm like, I know that guy from somewhere, and I can never remember where the guy's from. So I have to go while I'm watching the show. Always go to IMDb and I look it up. Oh yeah, I know him from that show. I know because I can never remember.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
That's fine.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Where do I know that guy from?
Also, Bernsey, you can't lose it, because if he loses it too, then...
The show is effectively over.
Yeah.
That's
it's
pretty
done.
much it.
I will-
It's almost over anyway. Wow. Jeez.
Oh, wow, that's an uplifting note.
I was gonna say, hey, some of us plan on still being around here.
okay.
You know, I mean, like, thanks for the vote of confidence.
I think
there.
I've got some good years left in me
I think
still.
you too. You're in
Yeah.
you're in your
prime.
You're in your prime. Mid to late 20s. You're doing fine. You
The
got
late, little bit of a knife to the heart there.
You'll be fine.
mid to late. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
it's accurate. No, it's accurate. It's accurate.
You're
Yeah.
mid to late.
Yeah.
Don't, just
All
give me
right,
a
okay.
poll
All right.
question for the love.
Because I
Just move it along.
Because I've still got all my
Faculties?
Yes,
Mhm.
exactly. Let's start with when will the Arizona Cardinals hire their next head coach?
That's what it was.
There we
Yeah.
go. Right on cue,
That's
Bernsey.
what it was,
Thank
yeah.
you. Is it going to be this week, next week, the week of the Super Bowl, or after the Super Bowl?
I'll go next week. Next week, after the championship games.
I'll play it safe and go next week, too. I think there's a chance it could be this week. Like if Campanelli comes in or if somebody that has already had it. I know it's already Wednesday, but I'll go next week, too. Survey says?
After the Super Bowl is leading the way with 47%, 28% going with next week, 18% going with this week, and 7% going with the week of the
Did you
Super Bowl.
specify which Super Bowl? This year's or next year's?
I did. There is a timetable on that.
That was good. I like that. That was good. It was funny.
Yep.
It was
There is
funny.
a timetable on that one at least.
Okay, but after the Super Bowl implies that they're hiring a coach who's coaching in the Super Bowl.
It does.
Which, nothing against Vance Joseph. I don't think it's going to be him. So if you think it's going to be after the Super Bowl, it suggests Kubiak or one of the Rams guys or even the Patriots guy and Thomas Brown. So
In a way, this question is, who do you think they're going to hire?
in a way, because I fear Gambo's answering next week because it might be Vance Joseph.
Look, everything's very buttoned up over there. I think my guess is I'm not reporting. My guess is it'll be Vance Joseph.
I know.
Why don't you loosen up some buttons and tell us what's going on?
All right.
Find out what's going on over there. That is our poll question. You can find it on the X page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Sorry, I thought you were like getting a snack
I
or
thought
something.
you were faking technical difficulties
Oh,
for
yeah,
a
'cause
minute.
we hear those noises. We get triggered around here. Like, oh no,
I
not
know.
again. We're doing it again.
Yeah.
The ASU, the Big 12 football schedule was revealed today, and ASU on October 17th has to go to Texas Tech, and then 2 weeks later on Halloween they have to go to BYU, at Texas Tech and at BYU, and that is in addition to a non-conference game at Texas A&M, a London game the next week against Kansas, which is followed by a bye, so
I
they get a
think they're
chance
going out to London soon to check everything out. I think
Are they?
Graham and some of the staff is going out to London very soon, if they're not there already, just to kind of check everything out. So Morgan State, Texas A&M, Kansas, I think you've got a chance for a good start there. I do. The Texas Tech game on the 17th and then the BYU game on the 31st, that's your tough nut right there. That's your really your tough nut. No back-to-back road games. So after every road game, they come home and play a home game. So if you look at it like that, right? The home game, road game, home game, home game. Like there's no back-to-back road games. So the road games are what? Texas A&M, Texas Tech, BYU, UCF, and Arizona, and none of them are back-to-back. There's always a home game after a road game and a home game before a road game.
I don't love also that the buys are so early in the season. I'd much rather have one later to kind of heal up some bodies a little bit.
So you mean the September 9th to October 3rd?
Yeah, you've got a bye on August 29th, so you basically the first week of college football you don't play. That feels like a total waste of a bye. Then your next bye week is on September 26th, which means you play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 straight games to end the season without a break. I don't love that. There's the teams they miss in the Big 12. They miss Cincinnati. They miss Houston. They miss Iowa State. They miss TCU. They miss Utah, and they miss West Virginia.
They miss some good teams.
They miss some good teams. So I think what you trade in having to go to Texas Tech and having to go to BYU, you make up a little bit in the teams that you avoid in the Big 12 this year.
Yeah.
So that's a decent trade-off. The Texas A&M game is going to be huge. I mean, that's just going to be as intimidating as an environment as they come. It's a very, very tough place to play. It's going to be, I presume, a preseason top 10 ranked team.
Oh, my God,
So it's going to be an early season test for you. You're only going to have Morgan State to kind of gear you up for that. It's going to be you're jumping into the deep, cold end of the pool really early to see if you can swim out of it or not. That's going to be a good test.
That is such a tough game to come out of the gates with. This is a team that beat Notre Dame, beat Auburn, beat Florida, beat LSU, and then lost to Texas, and then lost to Miami when they just couldn't do anything in the playoff game. So made it to the playoffs, got beat by Miami, couldn't score in that game, at 3 points. So they lost their last 2, but they were 11-0 going into that Texas game. This is going to be a really tough game for them for sure, sure.
And the thing that's going to make this season so tough and so fun, but also so tough, is that given the number of new players ASU has, it's going to be kind of like how it was 2 years ago. It's going to be really hard to project what we think they're going to be because they're just so new.
I know that the A&M quarterback, Marcel Reed, is one of those early Heisman-type candidates. Like, he's really good. So he could be one of the favorites to win the Heisman Trophy. So keep your eye on that. So it's not like they got a new quarterback coming in or anything like that. So, they pursued a lot of guys, a lot of wide receivers in the portal to try to give him some help. And I think they've nailed a couple of guys in the portal. So they've had a lot of success there. And one of the reasons could be because they've got this really dynamic quarterback to play, for those guys to play with.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, let's go courtside. Our Suns guru and co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, Kellen Olson, will join us for his weekly segment. We'll get his thoughts on last night's win and Jaylen Green's return to the Suns. That's coming up. Stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. It's up to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers, AC, plumbing, and electric. I had to use Christian Brothers just the other day. We had a toilet bowl not working properly. Christian Brothers came out. Same day I called, they were able to come out and they did a tremendous repair on it. Very easy. Didn't cost a lot of money. They didn't try to upsell me. I loved that, right? They didn't try to say, well, you need this or you need that. No, there was one part, wasn't very expensive. They replaced it. I was good to go. That's the job I got from Christian Brothers. They do a phenomenal job. So if you've got a plumbing issue and you want to get it fixed, I want you to check out Christian Brothers. Call them at 602-222-3535. You got drains that are clogged. Water's not coming out as fast as it should be. Water's colder than it should be. Toilet bowl's not flushing properly. Christian Brothers, they will be there for you. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
The holidays are over, and right now is the best time to start your home renovation project. At the Window Depot, you get factory direct prices, no installers, no middleman, and serious savings. Windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, all in stock and ready to take home today. Perfect for DIYers and contractors who want to save thousands and get materials fast. New year, new projects at the lowest prices. Shop online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. Not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $17.52 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Cardinals continue their search for their next head coach, a new name has entered the fray, although that statement is slightly contradictory. Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli is set to make an in-person interview on Thursday. Per the reports, this is actually his second interview with the team. That first interview was not publicly reported. You can read more about Campanelli and the latest with the Cardinals coaching search right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. While you're there, you can check out three new schedules. That includes Arizona State and Arizona football this upcoming year, as well as the upcoming Phoenix Mercury season. All three of those schedules, again, available right now on the website and on the free app. We've also got a triple header of college hoops tonight in the Valley. We'll start in Tucson, where the #1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten against Cincinnati. Tip-off is at 7. Also at 7, Arizona State hosts West Virginia at Desert Financial Arena. You can hear coverage of that game starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And then later tonight, you've got Grand Canyon hosting San Diego State. That will be in Phoenix. Tip-off is at 9. This report is brought to you by the Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here, Kellen. Great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
116-110. Suns beat the Philadelphia 76ers last night to improve 27-17 on the season. 10 games above 500 for the first time in a long time. And, of course, last night also marked the return of Jaylen Green after 33 games that he missed with a right hamstring strain. And joining us right now to talk Suns basketball, it is our weekly visit with Suns Guru from ArizonaSports.com, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, joining us via the air link there, Kellen Olson here on Burns and Gambo. What's going on, Kellen? How we doing?
What's up, guys? Doing well.
See the sweatshirt he's wearing?
Of course. Bear down Arizona, number one team in the country, unanimous number one team in the country. Got to have a few first-round picks in there. Koa Pete, the Burries kid, plus a lot of those other guys. Korchenkov and Krivas could make it. Awaka could make it. A lot of these guys are going to make the NBA off of this roster. A lot of these guys.
We're just never going to lose again. That's kind of what I've decided. We're just never going to lose.
I was happy to see UCLA beat Purdue last night.
Yeah, got an alert about that.
Love seeing Purdue lose. Yep, love that. All right, let's talk Jaylen Green. There was some, Burnsy said flashes. There were definitely flashes. There were some really good moments. My favorite was in that third quarter late. Gets the rebound, gives it to him. He goes coast to coast. You see the explosion. You see his ability to get downhill, get to the basket. About a minute later, he pops up, hits a step-back three. To me, that was the exciting part for him offensively. And I thought defensively later in the game, he did a good job on Edgecombe and on Maxey in basically back-to-back plays defensively. Give me your thoughts on what you saw to Jaylen Green.
Yeah, I like the way he responded defensively, Gambo, because they were seeking out that switch. They were going at him a lot in the first half and in the third quarter as well. So when the game was whittling down and it was all of a sudden a game for whatever reason in the last 2 to 3 minutes there, they went back to that matchup and looked for it again on Green, and he held up really well. And then the stop on Maxey a few possessions later, as you mentioned earlier in the show, was huge as well. He was great. I think that it's really, really difficult what he's going to have to do over these next couple of games and try and blend in with the team that has just been rolling. But he looked right back on pace with what he's going to do. I think there are a couple of things like offensively with like pace and how quickly he needs to play and like decide what he's doing on the floor that are going to have to be a little bit quicker, because that's how Ott's system really thrives, is that no one hesitates. Everyone just plays super quickly with their decision making. That'll come with time. He's a smart basketball player, and I think we saw a lot of that. Like, he relied on his strengths last night, as any player should.
Yeah, and even in those snippets that we saw of him, I thought those strengths really were shining pretty bright. His ability to get to the rim athletically is absolutely unmatched on this team. No one else on the roster can even come close. But then to Gambo's point about the three, and I think you wrote about this too, just his ability to sell the trip to the basket and then take the step back and get the wide open look is something where his athleticism just plays so well, because you have to respect his ability to get to the rim and that athleticism that he has, and he uses that to his advantage, I thought.
Yeah, and just how consistently he can get to it. My favorite play of the game was when he tried to drive around Tyrese Maxey off a miss, and Maxey actually held up on his end, but then he immediately gave the ball to Oso, worked in action with him, and then got downhill again. So, like, if a guy's able to somehow stay in front of him for one, like, little turn, he can just take another turn and then get right back that guy. That on-ball defender knows 9 times out of 10 they're not going to be able to keep him in front. So it's just a matter of what they're doing after that and the reads that he's going to be finding as well. The two-man game with Oso Gadaro was excellent, and I thought you saw both guys benefiting from how quickly that they play. I think Oso, it's his speed on the floor, but also how he just really processes the game as well. He's an incredibly smart basketball player, and we're starting to see more of that from him this year with his confidence, and he can just make guys better. Like, I think it's no coincidence that Colin is having the type of year that he is having, because he's spending a lot of time out there with Oso, and he can bring that benefit to Jaylen as well. It's only going to get better, because something Oso talked to me about a couple weeks ago is a big thing for him this year has been learning his players' tendencies and learning the ball handlers' tendencies, like kind of what they like to do. So for like Book, he's going to try and just create space for him. With Colin, it's like more quick, and with Jaylen, I think it's going to be more in between. I'm really excited to watch those two over the next couple of weeks.
I said to Burns, I had this ill feeling about the way they played, how sloppy they were. There was the alley-oop from that Mark got from Royce, and at that point, they're up 17 and feeling really good about them. I hate the way they played at the end of the game. They missed 14 shots. They turned the ball over 6 times. They only made 4 baskets, and after that Mark basket, in 9 minutes, they only made 4 baskets. I think they were somewhat fortunate to come away with a win. Now, whether they ran out of gas or not, I don't know. The Sixers didn't play great either. That's why the Suns were able to get that victory. But I did not like the sloppiness in how they finished that game in the final 8-9 minutes.
Yeah, we've seen a handful of games this year where I've thought Devin Booker and Dillon Brooks haven't been as mentally engaged as they should be. I thought Dillon off the ball defensively had his moments last night, and then obviously with his scoring, like the shot's not going in, it is what it is. But both him and Book, it's hard to ask for them to be that consistent all 82 games with their approach there. Defensively, what I'm seeing a lot, Gambo, is that they have 80% of their possessions, maybe even 90% of their possessions are awesome. Like, they're just totally just about perfect team defense. Everything that you could want out of the possession is getting nailed. And then they have 10 to 20% of them that are just a complete botch, a complete mess, a complete miss. And they're able to make up for those possessions because of how great they defend in that other portion of the game. And so sometimes like those scales get a little bit uneven. And I thought last night, Philly just got too many free looks around the rim as well. So then when you add on the fact that you're turning the ball over and letting them play off live ball turnovers, things like that, it can get messy. So over the last 2 months, when we were looking like, okay, is regression coming for this team? Which kind of way is it coming? I think what we've learned is that even when they're playing sloppier basketball, a little bit more unorganized, and they're getting a little bit too chaotic, they can still win through it. And then the progress that you want to see as we talk about this team a whole lot differently in like March and April is like, okay, is the sloppiness down? Are they a lot more crisp with their execution? Because if they're this sloppy in a postseason like playoff format, they're not going to stand a chance.
I'm not saying it's going to be like this every night, but we were all kind of curious about the minutes and how it was going to go with Jalen Green's return. And it would appear for one night that Ryan Dunn kind of paid the price for that. He only played 9 minutes last night in this reshuffling. Do you think it's going to be like that more nights than not, or is it just too early to make any kind of a conclusion of that just based off of one game?
Yeah, for sure. It challenges Ryan to be better than he's been this year. I think that he's regressed compared to last season. It's been the one unfortunate storyline of the team because everything has gone so well for this team that Ryan, one of like the young pieces that you really want to see develop like Oso has this year. It hasn't gone that way for him. The three-point shot has been going in a little bit more recently, but he just has to be a much better defender than he is right now. He knows this better than anyone, but especially with where his scouting report was kind of graded when he came out of the draft, like a defense-first guy to say the least. He had a lot of really impactful games last year while still needing to build up some consistency. The impactful games have gone away, and I don't think he's gotten much better with the consistency either. So if that keeps up, he is going to be not only that 10th guy in the rotation, but is going to be looking at single-digit minutes, a season low for him with the 9 minutes. And at a certain point, you wonder if it's going to be Rasheer Fleming, Isaiah Livers, someone else getting a chance with those minutes because there are too many guys playing at an elite level. Like if you could take 10 of Ryan's minutes and give them to Jordan Goodwin, you would every time with the way that he was playing last night. And some nights it's going to be Colin and Royce. Sometimes it's going to be Grayson and Jordan, like this swap that's happening there with like who's playing well, who's not playing well. I think Ott's going to juggle that and really use the hot hand throughout the year.
Give me your thoughts on some of the struggles with Dillon Brooks. I looked at the last 4 games. He had a 2 for 13. He had another 2 for 13. He had a 4 for 16. Better in the Brooklyn game, 8 of 15. But 3 of the 4 games, we've seen him really, really struggle to knock down those shots. Do you see more defensive attention being placed on him, or do you think he's just going through a rut right now?
I think the rut, and it's going to happen for anyone, but especially for him, he was grading as one of the best isolation scorers in the league throughout the year. And I think that the work that he has put in and the progress that he's made, how much better he's gotten in those spaces over the last 2 years is true. Like that's justified, but the numbers were just super high and we were going to see them drop off a little bit at some point. What I'm more curious about with him, Gambo, is that if we get to the point with everyone not named Devin Booker, with how well everyone else is playing on this team all the time, do we get to the point where the closing lineup is really hot hands to that point? Because there was a possession where Book got doubled and Dillon got the ball and he just needed to do the swing. And instead he just drove through multiple defenders, took this wild out of control finish. It should have been an and one. It didn't get called, but those are the types of possessions that I think of and the types of performances from him where I wonder, like, is that a night where like Royce or Grayson or Jordan would close over him, would close over someone like Jalen Green? For example, I wonder if they're going to ever get that far with some of the rotation decisions they're saying. To be clear, like I don't even know what I would do. It's a really difficult decision for Ott to make because there's some guys that just need to be out there at the end of games no matter what. But with that being said, it's always like they're 2 through 9. There's like 3 guys playing super well, and we've seen those guys close out games now. But now it's like an actual choice in sitting some guys and then going through some options. I'm interested to see what he does.
Kellen, we appreciate it as always, man. We will see you on Friday before the Hawks game.
Thank you.
You got it. Kellen Olson, Suns Guru from ArizonaSports.com, co-host of Arizona Sports Night, along with Mitch Varell. This Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big. We want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and myself on the Arizona Sports team as we help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event coming up on February 21st. Text the word hike to 620-620. Learn more. Sign up today. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, the coaching search for the Arizona Cardinals is in the middle of yet another week, and all sorts of people are weighing in on the decisions they should be making when it comes to that coaching search. We'll tell you who said what next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know my stance. The Cardinals need to go heavy on the offensive line in this draft, and I think if the right opportunity presents itself, not the third pick at this point. And I go into these games, these Miami games, thinking that, and every time I'm like, or Ruben Bain. You can go ahead and draft Ruben Bain if you want. I know it doesn't really fit anything you need, but go ahead and draft Ruben Bain.
Yes. Okay, so that was your number one takeaway from what you saw last night was draft Ruben Bain.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time from the comfort of your living room at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. So if you're talking about the best trucks, you're talking about the best SUVs, you're talking about GMCs, and you're not going to get one for any better of a deal than you are at Liberty GMC. Terrains, Acadias, Yukons, Sierras, Canyons, the list goes on. And that includes the Hummer EV. That is an absolute game changer in the world of electric vehicles. You can get up to $8,000 off an all-new 2026 Hummer EV SUV right now, or lease it for just $799 a month. The popular Yukon and Yukon XL models, they are arriving daily at Liberty GMC. Again, lease options for $799 a month. And we're not even getting into the deals you can get on the Sierra 1500 if you're looking for a truck. It's all Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment, or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Luke. Is the gap widening between Jordan Ott and the rest of the Coach of the Year candidates in the NBA? We'll be talking Suns tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Shouting out Santan Valley for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We appreciate you making us a part of your afternoon in Santan Valley. Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and to the YouTube audience. Hello, YouTube. Good to have you joining us as well. Jake Plummer on the Cardinals coaching search. Quote, "It really won't matter who gets picked. It's organizationally. From the top down, they've got to spend the money. If it happens from the top down, then they can win, but we'll see." Close quote. It was a quote that he gave to Kyle Odegaard as part of a story. And actually, I looked at the story a couple days ago, and I didn't include it in my email because most of the story was about Jake's thoughts on Sam Levitt leaving ASU and the NIL and all that stuff. It was not a throwaway question at the end, but it was like an oh, by the way, let's talk about the NFL team that, was your employer for a few years as well. But I think Jake and his quote kind of sums up what a lot of Cardinal fans are very nervous about during this coaching search.
Their owner.
It's been a very uncomfortable coaching search, I think, for the Cardinal fans. And I've said it, I don't know if I've said this on the air yet, but I think we can all sense it, that the morale among the Cardinals fan base it's not super high right now. In fact, it might be the lowest that it's been in a long, long time, because there's just this uncertainty about what is going to happen this offseason and what they're going to do and the level of commitment and all those things.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. I mean, the commitment has to start from the top, right? There's a reason why ASU got it turned around. Indiana got it turned around in football, college football. There's got to be more of a commitment from Michael Bidwell to win. There just has to be. There's cap money and then there's real money. And there's a difference between, okay, we're spending up to the cap and we're spending most of our cap money, and then there's real money. There's a difference with that. So Plummer's saying it really won't matter who gets picked. It's organizationally. He's basically saying, it doesn't matter who you get. I mean, if the commitment from the top is not to win a Super Bowl and going all out and doing whatever can, it's not going to matter. You're setting guys up for failure. There are certain organizations that you worry about. Look, one of the negatives about this job is ownership. It just is. And you hope that change. We all hope it changes. But the 125 years and the struggles that this organization has had, it speaks for itself. You do hope that one day it's going to turn around. And sometimes for organizations it does. But it's not going to turn around with coaches and players as much as it has to turn around with the commitment from the owner.
Yeah, that's part of what I really agree with on Jake to a certain extent is that, not that it doesn't matter who they hire at the top to be the head coach. It matters, of course, who the head coach is going to be. But I think in the weeks that follow after they hire whoever the guy is, what level of experience are they going after when it comes to their coordinators? What level of experience are they going after when it comes to their assistants? We had that story last week about how the inexperience level of the coaching staff and how it rivaled the Packers, and the Packers had one of the most inexperienced coaching staff of any team in the postseason. Now, the Packers obviously had a great year, but somebody kind of looked at the Packers coaching staff and compared it with everybody else in the NFL playoffs and came to the realization, man, there are other teams that just really invest in guys who have coached in the NFL. And the Cardinals' level of experience was closer to the Packers than it was anything else. So, look, if they hire a first-time head coach, there are first-time head coaches I would rather them hire than guys who are experienced NFL coaches. I'd rather a Mike LaFleur as a first-timer or a Chris Shula as a first-timer than Vance Joseph as a guy who used to be a head coach in the NFL. I'd rather somebody like that. To me, it's not about hiring a first-timer. It's about surrounding that person with the tools that they need to survive and to succeed. And I think a lot of that is based on the experience level of the coaches around that head coach. So you've got a real well-rounded, experienced group to lead your team every Sunday.
The Cardinals have had 3 of the worst head coaches in NFL history. Gannon, winning percentage, Dave McGinnis, Joe Bugle. Those are 3 of the worst. If you take the top 10 worst ever, Steve Spagnuolo's in there, Hugh Jackson's in there, Pat Shurmur's in there, but so are Dave McGinnis, Joe Bugle, and Jonathan Gannon. So, you've got to break away from that trend. But, then you get into is it really their fault, or is it you're not being given the things you need to succeed? That's the thing when you mention the inexperience in the coaching staff. Okay, you're going to pay a coach so much money. Well, how about the assistant? How about the assistants? Are you going to, when Kenny Dillingham, fought to stay at ASU instead of trying to take another job, one of the things he fought for was more money for my assistants. Sure. I need more money for I want to be able to retain good coaches. I don't want to lose good coaches. You also need to be able to hire good. In the NFL, it's about hiring good coaches. If you're a defensive guy that takes this job, you need a damn good offensive coordinator. And you're going to have to pay for that. You're going to have to pay through the nose for that. And that's what we're waiting to see if the Cardinals are going to do that.
You made the comparison earlier to the Suns, and many times when comparing this search to the Suns, I've often compared it to Robert Sarver finally breaking down and hiring Monty Williams, an experienced head coach, and giving him the money. But your comparison to what happened this last offseason with Jordan Ott, I think is just as valid in that, not that not that Suns fans' morale was as low as maybe Cardinals fans are right now, but admittedly, it was kind of a dark summer for Suns fans. Like it was Kevin Durant is gone and Bradley Beal is gone and the plan's been blown up and all the draft picks are gone. And what's the path to rebuilding the team? And apparently the only qualification for getting interviewed by the organization is that you went to Michigan State. I mean, it wasn't that long ago we were having all these conversations, and they got it so right with Jordan Ott.
But they had gone out and threw crazy money at Budenholzer, Frank Vogel. So, they had proven that they would spend whatever it takes. That philosophy just didn't work for them.
I'm not comparing the spending. I'm not saying about the spending money. I'm just talking about how the fan base felt about the organization.
Right.
And that level of almost trust in the organization. There was not a lot of trust in the Phoenix Suns organization this offseason. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah, there wasn't.
There wasn't a lot of belief that they were going to get. There was a lot of, man, Brian Gregory, what's he done? Why does he get to be a GM in this league? Jordan Ott, he's the Michigan State guy. Oh, of course. And so there is a path to it. There's a lesson, not even a path. There's a lesson towards it can work out if you do end up hiring the right people. And the Suns hired
That's
the right
why
people.
I think me and you were like, okay, listen, they made the hire. Let's give him a chance. He's the head coach. Let's give him a chance. Let's give these guys an opportunity. It failed with Frank and with Budenholzer and with Durant and Beal. Let's see what these guys can do. Now, whoever the Cardinals hire, I think it's very similar in that let's give this guy a chance. Now, you gave Jonathan Gadden a chance, and it went really poorly, and they fired him. But, okay, people like he was defensive coordinator, a team went to the Super Bowl, and was a younger coach. Okay, whoever they hire, whoever they decide to hire, I think there's going to be part of that. All right, let's see if this will work. But there's also that pessimism in that it doesn't usually work out for the Cardinals when they hire guys.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, obviously, part of the reason why this job has question marks attached to it is at quarterback. What is the answer to those questions? That's coming up next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Now Royce O'Neal has the basketball, and the Suns are going to dribble out the clock as the Sixers say, no mas. Final 5 seconds in Philly as the clock hits 0 now. And the Phoenix Suns have their 3rd straight win on this 6-game, 12-day road trip, 116-110. The final is they win tonight in Philadelphia.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
I know things get bogged down for men. Men, you're working hard, you're supporting your family. You got kids, you got soccer practice, baseball practice, football practice with your sons, or you got your daughters in softball or volleyball. You're just always on the go, and you don't have any time for yourself. You get home, you're exhausted. You just want to go to watch a TV show and go to sleep. Men, you got to be men again, and that is you got to make sure you take care of your health. M-Drive is the #1 men's selling health brand in Sprouts, and it's a product that I've taken for over a decade. Right now, you can save 20% off with the code NEWYEAR when you go to mdriveformen.com. mdriveformen.com. Whether it's M-Drive Prime, M-Drive Elite, M-Drive Boost and Burn, find the product that's right for you. They got a little quiz right there. You answer a couple questions. They'll help you find the right product. Save 20% right now with the code NEWYEAR, and that way you can start it. You can start getting going. You want to spend a little bit of time on yourself, whether it's walking or running or going to the gym or even at home. There's so many great home recipes that you can do for workouts, taking care of your core, doing push-ups, things like that. So make sure you do something to stay active. Go online at mdriveformen.com and save 20% right now.
When your check engine light comes on, do you see a repair bill or do you see peace of mind? For 20 years, CarShield's been the name America trusts to help keep you on the road. While other companies stop covering you when your car gets older, CarShield offers protection plans up to 200,000 miles. With over $1 billion in claims paid, we don't just promise protection, we deliver it. Don't let a breakdown break your budget. Get the flexible month-to-month coverage you deserve. Go to carshield.com. That's carshield.com today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Cardinals continue their search for their next head coach, a new name has entered the fray, although that previous statement is slightly contradictory. Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli, sorry I had to, is set to have an in-person interview on Thursday. Per the reports, this is actually his second interview with Arizona. That first interview was not publicly reported. Interesting. You can read more about Campanelli and all the latest in the Cardinals' search for their next head coach right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. While you're there, either on the website or the app, we've got a bunch of schedules that you can read. First and foremost, the Big 12, all the football schedules have been announced, so you can see Arizona State and Arizona's upcoming football seasons, as well as the Phoenix Mercury. Their season has just been announced as well. You can see who the WNBA runner-ups are set to face this year. We've also got a triple header of college hoops tonight in the Valley. We'll start in Tucson, where number 1 Arizona looks to remain unbeaten against Cincinnati. Tip-off will be at 7. Also at 7, Arizona State hosts West Virginia at Desert Financial Arena. You can hear coverage of that game starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And then later tonight, you've got Grand Canyon. They will host San Diego State in Phoenix. Tip-off is at 9. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Thursday. We'll start getting into the AFC and NFC championship matchups. That and a lot more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Nothing to say? I'm letting the visuals speak for themselves.
What do we think? Yay or nay? Who wears it better, me or Wayne Joe?
Well, first of all, our audience probably doesn't know who Wayne Joe is. Wayne Joe is Joe Huizenga, who is the co-host of the Chris and Joe show.
Yes.
Is that what it's officially called, the Chris and Joe show?
And he always dresses weird.
He dresses, he likes to wear blazers to work every day.
Yes.
Sometimes he wears blazers with shorts, to be honest with you, but he always wears a blazer to work, and some of them are normal-looking blazers, and some of them are hot pink. And apparently you have procured his hot pink Pepto pink.
Who can wear
blazer.
it better? Like, who wears it better? Me or Wayne? He was like, I'll wear it. Like, I'm not afraid. Because Chris was saying, like, is that a men's blazer or a women's blazer? I'm like, it looks like a man's blazer.
It looks like a men's blazer.
I look a men's blazer. I'll wear it. I'll wear it.
I think you should start wearing blazers to work more often.
Yeah. One guy says would look good on the sidelines on the YouTube. Another guy says the most Italian jacket in the world. Another guy says nice jacket.
The most Italian jacket in the world.
Another guy's, yeah. I think Mitch just said this Gambo rocket. Some guy said yes.
You know what? What Anthony?
Hell yes.
You know what Anthony Campanelli?
Like the suit jacket?
Anthony Campanelli would have to say about
Go
that.
out there and honor the people you love. Play as hard as you can. Attack the ball like it's some guy running down the street or your mother, your father. I don't know who my kids, whatever. Like, that would make me out of my mind. There ain't no way that guy's getting away from me.
We've all had speeches like that before where we're trying to list things and then we blank in the moment or just say,
That's
well, whatever. You know what I mean?
Your mother, your father, your brother, what comes after your brother? I can't remember. I'm so upset right now. I'm so angry.
Cugino. Cugino, your cousin.
I think it looks good on you.
Thank you.
I think it looks good on you.
Thank you. Yeah, listen,
I think you're pulling it off well.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at that.
How much?
Look at that.
It looks sharp on you. Yeah, it looks sharp on you.
Yeah, sharp dressed man like ZZ Top said.
The Reebok logo at the top of the shirt is a
that
nice
kind
touch.
Kind of throws it off a little bit.
It's a nice
Dope as hell.
Dope as hell.
Dope
there
as
you go,
hell.
JG.
Dope as hell.
Go get one of those defensive coordinated jobs, JG. Let's go.
Inspector Todd 7958 says Gambo looks 10 out of 10.
Ooh, there you go. Bringing sexy back.
You are.
Hey, how you doing?
I tell my kid all the time, he's a teenager, and I go, you want to get a girlfriend? Just try it. His mother, just walk up to her and say, hey, how you doing? It works all the time.
Especially rocking that.
It works all the time. How you doing?
Pink jacket. Lauren's like, it does not work.
It works all the time. It's guaranteed to work. It's guaranteed.
It would not work on me.
It would totally work. It works. It does. It's foolproof. It doesn't fail. How you doing? There you go.
It can't be foolproof if I'm saying you.
Well, nobody's ever said that to you. Let's see what happens when somebody walks up to you and tries that.
Please do not try that.
The next time Lauren's at McDonald's getting her chicken McNuggets and her small fries, some guy's gonna, hey, I saw you on my YouTube chat. How you doing? See if it works. Anyway,
the guy goes,
right.
Gambo's tough enough to wear pink.
Enjoy it, man.
Yeah,
That's
right.
good.
It's fine. Yeah, I'll throw a little color into the show for the segment.
Today on ESPN, not to move it along, but I'm going to go ahead and do the thing and move it along here if I can. They anonymously surveyed a bunch of executives around the NFL, and they said, what are some of the bold moves that are going to happen this offseason? And a couple of them, I think, had to do with the Arizona. One of them specifically had to do with the Arizona Cardinals, and one of them kind of did. The one that specifically had to do with the Cardinals was that, and this isn't, I don't think, that particularly bold of a take. In fact, I think it's playing it pretty safe, that Geno, Tua, and Kyler will all be made available for the New York Jets this offseason.
Okay.
Geno Smith, Tua Tagovailoa, and Kyler Murray will all be made available to the Jets.
So on ESPN Radio in New York, one of my guys out there texted me today. Chris Carlin. I'm sure you know Chris Carlin.
I've heard the name, yeah.
And so Chris is like, hey, he texted me at like 7 in the morning. Sorry for the early text, even though they haven't hired a coach yet. Is it your sense they're definitely trading Murray this offseason? Because they're talking about it in New York. They're talking about it. Can the Jets get Murray? Should the Jets get Murray? You can't get Mendoza, so can we get Murray?
Mm-hmm.
So I got a text from my buddy in New York, ESPN Radio New York, Chris Carlin, and he said, what's going on there?
What did you say? What was your response?
I said, look, I talk to the agent on a regular basis. We're not going to know until the new coach comes in. We're not going to know. I mean, even like Eric Burkhart, right? They don't know. So until the new coach comes in, then they can sit down. Now, Monty can say, here's what I want to do. But a coach comes in, and what if a coach comes in and says, I could totally fix Murray?
Sure, of course.
Like, you guys be you want to start over with what? There's nothing in the draft. Murray's better than anybody in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can fix Murray. We can win 10 games. I can take you to the playoffs in your first year. If that coach says that, you might be more inclined to say, what the hell? Like, well, this is a terrible year to be this picking in the draft at number 3.
I was just thinking, it's just, and we've talked about this before, but it is just it is shockingly bad how awful the quarterback market is this year. It's awful. Malik Willis made 2 good starts for the Green Bay Packers last year. I don't even know if one of them was a start. I think he came in relief after
the start was
Jordan Love
phenomenal.
The start was phenomenal.
Until he got hurt with 5 minutes left or 10 minutes left.
The game where he came in after Jordan Love got hurt was phenomenal. He played really well.
Great.
But when he's the top name out there in the free agency market, it's not a good year for quarterbacks out there. When Mac Jones might get a second-round pick in a trade, it's not a good year for quarterbacks.
It's not a good year for quarterbacks. No.
It's not, and so you do, if you're the Cardinals, you do really need to make an honest assessment of the marketplace and ask yourself, are we going to do better? Can we do better? Do we want to do better, or do we want to bring back Murray? Because he'll make us just good enough to not be able to get the next guy in next year's draft.
Bingo. So let me ask you right now. Kyler Murray, you can go 7-10 or 8-9, or you go with somebody else, you win 4 games, you're picking top 5 in the draft next year. What would you rather have? Kyler Murray, think about this. Everybody answer. You got Kyler Murray. You're going to win. You're going to go 7-10, 8-9. Not going to go to the playoffs, but you're not going to lose 14 games. Or you go with Joe Schmo, and Joe Schmo leads you to a 4-13 record, and you've got a top 5 pick in the draft next year. Which one do you want?
B. Slamming B.
You want Joe Schmo?
Yeah.
I want Joe Schmo too.
Yeah.
Because Joe Schmo is going to get me
right.
The next
guy.
Well, but okay,
7 or 8 wins doesn't.
Here's the problem with that. They have the number 3 pick in this year's draft, and that guy's
but
not
they
there.
all say that next year's draft is going to be great.
I know they said that, but they said that last year about this year's draft. They did.
Okay, but a lot of guys decided.
Would you rather have Kyler Murray? Yes or no?
No, I know you're trying to pencil me in here. I understand
push him,
that.
Mish.
And I'd
push him.
I'd rather
Let
go
me get
with
my bulldozer.
I'd rather go with option B, but understand you're basing that idea on that next year's quarterback draft is going to be great, and you don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't.
I'm going to roll that.
You don't know it.
But
You
what do you
think
mean? I
know
just
it,
talked
but
to
you
Mel
don't know
Kiper
it.
yesterday.
You don't.
But
or
I know.
I can use that first-round pick to trade with another team to go get a backup quarterback that I like enough from them.
Next year?
Yeah.
You know what you have in Murray. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You're not winning a Super Bowl with Kyler Murray. You never even won a playoff game.
But it is a roll of the dice. It's a roll of the dice. It's no guarantee that if you finish with a top 5 pick next year, that it's going to be any better in the quarterback draft than this year. It's no guarantee.
It's like is it the Price is Right? What's behind door number 1, door number 2, door number 3?
Let's make a deal.
Son of a gun!
You get that wrong every time.
Let's make a deal.
Have you ever watched The Price is Right?
I don't know, but I know there's a game show where what's behind door number 1 is Kyler Murray. You want it? Yes or no? And you don't know what's behind door number 2 or door number 3.
Yeah.
Most people are saying, give me door number 2 or door number 3.
Because they've seen plenty of Kyler Murray.
They've seen it.
They've seen plenty. When we come back, can the Denver Broncos do the impossible? And just how impossible is the impossible? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Scotty.
Text the word
Scotty
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about Dr. J. Schwartz. I mean, the best in the business. I say this all the time, and it's so true. One of the best things I've ever did for myself was gone to Dr. J. Schwartz when my eyes were starting to go. Between 40 and 50, vision changes. It just changes. I could eat carrots all day long. It's not going to matter. But when I went to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, Dr. Schwartz said to me, here's our options. We could give you glasses and contacts, and then as your vision changes over the years, we could keep doing new prescriptions and changing that. Or you're a candidate for LASIK. I go, what's it entail? He goes, it's just a couple of minutes. I put you in a chair, but you go home. It takes a few minutes. You go home, you sleep, you wake up, you see better. I'm like, give me that option. Why wouldn't I do that? So I went to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I had LASIK surgery. I went home. I took a nap. I woke up, and all of a sudden, I'm seeing crystal clear. Now, people ask me, what's going to happen 10 years, 15? I don't know. It's 15 years later. I still see great. Daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. My vision is really good thanks to Dr. J. Schwartz. Team Eye Doctor for your Sons and Diamondbacks. Call right now and get a free thorough eye exam to see if you're a candidate. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by smart tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Dan Bickley here, and you know what's a great New Year's resolution for sports fans? Watching sports in high resolution with a new entertainment system from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They have great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. They'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Plus, they're local, and shopping local really matters. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. Shop online at waltz.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Wolf. Should the Arizona Cardinals follow the Phoenix Suns' blueprint when rebuilding their team? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Lauren, what was that?
That would be our top 3 headlines recorded improperly so that they sound like an extra in Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Okay, I was just curious. Okay. So,
Wait, I thought Alvin was on today. That wasn't him? No? Oh, okay.
Thought we were having more technical problems. I'm like, dear God, what now?
No, that's only static. That's the only technical problem.
And knock on wood, it's been a minute.
You better knock on wood, baby.
Here is welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo show. This was the stat I was looking for yesterday. I was struggling to find it. When Jarrett Stidham starts the AFC Championship game, he will become the first quarterback since Roger Staubach in 1972.
Oh, my goodness.
To make his first start of the season in a conference championship game or later.
Roger Staubach did that?
According to NFL research, yes.
No way. Roger Staubach went to Navy, right? Navy?
Yes. He'll become the first quarterback since 1972 to make his first start of the season in a game as late as the conference championship or later than that.
Wow. I was alive then. I was 6. I don't remember it. But Roger Staubach was a hell of a quarterback.
I was 1. I remember Roger Staubach later, right?
Yeah.
Through the 70s. He was one of the first quarterbacks I remember watching. But I certainly don't remember him in 1972. That is what makes what Jarrett Stidham is attempting to do on Sunday different than Kurt Warner or who were some of the other backup quarterbacks?
Vince Ferragamo with the Rams, Jeff Hostetler with the Giants, Jim Plunkett with the Raiders,
Nick Foles with the Eagles. It's just different Because all those guys had at least a little bit of runway before they had to play in the playoffs. And Stidham gets none of that. He hasn't played a game in 2 years.
Hostetler won a Super Bowl. Ferragamo lost the Super Bowl, replacing Pat Hayden. He lost it to the Steelers, 79. But yeah, that's incredible. Like it is incredible. Denver's got a great defense. They got the home field advantage. The Patriots, they're 8-0 on the road. They've been really, really good on the road. Now you got to go to Mile High City. Denver's a tough opponent. They won 15 of their past 18 home games. And Drake May's not playing great. No. I mean, Drake May's fumbling the ball. He's getting sacked. It's not like Drake May is this big. Like, I think Drake May is really struggling in these playoffs. I think this is a much closer game than other people. I'll probably pick the Patriots because I don't know if I could trust Stidham to win him a game. But the Denver defense is going to keep him in this game because Drake May is not that great.
You're right about that. He has not been. He's played great this year. He hasn't played that great during the postseason. He's had moments, but he's certainly there's nothing about the Patriots that screams, "Oh, they're elite at this. Oh, they're elite. They're good.
Right
across the board, they're good." But there's nothing about the way they've played so far in this postseason that just screams elites. Like their defense has played well. But they did it against the Chargers offense. They did it against the Texans offense. Those offenses are terrible. They're all right. So like there's just a little bit of a caveat or a grain of salt that you have to take with the New England Patriots. I think you go 2 years without taking a snap in the NFL, and now you got to play in a conference championship game.
You go.
Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the Patriots, today on preparing for Stidham.
The snaps that he has, the 400 so snaps that are in regular season action, and then they have a lot of snaps on what they want to do. So we'll have to be prepared for the plan and the things that they've shown. I'm sure there'll be some things that they haven't shown. He's more than capable to go out there and operate. And it's why he's a backup and one that was coveted around the league.
Meanwhile, I love this stat this little nugget that you unearthed about the NFC Championship game. Sunday marks the first time a number one scoring offense will meet the number one scoring defense in a conference championship game.
And look at the numbers.
Since 2014. That was the last time it happened when Seattle's number one defense knocked off Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers' number one offense. Since 1990, when number one plays number one in a conference championship game or a Super Bowl, the number one scoring offense is 0-4 against the number one scoring defense.
Two of those defenses with the Legion of Boom, the Seahawks, they had two of them. So the Rams were also the last team to beat Seattle in Week 11. They beat them 21-19. So, yeah, number one offense versus number one defense. This is going to be, I think, a hell of a game. I usually favor defense over offense. You give me the great defense. And that's why the Denver pick is so hard. Denver's at home, Seattle's at home. Denver's got a better defense, Seattle's got a better defense. Everything tells you that the defenses are going to win these games. Now, I feel more confident in, if you said, okay, which road team is going to win, I feel more confident in the Rams because I think that's the best team. I think the Rams are the best team.
Ooh.
I do. I think they're the best team.
I think I'd feel more confident in the Patriots because of the Stidham thing.
See, and I don't.
That's just me. Yeah, that's where we differ.
Crazy.
I think I'd be more confident in the Patriots because I just think the Stidham thing is not going to work out. But I could be wrong.
I 4-0 my picks last week.
I went 1-3. It didn't go. I went 5-1 the first week, and then 1-3 last week. And in case you don't know, I feel like I should say this: the Rams have the number one scoring offense. The Seahawks have the number one scoring defense. So history says the number one scoring defense, the Seahawks, they just don't lose in a game like this. It's the scoring defense wins all the time.
Charbonnet's out, but they got Walker, Kenneth Walker III, very good running back. He had a good game last week, so they're okay. Charbonnet's that change of pace guy for them. He's also a battering ram, and they like to throw him the ball out of the backfield a little bit. So they're going to be without him. I don't love the Seattle offense. I really don't. I think the Rams have a better combination of offense and defense than Seattle does.
I agree with that.
Seattle's just really so good defensively. Seattle had the bye. They looked really good against the 49ers. The Rams went into Chicago and won that game in cold weather. I don't know. I think this is going to be a hell of a football game. But I would say if you said which road team do you think is going to win, I would say I think the Rams are. I still have a hard time with this Denver-New England game. I really am.
Certainly think both road teams could win. I mean, it's not like, I'm really only picking the Patriots because of Jarrett Stidham, but that doesn't mean I don't think the Rams can go into Seattle and win a football game. I know the Rams can go into Seattle and win a football game. They're as well-rounded team that I think is left in the field, and they certainly can't be counted out. I think that I would imagine that playing in Seattle with a trip to the Super Bowl on the line is right up there with one of the hardest things to do in the NFL. I'd have to go back and look and see what their record is in moments like that. But in in that stadium, in conference championships, I got to imagine that's a really, really hard place to play. It's just such a daunting environment.
Hey, Stidham's a free agent after this. If he goes and balls, maybe he can be the next Cardinals quarterback.
Is that your Joe Schmo?
Stidham throws for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns, leads the team to the Super Bowl.
He's a
free agent.
What's behind door number 2, Joe Schmo, and your 4-13 record that you're looking for? Is Joe Schmo named Jarrett Stidham? Is that what we're calling him?
I mean, a lot of those guys were very relative unknowns. I mean, Hostetler, Ferragamo. A lot of these guys, even Kurt, to a certain extent, right? A lot of these guys are somewhat unknown.
Well, Kurt
was, when he took over for Trent Green.
When he took over the Rams, he was unknown.
Yeah, unknown with the Rams when he took over for Trent Green. So this could be Stidham's big opportunity.
4 o'clock reset time. Lauren will tell us what's going on. No. That was yesterday. It's 4-hour show. That's what we normally do. 4 o'clock reset with Lauren is next.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
Last year, there were prominent NBA experts that were picking the Suns to win. We were all wrong, but they had boxes that you could check. And the belief is, hey, you need 2 superstars to win a title. Well, they had 2 plus Bradley Beal, so they checked that box. They didn't check any other box of what is necessary for a team to win a title. They didn't have the effort. They didn't have the coaching. They didn't have the desire. They didn't have any of that
That's a great point.
This year, do they have the talent box checked? Probably not. But they check so many of the other things that a champion needs to check off.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500 plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice, because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely, and you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Cardinals still searching for their next head coach, and today we got a new name that has been added to the candidates list, although I say that and it's kind of contradictory. Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli is set to make an in-person interview this Thursday. However, per the reports, this is actually his second interview with Arizona. That first interview was not publicly reported. Interesting. You can read more about Campanelli and the latest with the Cardinals' search for their next head coach right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. While you're there, you can check out 3 schedules, 2 from the college football's Big 12, where you can see Arizona and Arizona State's upcoming slate for the 26th season. And you can see the 26th slate for the Phoenix Mercury, the runner-up in the WNBA Finals, getting things going as well. Plus, we've got a triple header of college hoops tonight in the Valley, starting in Tucson. The #1 Arizona Wildcats looking to remain unbeaten against Cincinnati. Tip-off for that game will be at 7. At that same time, Arizona State will host West Virginia at Desert Financial Arena. You can hear coverage of that game starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And then capping things off, Grand Canyon will host San Diego State in Phoenix. Tip-off for that game is at 9. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Reset time, so let's get caught up on what's going on with sports. It is Lauren. She is here with the top stories of the day. We react to them. Away we go.
All right, guys, we're going to start with Jaylen Green last night because he returned for the Phoenix Suns. He had 12 points in 20 minutes, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists.
Led the Suns to a win against the Philadelphia 76ers. He showed some of the skills that make him so tantalizing with what he's able to do. Obviously, there's a whole lot more there. But there were, I keep using the word flashes. There were flashes of the things that he does really well, and I thought he flashed last night.
All I know is that 3-0 in games he's played. 3-0.
Yeah.
Phoenix Suns, when Jaylen Green plays, 3 wins, no losses.
No sample size issues there at all.
None
whatsoever.
Yeah, there were definitely some moments for him. Defensively, late fourth quarter. Offensively, I thought late third quarter, I thought was some of his best moments. It's going to take them a little time to get adjusted. I really do believe 5 games. They've got to find their rhythm. They got to figure out playing together, all of that stuff. I don't think it'll take 3 weeks, but I think 5 games is fair to see them play together.
Just as much as seeing him back, and that's the more important thing here, but seeing them whole for the first time and watching how Jordan uses this roster when they're whole, I think is going to be really a thing to watch for the next few weeks here, because they are deep and they've got a lot of options and a lot of choices and a lot of ways they can beat you, and how Jordan utilizes that will be, I think, just as important to watch as Jaylen Green and how he evolves into his role on this team.
And some news being reported out of the NBA today. Knicks captain Jalen Brunson called a players-only meeting Monday night after their loss to the Dallas Mavericks in New York. It was their 9th loss in 11 games. Brunson reportedly called out the players needing to find momentum within themselves and not blame the coaching staff or look to them to help boost their game.
They're getting booed at Madison Square Garden. The Knicks legends at the Suns game, they all got together like, we could probably beat the Knicks right now. Latrell Sprewell said, just give me Ewing and Starks and Carmelo. Oh, we got this. And Gallinari, we'll take them.
We'll take Mikal Bridges off your hands here.
Happily.
Okay,
I will
fine.
unretire that jersey from the back of my closet.
Fine. We'll take Mikal back. That's okay.
Okay.
I'm
I don't
kidding.
think Mikal has become the player that we thought he would be when he left the Suns.
No, I would agree.
I don't think he's. Well, I think he's regressed. Some.
I would agree that he's regressed. I was just speaking more to his popularity with the fan base than I was how he's played.
I wouldn't want him.
Oh, Gambo.
On this team? Is he a power forward? Is he a power forward?
I could find a way to make Mikal Bridges fit on the basketball team.
I love him. I don't want him on this team.
Okay.
All right.
I don't want him. I don't want Cam Johnson on this team. I don't want Mikal Bridges on this team. I've been there, done that.
Well, stab me with a knife, why don't you?
You would want him on the team?
Well, yeah.
Because of fandom.
Yes.
No, because I think he's still a really good basketball player.
Who's he playing over?
He's still a really good basketball player. He's
going to play him over Grayson Allen?
Yes.
Dylan Brooks?
No.
Royce O'Neal?
You going to make him a bench player?
He's a better defender than Royce O'Neal. He's probably a better two-way player than Royce O'Neal.
I might be very unpopular. I wouldn't want Mikal on this team.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Mm-hmm. You are. That's fine. All right, we'll move on to the NFL because the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search continues on, and the Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli is set to make an in-person interview on Thursday. This is his second interview with the team. The first was not publicly reported.
Which is fascinating to me because we thought we had the list and clearly we didn't have the list, and it makes me wonder who else is on the list that we don't know about. You know, we all these names being reported, and we're like, I'm keeping a list, and I look at it and hear the names and everything, and obviously we don't know everybody who's on the list, and I wonder who else is there. I don't know.
A lot of times Italians know how to do things without being noticed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we know. Okay.
What's your excuse? Because I don't think there's anything you do that doesn't get noticed.
You just wore a hot pink jacket into the studio. You're hard to miss.
It's kind of like Sylvester Stallone in Tulsa. They sent me here. Yeah, and Stallone in Tulsa would be hard to miss.
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean?
The accents.
I mean, like, seriously. You walk into a bar in Tulsa and somebody who looks like Sylvester Stallone is sitting there, he's not exactly blending in.
99% of the Italians in New York go to Florida. I came here. 99% of them go to Florida.
And aren't we the lucky ones?
Feeling blessed on
Thank
this
you.
Wednesday.
That's the nicest thing you ever said to me.
Hashtag gratitude.
Yes. All right. And
shut up. I say nice things to you all the time.
Don't let him get your goat, Burnsy. You're better than that. All right, Jonathan Gannon is set to interview for the Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator opening. The Chargers are expected to hire Mike McDaniel as their OC. And Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen might have to undergo right foot surgery for an issue that he's been dealing with all season.
They said he had no say in the coaching decision. Like he wasn't even he was told, but he had no say in it.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen.
Well, I mean, I guess that kind of tracks in the sense that it doesn't, even if Josh Allen had said, no, I want to keep him, the lack of playoff success there just doomed Sean McDermott. I'll be curious to see which of these gigs Jonathan Gannon gets and how much he does he have to wait a little bit? Like, Raheem Morris is waiting for a head coaching opening. Our team's waiting on Raheem Morris as a defensive coordinator before Jonathan Gannon gets one of those gigs? I don't know. I don't know what the hierarchy is there.
Who would have thought Drew Petzing would have got a job as a coordinator before Gannon?
I swear to God, we never talked about that yesterday. I still think
I could do a whole segment
of
on
all the things that happened in the last 48 hours in Arizona sports, Drew Petzing getting the Lions OC job is one of the. Wait, what?
Okay, what do you got on him?
What
Drew,
happened?
what do you have on him? What do you got on the owner?
What happened?
What do you got on Campbell?
North.
Like Gannon getting a DC job,
Yeah,
I
makes sense.
get. Makes sense. Petzing getting
No
the Lions
sense.
OC just
Makes
like,
no
I don't
sense.
get that, but okay, all right.
If you're a Lions fan on the YouTube chat, tell me if you are happy that Petzing's your OC.
Or you can just walk down the hall to both Chris and Joe, who are both Lions fans.
When you
and ask
borrow his
them
pink
what they
jacket,
think.
right? Yeah, the next time you borrow Joe's pink jacket, ask him about that.
And some MLB news. The New York Yankees and outfielder Cody Bellinger are in agreement on a 5-year, $162.5 million contract.
Better than 7 years. Better than say you get off him at 35. Better than 7.
Yeah, much
You got him
better.
for 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and then he could go. I hate the contracts that take guys past 34, 35. I think they're always a waste of money. Like the Yankees are stuck with Giancarlo Stanton. Like it seems like forever. Cody Bellinger's a good player. He's a great defensive player, but I don't know. Like he's had so many up and down seasons to me. Like kind of resurrected himself with the Cubs, but then they got rid of him for nothing. They got rid of him for like nothing in the trade to the Yankees. I mean, 2017, he was incredible with the Dodgers, and he was an MVP. He won the MVP a year later, I think. He's a good player. It's just I was telling Bernsey, like these numbers are just insane. Like these numbers for these players are just it's insane. It's crazy.
Yeah, and Luis Robert Jr. now headed to New York. He will be the newest member of the Mets. That was
That's
in
a
trade
gamble.
with the White Sox late
That's
last
a gamble. Like 3 years ago, he was good. The last 2 years, he can't hit a baseball.
Yeah, he's been on the. It feels like he's been on the trade block or talked about being a name who could be traded for
He
the
was
last
linked to the
15
Mets
months.
too
Yeah,
last
right.
summer.
Yeah,
so
right. Yeah.
a popular name there. And in some NCAA news, both U of A and ASU men's basketball in action tonight. U of A will take on Cincinnati at 7 p.m. in the McHale
And
Center.
Kirk Risa.
Is he on
plays
Cincinnati?
for Cincinnati?
He's on
I'm
Cincinnati.
almost positive he plays for Cincinnati.
How does he still have years of eligibility?
Okay, I'm not 100% sure. I was almost positive he plays for Cincinnati.
I had no idea.
Oh, I
Kirk
don't know.
Risa.
Well, I don't
Laura,
know.
you're our college
I know.
basketball expert.
Cincinnati, my knowledge is limited.
Somebody look that up. I think Kirk Risa plays for Cincinnati.
Yeah, he does.
He does?
Yeah, he does.
How does he
I don't wanna get
still
that wrong.
have eligibility?
I don't know. How did Carson Beck play in a championship game when he graduated 3 years ago? Somebody asked him that question.
Yeah.
I graduated like 3
He's
years
like,
ago.
no, I am not taking classes.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
that's a good use of your time,
Gambo,
Carson.
I wasn't doubting you.
I
I'm
was
like,
doubting
I hadn't
myself
heard
with
that. Yeah,
you know
no.
when you say something and everybody looks at you like you're crazy? That's when you think you know, and then all of a sudden, okay, maybe I'm wrong because you're all looking at me when Lauren didn't even know. I'm like, maybe I got it wrong.
He's on Cincinnati.
Kirk Risa.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that one. And then ASU will take on West Virginia at 7. You can listen to that game right here on 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app.
They have a basketball program there?
At West Virginia?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant at ASU.
I was
I'm like,
teasing.
ooh,
I was
wow,
teasing.
No, I was teasing. West Virginia.
Oh.
No, the West Virginia head coach last year just got poached. He's now the new head coach in the Big Ten. So,
Oh, okay.
the more you know. Also, ASU unveiled new uniforms yesterday that will blend elements of James Harden's time at Arizona State with his new shoe deal. It is a black base in which Arizona State appears in a blocky front in maroon and is outlined with gold. The jersey number is then sandwiched by the school's name. The jerseys will be worn at a home game later this
And
year.
how much does he have to give to NIL for this?
Hey, you know what? If Indiana taught us anything, go find those sugar daddies out there. Go find those sugar daddies and those sugar.
find your James Harden.
Go find your John Rahm. Go find your Phil Mickelson. Go find your
oil tycoon.
Go find your Mark Cuban, who's going to write a big check and fund everything. I mean, if there's nothing we've learned from the Indiana experience, it helps. It helps a lot. So yeah, sure. However much James Harden donated to the program, fine.
Indiana still didn't have any 5-star players.
No, but we'll talk about this a little bit
4-star.
later. Their budget was still pretty significantly better than it was before.
They had a lot to play with.
Thank you, Mark Cuban. Yes, they did.
Yeah, and with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
All right, thanks, Lauren. We appreciate it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, who has been the latest casualty of the fight for minutes on the Phoenix Suns? Pretty clear after watching last night's game. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
We're tied up at 51, 135 to play. Jaylen Green finds a cutting Oso, who hammers it down.
Talking about a Suns win at the Sixers at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
I see these financial stories, and I always look at them, and I send them to my wife. Here's one guy, been a retirement planner for 17 years. Here are 18 the biggest mistakes people make, and one of them was not hiring a financial advisor. One of them was like trying to do it yourself, and he talks about just how much of a mistake that is, trying to do it yourself, because you could end up because mistakes can end up costing you a lot of money, and that was the whole purpose of the story. There's a lot of things that were in here, but one of them that they talked about was the mistakes that you can make, trying to do it yourself. So that's something why I recommend asset preservation, wealth, and tax. I said trying to do it alone. We'll often hear people that they don't have enough money to pay for a retirement planner, or that the retirement planning is a luxury for rich people. That's the biggest misconception. Personally, I think you can't afford not to have a retirement planner. It's why I tell you every day about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. Stuart Willis has done a great job helping me with my plan, and I highly recommend him to you to help you with your plan. Call for a free portfolio review right now at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho. And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company, Pure Talk.
Hey, it's Luke. Is the gap widening between Jordan Ott and the rest of the Coach of the Year candidates in the NBA? We'll be talking Suns tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Special hello to the audience in Chandler for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Hello,
Ciao
Chandler.
tutti.
Ciao tutti.
Hello to
Chandler.
all.
Well, especially Chandler.
Yes, Chandler.
Yes, Chandler. Hi, Chandler.
Home of Chelsea Gambo.
She lives in Otuki.
Yeah, but she went to school in Chandler High.
Oh, Chandler High. Of course,
Yeah, she went to
of course.
Chandler High.
It's just one game. Jaylen Green made his return last night, but it was very, very clear, not only in watching the game, but looking at the box score after the game, on who paid the price minutes-wise for the return of Jaylen Green. And it was one Ryan Dunn.
Ryan Dunn. What, 9 minutes?
9 minutes, averaging about, and I'm just spitballing this here, 18 or 19 minutes a game for the better part of the last month. Really the better part of the season, I think he's averaged about 18 minutes per game. He was down to 9 last night, and he was, I think, the guy who everybody else played between 20 and 34 minutes, except for him. Mark Williams played 18. We'll talk about him in a second.
Yeah.
So it was done.
I think, here's what I think. You mentioned it earlier, how deep this team is.
Mm-hmm.
And if Ryan Dunn is going to continue to struggle from three-point range and not shoot the ball very well, he shot it a little bit better this month than he has in the past. But he's got to shoot the three. He's got to shoot that corner three better to play. The problem with Ryan Dunn becomes a numbers issue. It's like on a bad team or a team that didn't have a lot. You take last year's team that didn't have a lot of young talent. You know, you got all these veterans. Like, okay, but now you've got a younger team now, right? Oso's playing, he's young. Gillespie's playing, he's young. Goodwin's playing, he's young. Fleming gets a little bit of minutes, he's young. So I look at this Jaylen Green is young, for goodness sakes. He's 23 years old, right? So you've got a pretty young team, and it's like on a bad team, Ryan Dunn could play a lot. I got nothing to lose, play him. On a good team, it's harder to get those minutes. It's harder for Ryan to get those minutes because Ryan has some deficiencies in his game. So I think that's one of the areas I look at with Ryan. Like, I like him. He's an NBA player. He's very good defensively. He does have to shoot the ball better. This month he's shooting 35% from three, which is much better than like his average last year was like 32. This year it's 31. But he, could he be the odd guy out? Sure. Why? Because there's a logjam of talented players like this.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, and I know the offense is what we always focus on with Ryan Dunn because it was such a deficiency when he was coming out of college. We had Kellen on earlier. He mentioned defensively he just hasn't been the same player this year that we kind of saw him be last year, and we grew accustomed to him being last year. And if he's not playing that at a high level, there's really nothing to converse about, right? Like I understand the three, I think, is always going to come and go for Ryan Dunn, and I don't know if he's ever really going to be able to. It's early in his career. I guess I shouldn't say never, but it's obviously an uphill battle and will continue to be so. But if he's not providing the kind of defense they want him to provide, then there's nothing to talk about. He's the one who's going to be at a minute strain, and it's just going to get worse in that Jaylen Green only played 20 last night.
And he's going to eventually play 30.
When he gets closer to 30, even if it's 27 or 28, that's 8 minutes he's going to be taken from somebody else. Now, maybe you siphon a couple off of Gillespie, a couple off of Goodwin.
Or you sit one guy.
Or you sit a guy and just don't play him at all.
And I think that's probably the better. Do you really want to take minutes away from Gillespie?
No, I really.
You want to take minutes away from Jordan Goodwin?
At this point, I'd almost rather take them away from Gillespie than Goodwin. He's been so good for them.
I almost think that it's better to just take who's one guy that's getting 17, 18, 19, and just take him away from him and give him to Jaylen. And that way you don't mess with the chemistry and the rotations. And, I think it's easier just to replace one guy.
That'd be Ryan Dunn.
Makes sense.
And then there's something else minutes-wise going on with this team, too. Mark Williams played 18. Oso Ighodaro played 29 last night. And it's just...
Mark was on a back-to-back.
He was.
Mark was on a back-to-back.
But I think you watch all these games, so do I.
Mm-hmm.
They play with a different kind of energy when Oso's out there.
Defensively, he could switch very well.
Things seem to flow a little bit better, I think, when Oso is out there. I agree with you about the second night of the back-to-back.
I think it was the back-to-back as to why he didn't. So he had a back-to-back on January 4th and 5th. On the 5th, he played 21 minutes. How many minutes did he play last night?
18.
So the second night of a back-to-back, Oklahoma City and Houston, he played 21. I think that was his first back-to-back because they had sat him. So this is only the second time, I believe, that he's played in a back-to-back, and I think that they want to be very careful with him not to play major minutes. So I don't think that this is a Oso's beat-out Mark Williams thing. I think it's a a management thing. Like, we're going to play you, but you're also not going to play 30 minutes in a game when you're on the second night of a back-to-back.
You might be right. You probably are right. I just think it's something worth watching.
Yeah.
Because I feel, and I don't have anything other than just kind of my own observations to lean on when it comes to this. I don't have any advanced numbers or any advanced stats. It feels like Oso Ighodaro has played better than Mark Williams has. It feels like they've played better when Oso is out there than when Mark Williams is on the floor. And it's nothing against Mark. He's still a young guy, too. He's still learning his way.
I don't have the numbers. I love the way Mark runs the floor. I really do. I love his offensive game. He's got good offensive game and touch. Oso's offensive game, he's that scoop, little scoop push shot that he's got. Oso struggles at the free throw line, really struggles there. I still think Mark's the better option, but nothing against Oso. Oso's played his ass off. He deserves a lot of credit to be getting the minutes he's getting. And part of it is defensively, he could guard anybody. You try to switch, off of a good defensive player to get on Oso. It's not an advantage. Oso can guard. So I think that's been a real plus for him.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you about the loudest hole in golf and how it could be calling your name, we're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, on Wolf and Luke, and on Burns and Gambo all this week. And when you hear the code word, text the code word to 620-620. You'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. Look at that. Zach Gallen is still on the market. Could he end up back with Arizona after all? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Murata mornings.
At one point in time, Kenny Dillingham had a real reverence for the Arizona Cardinals as well as ASU.
Kenny himself was asking for one big donor to stroke that $20 million check.
Mm-hmm.
But to be consistently successful in today's landscape, it's not just about one $20 million check. It's about an annual $20 million
That's it.
check. And I don't know how possible that is.
It's hard to do. So if you buy the idea that Kenny Dillingham is going to have a shelf life at ASU and you're going to lose him at some point, why not lose him to the local NFL team?
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about the attorneys at Berg Simpson and why, if you've ever been involved in an accident, I understand there's just so many choices out there, and you're thinking, how am I going to differentiate? How do I know? How do I know if this is better than that, if they're better than them? How do you know that Berg Simpson is the best team to represent you? Berg Simpson has over 24 lawyers that are named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. Berg Simpson has over 12 lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication. Berg Simpson is listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. There's just a different level of seriousness. I'm not exactly sure what the right word is for it, but certainly pedigree is another one of those words as well, that with Berg Simpson, you're getting that when you hire them. If you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technology surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Cardinals continue their search for the next head coach, a new name has entered the fray, although that might be slightly contradictory. Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli is set to make an interview in person on Thursday. Per the reporting, this is actually his second interview with the team. That first interview was not publicly reported. You can read more about Campanelli and the latest with the Cardinals' search for their next head coach right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And while you're there, you can check out 3 new schedules for the upcoming 2026 seasons, that being Arizona State football, Arizona football, and Phoenix Mercury women's basketball. We've also got a triple header of college hoops tonight. We start in Tucson, where the #1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten against Cincinnati. Tip-off for that game is at 7. Also at 7, Arizona State hosts West Virginia. That is at Desert Financial Arena. You can hear coverage of that game starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And then Grand Canyon will host San Diego State down in Phoenix. I say down in Phoenix. Well, I guess technically we're north. Where we are. I can't tell you where we are, though. Tip-off is at 9 for that game. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye for the Suns and Gambo. Visit teameye.com and schedule your free evaluation today.
LSU men's basketball hosts the West Virginia Mountaineers. Listen tonight at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So there's a no doubt it's my life song.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All
It's just
right.
the way you were singing it. It sounded like the Bon Jovi.
I don't know
version
what
of it.
comes after. It's my life. Da-na-na-na-na. I don't know what the words were, but okay.
Don't you forget, Gambo. It's my life. Don't you forget. It never ends.
The static is cleared up now.
Static, I can put my headphones in.
Yeah, me too.
When the static comes, I have to take my
That's
headphones
why
out.
I was screaming. Sorry.
We appreciate our audience being patient with us as we know it's annoying. Trust me, we're all working on solutions to the problem. We just haven't found any yet, so we're working on it. Zach Gallen, boy, pitchers and catchers report not that long from now. Zach Gallen is still, I don't know. I read a story about this over the weekend, and it was from Ken Rosenthal, and he was kind of asking the same question, like what's going on with the Zach Gallen market. And one executive granted anonymity for his candor, said Gallen might suffer from being one of the least attractive free agents among those who rejected qualifying offers. So because he was given the qualifying offer and because he rejected it, there is now draft pick compensation that is owed by whichever team that signs him.
Right.
And it's being suggested, at least by one anonymous executive, the part of the reason why Gallen hasn't signed yet is that teams, they like him, but they're not.
They don't want to give up the draft
compensation. They're not in a hot rush to
compensation.
give up a draft pick to sign him. You know, and even if it's under $50 million,
now you're not giving up the compensatory first-round pick.
But you're still giving up a pick, right?
Yeah.
Like you're still, I think it's like number 75 overall or something like that. And that decision might be hindering his market a little bit. It might be causing a little bit of a holdup.
It's amazing how going into the year, coming off of a 14-6 record with a 3.65 ERA in 2024, coming off of the World Series year in 23, when he threw 210 innings, like just how much value he lost in having a down year. Now, I thought that he salvaged it in the last 10 games. I thought that he salvaged it by pitching very well down the stretch, but obviously that's not the case right now. I wonder if somebody's just going to take a one-year fly. I wonder if he's going to get a Jordan Montgomery type of contract. I'll give you a 2-year contract for $50 million, and you got an opt-out after 1 year. If you pitch well, you can opt out. If you don't pitch well, you could stick it to us for $25 million or something like that. I'm a little surprised. I thought Gallen would get a bigger contract. You know? I thought and I said to you, I thought the average annual value would be very similar to what Merrill Kelly got, but I thought Gallen would get 2 more years. I thought he'd get a 4-year deal, not a 2-year deal, which the Diamondbacks didn't want to do. But if it comes down to it, you do wonder now if he's just better off taking a 1-year. He's only 30 years old. If Zach Gallen goes out there at 30 years old, pitches his ass off for some team, bounces back, has a good year, he'll hit free agency next year, and as long as there's not a lockout, he'll be able to cash in on a bigger contract.
The Athletics' Tim Britton, and this is from the same Rosenthal story that I saw over the weekend. The Athletics' Tim Britton projected Zach Gallen to receive a 2-year, $42 million contract, which is in line with the annual average value that you're talking about.
21, 22
but is
million a
only
year.
2 years,
That's
and is
crazy.
very similar to what Merrill Kelly got. And I think, look, I understand. I understand there's a budget and they're working with it. I think there's at least an argument to be made for the Diamondbacks to kick the tires on signing Zach Gallen back.
I would.
On a 2-year deal with a 1-year opt-out, because I think
Why not?
the benefits are insane if you're the Diamondbacks. You basically buy yourself an insurance policy when it comes to Corbin Burns, and when he comes back and you don't feel like you're necessarily rushed to bring him back. If he does come back and he pitches well, you could always trade Gallen at the deadline if you wanted to a contending team.
And out of the 3 worst pitchers, you could eliminate one.
And
whether it's Fott or Erod or Soroka, you could you're not pitching.
Yeah.
I got Gallen.
Or you could move Soroka to the pen to address
Which he's done before.
2 birds with one stone,
Yeah.
because your pen needs another body down there, and suddenly at least it's a more well-rounded looking bullpen. Look, it's not my money. I love telling the Diamondbacks how to spend their money. I love telling them how to spend their money. I think there's a lot of value in bringing back. If we've gotten to the point where the market is like this, and that's what we're really talking about. If Zach's going to sign one of those Scott Boras 1-year, I think they call
Jordan
it
Montgomery contract.
like a pillow deal. I think
Yeah.
that's the phrase for it in the industry. I think they call it a pillow deal. Then yeah, go re-sign him. Go re-sign him and check somebody.
He's a good Diamondback player. It's a good Diamondback. I've always liked He just had a down year. Now, we had him on last year in spring training, and one of the big things was, like, how do you not let this is the first time in your life you're going to be a free agent. You're in line to make a lot of money if you pitch well. How does that not affect you? And, And he talked about it. He openly talked about it
Yes.
with us. And, like, the important thing is that when I go between the lines, I got to not think about it. But I think he said, like, it's hard not to think about it.
Oh, he said, I think about it. He goes,
I think about it,
I
right.
don't think about it when I'm pitching. But if I were going to sit here and say and tell you that I don't think about it when I'm not, I'd be lying to you. Of course I think about it.
Yeah.
I absolutely think about it.
Yeah, because if you like,
It's
hey,
your
if I
future,
pitch well, I'm
it's
gonna
your
have
life.
$100 million.
Yeah.
Okay, what can we do with that money? Life changing, like altering type of money. But he just didn't pitch well enough. But I thought, I'm gonna go look at the numbers at the end of the season. I thought that, like, okay, in August he had a 2.57 ERA. In August. 2.57. Now, he had two bad starts in September, so he had a 4.20 ERA in September. But the July starts against the Dodgers, the Reds, the Indians, the Rangers, good teams, he had a 2.57 ERA. He pitched so well.
Yeah, he did. And then until you get Corbin Burns back, I don't have the benefits sell themselves, right? Like, until you get Corbin Burns back, it puts Soroka in the bullpen. He's an expensive bullpen arm. I admit it. It's $7.5 million. That's not cheap, but it moves him to the bullpen. It moves Fott and Erod down to 4 and 5, where they're still going to pitch, obviously, but you could move some things around
Nelson,
a little bit.
3, so
off
Gallen,
days.
Kelly 1, 2, Nelson 3, Erod and Fott 4, 5. Basically the same as last year until Burns comes back.
Honestly, if you did that, given Loaisiga and what you've done with the bullpen, there wouldn't be that much left for you to do other than try to get Paul
First base.
Goldschmidt on the cheap, right?
Yeah, right-handed hitting first
Really, that
baseman.
would be all that's left. And then I think you could go to spring training, maybe, not the Dodgers, but you could go to spring training with a team that I think you feel pretty good about, knowing that at some point during the season, you're going to get back Corbin Burns, A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Like, knowing at some point they're going to come walking through that door. If the whole goal is to just kind of survive until that happens, re-signing Zach Allen on a one-year deal would be a big step, I think, towards meeting that goal.
I'm not opposed to it at all.
Yeah.
Now, you couldn't give Gallen 4 years and $100 million.
2-year deal.
But a 2-year deal with an opt-out after one?
Yeah.
That could work.
Yeah.
Nobody ever thought that was a possibility. Nope. But it might be now.
The loudest hole in golf could be calling your name, and we're giving you the chance to win Greenskeeper tickets to the WM Phoenix Open. Listen for the code word on Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, or Burns and Gambo this week. When you hear it, text it to 620-620, and you could win tickets to the greatest show on grass, which is coming up real soon. A paradigm shift in college football. What is this, the Wolf and Luke show, talking about paradigm shifts? That's next here on Arizona Sports. So we'll explain it next on Burns and Gambo.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Scotty. Scotty.
Text the word
Scotty
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves. Right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building.
one resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, let's get an update on our social media poll question of the day. Here is Lauren, and it's a question about the Arizona Cardinals head coaching search. Take it away.
All right, well, we're asking just that. So we've narrowed it down in our poll questions from who do you think's going to be hired, who do you want. Now we're asking, when do you think it's going to happen?
So we're covering the who, what, when, where, why, and how.
Yeah, we're going through our journalistic abilities.
I like it, yeah.
Big questions
Paula
here.
Bovin would be proud. Yes.
Paula
would be proud.
Thank
We're
you,
at the
Paula.
Cronkite School. She'd be proud of this.
Yes. So we're asking, when will the Arizona Cardinals hire their next head coach? Will it be this week, next week, the week of the Super Bowl, or after the Super Bowl?
Which Super Bowl? Next week. I'm going to go next week.
There is part of me that wants to say this week just because I'm intrigued by this Jacksonville defensive coordinator and how quickly it seems like he's risen up the charts with his second interview. Like, if it's him, it could be potentially tomorrow or Friday, if it's him. But I'll go next week because my dark fear is that it's gonna be Vance Joseph, and when they lose this weekend, that Vance Joseph can be hired, and it's gonna be him. So I'll go with next week. Yeah,
I got next week too.
All right. Well, after the Super Bowl is still leading the way with 48% of the vote, 26% going with next week, 18% going with this week, and 8% going with the week of the Super Bowl.
And I don't mean to be so down on Mitch's Broncos. I really, really don't. But after the Super Bowl seems to me almost a better option because you're getting one of the Rams' two coaches.
Yeah.
You're getting Clint Kubiak. You know, like you're getting somebody that feels like more of a breath of. This is just me talking. I know you're a fan of Vance Joseph getting the job, and I mean no disrespect to that. But those other guys feel like
I'm
more
not
of
opposed to it. I'm not opposed to Vance
Okay.
getting a job.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not saying that's my home run hire. It's
Okay.
I'm not opposed to it.
And I'm opposed to it.
Yeah.
I'm opposed to it. I just hiring somebody after the Super Bowl means you probably got one of those guys instead of Vance Joseph. So I think that'd be worth the wait. You know?
Want to hear something crazy?
Always.
I saw that Doan was trending.
Oh,
yeah.
Josh Doan signed a 7-year contract, averaging $7 million a year.
While you were modeling your jacket, we discussed this.
during
Josh Doan just got $49 million.
We were talking about it off the air during a commercial break.
Donor's kid. Congratulations.
Good for him. Yeah.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah.
Sabres signed him to a 7-year contract.
7 years, $7 million a year goes a long way in upstate New York. Goes a long way in upstate New York. You can live very well up in upstate New York at $7 million.
Buffalo's kind of like Canada.
Yeah,
Close enough.
but even if you had like a house a little more on the eastern side of upstate, it's beautiful. Like the Ithaca area up there. Oh my God, I love it up there. Absolutely love it up there. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. At Burns and Gambo, one word is where you can find it. A paradigm shift is defined by the Merriam-Webster Online Dictionary as an important change that happens when the usual way of thinking about or doing something is replaced by a new and different way. That is a paradigm shift. So after Kurt Signetti said that he was going to go have a beer.
Finally, how are you going to celebrate, Coach?
I'm going to have a beer. I'm going to have a beer.
Okay.
He then went on to say that he thought Indiana's win represents what could be a paradigm shift.
So it's kind of like every time we change political parties in charge, that's a paradigm shift from Democrats or Republican to Democrats or Republican. That's a paradigm shift?
No. A paradigm shift would be like for 15 years, I have prepped for the show this one way. And now I have found a brand new way of doing it, and it's way better. And I'm going to
fill me in?
And I'm going to do it that way instead of the old way that I've been doing it for the last 15 years.
I think
that's a paradigm shift.
Listen, take nothing away from Indiana. It's one of the greatest seasons ever. They'll do a movie on this season. You can never take it away. Fernando Mendoza was incredible. That whole team was incredible. Signetti is worth every penny they gave him. I saw something with Paul Feinbaum was kind of ripping the extension for Kurt Signetti, saying it's not worth it. Did you guys see that?
No, I didn't see it. No.
They were
But
playing
I
it
don't
on
doubt that he
ESPN
said
the other
it.
day.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
I just have a hard time believing that this could be the norm for other programs in college football. I have a hard time believing that. Like, this is a crazy little, the SEC hasn't won it in 3 years, and the Big Ten has, and I get it. But I have a hard time believing that other programs can now replicate what Indiana did. Now, you were going to try, right? I mean, if you're a program and you've struggled for years, you're going to look at Indiana and you're going to say, okay, here's a blueprint right here. Here's what they did. They hired this very successful coach at this level. They brought him over. He brought his players over. But it didn't work with Colorado and Deion Sanders.
No.
So I just, and as many times it doesn't work. I just don't know that this could you could try to duplicate it, but I just think it's almost impossible.
I have to hope you're wrong, because I think the hopes of ASU eventually being in Indiana require you being wrong, right? Like if you're right, then Kenny Dillingham can't win a national championship at ASU. He can't. Because for him to win a national championship at ASU, it would require Indiana being kind of the model.
ASU was so much better.
Okay, but Indiana's in so much a tougher of a conference.
Okay,
I think that you could argue that what Indiana did
is more impressive,
is tougher than ASU winning a national championship. They came out of the Big Ten, where the monsters live, right? And they slayed all of them. Ohio State, and they slayed Oregon twice.
The Mind Flayer and the Demogorgons.
Exactly. I understand what you're saying, and I'm certainly not sitting here saying that it's going to happen every year, or that Indiana winning the national championship is going to be the new norm, and that next year it's going to be Texas Tech, and then the year after that it's going to be Georgia Tech, and then the year after that it's going to, you know what I mean? It's not going to happen all the time, but it can happen, and it happened in a dominant fashion. They blew out damn near everybody they played. They were clearly the best team in college football all year long.
Yes.
They did it without a squad filled with 4- or 5-star recruits.
No.
You've pointed that many times. What they've done is they've taken advantage of the 3 new rules in college football: NIL and the ability to pay dudes money, the transfer portal and the ability to rebuild your team on the fly and to find the right guys who are willing to play the right way. Kenny's been very good at that at ASU. And then number 3, the expanded playoffs that gave them a chance, right? And they wouldn't have needed
They
it
would
this
have
year.
been in the
I know.
BCS National Championship if it was a 1 or 2.
They would have, but
they would have been in it.
Look at Ole Miss's run. It never would have happened without an expanded playoff. Look at Miami's run. Never would have happened without
they were
an
what, the
expanded
10
playoffs.
seed?
Even ASU's run, they would have been in the top 4, but it changes the dynamic. I think what it proves to me is that, and I joked about this earlier, if you've got a sugar daddy Mark Cuban type who's willing to write big checks to fund things. You know, Indiana's football budget is at $61 million right now. I think it's tripled over the last 3 years. And they might not be buying a bunch of 5-star recruits with that, but that money matters. That money helps. That money makes a difference, right? And so I think it just goes to show that it's not – the whole sport of college football is kind of wired against the little guy. And it's built for the blue bloods. Indiana proves that it doesn't have to be like that every year. It doesn't always have to be like that.
I'm curious here. If I said to you over the next 10 years,
okay,
do you think another program that's not a blue blood will win a national championship?
I would take that bet.
You would take that bet?
I would take that bet.
Okay, but blue bloods. So that's Ohio State, Michigan, Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Oregon. I'm going to put Oregon in there. Blue bloods.
Yeah.
I
would
would
take
say
that
you
bet.
think that one will.
I would and obviously you don't. You don't believe that's
I just think this is one of the. It's almost like the movie Hoosiers, right? That happened in the 50s. That team, that was such I think there are oddities in sports, and it doesn't take anything away from the accomplishment. It makes it even greater that a team can do something like that. The miracle on ice. Incredible, right? But we didn't win it again. A bunch of amateurs aren't going to go beat Russia again. It wasn't going to happen. Like that next group that they came with was, I think, the Pat LaFontaine group. And that team wasn't going to, I think that there are times when you have these incredible moments, but I don't think that they can become the norm. I just don't think that they can become the norm.
Here's the number I was looking for. Over the last 4 years, Indiana's football budget has more than doubled. They were under $24 million in 2021. They're over $61 million last year.
It makes a big difference, right?
It helps.
Okay.
It helps.
It helps.
And so stuff like that matters. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, we turn our attention back to the Arizona Cardinals coaching search and the new name that has risen on the charts. We'll tell you who it is and what he's about next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
There's no gimmicks here. There's nothing you have to purchase. But Lifeguard Imaging wants to offer you a free complimentary coronary artery and heart scan. Early detection saves lives. This is a $600 value. It's $1 million machine to go get yourself scanned. Look, we can't change our parents, no matter how well you eat, no matter how well you sleep, no matter how much you stay in shape. There are things that are hereditary that you can't control because it's what your parents gave you. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer scans for the heart, the lungs, the chest, the abdomen, the pelvis, the colon. And for you right now, you've got to realize 1 in 2 men are going to be diagnosed with cancer. 1 in 3 women are going to be diagnosed with cancer. That's 40% of us be diagnosed with cancer. Most of us are not going to find out until it's too late, which is why Lifeguard Imaging exists, to catch things in advance. Because most of the time you find out way too late. So it can help you in many ways and maybe even help you prevent a heart attack, a stroke, a heart disease. If you're interested in this free scan, call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-562-3902 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different.
Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. As the Cardinals continue their search for the next head coach of the franchise, a new name has entered the fray, although that is slightly contradictory. Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli set to make an in-person interview on Thursday. And per the reporting, this will actually be his second interview with the Cardinals. That first interview was not publicly reported. You can read more about Campanelli and the latest with the Cardinals' search for the next head man right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. While you're there, check out 3 new schedules for the upcoming 2026 seasons. Those schedules apply to the Arizona State and Arizona football teams, as well as the Phoenix Mercury WNBA team. We've also got a triple header of college hoops tonight. We'll start in Tucson, where the #1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten against Cincinnati. Tip-off will be at 7. Also at 7, Arizona State will host West Virginia at Desert Financial Arena. You can hear coverage of that game starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And then coming up later tonight, Grand Canyon will host San Diego State. That one is in Phoenix. Tip-off is at 9. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. So schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra. Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanile will take part in a second interview in person for the Cardinals head coaching vacancy. ESPN front office insider Bobby Marks says the Suns should be careful around the trade deadline. And the Big 12 released the 2026 football schedules for ASU and Arizona. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm David Veenstra.
5 o'clock hour on the Burns and Gambo show, and it was Ian Rappaport who caught all of our attention earlier today when he tweeted out the Arizona Cardinals are bringing in Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanile for a second in-person interview tomorrow for head coach. Sources say he is flying in tonight. Jacksonville's emergence was spurred in part by Campanile's unit. Number 1 against the run, Arizona gets another look. Noteworthy for 2 reasons. Number 1, nobody knew they talked to Campanile the first time, so it's like, oh, wait, he's on the list. And number 2, I mean, it at least has the potential of you bring a guy in for a second interview, and if you love him, if you think he's the guy, and you walk, like if he walks out of the room and Michael looks at Monty and Monty looks at Michael and says,
"This is the
guy,"
then hire him. Okay. What you don't like about him is only 1 year as a defensive coordinator. That's it. So there is a lack of experience. What you do like about him is he sounds like the type of guy that he's a leader. You will run through a wall for this guy. Like, this guy is fired up. Gannon was very on the sidelines. What I would say, stoic. How would you not?
Stoic is the word. Stoic. Yes, that is the word.
Gannon on the sidelines, not very emotional. You never really. He was almost like Signetti in some ways. Like this guy is going to get fired. He's got a little Bobby Hurley in him in the way he goes about it. No, what I liked about him, too, and doing a little background on him, he coached offensive for in college, he coached offense for 3 years. So he's a defensive guy. But if you look at his resume from 2013 to 15, he coached tight ends and wide receivers at Rutgers. So he does have some offensive experience as well. The Jaguars defense was terrific. He was the Dolphins linebackers coach when that, I don't want to say infamous, but when that rant with him just losing his mind that you played earlier, that's when he was
I'm going to play it here in a minute. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah, he left Miami. He joined the Packers to work with Hafley. And, and Hafley previously said that this guy's a star. So if you think this is the right guy, then get him. Go ahead, grab him.
Yeah, when he was with the Packers, they were 23rd ranked in run defense. He turned them into the 3rd ranked run defense in the NFL as the run game defensive coordinator. And I agree with you about the 1 year as a DC thing. It's a big red flag. He took the 27th ranked Jags defense in 1 year, and he made them the 8th ranked defense in the NFL in 1 year. Yards per game, they were 11th. They were one of just 8 NFL teams to allow less than 20 points per game. He did also interview with the Baltimore Ravens. I mean, so there is a little bit of you hate to say it, but you do kind of want to know, what other teams were interested in him, who else was talking to him, and it's at least noteworthy that the Ravens spoke to him. The Ravens also spoke to Vance Joseph and others. Vance spoke with others as well. They forced the 2nd most turnovers in football while leading the NFL in run defense. Lauren, Mitch, I'm going to have you guys play the Campanile rant. My computer's a little frozen on one side here. This is what Gambo was talking about from Hard Knocks a couple of years ago. This is the guy the Cardinals could be interviewing.
Go out there and honor the people you love. Play as hard as you can. Attack the ball like it's some guy running down the street or your mother, your father. I don't know who my kids, whatever. That would make me out of my mind. There ain't no way that guy's getting away from me. And there certainly ain't anybody getting in my path to block me, to stop me from bringing them back in my life. That ain't gonna happen. Okay? But if you treat it like that all the time, you practice like that, you commit to practicing like that with each other, you're unstoppable. Don't know who the is going to stop you from doing what you want to do.
So he's an Italian, just so you know. When you talk like sister, brother, mother, father.
You don't say.
He's an Italian guy from northern New Jersey.
The name Campanile wasn't the first giveaway.
He's got a brother, Nunzio. He's got a brother, Nicky. So this is most very passionate, very passionate. There's a lot of,
Clearly.
most Italians are very passionate. And you speak loud, and people think you're yelling. You're not yelling. You're just speaking loud. My wife says to me all the time, why are you yelling? I'm not yelling. I just talk loud. I'm not yelling. If I yell, you'll know I'm yelling. I'm just talking loud.
That's why I turn my headphones down to 1 when we do the show together, because
right.
you're very loud.
I'm very loud.
Very loud, yes.
So he's a football guy. His family's, his dad was a coach. His brothers, everybody's a coach. He has some NFL experience, Miami, and then obviously with Jacksonville as the DC. He doesn't have a lot of experience,
right.
So you'd be taking a little bit of a risk there. He's only defensive coordinator for 1 year, but the proof is in the pudding. That defense was fantastic. And look, you're not paying this guy. You wouldn't be paying this guy a lot of money as a first-time head coach. So, you'd probably get him a lot cheaper than you would anybody else, which, again, I don't mind that at all. If you get the right guy, you get the right guy.
Yeah, and somebody, I think it was Teo Mackey on Twitter who also pointed out, I mean, he has, if you look at his stops, like he's worked with Liam Cohen, good offensive mind.
Yes.
He's worked with
Cohen hired him.
He's worked with LaFleur in Green Bay, good offensive mind. He worked with Mike McDaniel in Miami, good offensive mind. And if you're trying to connect dots, you're trying to at least theorize that, okay, maybe he knows some good offensive coaches and guys that he would say, my offensive coordinator would be this guy. I'd hire this guy because when I coached with him at this stop, he was really good. He knows what he's doing, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying he's the right guy. He clearly kind of like we've been looking at the list so long, it's probably grown a little stale to us, because we've just been looking at the same names over and over. And every now and then a new name would get added, like a Joe Brady or something like that. This guy, he's different. He runs hot. It's certainly a departure from the stoic Jonathan Gannon on the sideline.
Have we ever had a coach that ran hot like that in this market? Don't say BA, because BA was not like this.
Did Denny Green run hot?
When he was mad, but I don't think on a regular basis he ran hot.
Okay.
This is Dan Campbell-like, right? This guy's more like Dan Campbell.
And that's.
I'm trying to think out of all the coaches we have had here, did we? Oh, you know who ran hot? Tocchet. Rick Tocchet ran hot.
Okay,
but there's another Italian. Who else ran hot? Did the Diamondbacks ever have anybody? No. Ran hot? Did Showalter run hot?
Trying to think of. Nah, he was. No,
just an idiot.
He didn't run hot. He was just
an idiot.
He was. He was kind of. He was just perpetually grumpy. He was mad at the
world.
He was mad at the world. He was always just.
He was mad when the
mad at the
ketchup
world.
Was turned the opposite direction of the mustard. I'm serious. It's one of those guys. He had OCD.
There were times when D'Antoni ran hot a little bit. Like when he got mad, he got mad.
Can we stop stereotyping the Italians as being the guys that run hot? Can we have somebody?
I'm not trying to stereotype anybody.
Or a GM?
A GM who ran hot.
I guess we haven't had a lot of guys that ran hot.
We haven't had a lot. We haven't had a lot.
This would be kind of new.
And the Dan Campbell comp is in, and I'm not saying he's going to be Dan Campbell, but the first time Dan Campbell met the media in Detroit, it was like, whoa, who's this guy? Who is this guy? And he clearly has brought a new level of accountability to that organization. I don't know if this guy's going to get the job or not. I think it's noteworthy on a couple of levels. Number one, it's noteworthy because the Cardinals clearly have not been very public about who's on their list, and this guy snuck under the radar. Nobody had previously reported that he even had one interview, let alone coming in for a second. And number two, when you come in for a second,
you're close to being hired if you do well.
They like you. They like you a lot if they want you to come in for a second. If they love you and they're willing to hire you and not wait for a face-to-face with Mike LaFleur
would it be a mistake?
Face-to-face with Vance Joseph.
Would it be a mistake to not wait with the coaches that are out there right now on these other teams? Would it be a mistake?
Unless you thought Campanelli was going to get hired by somebody else, no, it would not be a mistake. It probably benefits you to have a second conversation with a few others just to be sure. But if you think someone's going to hire Campanelli from under your nose and you love him, you know what? No. If you love him, if you know he's the guy, he walks out of the room and like, yeah, that's the guy. That is absolutely the guy. Hire him. Don't wait. Hire him. You agree? Disagree?
If it's the right girl, marry her, right?
I did.
If the right girl, it's the right girl.
I did. You did.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. We did.
She kind of told me I had to marry her, but no, I'm
All right, they're making me say this.
Go ahead.
Hear ye, good people. The 38th annual Arizona Renaissance Festival storms back into Arizona on January 31st.
Okay.
Joust on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all of the royal details and your chance to win tickets.
It's fine.
Okay.
The Renaissance Festival. Let's go.
Thank you. What did yesterday's Suns win mean, knowing that Jaylen Green was back and is going to be back for a while? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morada mornings.
Anybody here been to Alcatraz Island? Well, they do tours, obviously, from San Francisco to Alcatraz. And a tourist got off the boat yesterday and went up to one of the workers and said, "You're not going to believe this. There's a coyote swimming across the bay." The coyote did land on Alcatraz Island, swam 1.25 miles in 50-degree, choppy ocean water.
The sharks just taking the day off.
That's it. That's my point. The coyote didn't even know the danger lurking beneath him.
The coyotes finally beat the sharks.
Bickley and Morada, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union and all of the benefits that come with being a member at Global Credit Union. And there are so many, sometimes it's hard to know where to start. Everything these days seems to have some kind of a fee attached to it. There's a delivery fee, there's a service fee, there's a convenience fee, there's a this fee, there's a that fee. At Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees. That is the reason why people save so much money when it comes to doing their banking at Global Credit Union. Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, or whatever. Global members enjoy no fee checking, no fee savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over their account balance. You can always reach a live person based in the U.S. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any of your questions. You can get access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance, and on and on and on and on. There is no reason for you not to explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
This is the one the world waits for. Be part of the excitement at Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions. January 17th through 25th at Westworld. There's entertainment for the whole family. Save with advanced tickets today at barrett-jackson.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morse Hall,
Premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hair volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
ASU men's basketball hosts the West Virginia Mountaineers. Listen tonight at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Shout out for our audience in Maryvale for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We appreciate everybody out in Maryvale listening to the Burns and Gambo show. Last night, Suns basketball, they got the win against the Philadelphia 76ers. Jaylen Green made his return after 33 games missed due to a right hamstring injury. Looked good. There's a long way to go. We only played about 20 minutes or so. But then you zoom out and you look at a team that is fully healthy for the first time this year, that's got incredible depth going for them right now. They're 3-1 on 3-2. I think I finally got it right. 3-2 on the road trip with a chance to make it a 4-2 trip with a win in Atlanta on Friday. 10 games over 500 since the end of Frank Vogel's one and only season with the
Phoenix Suns are 10 games over 500. There was a point yesterday before the Lakers game. I looked at the standings. The Suns were in fifth.
They were. Until the Lakers won,
they were in fifth place.
They were in fifth place for just a brief moment. Yeah. Yeah, it's
there's so much to, I don't even want to say like, there's so much to love about what's going on here. And I hope they stick to the plan. They don't do anything crazy. But what I look at is I look at a team 10 games over, and it's not even February. I look at a team that's not only got a great home record of 14-5, but somehow have a winning record on the road. 13-12 on the road. Winning record on the road. Mm-hmm. I love the 10-game blocks. You know I like the 10-game blocks. And here's what I've got so far in the 10-game blocks. 5-5, 7-3, 5-5, 7-3. So far, 3-1.
Okay.
So we are in the fifth block, which will get us to 50 games played. And they have not had a block with a losing record. 5-5, 7-3, 5-5, 7-3, 3-1 right now, with a chance based on the schedule, because the toughest parts are over, is that like this could end up being another one of those really good blocks. This could be another 7-3 block possibly, with Green back in the teams that they're playing. So I really like the way, if I look at it, you break it down by 10 games, I like where they are right now. And also Devin Booker's 9-1 against Tyrese Maxey. 9-1. There you go. Take that, Tyrese.
I like all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I like, too, is I'll use a game like last night as a perfect example. That was a messy basketball game. They didn't play great at all. Nope. They had 22 turnovers. Philly had 28 points off of those 22 turnovers. Dylan Brooks continues to make questionable basketball decisions at times. Like, I mean, I'm actually, I hate to spoil the party or anything, getting a little concerned about how things are starting to get.
3 of his last 4 games have been really rough.
Things are getting a little loose with Dylan Brooks, right? Like he doesn't look to pass. He's very stubborn in looking for his shot. I do think that could hurt them if he doesn't look to pass a little bit more. I don't know if there's any changing him, but they were able, Devin Booker hasn't really looked or felt like Devin Booker all season long, right? Like he's just not shooting well. He runs the team well. He had 6 turnovers last night. He was a big part of kind of the mess.
They had, in the final 9 minutes of that basketball game, after the alley-oop from Royce O'Neal and Mark Williams put them up by 17, that's as bad as I've seen them play in a stretch like that.
Yeah.
They missed 14 shots. They made 4. They turned the ball over 6 times, 2 by Book, 2 by Green. It was just bad basketball. Like, they played really poorly, and it's just like almost like they were trying to give the game away. I'm surprised Philly didn't take the game. They could have, because the Suns were playing so poorly.
But they won.
Yeah.
And all of those this and that, and Devin Booker this, and Dylan Brooks that, and
they won ugly.
They won. And I think because at their core, they're a good basketball team. And good basketball teams just find a way to win games like that, even though when they're not firing on all cylinders and they're not doing everything perfectly and all of that thing. And so
if
now
Devin Booker was shooting the 3 at a respectable level, this team would be lethal.
Yeah.
If he could just find his shot.
I know.
I just hate when he shoots the three now. I almost don't want him to shoot it, but God, he's got to find it. He's got to find it because he's just not a very good three-point shooter.
And I still think even though he had the turnovers last night, even though he's not shooting well, to your point, I still think when he's on the floor, he brings a certain calmness to the offense, right? Like it just feels like it runs and flows the way it's supposed to, and he obviously has a lot of gravity. And I
haven't thought about that, but okay, go ahead.
There was even a moment last night where that mid-range shot that he hit to put him up 9 with like 2.5 minutes to go. Big basket, and he didn't draw a double team. And I think in part because Allen and Jaylen Green were on the floor with him.
Jaylen drew double teams.
And there was very much we're not leaving our guy to go cover Devin Booker, which should, in theory, lead to better shots for him. What was your thought about Devin Booker?
I think you were talking about, bringing the ball up, right? You were just talking about
just running not necessarily bringing the offense, just running the offense when they're in their half-court sets.
Colin Gillespie's your point guard, so I don't want to just say I love when Colin, because I think when Colin has the ball, you've got a real true point guard. I have a lot of confidence in Grayson Allen's ability to bring the ball up and make the right decision and make the smart decision. I really do. I like the ball in Grayson Allen's hands. And I think there were portions in that game last night where they decided, okay, we're turning the ball over too much. We're making too many mistakes. Give the ball to Grayson Allen and let him just initiate the offense. Because Grayson is a very high IQ basketball player. He does a good job. So I like it when things get a little funky on them, that they give the ball to Grayson to kind of calm everything down.
Yeah, I think Grayson, it's easy to have a lot of trust in him. So, one more game on the road trip. And now, you look at the standings and you see Jimmy Butler's out for the rest of the season. You presume Golden State's going to kind of fall apart. The Clippers have played really, really well, but the Suns have a lot of distance on the LA Clippers in all of this. And they really are playing very well as of late, but the Suns have just opened up. I'm not going to say at this point it'd be a disappointment if they don't finish with one of the top 6 seeds, but they're certainly trending towards them battling the Lakers and maybe even Minnesota for the ability to stay out of the play-in. Can you imagine? I mean, look, just making the play-in tournament would be a huge win for this organization, given the low expectations at the start of the season. If they can avoid the play-in tournament altogether and finish 6th in the Western Conference, what an accomplishment that would be. I mean, it would be almost
you guarantee yourself at least 2 home playoff games.
Yes, sir.
Guarantee 2 home playoff games if you...
And who would have thought that?
Maybe you get 3, who knows? And, I think the question is, are they a dangerous team in the playoffs? And I want to see how they play with Jaylen Green before I would... I don't want to say that now. I don't want to say that. But I do think when, after watching Jaylen Green play for a little while, we might have a better understanding if they could be a dangerous team.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the future for the Arizona Cardinals, what does the future hold? And is there any optimism about their direction? That's coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Why does he have to start right out of the gate? Why is all right, Jaylen, you're back while you're starting and everybody else's minutes are disrupted? And on some level, that shows okay, we can't do this without you, Jaylen. Whereas this, to me, shows we easy enough the bench, 20 minutes. He was impactful. He had 12 points. He had never come off the bench in an NBA game to start a game, and he's good with it. I think it just says a lot about the chemistry and the culture of this team.
Listen, Jaylen Green is wildly talented and worthy of being a starter for the Phoenix Suns.
And he will be a starter.
Yeah, and he will be for the Phoenix Suns. Ron Wolfley reporting this time.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here, and you know what's a great New Year's resolution for sports fans? Watching sports in high resolution with a new entertainment system from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They have great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. They'll match any price you bring to them. They offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and their service and expertise is unparalleled. Plus, they're local, and shopping local really matters. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. Shop online at waltz.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of people are tired of the big box financial firms.
Well, they should be, Paul. Those firms push products, they follow corporate scripts, and clients end up feeling like a number.
So working with an independent fiduciary is a very different experience?
It is, and at Bright Wealth Management, our only job is to act in the client's best interest.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call now, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. As the Cardinals continue their search for their next head coach, a new name has entered the fray, although even saying that is slightly contradictory. Jacksonville Jaguars defensive coordinator Anthony Campanelli is set to make an in-person interview on Thursday. Per the reports, however, this is actually his second interview with the team. That first interview was not publicly reported. You can read more about Campanelli and all of the latest with the Cardinals coaching search right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. While you're there, there are 3 upcoming schedules that you can take a look at as well. That would be Arizona State and Arizona football, as well as Phoenix Mercury WNBA hoops. We've also got a triple header of college hoops tonight. Starting down in Tucson, the #1 Arizona Wildcats look to remain unbeaten against Cincinnati. Tip-off is at 7. At that same time, you've got ASU hosting West Virginia at Desert Financial Arena. You can hear coverage of that game starting at 6:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. And then capping things off is Grand Canyon. The Lopes will host San Diego State in Phoenix. Tip-off for that game is at 9. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The coaching carousel continues to spin in the NFL. We'll be all over the latest developments. Shenanigans begin at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, and the latest development is Anthony Campanelli, who is the defensive coordinator of the Jacksonville Jaguars, as you heard Mitch mention in What's Trending Now just a moment ago. Probably already here, we would assume. But the initial report was that he had already had a first interview and that he was flying into Arizona for a second interview, flying in tonight, in the words of Ian Rappaport when he tweeted it out this morning. We'll see how that meeting goes. Who knows what's going to happen? Don't know. He was kind of a surprise name, not on the original list. But it certainly, when it happened, I think, and I'm just using social media here as a guide, which maybe isn't like the best guide of all of this. There was definitely a little bit of a buzz in the fan base just because he was a new name and he was a different name.
Yeah, and there was an audio clip of him just losing his mind and firing people up.
And there's an audio clip of him losing his mind, firing people up that got everybody kind of like, oh my God, listen to this guy.
Go out there and honor the people you love. Play as hard as you can. Attack the ball like it's some guy running down the street or your mother, your father. I don't know who my kids, whatever. Like, that will make me out of my mind. There ain't no way that guy's getting away from me.
But I also think, and I think we've played that a few times today. Gambo, I also think, and I'm trying not to read too much into this or look too deep in this, but let's be honest about it.
Okay.
The fan base has not had a whole lot to be excited about during this coaching search. I mean, they haven't. The big names are out of your reach. The names you want.
Tomlin's not going to coach. Harbaugh went to the Giants.
Stefanski didn't even give you a meeting.
Didn't give you a meeting.
You couldn't get Saleh here. You were going to, but Tennessee hired him before you could.
Haven't heard anything on the Bills coach, McDermott.
We have no idea if Sean McDermott is even. I mean, like, here's Tom Pelissero on a Rich Eisen show on Monday, in which he's like, I don't see Sean McDermott going to Arizona.
We talk about where could Sean McDermott potentially land next. It doesn't make a ton of sense for him to go into a total rebuild. He's 51 years old. He's been there every year, been in the playoffs, every season here in recent years. I don't really see him I'm going to go to Arizona or I'm going to go to Las Vegas.
So they look at this as a total rebuild. Like that's the bottom line. Like the one thing you take out of that is they look at this job as a total rebuild. The biggest name was Harbaugh. You were never going to get him, just like you weren't going to get Peyton 3 years ago when he went to the Broncos. There are other names that you kind of liked, and you'd be like, okay, I wonder. People did like Stefanski's name, even though Baker Mayfield didn't like him. Can't wait to see you twice a year, coach. Could break your ears.
I always, God bless Baker Mayfield for just saying what's on his mind and not playing it safe. I love it.
And the guy still hasn't called me yet. McDermott would be a big name because of the success he had in Buffalo. A lot of the other names are names that, I don't know, I think you put them into a category of they're all similar to the fan base. They're all different in many ways, but similar to the fan base as far as the DC defensive coordinators or offensive coordinators. Sure. I said to you yesterday, and I think I think if you've got options, I think Arizona's very, probably not, you're not going to get the job here. He's not going to have to take Arizona over another job.
Right.
So we've seen some of the names. How many coaches have been hired so far? Is it
4?
4. 4 coaches have been hired so far. And 2 of them have had ties to Arizona?
Saleh did sort of, and Hafley did as well.
Okay.
Hafley was gonna come here for a second interview.
Right.
Saleh was gonna come here for a second interview. Hafley took the Dolphins job before that could happen. Saleh took the Titans job before that could. Stefanski had no ties to Arizona. John Harbaugh had an extensive phone conversation with the Cardinals before deciding he didn't want to. Hey, extensive phone calls. Yay.
Joe Brady, his name's been brought up. The Weaver, his name's been brought up. There's been a lot of coaches that you look at and say he might be good, but it's I don't know. He's never been.
Of course,
guys that have never been head coaches before, you might say I just don't know if that guy will be a good head coach or not.
And I think that's
people thought Gannon might be a good head coach. He wasn't.
They waited until after the Super Bowl to hire him. They got the defensive coordinator of a Super Bowl team in the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right.
And for the first 2 years, Jonathan Gannon was a good coach. For the first 2 years, it was working. That was the hardest playing team in year 1. In year 2, they were right there on the doorstep before it kind of fell apart at the end. expectations were pretty high for that team going into year 3, and then obviously it all fell apart. To your point, though, right now it's just a question of kind of tape. I don't like Vance Joseph that much. You do. I'm higher on like the Clint Kubiaks of the world or the Mike LaFleurs or the Chris Shulas. Other people might not look at those candidates and think very much of them. But either way, somebody like Campanelli comes along and you see a clip of him fire and brimstone yelling at the Miami Dolphins a few years ago, and you get excited because there hasn't been a whole lot to get excited about during this coaching search. Morale among the fan base is low. I get the impression a lot of fans are scared to death they're going to settle and hire Vance Joseph. Jake Plummer.
Will money matter? If they hire a coach that's one of the bottom third paid guys in the league, does that?
That matters. I think it also matters how much they invest in the staff around that coach. I think that matters very much. I think more than anything, and I don't want to speak for the fans here. I don't know for sure, but the nobody wanting the job, or at least nobody big, that's bothersome, right? Like, that's troubling. When you sit there and say, yeah, there's 32 coaching jobs in the NFL, and man, there's only one of 32 and all that. Yeah, but when you're consistently at the bottom of that list in terms of, as you mentioned, guys having other options, it's demoralizing. It is. It's absolutely demoralizing, and it's led to a fan base right now that just doesn't trust that this team can turn anything around anytime soon. When Jake Plummer is saying what he's saying about ownership investing in a team, it feels like a really dark time right now for the fan base that I don't know if the new coach is going to excite the fan base beyond kind of what's going on right now with how they feel about this team.
We're at almost 100 years of the Bidwell family owning the organization. They started in 32. So like in another 6 years, it'll be 100 years of them. And like, there's just not a lot of success.
No, there isn't.
Like, there's not a lot of, there's no Super Bowls. There's one appearance, but so the Super Bowl's been going on since the 60s, right? It was the first year 66. They've made it once.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's 34 plus 25, 60-something years of the Super Bowl. They've made it one time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's just double-digit win seasons, not a lot of them. There's a lot of losing seasons. It's a hard sell. Now, you got to sell something. So you sell Trey McBride, you sell the third pick in the draft, you sell the young development. You're a defensive coach. You get a chance to work with Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. We've got some really good pieces here for you. And, you sell the fact that you could be the guy. You could be the guy that turns this organization around. Nobody's really been able to do it. There's been some quick fixes here and there. Bruce had a couple of years, and Wisden had a couple of years, but nobody's been able to turn it into a consistent winner. You sell the guy, and you could be that guy. But there's a lot. The organization's failures really works against it. The ownership works against it. The report card works against it.
The quarterback
works against it.
Really works against it.
So it's just like it's almost a shame that this was the year that there were 9 openings or is it 10?
10.
Was it 10? 10 openings.
10 when it was all said and done.
You almost wish it was the year where there were like 4 openings.
And you didn't have so much competition for all the names that were out there.
Right. And now you think about the 4 coaches that are hired, and now they're all getting a jump start on their coaching staffs and hiring their coaching staffs. And that's why you almost you could wait this out until after the Super Bowl, like if you want to get the right guy, but there's going to be a lot of staffs that are going to be filled by then too.
I do wonder how much more attractive this job would be if just the quarterback situation were more certain, because it's just so uncertain.
Tennessee was more attractive than this. Why?
100 Cam Ward.
And
he wasn't even that good his rookie year.
No, but people think he's got a lot of potential.
I mean, and I'm not trying to badmouth him. I'm just saying that it's not like he had an oh my God rookie year for Tennessee, but because there's stability there and a belief that he could be the guy. Whereas, I mean, at least the Raiders have the number 1 pick, and you can bank on Fernando Mendoza, right?
The other thing is, that's true. You could bank on that if you're the Raiders.
There's just, I wonder if of all those, and I'm not trying to diminish the ownership and the lack of history and things like that. If the quarterback position were at least somewhat settled, I think this becomes more attractive than it is.
They're going to have this new facility, right?
Yes.
But even that's a hard sell. Because how many years away is that from being built? What did Kyler Murray say? I hope I'm here to say it, right? It's when it's built, I can sell it. But until it's built, it's like you're not going to be in there in the next 2 years, right?
Yeah.
It's going to take a while to build that.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, ASU football schedule is out, and it's got a couple of tough tests on it. We'll tell you about it next here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Scotty. Scotty.
Text the word
Scotty
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
3.5 billion people suffer from oral disease. 3 out of 4 affected individuals. Tooth decay is the most common condition. It affects an estimated 2.5 billion people. In the United States, 91% of adults aged 20 to 64 have dental caries and permanent teeth, tooth decay. That's why I tell you about Pro Smile Dental. You know what? You don't have to live like that. You don't have to live with a smile you don't like. You don't have to. And you might say, oh, it's too expensive. But there's great financing options at Pro Smile Dental. And it is affordable. And they care about the affordability a lot. So they give you great options, interest-free payments, up to 10 years. Pay a little bit each month for 10 years, and you can have the smile that you've always dreamed of, the confidence to smile for a photograph, for a video, for a job interview, to not hide your mouth when you're eating. There's a lot of people out there that are suffering from poor dental, oral disease, tooth decay, gaps in their teeth, discolored teeth. Pro Smile Dental can fix your teeth. Get a smile makeover right now. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE. We'll get you set up. They'll check you out and tell you what they can do for you. That's 1-888-GO-SMILE.
Arizona sports fans, it's time to claim your home court advantage. At Just Pickle Courts, we're Arizona's trusted experts in custom pickleball court design and construction. From backyard escapes to resort quality builds, we handle everything designed to done. Get a free court planning consultation plus 2 free upgrades when you sign up now. Turn your backyard into the ultimate arena. Learn more at justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 5-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start this month and get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, sleep better, and you'll lose that belly fat. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Start TRT today. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medications. That's a $299 value only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Lots of college basketball on tonight. 7 o'clock tip time. West Virginia is taking on ASU. You'll hear that game here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, following a half-hour edition of Arizona Sports at Night with Mitch and Kellen. Cincinnati is visiting McKale Center, taking on your number 1 ranked U of A Wildcat basketball team.
Should be able to win these next 2, and then the big one is BYU on Monday.
Yeah, it is a big one, right?
That's a big one.
Cincinnati and then West Virginia?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think they should win both of those. Kerr Kriisa returns.
Indeed he does.
To McHale.
Indeed he does. Grand Canyon is in action tonight. They're taking on San Diego State. They're hosting San Diego State. That game tips off at 9 o'clock tonight from the campus of GCU. So you got Arizona State, and Grand Canyon all in action this evening. Lauren, is there any other good college basketball tonight, just in case people want to partake?
Yeah, Lauren is currently watching Illinois, Maryland in the booth right
so
now.
she's been checked out for a while.
Whoa. Has anything gone wrong on this show? Are you fully prepared? Would you even know what time the game started from my work?
Wow. But you haven't fixed the static issue.
That is completely out of my control. I wouldn't even know where to start. You'd see me driving down to that mountain and just start hitting stuff.
Have we ever thought it's just like unplugging everything and just plugging it back in?
Why don't you suggest that to IT? I'm sure they'd love that.
It's just
bang
like,
it around a little
that's
bit.
What I always just
bang it around a
Why
little
don't
bit.
we just let you two loose in the server room
I'll
over
fix
there,
everything.
and you can figure it
I'll
out?
shake everything, and whatever's in there and not working, it'll get rid of it.
That's okay. So there's that college basketball. NBA action tonight.
All Her Fault on Peacock. That's the show we were watching. All Her Fault.
That's the one with Sarah Snook, the girl from Succession.
Yeah, it's a good show. Good show.
Okay.
It's my recommendation today.
My wife and I have been watching. We started a little late to it, but The Beast in Me.
The Beast in Me.
I thought you recommended the one with
Claire Danes.
Claire
it was your
Danes.
Homeland.
Oh my God, I love. Yeah,
No, don't
terrific,
give it away. Don't
terrific.
give it away. Yeah, we're enjoying
Terrific
it.
show.
We're enjoying it very much. He's creepy. He's creepy.
She's a great actress.
It's really cool.
It's a good show. I really liked it. The Beast in Me.
She's good, and he's really creepy. So
Yeah.
we're enjoying watching that. And then in the NBA tonight, looking to see Oklahoma City taking on Milwaukee tonight. A battle of a couple of MVPs in that one. And there you go. That's what's on tonight. The games that we're going to watch this evening. In the meantime, ASU in ESPN's way too early 2026 football rankings checked in at number 23. Now that the college football season is over, today the Big 12 announced their upcoming schedule for each of their teams. ASU's was released, and it's not like the NFL. At least I don't think it's like the NFL. I don't know if we knew in advance what teams would and would not be on their schedule. So maybe some people knew and they just didn't know when it was going to be. But looking at it, it seems fairly manageable except for 3 things, okay? Thing number 1 is you have to go to Texas A&M on September 12th. That's a really hard after only having Morgan State as a warm-up at home before you go to that game. That's a tough way to start a season.
Yeah, they are a terrific team. They were 11-0 before they lost their last 2 games of the season, and they've got a sensational quarterback named Marcel Reed, who is a terrific young player. He's coming back. They hit the portal for some wide receivers and did very well with that. This kid could be one of those Heisman Trophy type candidates.
Okay.
Threw for 25 touchdowns this past year, over 3,000 yards. He also ran the ball for 6 touchdowns. So he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in that first game. That second game of the season when they play A&M. They're a very, very good team. They got a lot of key guys coming back, and they did well in the portal.
Now, I love it when teams schedule tough, so I have no complaints. I'm happy that they're scheduling tough. I'm happy that that's a marquee game. I'm looking forward to watching it. It doesn't have hardly any impact at all on the Big 12 standings and their ability to make it to the Big 12 title game. It's just a really tough non-conference test early in the season. Thing number 2 to not like is they're at Texas Tech and they're at BYU. Now, those 2 games are going to be very tough and very conference defining and very, are you going to be in the Big 12 title game or not? A lot of it's going to come down to how you do in those two games.
I think two of the biggest wins they've had in the last, few years was the BYU win here 2 years ago at home, and the Texas Tech win at home here this year. Their biggest win this year was the Texas Tech win.
Without question.
It was a great win. I was at that game. It was a terrific game. The year before, that BYU game was a sensational game. And that, they went on to have a great season, but that BYU win was a huge win for them. So, yeah, those are going to be tough games. They missed some good teams, right? They're going to miss Houston and
Cincinnati and Iowa State and TCU and Utah and West Virginia. So Utah, TCU. There's a lot of those teams actually that kind of stand out a little bit as you're kind of glad that you missed. So I think they dodge a little bit of a bullet on that one. But going to Texas Tech, going to BYU, that's going to be tough. The third thing,
win one of the two. Win one of the two, and you can put yourself in a great position.
No doubt. Thing number 3, at least for me, not to like very much. You got a bye week to open the season, the last week of August. I don't like wasting a bye that early. I'd rather play Morgan State or something.
You'd rather have it later.
Then your next bye comes on September 26th. So your 2 byes come very early in the season, one in week 1 and one in week 4. And then after that, you play 9 straight nonstop games. Now, you don't have any back-to-back road games, which is nice. It alternates. So that's a benefit. But I'd love to spread those bye weeks out a little bit so you get a kind of a healing break a little later on in the season when bodies might need a little bit of a break. You're not going to get that. When you're done with Kansas in London, you come home. You're grateful you get a week off after London so you can readjust.
Yeah.
But after that, you don't have a weekend off the rest of the season.
But you also don't play consecutive road games.
Right.